Chapter 1. Encounters with a Female Ghost. In the stillness of a night, a soft mist enveloped a dense thicket. The ground was somewhat damp. Damn it, I want to be on top. Young Bo writhed violently on the ground, but the woman before him, possessing an oval face and long, lustrous black hair, clearly rejected his plea. With thick eyebrows, bright eyes, a delicate nose, and cherry-like lips, her pallid cheeks bore an eerie smile. Was she beautiful? Indeed, exceedingly so. Thus, as young Bo struggled, he extended his hand, incessantly roaming over her figure. Dear ghost sister, in merely 11 or 12 years old at most, can we perhaps negotiate? Would you mind waiting another 10 years? No, 6 years will suffice. The one restraining young Bo was a ghostly woman clad in red. Though undeniably striking, his youth posed a significant obstacle. Such desperation from a ghost was rather unsettling. He was a traveler from another realm. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of this ghostly sister swaying from a tree, a chilling spectacle that rendered him momentarily dumbfounded. Just as he contemplated whether to call the authorities, the woman untied the rope from her neck and drifted toward him. Even he, in his naivety, recognized he had encountered something unclean. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. It soon became evident that ghosts did not possess the ability to teleport. At least, this particular female specter did not, though she was undeniably swifter than he. Before long, he found himself pinned to the ground. It dawned on him that his body had reverted to that of an 11 or 12-year-old. Thus unfolded the scene above. His words seemed to have some effect. The ghost's smile softened, and she remarked, "Though you are young, do not worry, sister merely wishes to absorb a bit of your vitality. You shall be weak for no more than 2 or 3 days upon your return." Young Bo gazed at the ghost in disbelief. Absorb a bit? Weak for 2 or 3 days? Sister, are you envisioning me as a mere livestock? In this unfamiliar territory, with a ghost in tow, the prospect of being weakened for several days filled him with dread at the thought of not even being able to escape the woods. Why not? Young Bo's eyes widened. He never anticipated the ghost would be so straightforward, closing the distance to seal his lips with hers. He felt something draining from his body, while simultaneously, peculiar images flickered before his eyes. A row of red hearts and a series of pulsating chicken legs. Health, 100,100. Hunger, 98,100. The hunger value began to decline, 97, 96, 95. Finally, when the hunger level dropped to 71, the ghost ceased her actions, a look of satisfaction upon her face. A golden finger appeared, yet young Bo trembled in fear. Having had his vitality drained, he felt no hint of weakness. He truly could be nurtured like livestock by this ghost. Obediently, he lay still upon the grass, desperately attempting to feign an appearance of utter weakness. His complexion must have been ashen. The dawn light began to paint the horizon with shades of pale white as the ghost rose, casting a glance at him before retrieving a small piece of silver from her crimson pouch and tossing it his way. The dawn approaches. Take this silver to buy some clothing, dear brother. Next time, do avoid wandering about naked. With that, she vanished without a trace. Young Bo propped himself up on the grass, staring at the silver coin that lay beside him. Have I just been exploited? Do you realize this is illegal? He picked up the coin. System? No response came. Young Bo surveyed his health and hunger stats, unwilling to give in, and shouted inwardly, "Golden finger? Cheat. Son, could it possibly be a mute system?" Rising from the ground, he paid little mind to the system. The digitized hunger value had indeed saved his life. If only I had a backpack. As this thought crossed his mind, a page composed of small boxes materialized before him. A familiar sensation washed over him. My world? The backpack served as a pop-up menu for players in my world to manage their carried items. In this interface, players could equip armor, craft items in a 22 grid, and equip tools, blocks, and goods. Their appearance was also displayed here. However, the backpack before him had undergone a transformation. In my world, the item slots typically numbered 36, yet his current inventory boasted 150 slots, though only 36 were functional. The remaining slots bore the image of a gray figure carrying a load. A 7 days to die backpack? Young Bo found himself momentarily bewildered. 7 Days to Die was a post-apocalyptic survival game focused on scavenging, zombie combat, and skill enhancement. Skills? He silently mused, and, as he suspected, a new page emerged before him. It was filled with an array of skills, broadly categorized into 5 primary types: perception, strength, endurance, agility, and intelligence. However, he currently possessed no skills and could only gaze at the enticing options within. Closing the skill panel, young Bo surveyed the surrounding trees, recalling the timeless adage, to gain wealth, one must first chop trees. Approaching a large tree, he raised his slender arm, clenched his fist, and gently struck the rough bark. Thud. Wooden plank 1. His fist felt no pain. A notification appeared before his eyes, and simultaneously, a white health value manifested on the tree. 149,150. His punch had inflicted 1 point of damage upon the tree. Is this how it works in 7 days to die? While both systems had their merits, Yang Bo couldn't shake a sense of regret. He was far more familiar with my world, its crafting methods etched into his memory. Except for the cake. Once more, he raised his fist and struck the trunk. Hut, 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 hut. As Yang Bo became engrossed in his tree-bashing endeavors, laughter echoed from behind him. Senior brother, look at that bare-bottomed child hammering a tree. Junior brother, you must be seeing things. Where would a bare-bottomed child come from in this remote forest? Oh wait, there really is one. Let's go take a look. Startled by the voices, Yang Bo turned swiftly. 2 young men, around 20 years of age, approached him. One was tall and robust, undeniably handsome, while the other, despite appearing simple and honest, had a rather simian appearance that gave Yang Bo the unsettling feeling that he might attempt to molest him at any moment. Upon seeing them, names sprang to Yang Bo's mind. Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai. Are these the 2 disciples of Master Jiao? Have I somehow traversed into the world of Mr. Vampire? Mr. Vampire was an extraordinarily iconic zombie film, and Yang Bo could hardly recall how many times he had watched it. Even as an adult, he would pause to watch snippets of it on short video platforms. Reflecting on the earlier encounter with the ghost in red, he thought, it seems that finding myself in the world of Mr. Vampire isn't entirely unacceptable. This glimmer of opportunity sparked within him. Wen Kai, clad in a green shirt and yellow vest, approached him with a smile, asking, "Hey kid, what are you doing running around the woods in the nude?" Chapter 2. The Talents of Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng. If I were to say that I was assaulted by a female ghost, would you believe me? Upon hearing his words, Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng exchanged a glance and erupted into laughter. Especially Xiao Sheng, who appeared on the verge of losing his breath from mirth. Leaning slightly, he regarded the handsome youth before him and chuckled. You little rascal, do you even know what it means to be assaulted? A female ghost? If she were indeed a ghost, you would have likely been dead by now. Yang Bo replied helplessly, well, to be honest, you wouldn't believe me. In that case, how about I say I suddenly lost my memory and woke up here in this forest, sans clothing? Would you believe that? These 2 were nothing short of a duo of cunning talents. Master Joe's job was at least half about cleaning up their messes. Even if his body was peculiar and exuded no so-called yin energy, there should still be residual yin energy from the female ghost nearby. Having followed Master Gio since childhood, these 2 should be able to detect something amiss with a little caution. Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng exchanged glances, their smiles fading as they inquired, amnesia? I've never encountered someone who has lost their memory. Do you recall your name? Where are you from? Yang Bo nodded gently. I remember my name is Yang Bo. As for where I'm from, I can't recall. Would you send me back if I said I was for Beha? Just a moment. Saying this, Xiao Sheng pulled Wen Kai aside and glanced back at Yang Bo, muttering, Junior brother, what should we do with this child? If we take him back, will Master scold us? Wen Kai shook his head, replying, I'm not sure there are too many homeless children these days for us to manage. However, leaving him here in the woods isn't a solution either. How about we take him back and let Master decide? That works at this moment. We find ourselves in the tumultuous era of the Republic of China, where warlords are embroiled in chaos, rendering the nation a veritable pot of disorder. The common folk are struggling to survive, which elucidates why, despite the world of Mr. Zombie being in an age of decline, malevolent spirits have become increasingly active. Once their discussion concluded, Xiaoxing returned to Yang Bo's side, crouching down to say, Yang Bo, if you have nowhere else to go, I can take you back to the mortuary to rest for a while. At the very least, I can find you some clothes. How does that sound? Yang Bo showed no inclination to refuse, gently nodding as he replied, Of course, that sounds great. Thank you. Having traversed into this unfamiliar world, Yang Bo felt completely lost. If not for Xiaoxing and Wen Kai, he would not even know which direction to take. Seeing him acquiesce, Xiaoxing smiled at Wen Kai and said, Junior brother, hurry and take off your clothes to lend this young fellow something to wear. In response, Wen Kai, while awkwardly removing his vest, grimaced and retorted, Why don't you take yours off? First, I am the senior brother, and secondly, there is no alternative. Wen Kai, the hapless junior brother, Wen Kai, reluctantly removed his yellow vest and handed it to Yang Bo, saying, You wear this vest for now, just don't. Before he could finish, Xiaoxing interjected, Stop being so tedious, it won't be ruined by wearing it for a bit. Let's first get this child back before we return to gather herbs. All right then. Having spent so much time together, the brothers displayed contrasting personalities, one impetuous and prone to fervor, while the other was timid and cautious. However, One thing was certain. Both possessed notably low emotional intelligence. Up ahead is the mortuary, Qiuxing explained as he carried Yangbo. I must tell you, when we get there, you need to be on your toes when meeting my master. I understand, brother Qiuxing. Along the way, Yangbo had begun to forge a fragile friendship with Qiuxing and Wen Kai, even allowing them to temporarily overlook his age. After all, he was an adult who had traversed into this world and had once lived in an age of information explosion. It was rather simple to navigate his interactions with Wen Kai and Qiuxing, especially when he took the initiative to ingratiate himself. As they approached the imposing black gates of the mortuary, Yang Bo's mind was abuzz with thoughts. I must become a disciple if I can learn some Taoist techniques. I won't be entirely powerless when encountering a female ghost again. He deeply wished to avoid the sensation of having his life at the mercy of others. Master! Master! Wen Kai sprinted to the entrance of the mortuary and pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door. As Yang Bo was carried inside by Qiuxing, he caught sight of the renowned Lin Fengjiao, also known as Lin Zhengying, emerging from the main room of the mortuary. The reality of the Uncle Gio from this world mirrored that of the Uncle Gio from the realm of Mr. Zombie. What a surprise, Uncle Gio remarked, directing his gaze at Qiuxing, or rather, at Yang Bo, with a slight frown. You two went out and returned with the child? Qiuxing gently set Yang Bo down and explained, Master, Wen Kai and I went up the mountain to collect some herbs as instructed. While passing through the woods, we found this child wandering there, completely naked. It's far too dangerous in the woods, so I brought him back, he added, lightly nudging Yang Bo, this is my master, you can simply call him Uncle Gio. Under ordinary circumstances, Uncle Gio might not have accepted him as a disciple, but Yang Bo stepped forward, kneeling on both knees and bowing 3 times, his voice imbued with emotion as he declared, Uncle Gio, I have wandered for over a decade without encountering a true master. Today, upon meeting you, it feels as if the clouds have dispersed and enlightenment has dawned upon me. If you do not cast me aside, I shall be your devoted disciple from this day forth. Uncle Gio, where did this unfortunate child come from? Uncle Gio scrutinized Yang Bo from head to toe, noticing his delicate skin and realizing he was not from a destitute background. His lively and spirited eyes indicated that he hailed from a family of considerable means. Stand up, I have a few questions for you. Yang Bo sprang to his feet, and Uncle Gio leaned closer, grasping his wrist with one hand while the other rested on his body. No signs of prior training, but his potential seems promising. I wonder about his comprehension. Desiring to become a disciple is not so simple. Where are your parents? Yang Bo's face fell as he replied, I likely will never see them again. This morning, I woke up in the woods and encountered a female ghost in red, who was simply inhuman. She didn't spare even a child like me. Upon hearing about the female ghost, Uncle Gio immediately became alert. You encountered a female ghost? He reached out again to touch Yang Bo, then murmured, wait, your vital essence is intact, and your yang energy is abundant. You hardly resemble someone who has met a ghost. His eyes narrowed suspiciously as he scrutinized Yang Bo. You're not lying, are you? Yang Bo, feeling aggrieved, reached behind him, retrieving the silver coin gifted by the ghost, and replied, Master, that ghost drained my yang energy, but gave me this piece of silver, telling me to buy clothes. Standing behind Yang Bo, Qiuxing was more intrigued by where he had hidden the money than the silver itself. Little Yang, where did you keep this money? We didn't see it on the way here. Qiuxing's face lit up with realization. Brother, don't overthink it. I'm not particularly extraordinary. It was just hidden behind my vest. Uncle Gio did not doubt the origin of the silver, reaching out to take it. Even without opening his eyes, he could sense the lingering yin energy on it. This indicated that the boy was indeed telling the truth, had encountered a ghost. But it doesn't add up. Chapter 3. Qi Induction Technique and Refining Essence into Qi. In the courtyard of the mortuary, Yang Bo heard Uncle Gio muttering to himself and inquired, Master, what seems to be the issue? It doesn't make sense, even if you did not encounter a ghost. To possess this silver imbued with yin energy, your yang energy must have been diminished. Yet just now Uncle Gio suddenly realized something, and a smile broke across his previously stern face as he looked Yang Bo up and down. Good lad. I've lived for so many years and have fallen for your trick. Well then, it seems fate has brought us together. I can take you as my disciple, but if you end up slacking off like these 2 useless senior brothers of yours, don't blame me. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo was filled with joy and prepared to bow once more to Uncle Gio. However, Uncle Gio noticed his intentions and swiftly grabbed the vest he was wearing, lifting him up while laughing. You little rascal, don't bow so often. Yang Bo nodded earnestly, stating, since Master prefers not to have me bow, I shall find another way to show my respect from now on. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio glanced at Wen Kai and Qiuxing. What are you looking at us for? Xiaoxing and Wen Kai replied in unison. You must be hungry. Xiaoxing, go fetch some food, and Wen Kai, see if you can find some of your old clothes from a few years ago. Bring them out for little Yang to try on. Yes, master. Understood, master. After a brief wash, Yang Bo donned Wen Kai's old clothes and straw sandals. Although the garments were somewhat oversized, tightening them made it manageable. Master Jiu observed the spirited Yang Bo and nodded in satisfaction, remarking, not bad. This lad's innate talent may be merely average, yet his appearance is exceptionally promising. Even with modest insight, he could serve as an admirable figurehead. Yang, at your service. Yang Bo replied earnestly. Yet Master Jiu couldn't shake the feeling that the boy's display of reverence was somewhat theatrical. Settling into a chair, Master Jiu took a sip of tea before continuing. In 3 days, your uncle will arrive, at which point you shall formally pledge your allegiance. The initiation rites of Maoshan are rather straightforward. Essentially, when a fellow disciple is present, one must pay homage to the ancestral portrait and bow to the master, offering a cup of tea while reciting an oath. The most crucial aspect is submitting the roster to the Maoshan headquarters, thereby officially becoming a member of the fraternity. In future travels through the martial world, should you encounter fellow disciples, you may seek their assistance, and in perilous situations, you can summon aid. Mastering divine invocation techniques may even grant you access to higher authorities. By the way, Yang, are you literate? Somewhat. During the Republic era, traditional characters were prevalent. Although I can decipher many through intuition, I must admit there are critical matters beyond my grasp. Upon hearing this, Master Jiu nodded approvingly, stating, excellent. In this day and age, literate children are a rarity. Many from impoverished families struggle even to recognize their own names. He gestured towards the mat on the floor and added, the initiation ceremony can wait for 3 days. For now, I shall teach you the art of energy manipulation. Yang Bo, upon hearing that Jiu Shu was prepared to teach him the art of cultivation, did not display a smile on his face. Instead, he expressed his concerns, asking, thank you, master, but since I have yet to formally become your disciple, would it not bring disrepute to you within the sect if I were to learn the techniques prematurely? Learning the techniques? Jiu Shu replied with a cryptic smile. Gazing at him, if you can memorize the qi induction technique and the acupoints on your body within 3 days and successfully draw the qi into your being, then I shall take you under my wing. The qi induction technique is quite elementary. After all, it serves as the foundational method of cultivation. Its essence lies in absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe into one's body, thereby strengthening oneself while simultaneously refining it into magical power. However, despite its widespread availability, only a fraction of the populace can master it, perhaps 1 in 100. The ability to sense qi is limited to merely 1 in 1,000, and the chance of drawing qi into the body and refining it into magical power is an exceedingly rare occurrence, akin to 1 in 10,000. It is comparable to advanced mathematics and quantum mechanics. Those lacking the requisite aptitude may find themselves overwhelmed by despair. Yang Bo, following the instructions of his master, sat cross-legged, while the master, with a deliberate gesture, extended his hand to rest upon Yang Bo's crown. I shall guide the spiritual energy into your being. Close your eyes and attune yourself to the essence of this energy. Upon hearing these words, Yang Bo shut his eyes, forcing himself into a state of profound enlightenment. Suddenly, a surge of energy penetrated his body from above, an experience both extraordinary and bewildering. Is this what they call spiritual energy? Yang Bo found himself at a loss for words. Upon experiencing the essence of spiritual energy, he suddenly perceived that it permeated the surroundings. However, the spiritual energy that had not yet entered his body remained pure and substantial. Yang Bo perceived the ethereal energy as a small truck traversing a narrow, winding path, occasionally shedding some cargo along the way. As he approached certain portals, the amount of cargo discarded increased significantly. A remnant of this spiritual energy penetrated 3 inches below his navel. Concurrently, even with his eyes closed, Yang Bo could discern a blue bar appearing alongside his health and hunger indicators. Health, 101101. Hunger, 98100. Mana, 11. Before Yang Bo could fully comprehend the situation, Jiu Shu, standing behind him, removed his hand and explained. What you just experienced was the so-called spiritual energy. The energy that has entered your body was drawn by me through my mana to help you understand what spiritual energy truly is. In reality, the spiritual energy in the world is quite scarce, making it challenging to absorb it for cultivation. Thus, we have the method of refining essence into energy. Refining essence into energy is a term from Taoist practices, representing the initial phase of internal alchemy foundation building. Its principle lies in consuming one's own energy to generate spiritual energy. Although Jiu Shu's 2 disciples, Wen Kai and Xiaoxing, appeared rather frivolous in the film, his teaching skills were not to be underestimated, or at least, that was Yang Bo's belief. Throughout the afternoon, Jiu Shu continuously elaborated on the nuances and tips regarding refining essence into energy and the process of absorbing it into the body, enhancing Yang Bo's understanding through practical demonstrations. However, this tender student-teacher moment was interrupted by voices from outside. Master, Master. The previously amiable demeanor of Jiao Shu vanished instantly. As he muttered, those two have spent an entire afternoon gathering herbs. They must have gone off to play in town. He then sighed, pondering that his two disciples were now young men in their 20s, and chose not to elaborate further. He simply advised Yangbo, "Little Yang, for today, I will teach you this much. Try to feel the spiritual energy, but remember not to be overly eager. Your senior brother Qiuxing took 3 months to absorb energy into his body, and since your aptitude is slightly inferior to his, if you can achieve it within 4 months, that would be commendable." Yangbo gazed at the glaring mana level of 11 before nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand, Master. You may stay here to absorb the spiritual energy while I check on the herbs collected by your 2 senior brothers." With that, Jiao Shu turned and exited the room. Moments later, a thunderous roar resonated from the courtyard. "You 2 rascals, I instructed you to gather herbs, and you return with only half a basket. Today, I shall send you to meet the ancestral master." Subsequently, Jiao Shu rushed back inside, cast a glance at the solid wooden door latch, hesitated for a brief moment before seizing the rattan whip hanging on the wall, and dashed back out. Chapter 4. Gathering materials for the stone axe the following day. As dawn broke, Yangbo, seated cross-legged on his bed, opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He glanced at Wen Kai, who lay beside him sleeping soundly. Indeed, Jiao Shu was correct. Wen Kai is more suited to guarding the ancestral hall. This is truly beyond dispute. Rising and donning his straw sandals, Yangbo made his way outside. "However, my aptitude is woefully inadequate. After spending an entire night, I have barely managed to cultivate a modicum of mana. I wonder if there exists a method for refining my essence." Over the course of the night, his mana level had risen from 11 to 22. Additionally, he discovered something exceedingly significant. Despite a sleepless night, he felt no trace of fatigue. His spirit and stamina seemed to remain constant. Stretching lazily in the courtyard, Yangbo headed towards the kitchen, intending to prepare breakfast for Jiao Shu and his senior brother. Though his culinary skills were hardly remarkable, he was confident in his ability to whip up a decent meal, even using a traditional earthen stove. In his grandmother's household, he had often perched on a small stool, tasked with feeding wood into the stove. He scooped some rice from a jar, washed it, and scrubbed the pot. Just as he pondered how to ignite the fire, Jiao Shu entered the room and, noticing Yangbo searching for matches, inquired, "Little Yang, why are you up so early? Are you hungry?" Upon hearing Jiao Shu's voice, Yangbo turned to him with a smile and replied, "Master, I have grown accustomed to rising early. I came to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for you and my senior brother, but I cannot seem to find any matches." Observing Yangbo's obedient demeanor, Jiao Shu nodded approvingly. "Little Yang, you are still quite young. In the mornings, let your master handle the cooking." With that, Jiao Shu glanced at the rice pot, then produced an ordinary piece of yellow paper from his pocket and waved it gently. The yellow paper ignited spontaneously without a flame, which he then tossed into the stove, igniting the other kindling. Watching Yangbo's envious and astonished expression, he smiled nonchalantly and said, "Once you cultivate your mana, I shall teach you the arts." Yangbo nodded sincerely and said, "Master, I will certainly study diligently and live up to your expectations. With this skill, how many wilderness survival experts would beg for it?" Regarding his 2 points of magical power, he hesitated for a moment and felt it would be better to be forthright with Uncle Jiao. "Master, it seems that I have already cultivated some magical power." Uncle Jiao, who was sitting on the bench tending to the fire, immediately chuckled and replied, "Spiritual energy is one thing, while magical power is another. If you can manipulate spiritual energy in just 1 day's time, that would indeed be extraordinary." Yangbo did not refute but instead took a step forward to stand beside Uncle Jiao, saying, "Master, please feel it." Uncle Jiao showed no signs of anger. He merely believed that Yangbo was experiencing a mere illusion due to his recent foray into cultivation. Nevertheless, he extended his hand and placed it on Yangbo's lower dantian. As he began to probe with his spiritual energy, Uncle Jiao, who had initially intended to counsel Yangbo against overreaching, suddenly changed expression. "Is this truly magical power?" This slight essence of power could easily be overlooked if one were not meticulous in their examination, yet even the smallest amount is still magic. Uncle Jiao rose abruptly, his demeanor gravely serious as he stated, "You must operate the chi drawing technique. I will inspect it." "Yes, master." Yangbo, undeterred by the dirtiness of the kitchen, seated himself cross-legged upon the floor and swiftly entered a state of energy cultivation. Ninth uncle rested his hand upon Yangbo's shoulder, fully immersed in sensing the subtle transformations occurring within his body. The spiritual energy in the air was drawn into Yangbo's being at an exceedingly gradual pace, following the meridian pathways imparted by his mentor the previous day, ultimately converging in the lower dantian and coalescing into strands of mystical power. Yangbo's practice of the chi induction technique was flawless, with no issues regarding the meridian pathways or the absorption of spiritual energy, even possessing a certain aesthetic of procedural beauty. Master Jiao, with a complex expression, withdrew his hand from Yangbo's shoulder and gazed at the inexpensive disciple he had unwittingly acquired, softly calling out, "Little Yang." During his training, Yangbo's sensitivity to the external world heightened, and upon hearing Master Jio's call, he immediately interrupted his practice, allowing the spiritual energy that had been drawn into his meridians to dissipate. Nervously glancing at Master Jio, he inquired, "Master, have I practiced incorrectly?" Master Jio gently shook his head and replied, "No, there is nothing wrong with your practice. Did you train all night last evening?" "Yes, however, Master, I feel that practicing is even more beneficial than resting or sleeping." Master Jio nodded slightly, saying, "Haste makes waste. One must not rush in the pursuit of cultivation. Little Yang, while your innate talent may be somewhat lacking, your comprehension is the highest I have encountered in many years. Go wake your senior brother in your room. I shall prepare a meal for you both." "Understood, Master." With Master Jio affirming that there were no issues, Yang Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Practice could not afford the slightest negligence, as it would undoubtedly influence future circumstances. As Yang Bo's departing figure faded from view, Master Jio resumed his seat on the stool. Gazing at the flickering flames in the kitchen, a faint smile gradually emerging on his face. To induce chi into the body in just one day, he mused. Then shook his head with a sigh. Alas, his aptitude can only be deemed average. If Yang Bo's innate talent were to improve, reaching the level of Qiuxing, then his future would undoubtedly be limitless. After a satisfying meal, Master Jiu led Qiuxing, who had hurried over from his aunt's house, out to attend to some matters, leaving Wakai and Yang Bo at home to guard the premises. After Yang Bo meticulously cleaned the bowl, he placed it into the cupboard and turned to Wenkai, who was sitting on the steps with a disgruntled expression. "Senior brother Wenkai, I wish to take a stroll around the ancestral hall to familiarize myself." Upon hearing Yang Bo address him as senior brother, Wenkai's previously sour demeanor instantly transformed into a smile. "Junior brother, let us go. I shall accompany you." "You'll take me? How then shall I conduct my experiment with the golden finger?" Yang Bo promptly declined, saying, "Senior brother Wenkai, I will merely observe outside the ancestral hall. You may rest." "Very well, but do not wander too far. No one wishes to come to this place without reason." Wenkai remarked, not overly concerned about Yang Bo encountering any danger. As they departed from the ancestral hall, the summer air felt somewhat warm even in the early morning. However, Yang Bo remained unfazed. Whether bare or clothed, he felt invigorated. Could it be that my body now resembles that of Steve from my world? Steve possessed countless attributes, a golden right hand, boundless stamina, immunity to temperature extremes, and so forth. Outside the ancestral hall lay a dirt path. Just yesterday, Yang Bo had learned from Qiusheng that if one followed this path westward, it would lead to Rinjia town. The road was flanked by uneven trees and overgrown weeds reaching above waist height. The chirping of birds in the small grove heightened Yang Bo's appetite. He smacked his lips, thinking, "Uncle Jio, it is too impoverished. There is not even any meat at home." Before his journey through time, Yang Bo was the kind of person who could not thrive without meat. After 2 consecutive days without it, he felt a certain weakness in his body. Yet, this was merely a sensation. In reality, his current physique, though slender, was remarkably robust, perhaps even healthier than before his time travel. Approaching a patch of weeds, he gently tapped them with his hand, causing a small section to vanish, leaving only short stubble behind. 2 plant fibers. Seeing this, Yang Bo chuckled. This is truly a divine technique for lawn trimming. He casually picked up a stone the size of his fist and tossed it into his backpack. Crafting the 7 days to die stone axe required materials: plant fibers, 2 small stones, 1 wood planks, 2 crafting time. 10 seconds. He decided to try the 7 days to die stone axe first, intending to craft the Minecraft stone axe if it proved ineffective. Chapter 5. Crafting weapons and tools. Bang. 3 wood planks. Bang. 3 wood planks. The 7 days to die stone axe struck the tree trunk, emitting a rhythmic thud, each sound accompanied by a harvest notification. Why does it seem like the 7 days to die stone axe is more effective? In Minecraft, it took over 2 seconds to fell a tree for a single log, which could be broken down into 4 planks. In contrast, the 7 days to die stone axe delivered a blow every second, yielding 3 planks per strike, thus enhancing efficiency by 60. In an unguarded moment, Yang Bo felled a large tree with 150 hit points using the stone axe. 9 wood planks. The final strike tripled the drop rate. The tree cracked audibly and then toppled towards another tree. However, there was no collision. The fallen tree passed through the trunk of the other as if it were a mere illusion. Having played 7 days to die, Yang Bo was not particularly astonished. It was akin to the absence of collision boxes for defeated monsters in Minecraft. The tree had been killed by Yang Bo with his stone axe. I certainly cannot venture out frequently while learning at Uncle Jio's. I should take advantage of his absence to gather essential materials, he thought, observing the surrounding weeds. Yang Bo swung his fist repeatedly against them, prompting a flurry of notifications. 1 plant fibers, 1 wheat seed. Wheat seeds. Yang Bo initially believed that striking grass would not yield wheat seeds in the realm of Minecraft, yet to his surprise, they could indeed drop. It seems that the probability is merely reduced, rather than impossible to obtain, with the acquisition of wheat seeds. He could commence farming and bid farewell to hunger once and for all. 1 plant fiber, 1 plant fiber. As time progressed, a series of notifications appeared. The small grove became increasingly orderly as he collected the small stones scattered on the ground and tossed them into his backpack, while the larger ones were harvested with a stone axe. Just as he was clearing a patch of weeds, a gray shadow darted out from the underbrush. Before Yangbo could discern what it was, the stone axe in his hand had already struck. With a dull thud, the gray shadow collapsed motionlessly onto the grass, accompanied by a scattering of vibrant green orbs. One rabbit skin, one raw rabbit meat, one rabbit foot. The fleeting image was that of a gray wild rabbit. The colorful spheres that emerged from the rabbit were the experience points within my world. Upon their appearance, they seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread. Spiraling into Yangbo's body, Yangbo stepped forward, grasping the ears of the wild rabbit and lifting it up with a smile, declaring, "May the blessings of the infinite celestial sovereign be upon you. Little one, your fate has led you to encounter me today." He then placed the unfortunate rabbit into his backpack, casting a glance at the rabbit meat, legs, and skins within. Yangbo couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion as he mused. Not only can the dropped items remain, but the original corpse too. This single rabbit can be consumed twice. Don't ask, it's simply a golden finger. I recall that in 7 days to die, one can directly weave a complete set of gear from plant fibers. Opening his backpack, he glanced at the items he could currently craft. Besides the stone axe, there were numerous other creations he could fashion, such as wooden sticks, a traditional bow, a stone spear, a stone shovel, a sleeping bag, and an entire set of plant fiber attire. Without hesitation, Yangbo promptly utilized the materials to craft a stone spear, a stone shovel, a sleeping bag, and a pair of shoes made from plant fibers. The creation of items in 7 days to die requires a considerable amount of time, and at that moment, the voice of Wenkai echoed from the distant ancestral hall. "Junior brother." Yangbo promptly responded, "Senior brother Wenkai, I am here." He paid no heed to the items in the crafting section, as all creations would eventually find their way into his backpack. He hurriedly retraced his steps from the small grove, only to encounter Wenkai approaching from the direction of the ancestral hall. "Junior brother, what brings you to the back of the ancestral hall? I have been searching for you everywhere." Wenkai, noticing the neatly cleared space behind Yangbo, scratched his head in confusion and inquired, "Junior brother, I seem to recall this area being a grove. Is that not so?" Yangbo blinked, displaying an innocent expression as he said, "Senior brother, I don't know. When I arrived, this place was merely an open field." An open field? When Kai began to doubt his memory, yet soon his single-threaded mind, driven by the instinct for survival, prompted him to abandon any further contemplation on the matter. "Junior brother, it's almost noon. Master and senior brother will certainly not return. Let us head back. I shall prepare a meal for you." "All right." Upon returning to the ancestral hall, when Kai, as the senior, immediately entered the kitchen to begin cooking, while Yangbo inspected the equipment and items he had just crafted. Stone spear attack, 35 durability, 131131. Gazing at the values displayed on the stone spear, a flicker of realization ignited within Yangbo. It seems my health has quintupled, and this attack power has also multiplied by 5. In his world, players possessed 20 health points, but now his initial health reached an impressive 100 points. A full 5-fold increase. The spear's damage stood at 35 points, which, when reduced by 5, equated to an attack of 7 points. Comparable to the damage dealt by a diamond sword in the original version, although it was still a point short of the stone axe's 8 points. The spear's length more than compensated for its lower attack power. Casting a glance towards the kitchen, he observed senior brother Wenkai diligently tending to the fire. A thought crossed his mind, and a primitive-style stone spear materialized in his grasp. A reasonably straight wooden stick was bound with hemp rope to a sharp stone. Goodness. This design is quite realistic. The stone at the spear's tip gave an impression that it would easily fall off with use. Yet Yangbo understood that as long as the spear's durability did not reach 0, it would remain intact. Stowing the spear in his backpack, he took another look at Wenkai before sitting cross-legged on the stone platform in the courtyard to continue his meditation on the chi drawing technique. As dusk fell, Jiu Shu returned alone. Upon entering the courtyard, he was pleased to see Yangbo sitting cross-legged but was instantly infuriated to find Wenkai sprawled on a lounge chair, fast asleep. With a dark expression, he quietly grasped the rattan stick he had used the previous day and approached Wenkai, leaning down to say, "Wenkai, it's time for meat." Wenkai jolted awake, excitement evident in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Where is it? Where is it?" Crack. Jiu-Shu struck Wenkai's leg with the rattan. With a yelp, Wenkai sprang from the lounge chair, only to receive another blow to his backside, followed by Jiu-Shu's angry admonition, "You, slacking off instead of practicing diligently. Today, you'll have your fill of rattan stir-fried meat." Though somewhat dim-witted, Wenkai was by no means foolish, especially when it came to avoiding punishment. "Master, I understand my mistake. Please don't hit me," he pleaded, covering his rear as he dashed into the house and locked the door behind him. Wenkai mused, things were going well. And then I brought back a lazy junior brother? Chapter 6. The arrival of Uncle C. Wenkai gazed at Yangbo, who sat cross-legged on a mat, his expression filled with complex emotions. In the past 2 days, his young disciple had devoted himself solely to cultivation. Even during midnight trips to attend to guests, Wenkai would find his junior brother meditating on the mat. Casting a glance at the neatly arranged array of Taoist texts beside his junior brother, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, prompting him to shake his head and refocus on Yangbo. "Junior brother, how on earth do you manage to immerse yourself in these chaotic books?" For him, a glance induced sleepiness, and learning was an arduous task. Junior brother, it's time to get up for a bathroom break. Upon hearing the words, Yang Bo opened his eyes and gazed at the figure of Wakai standing before him. With a sigh, he remarked, brother, never mind. The somewhat youthful countenance of Yang Bo, adorned with an expression far too mature for his age, struck Wenkai as rather amusing. Wenkai did not intend to disrupt Yang Bo's cultivation. Rather, it was simply the hour for dinner. Rising from his seat, he exited the room and made his way to the kitchen, assisting Jioshu in setting the dishes upon the table. Xiaoyang, your master uncle will be arriving shortly. Tomorrow, he will serve as a witness to your apprenticeship ceremony. Yang Bo, exceedingly obedient, finished the rice in his bowl and remarked, understood, master. During the customary apprenticeship ceremony, the presence of 3 esteemed masters is essential. The supervising master of the altar, the transmitting master, and the recommending master, all invited from the Taoist temple conducting the ceremony. However, in these tumultuous times, certain protocols have become less stringent. As long as there are fellow disciples to bear witness, the apprenticeship ritual is deemed complete. As for the Lu, it refers to the combined concept of talismans and registers. Taoism holds that talismans are naturally formed from celestial clouds, inscribed by deities and transmitted to the earthly realm, thus possessing miraculous abilities such as summoning and subduing spirits, pacifying the 5 directions, warding off demons, and curing ailments. The term Lu fundamentally means a record, serving 2 primary functions within Taoism. One is a register of practitioners, noting the names, titles, lineage, and degrees of the initiated Taoist priests. The other is the Fa Lu, which typically lists the names of divine officials alongside corresponding talismans, sometimes accompanied by illustrations of deities. Only with the appropriate Fa Lu can a Taoist summon divine officials and soldiers to safeguard their essence or employ them to perform Taoist arts. Of course, this is merely the official narrative. Without the Lu, one may find themselves unable to utilize certain conjuring techniques. After all, even deities adhere to the nuances of proximity. Neglecting to pay respects and then seeking aid in times of need is rather futile. In the late hours of the night, while engrossed in his cultivation, Yang Bo was suddenly startled by an exceptionally clear sound of a bell. This bell possessed a peculiar quality, as if it could penetrate the depths of one's heart. The bell rings, spirits on their journey, mortals stay away. Is that Master Simu arriving? He pondered. Soon after, he heard rustling sounds emanating from his master's room. Rising, he stepped into the courtyard, filled with curiosity about the supernatural beings, harboring an urge to explore further. Upon reaching the courtyard, the clear bell sound had already reached the entrance. At that moment, Uncle Gio emerged, fully attired, and paused upon seeing Yang Bo standing in the courtyard. He then recalled that Yang Bo was quite dedicated to his cultivation. It was not unusual for him to be awake at such an hour. Yet, having raised 2 indolent disciples, the sudden emergence of a particularly industrious one was somewhat disconcerting. Senior brother, came the voice of Master Simu from outside. Yang Bo turned to Uncle Gio and inquired, Master, shall I open the door? Yes, go and open the door for your uncle. Later, rouse your literary brother. Once he falls asleep, he is as immovable as a mountain. Understood, master. With that, Yang Bo hurried to the entrance, withdrew the bolt, and set it aside before swinging open the tightly shut door. Senior brother? Oh, young one, who are you? What brings you to the ancestral hall at this late hour? Yang Bo respectfully bowed to the 4-eyed Taoist and said, I am Yang Bo, the newly accepted disciple of Uncle Gio. It is an honor to meet you, Master Uncle. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, 4-eyed's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Uncle Gio, who was approaching the doorway. Master brother, have you taken on a new disciple? Do you not already have Chioshing and Wentai? After scrutinizing the respectful Yang Bo standing beside him, he continued, perhaps you could transfer this disciple to me. I have only one disciple, Jala. If he is chosen by you, at least he possesses some innate talent, and I can train him in other aspects. Uncle Gio shot a stern glare at 4-eyed and replied, how navi? You should first focus on nurturing Jala before making such suggestions. Yang Bo stifled a laugh at the banter between Uncle Gio and 4-eyed. Both were rather equally matched in their foolishness. Whether it was Chioshing, Wentai, or Jala, they all shared a similar fate, innately good-natured, yet profoundly dim-witted. Master, I shall go call for brother Wentai, Yang Bo declared, turning to dash into the house. 4-eyed watched Yang Bo's retreating figure before glancing back at Uncle Gio. It makes no sense, master brother. Is it possible that heaven is envious of my good looks compared to yours? In front of 4-eyed, Uncle Gio shed his serious demeanor, snorting in response, you? Should I relieve myself just to show you? He mused about the absurdity of using decades-old urine, fearing it might carry an unpleasant scent, thus rendering him unable to entertain any clients thereafter. Uncle Gio looked around the courtyard, just as 4-eyed, who was preparing to bring in some clients, inquired, Master brother, what are you searching for? Stones, Uncle Gio replied. I recall there were 2 stones in the courtyard. Where have they gone? 4-eyed pondered whether to lean forward so Uncle Gio could ascertain if his head was filled with tofu pudding, yet he merely entertained the thought. If he were to act on it, Uncle Gio might not perform a craniotomy but would certainly make sure to relieve any tension in his meridians. all under the pretense of supervising his training as a senior brother. At that moment, Yang Bo and a drowsy Wentai emerged from the room, prompting Uncle Gio to adopt his stern demeanor once more. He instructed Wentai, assist your master uncle in bringing the body inside. Young, you are still young. Simply observe for now. Yes, master. Yes, master. Wentai replied, swaying as he headed towards the door. Observing this, Four-Eyed shook his head and jingled the copper bell in his hand. The crisp sound resonated, causing the pallid corpses standing outside the mortuary to stir, stepping one by one into the courtyard. This is the corpse-driving technique of our Maoshan sect, a skill in which your master Uncle Four-Eyed excels, traversing various mortuaries to return the remains of those who have died far from home. Yang Bo curiously inquired, are they all zombies? To which the answer was, certainly not. If there were so many zombies, chaos would have ensued long ago. Zombies, driven by their unquiet spirits, harbor resentment, and can absorb the moon's ethereal energy. Typically, a corpse transforms into a zombie due to the influence of corpse poison or the geomantic properties of a graveyard. However, these beings are animated temporarily through the art of corpse driving. Once the incantation is ceased, these entities will swiftly revert to their ordinary lifeless state. Yang Bo subsequently inquired, Master, is it possible to command a zombie using the corpse driving technique? Uncle Gio glanced at him and nodded, responding, indeed, it is feasible. But you must first subdue the zombie, then employ the Maoshan corpse refinement technique to treat it as a magical artifact for ritualistic training. With your aptitude, you may be able to refine a zombie in approximately 10 years. However, should you wish to refine a precious corpse capable of vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits through orthodox means, you will likely need to invest an additional decade and 100 taels of gold and resources. Upon hearing the first condition, Yang Bo immediately cast aside the notion of practicing the corpse refinement technique. Subdue it? If I could subdue it, would I still need to refine it? Would it not suffice to purchase some ginseng, deer antler, and winterworm summergrass for my own refinement? Chapter 7. Mr. Zombie. The following morning, after bathing and changing, Yang Bo stood in the main hall of the righteous cemetery. Due to his cultivation, he emanated an ethereal aura, despite being clad in a simple new garment. These were 2 outfits specially tailored for him by Uncle Gio from the town's tailor shop. Master, please enjoy some tea. In the hall, Yang Bo respectfully presented a teacup to Uncle Gio, who accepted it with a satisfied nod and took a sip. This gesture signified his formal acknowledgement of Yang Bo as his disciple. Uncle, sure, please drink some tea. Simu accepted the teacup and also took a sip before placing it on the table, remarking to Uncle Gio with a hint of sarcasm, brother, you've struck gold this time. Although Yang Bo's innate talent was average, his comprehension and disposition more than compensated for it. As he spoke, Simu reached into his robe and produced a palm-sized bagua mirror, handing it to Yang Bo. I don't possess many valuable items, but I've used this bagua mirror for quite some time. Today, consider it a meeting gift. Thank you, Uncle Sure. An excited Yang Bo extended his hands to receive the bagua mirror. In Taoism, items are not necessarily better when new. Both magical tools and artifacts require nurturing through spiritual energy. A peachwood sword that has been passed down through 7 old Taoists without breaking would undoubtedly possess formidable power. Uncle Gio cast a sidelong glance at Simu, cleared his throat, and then produced the prepared 5 emperor coins, saying, I do not have any exceptional magical artifacts. All I have is this 5 emperor coin. I hope for your safety in the days to come. Not only Yang Bo but even Simu was taken aback, nearly exclaiming, goodness, brother, judging by the appearance of these 5 emperor coins, you have nurtured them for quite some time. You truly are generous towards this new disciple. Ha. After all, he is my own disciple. Here, take it. Yang Bo, cherishing the gift bestowed upon him by Uncle Gio, received it with a sense of astonishment as he sensed the faint, elusive waves of magical energy emanating from it. To speak frankly, he felt a profound sense of being honored, setting aside the considerable time required to nurture these large 5 emperor coins. The mere act of gathering them was quite a challenge. The term 5 emperors originally referred to the celestial sovereigns of the 5 cardinal directions, east, south, west, north, and center, representing the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, symbolized by the colors white, green, black, red, and yellow, through historical evolution and cultural amalgamation. The original notion of the 5 celestial sovereigns transformed into a reference to the 5 emperors of ancient dynasties. Given the multitude of ancient emperors, 5 were selected to represent the number 5. The common understanding of the 5 emperor coins pertains to the small ones, specifically the Xuanji Tongbao, Kangxi Tongbao, Yongzheng Tongbao, Qianlong Tongbao, and Zhaqing Tongbao. In contrast, the large 5 emperor coins comprise the Banliang coins minted during the Qin dynasty, the Wuzhou coins from the Han dynasty, the Qiwan Tongbao from the Tang dynasty, the Song Yuan Tongbao of the Song dynasty, and the Yongle Tongbao of the Ming dynasty. Thank you, master. From now on, I shall diligently cultivate my skills and not disappoint your expectations. I must not emulate my senior brother, remarked Qiuxing, who stood quietly by, watching the proceedings. Silence, interrupted Uncle Gio, his gaze piercing. Qiuxing, on the verge of speaking, instantly recoiled, realizing that provoking Uncle Jio's ire could result in consequences far more severe than mere physical discomfort. Very well, Jiuxing, Wakai, and Xiaoyang, you may leave. I need to discuss certain matters with your uncle, sure. Yes, master. Upon exiting the room, Qiuxing and Wenkai proceeded to the chamber where the corpses were stored, only to be met with rejection at the door due to Qiuxing's tender age. Yang Bo found himself enjoying a moment of leisure. Seated on a wooden bench in the courtyard, cradling the gifts bestowed upon him by his master and his uncle, the Four-Eyed, a thought crossed his mind, and he channeled the energy from his lower dantian through his meridians into the Bagua mirror he held. However, to his dismay, his magical energy was merely at a pitiful level of 0.5, leaving him with only 5 points, a situation that elicited both amusement and exasperation. With such scant energy, I doubt I can even activate a talisman, he mused. Just as he was about to begin his practice, a voice called out from outside, Uncle Jio. Are you at home? Upon hearing this, Yang Bo approached the door and opened the slightly ajar entrance, revealing a young man standing outside, likely in his late 20s. After scrutinizing the young man, Yang Bo inquired, What brings you to seek my master? The youth forced a smile and softly replied, Greetings, young Taoist. I was sent by Lord Ran to inquire about certain matters concerning Uncle Jio. Lord Ran? Renefe? Upon hearing this name, Yang Bo's mind conjured the image of the corpulent Renefe, whose obstinate demeanor epitomized the adage of no harm comes to those who do not provoke danger, living life solely by his own whims. Please wait in the courtyard for a moment while I inform my master, Yang Bo instructed, before hastening toward the main house. Standing outside, he called out to his master, serving as a gentle reminder to those within. Upon entering, Yang Bo relayed the visitor's purpose to Uncle Jio. The latter furrowed his brow upon hearing the news. Renefe had previously mentioned his desire to relocate his father's grave, yet Uncle Jio had always believed that inaction was preferable to action in such matters. Nonetheless, Renefe was resolute in his intention to proceed with the relocation. With a resigned sigh, he said, Yang, please bring him in. Understood. Yang Bo led the young messenger into the room, where upon seeing the venerable Uncle Jio, the youth respectfully stated, Uncle Jio, Master Ran has entrusted me to convey his wish to meet with you tomorrow at the newly opened Western restaurant in town to discuss matters regarding the relocation of graves. Uncle Jio rose and began to pace the room, calculating with his fingers. After a brief moment, he replied, Please inform Master Ran that I shall indeed go to town tomorrow. You were too gracious. In that case, I shall take my leave, the young man said, bowing slightly. As Uncle Jio watched the youth depart, he returned to his chair, a frown etched upon his brow. Simi, observing this, could not help but inquire, What troubles you? With a sigh, Uncle Jio responded, I can't shake the feeling that this relocation of graves is far more complicated than it appears. Alas, I hope it is merely my imagination. Meanwhile, Yang Bo thought to himself, Imagination? The entire Rin family is bound to suffer due to this grave relocation. The surviving daughter of the Rin family will inherit all their wealth, but her fate may be worse than being bitten to death by her own grandfather. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to him. Rather, it would become relevant if he were to transform into a zombie. Eliminating zombies would undoubtedly yield substantial experience points. Master, I shall take my leave to cultivate, Yang Bo declared. Uncle Jio nodded, advising, Very well. You may have your senior brother accompany you for a tour, but do remember not to rush your cultivation. As he spoke, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. He had never expected to urge his disciple to take his time with cultivation. Glancing instinctively at Simi, he was surprised to find Simi looking back at him. For some reason, he felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Understood, Master. Yang Bo nodded obediently, finding great wisdom in his uncle's words. Indeed. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. He must first contemplate his golden finger, for this is the foundation of his existence. Chapter 8. The enchanted plot of land to craft a workbench in my world. One requires 4 wooden planks. It can be said that the game truly commences only upon acquiring the workbench. In the vacant lot outside the charity house, Yang Bo retrieved the newly crafted workbench from his backpack. The palm-sized workbench appeared exquisitely fashioned. He placed the workbench upon the ground, regardless of its immediate utility. He decided to first create a set of stone tools. Crafting stone tools necessitates cobblestones, and upon inspecting the crafting table, he discovered that cobblestones could be directly fashioned from 4 small stones. This eliminated the need to create a wooden pickaxe with a mere 3 durability points. The reason for its 3 durability points is that the wooden pickaxe's sole purpose is to mine 3 cobblestones, after which it may be placed in the furnace to serve as fuel, radiating its final warmth and light. Stone sword, stone pickaxe, stone axe, stone shovel, stone hoe. Glancing at the attributes of these tools, Yang Bo noted that, as he had surmised, the damage dealt by all tools had quintupled, matching the increase in health points. If only enchanting could also amplify by 5 times. Enchantment is a distinctive aspect of my world, where one expends experience points at the enchanting table to bestow special attributes upon weapons, tools, and armor. Casting a glance towards the charity house, and confirming that his 2 frugal senior brothers had not emerged, Yang Bo took the stone hoe from his backpack and gently tapped it against the grass beside him. The instant the stone hoe made contact with the ground, The previously overgrown area transformed into a well-tended plot of land, albeit only 1 square meter in size. As he beheld the small patch of cultivated soil before him, Yangbo suddenly pondered. Should I fetch a bucket of water first? In my world, cultivated land must be surrounded by a water source, otherwise it will degrade into ordinary dirt. When water is present within 4 blocks surrounding the cultivated area, its color darkens, indicating that the soil is now moist and more suitable for planting. Should I retrieve the wooden bucket from the charity house to make do? Is this sufficiently moist? Yangbo gazed at the deepening hues of the plowed field, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that although Rinjia town was a fictional locale, it evidently leaned toward the southern regions of Guangdong. Here, rainwater and groundwater were abundantly plentiful. Without the need for a wooden bucket, Yangbo retrieved a handful of wheat seeds from his backpack, aiming them towards the tilled earth, silently invoking, plant. In the next instant, the wheat seeds vanished from his grasp, yet no tender sprouts emerged from the soil. Instead, a notification materialized. Wheat, growing. Time until maturity, 23:59:42. The seconds ticked away rhythmically. Does it not grow at a random interval? In the game, the growth of crops was entirely a matter of luck. At each game tick, which lasted 1/20th of a second, the system would randomly select 3 blocks within this area comprising 4,096 blocks, assigning them a random tick. The function of a random tick was manifold. If it coincidentally applied to a crop, it could stimulate its growth. Yet, this was purely a matter of chance. Sometimes, one might witness a crop suddenly elongate shortly after planting, while at other times, it might take an entire day without reaching maturity. This method is acceptable. It alleviates the reliance on luck. As the countdown progressed, Yangbo watched in as the verdant shoots of wheat emerged from the soil. I wonder how long it would take for mountain ginseng to mature. I should inquire with Uncle Gio if he has any seeds, lacking in aptitude. When the time comes, I shall consume 1 root of century-old ginseng and stew another. Wealth and prosperity. Since internal wealth is unattainable, I must strive for external gains. Bone meal. I just wonder how much the bone meal from the real world could accelerate growth. In my world, bone meal could hasten plant growth. Acquiring it was straightforward. One merely needed to vanquish a skeleton archer to obtain bones, which could be decomposed into 4 portions of bone meal. Suddenly, the image of the clients brought by the 4-eyed master flashed in Yangbo's mind. However, this notion was swiftly suppressed. No. Although they are corpses now, they were still the clients of the 4-eyed master. I cannot allow him to bear such a burden. After all, the 4-eyed master had already presented them with a welcoming gift. In a moment of inspiration, Yangbo recalled that he possessed not only my world but also 7 days to die. He immediately retrieved the rabbit he had caught earlier from his backpack and placed it on the ground. The wild rabbit's carcass appeared so lifelike that it seemed ready to leap away at any moment. Of course, this was merely a figurative expression of its freshness. Grasping the stone axe from 7 days to die, he applied a gentle force to strike the rabbit's body. With a splatter of blood and flesh, the sound echoed. 721001 bone 1 leather 2 fat 2 meat. Remarkably, it even came with sound effects. The details were quite well executed. Yet the rabbit's body remained intact, showing no signs of alteration, much like the great trees he had previously felled. He struck again, twice more, hesitating as he regarded the rabbit's body. If he continued to strike, he would ruin the carcass, but he could also earn a triple reward for the final critical hit, to improve my meal or to obtain bones. Now that is the question. At that moment, a voice resonated from the direction of the mortuary, belonging to his senior brother, Wenkai. Junior brother, Yangbo, without a moment's hesitation, promptly stowed the stone axe into his backpack, disregarding the cultivated land beneath him, and hastily sprinted towards the ancestral hall, clutching the rabbit by its long legs. He believed it prudent to enhance their meal, thereby fostering camaraderie among the brothers. The indistinct meat within his backpack, along with the meticulously prepared rabbit meat, were not suitable for display at that moment. Moreover, one could never know if the rabbit's bones might serve a purpose as well. Regaining his composure, he excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Wakai, behold what I have caught." Wensai's eyes sparkled upon seeing the rabbit in Yangbo's hands. He took a few steps forward, eagerly accepting the rabbit. And scrutinizing it closely, he remarked, "Junior brother, did you truly capture this rabbit? Just moments ago, while I was strolling outside, this rabbit leaped from the bushes intending to collide with me, and I simply kicked it on the head, resulting in this outcome. Young brother, your luck is unmatched. Come, let us return and prepare the rabbit. Let master stew it for you at noon." Wakai felt a surge of joy, having gone days without meat. The sight of the rabbit elicited a mouth-watering anticipation. Upon returning to the courtyard, they observed Uncle Gio chasing Qiusheng around in circles with a rattan stick. Still daring to flee, Uncle Gio declared, swiftly employing a hand gesture that sent Qiusheng tumbling to the ground. "Master, I was wrong. I shall study diligently," Qiusheng pleaded. His silence would have been better, for upon uttering those words, Uncle Gio's expression darkened further as he raised the rattan stick to strike once more, fuming. "You shall not escape until you clarify why 3 or 4 pages of my talisman notes are missing. Today, I shall clean house." Qiusheng's face turned pale with fright as he stammered, "Well, master, I have already memorized that material." Uncle Gio paused momentarily, but soon narrowed his eyes and said, "Recite the missing pages for me, if you cannot." Though he left the sentence unfinished, Qiusheng sensed an ominous portent regarding his posterior. In a state of anxiety, Qiusheng managed to recite the recorded content, and upon seeing Uncle Gio's softened expression, young Bo realized Qiusheng had spoken the truth. He had indeed remembered it. Fairly adequate. Uncle Gio commented, yet he still placed the rattan stick behind him. "Now, tell me what happened to those missing pages?" Qiusheng, rising from the ground with an embarrassed demeanor, scratched his head and said, "This morning, when I arrived, my stomach was feeling a bit off." Observing Uncle Gio discard the rattan stick and prepare to retrieve a shoulder pole from the corner, Qiusheng abruptly turned and dashed towards the ancestral hall, calling back, "Master, I shall return to my Andes for a few days, and then I will come back to see you." Chapter 9. Activating Automatic Standby Mode. Master, please calm your anger. Young Bo gently placed the teacup on the table beside Uncle Gio, smiling as he offered his counsel, since the matter has already transpired. No amount of anger can alter the reality of the situation. Hasn't Brother Qiusheng already committed the insights to memory? Once he returns, you can have him transcribe the lessons 10 times. Should he make even a single mistake, a gentle reprimand will serve him well. This way, he will not only reinforce his understanding but also temper his character. Had young Bo not become Uncle Gio's disciple, Brother Qiusheng could have indulged in his antics without consequence. However, now that he is a disciple, allowing Brother Qiusheng to wreak havoc daily could ultimately lead to his own troubles. Thus, he is determined to devise a means to keep Brother Qiusheng occupied. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio nodded thoughtfully, a smile breaking through his previously tense demeanor. "Your suggestion is indeed commendable. Brother Qiusheng could certainly benefit from some discipline. His talent is undeniable, yet his temperament pales in comparison to that of a child like you." 12. With that, he rose and began to walk towards the courtyard. As Yang Bo observed his master, Jiao Shu, preparing to depart, he hurriedly inquired, "Master, where are you headed?" Jiao Shu, while making his way out of the ancestral hall, replied, "I am going outside to gather some vine twigs. The one we have at home is rather slender and not particularly convenient to use." "Young Bo, I almost forgot that ninth uncle is quite sensitive." "Master, if it doesn't work out, we should find something prickly." Upon hearing this, ninth uncle stumbled slightly. Since Qiusheng had fled, the scene where he pretended to be a zombie to scare Wakai did not unfold. As night fell, the four-eyed master, having rested throughout the day, arose to partake in some rabbit meat that had been specially reserved for him before departing the mortuary with his client in satisfactory spirits. With the sound of the corpse transporting bell fading into the distance, Yang Bo closed the mortuary door and prepared to return to his room for meditation. For the path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One either advances or retreats. "Wakai, little Yang, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow morning, I will take you both to the town." "Yes, master." Wakai felt a surge of joy upon hearing that ninth uncle intended to take him to the town. Unlike Qiusheng, who resided at his aunt's in town, Wakai lived at the mortuary and might not even make it to town once a week. Upon returning to his room, Wanai quickly shed his outer garments and nestled into bed, addressing young Bo, who had just seated himself on the mat. "Junior brother, you should rest early as well." "Understood." "Senior brother." Young Bo gazed at Wankai, who had almost instantly fallen asleep, a look of admiration gracing his face. Could it be that Wankai suffers from some form of hypersomnia? To utter a few words and then succumb to slumber in an instant is truly remarkable. He mused. Tomorrow's plot will likely involve a trip to Rinjia town for coffee. With my master and senior brother accompanying me, I need not worry about embarrassing myself. However, I must devise a way to inquire at the pharmacy about the availability of medicinal herb seeds. I wonder if the fragment of silver given by the female ghost will suffice. Perhaps I should make another trip to sell some yang energy. For others, yang energy is of paramount importance, but for him, it merely translates to the energy within his body, akin to a hunger meter. He could bring along some roasted meat, allowing the ghost to siphon energy from a different location, thus enabling him to eat while simultaneously supplying yang energy. "Oh, young Bo, how far you have fallen. Though this path yields quick riches, does it not render you a fallen youth?" After a moment's hesitation between the choices of robbery and selling oneself, Yang Bo concluded that it would be more prudent to wait until he had cultivated his abilities to a certain level before broaching the subject of robbery with that ghost. A sleepless night passed. At 7 in the morning, Yang Bo opened his eyes promptly, casting a glance at Wen Kai, who was operating a tractor. He resolved firmly, "I must build my own house. Listening to this snoring daily will surely drive me to the brink of neurosis." Rising, he approached Wen Kai's side. "Senior brother, it's time to set off." Wen Kai responded with a soft snore. Having stayed up too late the previous night, young Bo shook his head and turned away. Rather than rousing him now, it would be kinder to allow him a bit more rest. He then stepped into the courtyard. Young Bo stretched his body, and soon after, Jioshu emerged from the room. "Master," he greeted. Jioshu glanced at young Bo and Wensai's quarters, and without needing to inquire, he understood that Wakai had yet to rise. "Master, does our Maoshan school possess any external martial arts? I wish to cultivate some external skills, so I may possess a degree of self-defense even before mastering Taoist techniques." "Haha, even without your inquiry, I would impart some martial techniques to you." As the saying goes, medicine and martial arts are intertwined. After I resolve the matters concerning the Rin family, I plan to procure some medicinal herbs for your martial practice. Without the aid of herbs, forcing oneself to train can easily damage the foundation. Currently, I refrain from purchasing due to financial constraints. The adage the rich are skilled in martial arts while the poor are versed in literature is not merely a saying. Attempting to practice martial arts without adequate resources may lead to physical ruin. Thank you, master. With the understanding that Jioshu had a plan in mind, Yang Bo felt no further urgency. Just before Jioshu entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, he recalled something and turned back to say, "While other martial arts may not suffice, you may begin by practicing standing meditation. Allow me to demonstrate first." With that, Jioshu positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, arms curved and cradled before his abdomen, his hands approximately 10 centimeters apart with fingers facing one another. "Follow my lead." Yang Bo stood directly before Uncle Jio, mimicking his posture with precision. His head was held straight, chin slightly retracted, ears relaxed, shoulders level, hips aligned, and his gaze directed slightly downward at the horizon. As Uncle Jio concluded his work, he approached Yang Bo and gently prodded several points on his body, instructing him to relax entirely. Remember to maintain a virtual collar's upward energy, relax your shoulders and elbows, draw in your chest while extending your back, loosen your waist and tuck in your hips. Stand upright and centered, and keep a tranquil mind with a relaxed body. The essence of standing meditation is to remain as steadfast as a wooden stake, aimed at achieving stability rather than remaining foolishly immobile. Of course, there exists a form of dynamic meditation, but as a novice, mastering that would prove overly challenging. Typically, one should practice standing meditation for at least half an hour. However, given your tender age and the fact that this is your first attempt, feel free to stop if you find it exhausting. The primary objective is to familiarize yourself with this sensation. I shall now prepare dinner. With that, Uncle Jio retreated to the kitchen. Yang Bo's expression remained inscrutable, yet internally he felt a sense of helplessness. He found the standing meditation void of any sensation. With his current physique, even standing from here until the end of time would not induce any discomfort. In the days since his arrival, he had not even visited the restroom. Such was the nature of his digitized body. Every morsel consumed replenished his hunger levels, and exceeding the limit resulted in mere waste. Nevertheless, motivated by Uncle Jio's expectations, Yang Bo refrained from rising immediately and instead attempted to practice the Maoshan Qi induction technique while maintaining the standing posture. Moments later, a smile graced his face as he successfully executed the technique. However, that smile was swiftly replaced by a contemplative expression. If the Qi induction technique is not constrained by posture, could I not practice it while walking? This inquiry prompted Yang Bo to abandon the notion of being the obedient disciple in Uncle Jio's eyes and to commence moving about the courtyard. After colliding with the wall thrice and tripping 5 times, Yang Bo finally grasped the art of multitasking. Although his practice remained unstable and any sudden stimulus could disrupt the Qi induction technique, he began to envision a day when he could train freely at will. Chapter 10. A first encounter with Rintingding Rinjia town flourished in the absence of warfare, with bustling crowds filling the streets. Though Yang Bo was but a child, navigating through the throng proved to be an arduous task. He could only closely trail Uncle Jio, even abstaining from practicing the Qi induction technique. If he lost sight of Uncle Jio, he would be akin to a lost child. There were no friendly policemen in this era, only overbearing security guards. Since we are already in the Republic era, it would be prudent to procure some firearms for self-defense, he mused. While cultivation was paramount, there were times when firearms proved more effective than mystical arts. After all, how could one aspire to be a master without proficiency in marksmanship? As Yang Bo followed closely behind Uncle Jio, his thoughts spiraled into a daydream when Kai, displaying a countenance akin to constipation, piped up, "Master, may I abstain from accompanying you to meet Lord Rin?" Uncle Jio, who was leading the way with his hands behind his back, inquired, "What is the matter? Do you have a grudge against Lord Rin?" "No, not at all. I have no idea what he looks like. However, having never tasted foreign tea in my life, I'm afraid I may embarrass you, master." Upon hearing Kai's words, Uncle Jio turned to him and remarked, "How commendable that you are concerned about my reputation. Very well. If you fear causing me embarrassment, you need not attend." With that, Uncle Jio turned to leave. Observing this, Yang Bo tugged at Kai's sleeve, saying, "Senior brother, I know a bit about foreign tea. If you wish to go, just follow me." He then hurried after Uncle Jio, only to overhear him muttering, "I've never tasted foreign tea either. If I embarrass myself, it would be quite disgraceful. No, I must bring Kai along. He can take the lead if any complications arise." Just as he turned, he spotted Kai catching up from behind, his face taut with determination. "Didn't you say you were worried about embarrassing master? Why are you following now?" Kai clapped Yang Bo on the shoulder and replied, "Junior brother. He claims to understand foreign tea. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. In the future, I want to be a source of shame for master." Kai's earlier words were sincere, he simply sought to expand his knowledge. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jio regarded Yang Bo with surprise, asking, "Little Yang, do you truly understand foreign tea?" "Master, that beverage is called coffee in English. It's quite bitter, akin to traditional medicine upon first sip. You might want to add milk and sugar. Additionally, I possess some knowledge of English, Russian, and Japanese. You can rely on me for any assistance. His English was acquired during school, as it was a subject that contributed to his grades. He learned Russian with aspirations of conducting business in Russia with his brother after graduation, which had honed his linguistic dexterity. As for Japanese, he could only say that practice makes perfect, especially given his penchant for narrative-driven content. Uncle Gio regarded Yang Bo as if witnessing a millennia-old corpse king performing a dance. Is this really my disciple, Lin Fengjia's student? If this young lad speaks truthfully, he could thrive as a translator anywhere. Little Yang, is what you say true? Yes. Though I am not entirely proficient, I can manage everyday conversations without issue. Excellent. A smile broke across Uncle Gio's face as he recognized his disciple's remarkable comprehension and learning capabilities. At merely 12 years of age, if nurtured properly over the next decade, this disciple could undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Alas, his innate potential is somewhat lacking. If it proves insufficient, no, the dark arts harm both the practitioner and the world. Uncle Gio's mind was awash with thoughts. He gently patted Yang Bo's shoulders and said, "Come, let us go meet Ren Fa." With that, he led Yang Bo away, leaving Wen Kai standing there, stunned. "Master, wait for me. I haven't boarded the vehicle yet." Wen Kai called after Uncle Gio, attempting to rekindle the bond of mentor and disciple that seemed to have faded. "Master, Lord Ren has chosen this CAF to humiliate you," he added. "Yes, I understand," Uncle Gio replied. "In the past, he sought my assistance in relocating his father's grave, but I declined for various reasons. Unable to exert pressure on me, he resorts to this method to embarrass me. However, once is an occurrence, twice a coincidence, but thrice is a pattern. Since Ren Fa is determined, I shall acquiesce. The events that unfold today are merely the results of his own actions." Uncle Gio sensed that this relocation would not be straightforward, yet given the circumstances, he could not allow Ren Fa to forcefully pursue the matter. Should complications arise, the situation would likely become even more troublesome. The trio entered the CAF. The DCOR was quite appealing, albeit with an ambiguous blend of Eastern and Western influences. Upon their arrival, a well-dressed waiter approached, asking, "May I inquire if you have a reservation?" "No," Wen Kai interjected impatiently. "What? Has Lord Ren not reserved a table for us?" "Lord Ren, please follow me." Uncle Gio cast a stern glance at Wen Kai. Regardless of the circumstances, Wen Kai's earlier remarks were undeniably impolite. Following the attendant to the second floor of the CAF, Yang Bo surveyed the elegantly dressed patrons around him, devoid of any inclination to critique. Each era possesses its own distinctive characteristics. During this period, there was a pervasive and uncritical admiration for foreign influences, a phenomenon that persisted even into the time to which he had traversed. The sole distinction lay in the nation's newfound strength. The foreign doctrines that once held sway were gradually losing their efficacy. Yet, the way the women regarded him induced a sense of discomfort. Ren Fa, seated on the second floor, noticed Uncle Gio's arrival and stood up from a distance, a smile gracing his face as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Uncle Gio, it is a pleasure to see you," he exclaimed, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Please, take a seat." Uncle Gio reciprocated the smile, turning to Wen Kai and Yang Bo who followed behind him, instructing, "Address him as Master Ren. Master Ren. Master Ren." They chorused. The table boasted 4 chairs, and Yang Bo promptly settled into the seat beside Uncle Gio, while Wen Kai took the position designated for Ren Tingting within the narrative. Uncle Gio inquired of Ren Fa, "I have heard that your esteemed daughter has returned from the provincial capital. Why did you not invite her to join us? That girl, having just learned the art of makeup, has taken it upon herself to teach everyone upon her return," Ren Fa remarked, his words laced with mock disdain. Yet his smile radiated warmth. He cherished his only precious daughter, and regardless of her pursuits, he would offer unwavering support as a father. Wen Kai, leaning on one hand, subtly moved his lips, but remained silent, situated closely next to Ren Fa. Internally, he scoffed. "I see you resemble a bun. Your daughter must surely be no great beauty." "My daughter approaches," Ren Fa announced, gesturing with his pipe towards Ren Tingting, who had just ascended the staircase. Upon catching sight of Ren Tingting in her flowing pink gown, Wen Kai transformed into a motionless wooden figure, rising awkwardly and fixated upon her. Ren Tingting approached her father and softly called out, "Father." Yang Bo gazed at Ren Tingting and nodded slightly, feeling a profound sense of admiration. Truly deserving of the title Wanjia wife, Ren Tingting possesses an undeniable charm. In the drama, Ren Tingting could be considered a paragon of beauty, as her status as the Wanjia wife has been validated by the discerning eyes of numerous authors. Alas, while I harbor both the ambition and the courage, my means are regrettably insufficient. If only I could secure a Ren Tingting, I would no longer have to fret over early cultivation resources. Call for Uncle Gio." Ren Tingting obediently called out, "Uncle Gio." Chapter 11. This time, I was unexpectedly benefited. As Uncle Gio was about to express his gratitude, he quickly realized that with a table and 4 chairs, bringing along his 2 disciples left no room for himself. Yang Bo leaped off the chair and, without a hint of hesitation, relocated another chair from the nearby vacant space. placing it between Ren Fa and Uncle Gio. Master, please shift a little closer, allowing Miss Ren to sit beside Mr. Ren. Uncle Gio promptly stood up, and Yang Bo adjusted his master's chair accordingly. Xiaoyang, you should sit next to Miss Ren. Yang Bo is merely a child, and no one can find fault with him while he is beside Ren Tingting. At this moment, Ren Fa chuckled and remarked, I truly apologize. I did not anticipate that Uncle Gio would bring his disciple along without prior preparation. Was there a hint of sarcasm in his words? Yang Bo felt his hair standing on end and smiled as he said, Master Ren, I must apologize. I have only recently become a disciple, and my master is concerned about me being alone in the mortuary, so he brought me along to broaden my horizons. However, I did not anticipate that this CAF could only accommodate 4 people at a table. Fortunately, my senior brother Qiuxing chose not to come, otherwise, it would have been even more cramped. Master Ren's smile faltered. This young man first pointed out his age, making it difficult for him to express anger, and then subtly criticized his lack of sincerity, while also reminding him that his Uncle Gio had another disciple who was not present. Nonetheless, being a worldly individual, he quickly regained his composure and remarked, Uncle Gio, I apologize for my inadequate hospitality today. Let us meet again at my residence, where I shall ensure you are thoroughly entertained. Uncle Gio chuckled, Master Ren, you are too kind. Meanwhile, Yang Bo's senior brother, Wen Kai, paid no heed to the intimate exchange between him and Ren Fa, his gaze fixed intently on Ren Tingting, or rather, on the small portion of bun that she had revealed. As Ren Tingting took her seat, her eyes were locked on Yang Bo, and she curiously inquired, Young friend, you are also a disciple of Uncle Gio, so you can perform Taoist arts as well? Not yet, he replied. Though I have the privilege of studying under a renowned master, my own talents are rather limited, and I can only rely on time to gradually hone my skills. Yang Bo's serious demeanor intrigued Ren Tingting, prompting her to uncontrollably reach out and gently touch his cheek. You are so adorable. Oh, how is your skin so flawless? Would you like me to apply some makeup for you? Yang Bo's pupils dilated sharply as he glared fiercely at Ren Tingting. What do you intend to do? I'm only 12. His exclamation drew the attention of everyone present. Old Master Ren observed his daughter reaching out to caress Yang Bo's cheek. Suddenly recalling something, his face flushed with embarrassment as he reprimanded. Tingting, what are you doing? Hurry and retract your hand. Upon hearing her father's words, Ren Tingting reluctantly lowered her hand and, feeling a bit ashamed, replied, I'm sorry. It's just that I find the little Taoist priest exceedingly adorable when he speaks so earnestly. Yang Bo remarked. It appears that this time we have been rather taken advantage of. Last time, the lady in red at least offered a piece of silver. But this time, aside from indulging in a few more cups of coffee, it seems there are no other options. At this moment, the waiter presented the menu, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Ren Fa took the menu, glanced at it, and immediately chuckled. Uncle Gio, I am not well acquainted with this foreign tea, but that mischievous girl Ting Ting has had quite a bit of exposure to it in the provincial city. Perhaps we should let her choose for us. Ren Fa was providing Uncle Gio with an opportunity to escape the predicament. He had a premonition that if he pressed Uncle Gio further, the little ghost would certainly cause him a headache. Uncle Gio, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, Very well. But my apprentice knows a thing or two about this coffee as well, so let the children make the selections. Oh, Uncle Gio's apprentice actually has some understanding of this coffee, though, admittedly, not a great deal. Yang Bo glanced at the items on the menu and said, 2 cups of coffee, please. Additionally, I would like a glass of juice, and for dessert, 2 slices of cheesecake and 1 slice of chocolate cake. He closed the menu and handed it to the waiter standing nearby. Thank you. Ren Tingting, somewhat astonished, inquired, You can read the English on the menu? I guessed. Yang Bo harbored no favorable disposition towards women who refused financial contributions, and he uttered a couple of dismissive words, eager to send her on her way. However, Ren Tingting, observing Yang Bo's disdainful expression, found her curiosity piqued even further. At this juncture, Ren inquired, Uncle Gio, have you given any thought to my father's burial relocation? Uncle Gio, with a sense of resignation, advised, Ren Laoi, matters of grave relocation are better left undisturbed. Might you reconsider? Ren gently shook his head, asserting, I have deliberated thoroughly. The geomancer advised us that 20 years hence, we must exhume and relocate the remains for our benefit. Upon hearing Ren Laoi's statement, Wen Kai interjected, one must not place faith in the words of geomancers. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo felt a throbbing headache. As practitioners of Taoism, are we not of the same ilk as those feng shui masters? To declare the latter untrustworthy is to cast doubt upon ourselves as well. Indeed, Ren Tingting, whose emotional intelligence matched that of Qiu Shengwen, retorted directly, If we cannot trust feng shui masters, can we truly place our faith in you? Wen Kai was left speechless, for whatever he might say would only serve to deepen his folly. Yang Bo paid no heed to Wen Kai. Such trivial matters were of no concern to Ren, who would hardly dwell upon them. However, Ren Tingting turned her gaze towards him, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, Little brother, who do you believe is correct? The feng shui master or your senior brother? Both are right. Yang Bo lifted the juice before him and took a sip, only to furrow his brows in displeasure. Is freshly squeezed juice really this bitter these days? The fruits of the future have undergone years of meticulous cultivation, rendering the present-day varieties largely inferior in taste. Rintinting blinked in curiosity and inquired, "What do you mean?" Simultaneously, Ren Fa directed his gaze towards him, eager to hear his response. Young Bo calmly remarked, "It is quite impolite for a child to interrupt when an adult is speaking. Miss Rin, do you not agree?" Rintinting chuckled softly. Ren Fa also smiled and said, "All right, Tingting, children should refrain from interrupting when adults are conversing. Do you understand, my dear?" "Yes, father." Uncle Gio, seeing that the matter could not be dissuaded, finally stated, "In that case, we shall commence the relocation of the grave in 3 days. What preparations should I make?" When Kai was about to speak, but was abruptly silenced by a kick from Yang Bo to his calf. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? I intend to deal with you." At this moment, Yang Bo truly admires the immense fortitude of Jioshu, who remarkably remains unscathed by the antics of Watai and Chioshin. Upon returning, "I shall diligently practice my Taoist arts and martial skills, and I vow to set both of you straight. For now," with a playful blink, I said, "Senior brother, I wish to explore the streets. Will you accompany me?" When I cast a glance at Rintingting before replying to Yang Bo, "Junior brother, the coffee and cake you ordered have yet to arrive. Once we finish the cake, I will take you shopping. There seems to be no saving grace. You wish to venture out?" "Father, I had intended to purchase some cosmetics earlier. May I take this young Taoist along?" Ren Fa, uncertain of his own thoughts, turned to Jioshu and asked, "Since the young Taoist desires to explore, why not let Tingting take him along? What do you think, Jioshu?" With the matter laid bare, Jioshu found himself without further objections, responding, "In that case, we must trouble Miss Rin. Young. Remember not to wander off and do not cause any trouble for Miss Rin." "Yes, master." Chapter 12. Ren Fa bestows herbal seeds as they exited the CAF. Yang Bo surveyed his surroundings, seeking a pharmacy where he might procure some ginseng seeds or other medicinal herbs. "Wait for me," Rintingting called out as she hurriedly caught hold of his hand, evidently anxious not to lose him. Her delicate, fair hand felt quite pleasant to the touch. "Miss Rin, do you know the way to the pharmacy?" he inquired. "The pharmacy?" Rintingting pondered for a moment before pointing to the left ahead. "There is a place called Onching Hall not far from here, but I have been away for some time, and upon my return, I am uncertain if it is still open. Young Taoist, why don't you accompany me to buy some rouge first, and then I shall take you to the pharmacy afterward. What do you think?" "Not a chance." Yang Bo gazed at the nearby rouge shop. If memory served him correctly, this establishment belonged to Aunt Qiuxing's family. "What is the matter?" he mused. "If you were to purchase rouge at this moment, you would inevitably be mistaken for a courtesan. In your embarrassment, you would likely flee to avoid such an unfortunate misunderstanding. Therefore, it would be prudent for us to visit the pharmacy first." Rintingting's face flushed. At merely 18 years of age, despite her daring attire, she remained a child at heart. The moment she heard Yang Bo's remark about being mistaken for a courtesan, she found it difficult to maintain her composure. Yang Bo extended a finger to rest gently before Rintingting's lips, whispering, "Hush. You hardly believe my words. But that matters little. Furthermore, I can enlighten you that the cosmetic shop you are about to visit is owned by my senior brother's aunt. The misunderstanding stems from my senior brother Qiuxing, primarily because his aunt instructed him before her departure that a woman of ill repute would be coming to purchase cosmetics, urging him not to look down upon her. If you doubt my words, feel free to verify. I shall await you right here at the entrance of the CAF." Rintingting gazed at Yang Bo's self-assured demeanor and chuckled softly. "Very well, you little rascal, I shall keep you waiting." Yang Bo, perhaps it is fate, or perhaps the inertia of the plot, that Rintingting intercepted a woman at the entrance of the rouge and powder shop. This woman was Qiuxing's aunt, marking the beginning of Rintingting's misunderstanding. Ginseng, who knows if there are so-called tianch on snow lotuses, and not to mention deer antler. Are we expected to raise deer as well? In theory, any medicinal herbs that replenish qi and nourish blood would suffice, such as donkey hide gelatin, goji berries, ginseng, astragalus, and angelica. However, herbs like ginseng, when grown for over a decade, undergo a qualitative transformation that sets them apart from their counterparts. A century-old wild ginseng, even in a world devoid of spiritual energy, is a treasure that could save a life. As for those aged 1,000 years, one can only dream. Just as he pondered what seeds to purchase, he heard Wensai's voice from behind. "Oh, junior brother, what are you doing standing here? Where's Miss Rin?" "Miss Rin has gone across the street to buy rouge. And Wakai, I advise you, you cannot hold on to Miss Rin." Wakai snorted lightly and said, "Why? Isn't Miss Round just a person with one nose and two eyes? What makes you think I cannot handle it? Junior brother, wait here. Master will be coming down shortly. I will go ahead and take a look." Watching Wensai's confident retreat, Yang Bo found it difficult to comprehend what bestowed such immense confidence upon his senior brother. Moments later, Rintingting dashed out of the rouge shop. Since Yang Bo had already clarified the matter, she was not overly upset. Yang Bo extended his hand, signaling Rintingting to keep her distance. "This matter is merely a triviality. Do not inquire how I came to know it. Furthermore, your father and my master are about to emerge, and I must take my leave." As soon as the words left his lips, the door of the CAF swung open, revealing Jioshu and Ren Fa, who emerged with laughter and lively conversation. Rentington gazed at Yang Bo with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, "You were truly remarkable. Everything you just said was spot on. How did you manage it? Everyone harbors a few little secrets." Yang Bo approached his master and said, "Master." Uncle Gio noticed the look of contentment on Yang Bo's face and then extended his hand, offering the box he was carrying. "This is the cake you ordered, which Lord Rin had specially packed for you to take home in your absence." Yang Bo took the cake and said to Master Rin, "Thank you, Master Rin." "No need to be so polite," Rin Fa replied, glancing at Yang Bo before turning to Jiu Shu. "Jiu Shu, I am quite fond of your young disciple. Please take good care of the matter regarding the relocation of the graves. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." At that moment, Rentington approached her father and playfully said, "Daddy, I promised to take the young Taoist to the pharmacy. May I spend a little more time with him?" The father, unable to resist his daughter's charms, quickly agreed. All right, whatever you say." He then inquired, "Young Taoist, are you planning to buy medicinal herbs?" "Master Rin, I only wish to purchase some herb seeds." "Seeds? You know how to cultivate medicinal herbs?" "Not yet, but I am eager to learn, starting with the simplest ones." Rin Fa nodded gently, his heart filled with emotion as he regarded the 12-year-old Yang Bo. The phrase "I can learn" resonated deeply with him. "It would be even better if you were a few years older. Young Taoist, I feel a strong affinity for you. I shall arrange for someone to gather some herb seeds and deliver them to the ancestral hall." Perhaps out of concern that Yang Bo would decline, he continued, "Consider this my investment in you. When you cultivate fine herbs, I can assist you in selling them." Investment? Cultivating medicinal herbs is not a task accomplished overnight. And he speaks of learning, who knows how long that might take. It seems that Rin Fa is truly generous. Thanks to the top supporter for providing herb seeds. Wishing him smooth sailing and abundant fortune, with love surrounding him day and night. Raising his head to look at Jiu Shu, who chuckled softly, Yang Bo said, "Aren't you going to thank Master Rin?" "Thank you, Master Rin." Now that he had the herb seeds in hand, Yang Bo had no other business in town. He played the role of a good luck charm, accompanying the top supporter's daughter on a shopping spree. By the time the servants of the Rin family returned Yang Bo to the ancestral hall that evening, his hands were laden with various items acquired through his charm. "Master. What is this?" "These are the things Miss Rin bought for me." "Oh, and this is the tobacco I got for you." With that, Yang Bo placed the items on the ground and rummaged through them to produce a wooden box, which he handed to Jiu Shu with a smile, saying, "Master, this is the finest tobacco from the smoke pavilion, purchased with my own silver. It has nothing to do with Miss Rin. You reckless child, spending money frivolously." Although Jiu Shu chastised him, his eyes twinkled with amusement as he accepted the box containing the tobacco, opening it to take a gentle whiff. Not bad. I shall keep it. Master, the tobacco I bought is for you to enjoy. Saving it will only lead to wasted money and ruined flavor. Such an outcome is hardly worthwhile." "You have a point there. Then I shall savor this tobacco properly." Chapter 13, the abnormal growth rate after organizing the items and tossing them into his room. Yang Bo excused himself under the pretext of taking a stroll and hurried to the spot where he had planted wheat the previous day. Among the green grass, a hint of golden color could be seen. The 1 square meter plot was densely covered with wheat. A gentle evening breeze rustled through the plump ears of grain, swaying them gracefully. The wheat had ripened. Yang Bo stepped forward, gently tugging at the earth, causing the golden wheat to vanish in an instant. A day's harvest of wheat. Do you fear it? He mused that even a single acre of wheat, without the aid of bone meal, could sustain him abundantly. From his backpack, he retrieved the medicinal seeds sent by Lord Rin, opting not to squander the ginseng seeds but instead selecting the angelica seeds. Renowned as the holy medicine of the blood and revered as the king of herbs, angelica is a frequent ingredient in numerous medicinal prescriptions. Prior to sowing, the seed should ideally be soaked for 24 hours, thriving in cool, high-altitude, moist mountainous regions, yet Yang Bo chose not to coddle them. He resolutely held the angelica seeds in his hand, silently invoking the act of planting. In the next moment, the seeds disappeared, replaced by a progress bar appearing above the tilled land. Angelica, 323, 59, 58 4 days? Typically, angelica requires 2 to 3 years for harvesting, and judging by the countdown, 1 day equates to approximately 8 months. While it does not reach the extraordinary pace of 1 year and a day, it is still remarkably astonishing. From his backpack, he decomposed the bones he had previously obtained into bone meal. Holding the white powder, he stood at the edge of the tilled land, silently affirming, "Use." Instantly, the countdown on the tilled land diminished by 1 day, and tender green shoots broke through the soil, growing at an extraordinarily rapid pace. "It works." Yang Bo finally revealed a smile of relief. Initially, he harbored concerns that the cultivated land would not recognize crops beyond his golden thumb, and he was equally apprehensive about the efficacy of the bone meal. However, it now appeared that his golden thumb was indeed quite formidable. If I were to combine this with the fertile soil and accelerated torches within the module, he mused, the growth rate could potentially increase severalfold. Just the thought of cultivating medicinal herbs at such a rapid pace makes me feel that it would be difficult to escape the wrath of the common folk. Utilizing the bone meal, he hastened the maturation of the angelica, but unlike wheat, a progress bar appeared after its maturity. 3-year angelica, 4-year angelica growth progress, 0, 0, 1. The progress bar ascended slowly, and Yangbo immediately comprehended its significance. The 3-year Angelica indicated the duration during which it could be utilized medicinally, implying that to obtain superior Angelica, time must be allowed for gradual maturation. Having grasped this, Yangbo promptly employed all the bone meal in his backpack on the Angelica. He extended his hand and gently tapped the nearly 1-meter-high plant before him. 116-year Angelica 1 Angelica seed. Holding the robust root of the Angelica in his hands, he tucked it into his backpack. It stands out too much on the surface. I must excavate a planting base underground. If this remarkable growth rate were to be discovered, troublesome circumstances would undoubtedly follow. Yangbo scanned his surroundings, preparing to take out his stone shovel to see if he could unearth a new realm below. However, a figure in the distant woods, with its back turned towards him, caused his expression to falter. A ghost. It appeared semi-transparent, clad in the common attire of this era, suggesting that it was a newly emerged spirit. Yangbo's expression was somewhat intricate as he sighed, cupping his hands in a trumpet shape towards the direction of the ancestral hall and shouted, "Master, help." He then pointed at the ghostly figure, mimicking Stephen Chow's demeanor, and declared, "Listen here, you rascal, you've gotten yourself into trouble. If you have the guts, don't you dare run away. How dare you fixate on me? Just wait until my master arrives. He will slay you." Upon hearing his cries for help, Jioshu leapt over the wall of the ancestral hall with remarkable speed and rushed to Yangbo's side, asking, "What is happening?" Yangbo pointed towards a figure in the woods and remarked, "There is a ghost over there. It seems it has taken an interest in me." Upon hearing this, Uncle Jio furrowed his brow in concern. Have ghosts become so audacious in this day and age? Or is it that Lin Fingjiao's reputation no longer holds weight? He then gently tapped his finger on his eyelid and gazed in the direction Yangbo indicated. Upon spotting the entity, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket, ready to send the wandering spirit away, when a thought suddenly struck him. "Little Yang, do you possess the innate ability to see both the living and the dead?" Yangbo was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that he could perceive both the ghostly woman in red and this ordinary spirit. "Master, I am uncertain. Yet I can see them." "Excellent." While Wen Kai and Qiu Xing required various tools to open their eyes to the supernatural, his young apprentice possessed an innate ability to see the yin and yang. Aside from his remarkable talent, this disciple was truly impeccable. He promptly put away the yellow talisman and, with a benevolent demeanor, said, "This is merely a wandering soul. Come with me. I shall protect you, and you may give it a try." Yangbo nodded gently. He now resembled a fearless companion traversing a horror film with his master, Jioshu. "Master, please wait a moment." With that, Yangbo dashed aside and retrieved a stone spear from the underbrush. He returned to Jioshu's side, excitement evident in his voice as he exclaimed, "All right, master, let us proceed." Observing his disciple wielding the stone spear, Jioshu chuckled. "These spirits possess no physical form. Ordinary objects are utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon them. However, you now wield magical power and can imbue this spear with your energy." Upon hearing this, Yangbo infused his already considerable mana, reaching a level of 9, into the stone spear. A glance at its attributes revealed no changes. However, to Uncle Jio's perception, the stone spear in Yangbo's hand emitted an exceedingly faint wave of magical energy, prompting a satisfied nod from him. "Let us proceed." As they approached the roaming spirit, it seemed they had encroached upon its alert zone, causing the spirit to abruptly turn and lunge at Yangbo. Its pallid visage and soulless, obsidian eyes appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, they instilled an unsettling sense of dread. Uncle Jio refrained from intervening, wishing for Yangbo to experience the tenacity of a ghost before demonstrating methods to confront such apparitions. Yet, in the next moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed, followed by the spear's swift strike. Yangbo's gaze was unwavering as he gripped the stone spear tightly. At the instant the spirit lunged at him, he thrust it forward with force, accurately striking the spirit's forehead. A critical blow to the head would yield double damage. Nameless spirit, health points, 52122, the health bar illuminated. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to take its life. As Yangbo leaped into the air, his spear struck fiercely upon the adversary's head during his descent. In my world, such an attack inflicts 5 times the usual damage. With a resounding thud, the wandering soul was obliterated, releasing a plethora of experience points that surged into Yangbo's being, propelling his level to an impressive 3. He acquired 3 iron pipes, 2 adhesive tape, 2 healing bandages, and 3 scraps of cloth. Yangbo was profoundly astonished upon seeing the pop-up notification. Does defeating monsters yield experience and items? From this day forth, vanquishing demons shall be the aim of my existence. Chapter 14. Leveling up and learning talismans. Uncle Jio was equally astonished by Yangbo's swift and decisive resolution of a wandering soul. Although such a low-level spirit required no talismans under his command, he cleared his throat and remarked, "Well done." However, in the future, any lingering souls should be sent directly to the underworld. This will also earn some merit in the process. Engrossed in the triumph of vanquishing a malevolent spirit, Yangbo blinked in response to Uncle Jio's voice and inquired, "Master, will exterminating them harm my merit?" "Not at all," Uncle Jio replied. "These wandering souls are attached to the mortal realm and inherently violate the regulations of the underworld. Over time, they may absorb the various influences of the human world, ultimately transforming into malicious spirits. However, eliminating such souls will not accumulate merit. There is also the possibility that these souls have connections. Eradicating them could inadvertently entangle one in karmic repercussions. Yet, Uncle Gio refrained from elaborating further, for when it came to forming alliances, the Maoshan sect had never feared anyone, with connections both above and below. Upon hearing these words, Yang Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded enthusiastically, observing his reaction. Jiao Shu felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not quite articulate why. Today, having encountered this wandering spirit, it was only fitting that he impart some knowledge of talismans to his disciple. Let us return to the ancestral hall, he suggested. Upon learning of Jiao Shu's intention to teach him about talismans, Yang Bo promptly set aside thoughts of skill enhancement and eagerly followed Jiao Shu back to the ancestral hall. As for cultivating herbs, he decided to postpone that endeavor until nightfall. After all, he did not require sleep and could spare a few hours. Accompanying Jiao Shu to his modest bedroom, Yang Bo noted the simplicity of the space, adorned with minimal furnishings. Jiao Shu reached beneath his pillow and retrieved 2 books, subsequently placing some papers and writing utensils upon the table. Little Yang, he began, these 2 volumes contain teachings on Maoshan magic and talisman drawing. Familiarize yourself with them, and use these papers and pens for practice. Casting a glance at the titles on the covers, Yang Bo read, Beginner's Talismans and Maoshan Taoist Magic. The titles were straightforward, devoid of any peculiar phrases such as from novice to master in 30 days or how to fortify your magical powers. Our Maoshan Taoism is profoundly vast, Jiao Shu continued, and certain spells are exceedingly challenging to master. Therefore, you may choose to specialize in particular spells. Yang Bo nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Just as Uncle Gio possesses profound expertise in talismans and exorcism, Master Simu excels in corpse-driving techniques and summoning deities. The essence of all this lies in one's magical prowess and realm. With an elevation in both, even the simplest barrier-breaking talisman can wield tremendous power. Master, I comprehend, Yang Bo replied. Uncle Gio nodded gently, observing Yang Bo's satisfied expression, and advised, you may take these 2 books home to peruse at your leisure. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Understood. Yang Bo left Master Gio's room, elated as he clutched the ancient texts in his hands. These were not the mundane scriptures he had perused a few days prior. These 2 volumes were indeed treasures of knowledge. Upon returning to the shared quarters with Wakai, his companion immediately approached with curiosity. Junior brother, what have you brought? It's Master S books, Yang Bo replied. Wakai glanced at the titles, his face illuminating with surprise. Master is already instructing you in the ways of magic so soon? As Master Gio's son disciple, Wakai was familiar with these texts. Yet he had not anticipated that the master would impart such teachings to Yang Bo at this juncture. Master summoned me and entrusted me with these 2 volumes to study. Brother, if it's convenient for you, could you teach me as well? Despite his slightly inferior aptitude, Wakai had gleaned some knowledge over the years from Master Gio. Together with Qiusheng, they were capable of handling minor spirits without difficulty. Of course, there is no issue at all. Feel free to ask me any questions as you delve into your studies. Yang Bo gently nodded and returned to sit on the mat, silently reciting skills to summon the skills page. The recent defeat of the so-called wandering spirit had granted him a substantial amount of experience, elevating his level to 3. According to the standard rules of 7 days to die, he would typically receive 3 skill points. Oh, what is this? In addition to the initial attributes of perception, strength, endurance, agility, and wisdom, a new option for cultivation had appeared on the skills page. Yang Bo focused his attention on the matter at hand. The Maoshan Taoist arts, currently at level 0, would enhance his primary skills, thereby accelerating his cultivation speed and augmenting the potency of magical artifacts, treasures, spiritual implements, talismans, and formations. Advancing in level required a modest amount of experience. Is this not akin to an ultimate cheat in the realm of gaming? With his innate abilities lacking, was this not a splendid opportunity for enhancement? Without a moment's hesitation, he silently chanted to elevate his skill level, transforming the Maoshan Taoist arts from level 0 to level 1. Simultaneously, Yang Bo sensed subtle changes within his body, as if his perception of spiritual energy had sharpened, resulting in a slight increase in his cultivation speed. I had not anticipated that merely unlocking the primary skill would yield such unexpected benefits. The elevation of the primary skill was a prerequisite for enhancing associated skills, while the advancement of sub-skills necessitated that the primary skill reach the requisite level to allocate points. Enhancement of the innate abilities would further increase his cultivation speed. A 30 boost in cultivation speed and a 50 increase in stability were now within reach, consuming 1 level of experience. What was there to deliberate? This was precisely what he desired. Once more, he expended a level of experience. And Yang Bo felt the automatic operation of the Qi induction technique quicken, even as his meridians expanded slightly. All of this transpired in a mere instant, unnoticed even by his fellow disciple, when Kai, who sat beside him engrossed in a book. Casting a glance at his remaining experience, he noted that only 1 level remained. Whether to enhance the primary skill or to continue advancing his innate abilities both required 2 levels of experience. Thus, he must seek a stable source of experience. Under normal circumstances, he would have constructed a monster-spawning tower. However, having spent several nights in the Ancestral Hall without encountering any creatures from the game, it seemed he could only obtain experience by vanquishing other beings. He glanced at the skills displayed in his skill menu. Yongbo suddenly pondered a question. Without a stamina bar in my current state, do the skills that once enhanced stamina recovery remain unchanged? He opened the strength menu to find the once formidable Tyrannosaurus skill, only to discover it had transformed entirely. The first level of Tyrannosaurus now reduced combat energy consumption by 8 and the energy cost for nurturing artifacts by 15. As he beheld this skill, tears welled at the corners of Yongbo's mouth. What was this? This was the progenitor of enduring battles. Although it could only be upgraded to level 4. The fourth level of Tyrannosaurus could diminish combat energy expenditure by 25 and have the energy consumption during artifact nurturing. Moreover, at maximum level, Tyrannosaurus granted an additional benefit. Upon defeating an enemy, it restored 30 of the total energy value of the foe. This meant that if he faced an opponent of equal standing, Yongbo could expend 75 of his mana to vanquish them, and upon their demise, he would recover his mana to 55. Additionally, he noted the skills in the agility category, pain tolerance and aerobic exercise. The pain tolerance skill, upon reaching level 5, could forcibly reduce damage by 25, while aerobic exercise enhanced energy recovery speed. He observed that aerobic exercise had only 3 levels of difference from its original form, now boasting 10 levels, and upon reaching the 10th level, it would double the energy recovery rate. Chapter 15. The path of cultivation is long and winding. The following morning, before the sun had risen, Yongbo cautiously crawled out from the corner of his room. After spending the entire night, he had finally completed the construction of his farm. The entire underground area of the charity estate had been thoroughly excavated and reinforced with stone from the game, ensuring no collapses or leaks would occur. I never expected that ginseng could reach maturity in just 2 days, even quicker than the time required for Angelica. In 2 days, he would harvest this batch of ginseng, hoping to gather a surplus of seeds to expand production. He planned to designate a specific area solely for cultivating millennium-grade ginseng. I must also allocate points to the bone powder hunting skill and the crop harvesting skill, as experience is a concern. He sealed off the exit. Yongbo returned to the mat where he often lingered, accompanied by the rhythmic snoring of Wenkai. He opened the tome of Taoist spells bestowed upon him by his master. With nonchalance, he retrieved a torch from his backpack and placed it beside him, entirely unconcerned about whether Wenkai would awaken. After spending several days together, he had discerned Wenkai's habits. Once asleep, he could only be roused by a slap or a splash of cold water. He focused intently on the obscure rules and precautions outlined at the beginning of the spell book. Typically, the Taoist spells from the world of Mr. Zombie were not so pedantic. However, given the stature of figures like Uncle Jio, Si Mu, and Qian He, it was prudent for him, a novice in cultivation, to adhere to a methodical approach in his studies. As he advanced to the level of Uncle Jio, he would naturally become adept and could wield spells with ease. After memorizing the precautions, he soon encountered the first incantation recorded within the pages, nearly causing his eyes to bulge in astonishment. What the 5 Thunder spell? Starting off with something so intense. However, he quickly realized that this was merely an introduction to advanced spells. Besides the 5 Thunder spell, there were others such as Heavenly Thunderbreak, Xianbing spell, Firecloud spell, Purple Ghost spell, Qingming spell, Songling spell, Heavenly Burn spell, God Extinguishing spell, Great Water spell, and Giant Wit spell. Additionally, there were even more formidable spells like True Fire of Samadhi, Meteor Fire Rain, Infernal True Fire, Thunder of 9 Heavens, Frosty Snowstorm, Shimming Poison Rain, and Mountain Pressing Down. The effects of these spells were increasingly extreme, of course, without sufficient power. Attempting to cast them could lead to disastrous outcomes. Success was as elusive as fortune itself. Why does this feel reminiscent of pet skills in the game Fantasy Westward Journey? He lamented, flipping to the next page. Finally, he discovered a normal spell. Following the detailed instructions, he cautiously began to channel his energy to cultivate the Tranquility spell. As its name implies, the Tranquility spell enables one to attain calmness, promoting greater focus in tasks. He formed the necessary hand seals and channeled his energy. Tranquility spell. In an instant, his energy reserves were depleted, yet he felt no effect. Confused, he scratched his head. Was this a success or a failure? Pondering whether to test its effects on his brother Wenkai, he felt a twinge of discomfort at having drained all his energy with such a fundamental spell. Although he was aware of his novice status, he felt no need for such a reminder. I should recuperate for a moment and later seek my master for advice on refining essence into qi. The consumption of food and herbs to extract spiritual energy was somewhat costly. However, for someone like Yongbo, who possessed a wealth of nourishing materials, it was hardly a concern. An hour later, as dawn began to break and sounds stirred outside, Yongbo removed the nuclear power torch from his side and stowed it in his backpack. In the original version of Minecraft, torches had no consumption and, while appearing to burn, would not ignite any objects. Even placing paper atop the torch posed no issue. Yongbo rose from his seat and departed the room, making his way to the courtyard. Master, he called out. Uncle Jia responded softly, followed by a smile. It is a perfect morning for you to enjoy a book in the courtyard while I prepare breakfast for you. Just a moment, master. Yangbo called out to Uncle Jio, who was holding the spell book, and approached him, saying, "This morning, I practiced the tranquility incantation. Although my magical energy was depleted, I felt no particular sensation and am uncertain whether I succeeded." Uncle Jio replied, "Have you mastered the tranquility incantation? Demonstrate it for me to see." Upon hearing the words of his master, Yangbo immediately formed a hand seal directed at ninth uncle, channeling the restored magical energy within him as he proclaimed, "Calm heart spell." An invisible wave of magical power enveloped ninth uncle. Despite the calming effect of the spell, a smile could not help but form at the corner of ninth uncle's mouth. This time, he generously praised, "Good disciple, your comprehension is truly exceptional. It took me 3 days to master this calm heart spell, yet you have grasped it in merely one night, indeed surpassing the master." Ninth uncle then placed a hand upon Yangbo's shoulder, revealing a look of paternal pride, before adding, "Good disciple, what would you like to eat for lunch? I shall go to the town and procure it for you." Yangbo gazed at his master, Jioshu, hesitating for a moment before speaking, "Master, after vanquishing the wandering spirit yesterday, I discovered something peculiar." "Oh, what is it?" Jioshu inquired. "After eliminating the spirit, I sensed a unique energy entering my body." Yangbo continued. However, Jioshu, upon hearing this, did not wait for Yangbo to finish. He immediately extended his hand to rest upon Yangbo, simultaneously probing his physique with both mental focus and magical power. This was his treasured disciple. He could not allow him to encounter any peril. His grayish-white brows furrowed in concentration. Aside from Yangbo's own magical essence, he did not perceive any other aura. "You mentioned that energy affected you in what way?" Upon hearing Jioshu's concerned tone, Yangbo felt an odd sensation, as if he had been slighted by this so-called energy. "It has somewhat enhanced my aptitude," he replied. "How can this be possible?" Jioshu exclaimed. "Only rare celestial materials could alter one's innate abilities. Even the legendary Yi Jingjing merely enhances martial talent." Jioshu's spirit surged with renewed vigor. He began to scrutinize Yangbo's condition earnestly. In a short while, the steadfast composure he usually maintained began to unravel. "This is inconceivable. Your meridians and dantian have undergone changes. Even the magical essence you cultivated has become somewhat pure." Jioshu now found himself questioning the very nature of existence. If slaying demons could augment one's aptitude, he mused, then with the countless evil beings he had defeated, he should have long since ascended to a higher realm. "Follow me," Jioshu urged, eagerly grasping Yangbo's arm and leading him toward a room in the ancestral hall. Upon entering, they beheld a grand altar at the center, laden with an array of jars and talismans. "This is where I have confined the malevolent spirits I have captured. I seal them within these jars, offering them here, before employing my Taoist techniques to dispel their resentment before sending them to the underworld," Jioshu explained. Lifting a jar from the altar and removing a copper coin sword that rested atop it. Turning, he handed the sword to Yangbo. "With this copper coin sword imbued with magical power, I shall now unveil the seal." Yangbo felt the substantial mystical energy emanating from the copper coin sword. Glancing at the jar held by his master, Jioshu, he hesitated and said, "Master, is this really appropriate?" Jioshu, with a knowing look towards the jar on the offering table, revealed a complex expression. Cultivation, in essence, is a struggle against heaven, against earth, and against humanity. If my precious disciple can indeed enhance his abilities by vanquishing malevolent spirits, a few mere evil ghosts pose no significant threat. Retaining them merely accrues some virtuous merit. Upon hearing his master's words, Yangbo nodded earnestly and infused the copper coin sword with the mystical energy he had recently regained. The once unassuming copper coin sword began to radiate a gentle golden glow. "Master, I am ready," he declared. Chapter 16. However, I drive away without hesitation. Jioshu tore open the yellow talisman on the jar, and a figure exuding a ghostly aura erupted from within. "Damn you, Linjiao, I will devour you whole." With the copper coin sword in hand, Yangbo executed a swift downward strike upon the head of the malevolent spirit, bolstered by various enhancements in the sword's power. He astonishingly vanquished the weakened ghost with a single blow. A substantial amount of experience points materialized from the ghost's vanishing form, merging into Yangbo's being, propelling him directly to level 6. Clearly, even in its feeble state, this ghost was significantly stronger than the previous wandering soul. Jioshu casually set the jar aside and approached with concern, asking, "How did it go?" Yangbo, upon noticing the concerned gaze of his master, did not hesitate to expend his 4th level experience, directly elevating both the Maoshan Taoist arts and his bone structure to the 2nd level. This enhancement of his bone structure would significantly accelerate his cultivation speed by an impressive 60%, while also augmenting the stability of his training by a remarkable 100%. Once he completed his enhancements, a radiant smile illuminated his face as he remarked, "Master, my aptitude has indeed improved. But what?" Nine Uncle immediately stepped forward, placing his hand upon Yangbo's shoulder to carefully sense the changes. He noted that the meridians had expanded slightly and had become more resilient. "I can feel that as I progress, the number of spirits I must vanquish increases." At this, Nine Uncle chuckled and scolded playfully, "You rascal, you possess such fortune, which signifies divine favor. yet you still complain. Moreover, I have over 10 malevolent spirits and 3 fierce ghosts here. If that is insufficient, I can venture out to capture more for you. With the support of 9 uncle's resources, within a mere half hour, Yang Bo elevated the Maoshan Taoist arts and his bone structure to the 4th level, and also advanced his aerobic exercises and pain endurance techniques to the 3rd level. Several other skills reached the 2nd level, such as the ability to gather materials, which would allow him to harvest 2 ginseng roots instead of 1. With a skill level of 3, once fully upgraded, the yield would increase 5-fold. Additionally, the hunter's ability to dissect animals would yield greater resources. Having exhausted a room full of spirits belonging to 9 uncle, Yang Bo could now be said to have undergone a transformation. However, the prospect of further advancement proved exceedingly challenging. The experience required for each subsequent level escalated exponentially. For instance, elevating to the 4th level necessitated 8 levels of experience, while progressing to the 5th required 16. Though this may seem modest, one must not overlook the prerequisites for skill enhancements, as the primary skills cap is set at 10 levels. Thus, to elevate a secondary skill to the 5th level, one must first advance the primary skill to its maximum of 10 levels. Yang Bo's vast experience has predominantly been devoted to his primary skills. In the future, when I acquire experience points, I shall prioritize enhancing all my skills, he mused, reflecting on the immense cost of reaching level 7, which required the experience of level 64. A pang of regret washed over him, yet he understood the paramount importance of his innate talent. Nevertheless, as he reveled in the exponential increase in his cultivation speed, a smile graced his face. Investing in primary skills yields comprehensive enhancement, while secondary skills provide specialized growth. Thus, I, Yang, can consider myself a prodigy. Beside him, Jiao Shu, sensing the aura of spiritual energy drawn to Yang Bo, nodded solemnly and advised, Yang, this matter must remain confidential. If anyone inquires about your aptitude, simply assert that you were born this way. He then chuckled, adding, however, the only one privy to your potential is I, your master, Qiuxing and Wen Kai. Those 2 fools hardly concern themselves with your capabilities, as they are perpetually preoccupied with frivolities. Are you hungry? Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Yang Bo, as always, displayed his innocent smile and remarked, I'm hungry, let's eat. With that, he added, enough of your antics. First, acclimate to your current capabilities. I shall prepare a meal for you. With a beaming expression, he exited the room. Watching his master's retreating figure, Yang Bo resolutely vowed to himself, I will ensure my master soars to new heights. With his extraordinary abilities, given time, he could amass resources sufficient to significantly enhance his master's strength. Opening his backpack, he discovered it was cluttered with an assortment of items, primarily acquired from vanquishing various supernatural entities, yielding an array of loot. There are too many items. I should store some underground. The compartment, originally designated for carrying small figures, had become filled with numerous possessions, resulting in a cumbersome status effect, a debuff that reduced his movement speed by 60. In simple terms, he was overloaded. He slowly made his way underground, depositing the majority of items into a chest, retaining only a select few exceptional artifacts. Yang Bo caressed the rusted double-barreled shotgun in his hands, a weapon no longer than his forearm, reminiscent of an ambush, albeit considerably more refined. He inserted 2 crimson cartridges into the barrels, and with a decisive click, secured the chamber and grip. As he allocated the final tier of experience to his shotgun proficiency, a wealth of knowledge regarding the firearm flooded his mind. It felt as if the shotgun had become an extension of himself, as though he had wielded it for countless years. Yang Bo extended his hand and gently caressed the gun, a smile gracing his face as he softly murmured, at last, I have become a master of my craft. He placed the shotgun in the first slot of his quick access bar, ensuring that with a mere thought, the double-barreled shotgun would manifest in his hands. Observing the still slumbering Wen Kai, Yang Bo let out a helpless sigh and approached, extending his hand to lightly tap his face. With a dazed expression, Wen Kai opened his eyes and looked at Yang Bo, saying, Junior brother, is it dawn already? I just had a dream where Master struck me. It felt so real. And my face still stings a bit. Yang Bo, senior brother, it is time to rise, wash your face, and partake in breakfast. Breakfast? I shall be ready in an instant. Upon hearing the mention of food, Wen Kai immediately threw off the covers and hastily donned the clothes hanging nearby. Yang Bo paid no attention to the lively character and turned away from the room, making his way towards the kitchen. Uncle Jiao had already prepared the meal and was currently serving the rice. He approached to assist in placing the dishes upon the dining table. Dried radish, dried bamboo shoots, and pickled cabbage. Truly, it's a gathering of salted vegetables. However, in these times, having 3 meals a day was a blessing, as some families scarcely managed 2. Has your senior brother risen yet? Just as Uncle Jiao finished speaking, Wen Kai stumbled in from outside, exclaiming, Master, I'm up. Observing Wen Kai's demeanor, Uncle Jiao expressed his frustration, saying, You rascal, all you do is sleep in. From now on, I shall keep a close watch on your studies. If you dare to slack off, I shall break your legs. Cough, cough. Yang Bo could not suppress a laugh. And upon noticing the gazes of his master and senior brother, he quickly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, master. I was just thinking that if I were an orthopedic doctor, my medical skills would surely improve rapidly alongside senior brother." When Kai remarked, "You are indeed quite the rascal." Chapter 17. A gentleman's revenge is never too late after a satisfying meal. Young Bo sat cross-legged in the cool shade of the courtyard. He toyed with 2 rounds of buckshot, gradually infusing them with his internal energy, preparing to cultivate a few treasures specifically designed to combat malevolent spirits and monsters. However, the process of imbuing the rounds with energy was exceedingly slow. To render the buckshot effective against ghostly entities would require at least a month's time. Young Bo was contemplating whether he should inquire with Uncle Gio about the possibility of inscribing talismans directly onto the shotgun shells. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the primary lethality of the shotgun relies on the steel pellets contained within it. No matter how formidable Uncle Gio's sorcery might be, it would be implausible to inscribe talismans on each individual steel pellet, unless one were to replace the steel pellets with special materials, such as silver, he thought. The mention of silver reminded Young Bo of the female ghost he encountered in the woods, causing his expression to darken as he resolved, "Once the affairs with the Rin family are concluded, I shall seek retribution from that female ghost. What of the red-clad malevolent spirit?" Uncle Gio possesses a collection that includes one, which had obediently succumbed to his copper coin sword. This time, I must ensure that the female ghost understands the meaning of the small human and the vast ghost. No, that is not quite right. It should be the small human and the mighty ghost. Just as Young Bo was lost in his relentless training, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. He opened his eyes and, feeling somewhat puzzled, approached the door. Could something have happened? In this eerie place, ordinary folks would typically steer clear unless compelled by unusual circumstances, as it was a domain filled with nothing but corpses. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a familiar face, the servant of the Rin family who had conveyed messages to Uncle Gio previously. The young man slightly bowed and, with a smile, inquired, "Might I ask if this is the residence of the young Taoist Young Bo?" Young Bo gently nodded, scrutinizing the other party, and inquired, "Did you seek me?" At that moment, Gio Shu, who was overseeing Wen Kai, approached upon hearing the commotion at the door. Observing the young man with a hint of perplexity, he asked, "What seems to be the matter? Is there something concerning Lord Ren?" The youth hurriedly responded, "No, Gio Shu. It is our young miss. She expressed a desire to invite young Taoist Young Bo to our residence for a simple lunch." Gio Shu's gaze shifted to Young Bo, revealing a trace of amusement. "Oh, young lad, you have already captured the heart of Miss Ren at merely 12 years of age. Truly, you are a worthy disciple of Lin Fengjiao." Young Bo, with a darkened expression, placed his hand upon the door and declared, "Return and inform your young lady that Young Bo, the little Taoist priest, has perished. I have just buried him." With that, he feigned an intention to shut the door. "Wait a moment, little Taoist," one of the young men interjected. "Our young lady claims to possess a Tianshan Snow Lotus along with 2 particularly rare seeds." The door was flung wide open by Young Bo, whose youthful visage bore a deliberately stern smile as he replied, "Remember, next time, get straight to the point. Yesterday, I felt an immediate rapport with Miss Rin. Even if you do not come today, I shall still seek her out." The young man, taken aback, thought, "Is the change in demeanor so swift?" Young Bo remarked, "Isn't this normal? If one does not provide anything, it amounts to freeloading. If one does offer something, then they are a customer. And what is a customer? A customer is akin to a deity." He turned to his master and inquired, "Master, may I venture out to visit them?" Uncle Gio sighed and chuckled, "Little Young, you are still young. Some matters are best left alone. Go ahead, but do take care on your journey." "Indeed, master." Young Bo departed from the ancestral hall and rode a young man's bicycle towards the Rin family. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, he arrived at the Rin residence, a prominent stronghold in Rinjia town, known not only for its wealth, but also for its control over the local security forces. Gazing at the opulent 2-story villa replete with Western architectural style, a hint of envy flickered in Young Bo's eyes. Before his traversal to this realm, he had envisioned transforming his ancestral home into a similar quaint villa. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. His hometown, situated in the heart of the county, had been subject to demolition, leaving his family without a plot of land. This predicament was rather vexing. While he could relocate to a more distant area for a semblance of adjustment, it proved to be exceedingly inconvenient, thus rendering his dream villa a mere figment of imagination. Today, Ren Tingting did not don her extravagant pink princess gown, but instead adorned herself in an exquisitely tailored cheongsam. As she sauntered out of the house, her slender waist swaying gracefully, she blinked her large, innocent eyes and smiled, saying, "I guessed you would be reluctant to come." Young Bo immediately revealed a sincere smile, saying, "How could that be? If you hadn't sent someone to find me, I would have come to seek you out myself. After all, even as a child, I cannot resist Miss Ren's charm." "Really? Damn it. I've already suffered enough, and you still ask if it's enjoyable? Have some humanity. Instead of this, I could have had my Uncle Gio find a way to inscribe talismans on my 762 bullets at home." "Of course," Ren Tingting replied with a smile, "I shall not give you the Tian Shan Snow Lotus." Young Bo turned around and walked away decisively. as if he had made up his mind about something. Alas, alas. Xiaoyang, I was wrong. I will give it to you right away. Ren Tingting did not anticipate Yang Bo's abrupt departure and hurriedly ran over to grasp his arm. Yang Bo, with a serious expression, remarked, "We must refrain from such frivolous jokes in the future. Let us proceed inside. Are you inquiring about the makeup discussion I mentioned yesterday? Come, let us converse in the room." During our shopping excursion yesterday, Ren Tingting exhibited an extraordinary fascination with makeup. Although Yang Bo was not well versed in the subject, he had certainly observed enough to suggest some rather unconventional ideas. For instance, he proposed ways to enhance facial contours, the suitability of makeup styles for double eyelids versus single eyelids, and considerations for various occasions and environments. While these notions were largely theoretical, they imparted a sense of enlightenment to Ren Tingting. Yang Bo was simply idling away his time, yet Ren Tingting regarded him as a confidant. Just yesterday, she took the trouble to purchase numerous gifts for him. As she entered the room, Ren Tingting directly retrieved a wooden box from the table and opened it, revealing the completely sun-dried Tianshan snow lotus within. It resembled the cabbage leaves that are cast outside during winter. Miss Ren, I am truly grateful. I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. In my next life, I shall toil like an ox or horse, while you enjoy the grass I gather for you. For a moment, Ren Tingting was taken aback, her laughter lingering. But she was not slow to respond. She playfully slapped his arm. By the way, the clothes I bought for you yesterday, why are you not wearing them? I am also dressed in attire my master purchased for me. Yang Bo discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Once he donned an article of clothing, it would become digitized, remaining entirely impervious to dirt and damage. Even when he intentionally splashed water on his face, the fabric would swiftly dry within mere seconds. Ren Tingting, however, did not dwell on this peculiarity. Instead, she gently caressed the qipao adorning her figure and inquired, "Do you believe the makeup I applied today complements this qipao?" Yang Bo surveyed Ren Tingting from head to toe, shaking his head gently. "Is there something lacking?" "Lacking what? You are too young. Wearing a qipao does not suit you. Without having born children, your hips are too narrow. Only mature women embody the essence of a qipao." Ren Tingting huffed, "You little brat. You seem to know quite a bit about mature women." She then touched her own hips and realized, as Yang Bo had pointed out, that her figure could not support the elegance of the qipao. "Then what do you suggest I wear?" "Wear nothing." Chapter 18. The dragonfly schemes the water. The 2 days passed in a blink, and today marked the day of the grave relocation. Approaching noon, Yang Bo, along with his 2 senior brothers, assisted Uncle Gio in preparing the necessary items: the offering table, talisman paper, incense, and ritual implements. Outside the ancestral hall, Uncle Gio addressed Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng. "You two, make sure to learn properly from me and refrain from wandering about or speaking out of turn, understood?" Both Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng nodded vigorously, perplexed by their master's sudden change in demeanor. He seemed to be on edge, ready to reprimand them at the slightest provocation. At that moment, Yang Bo noticed a cart slowly approaching along the path. "Master, the Ren family has arrived." Uncle Gio nodded and instructed Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai, "Load the items onto the cart." "Yes, master." The two hurriedly lifted the items and placed them onto the Ren family's horse-drawn cart. Following closely behind the cart were Ren Fa and Ren Tingting, who had also arrived at the ancestral hall. Upon seeing Ren Tingting, Wen Kai promptly forgot his master's earlier instructions, rushing over to her with a smirk. "Miss Ren, you are here too." Ren Tingting shot him a glance, her face momentarily reflecting disdain as she thought, "This person is truly insufferable. Why does he have to leer at me like that? How can there be such a disparity among brothers?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Lord Ren and Uncle Gio, the group of more than 20 individuals set off towards the mountain where the grave of Lord Ren awaited. Yang Bo and senior brother Qiuxing sat upon a cart, observing the way Wen Kai circled around Ren Tingting. "Junior brother, I must advise you, as you mature, do not emulate Wen Kai. This Miss Ren is the cherished jewel of Lord Ren, and it is utterly improbable that she would ever take notice of Wen Kai." Yang Bo was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that there would be someone as perceptive as Qiuxing. He smiled and said, "Senior brother, rest assured, I could never become like senior brother Wen Kai. Women will only affect my cultivation speed. Of course, if they frequently purchase medicinal herbs for me, that would be a different story." He swayed his way to the summit of a small hill. Qiuxing and Wen Kai were tasked with arranging the ritual altar while Yang Bo assisted and absorbed various small pieces of knowledge about performing rituals. Although Qiuxing's temperament was somewhat erratic, his understanding of Taoist arts was quite solid. Soon, Uncle Gio appeared, donned in a classic yellow Taoist robe and wielding a peachwood sword. "You three, step back a bit and observe closely. If there is anything you don't understand, I shall teach you upon our return." "Yes, master." The three retreated to the crowd, and Yang Bo fixated on Uncle Gio's movements. However, a delicate hand mischievously reached toward his cheek. "Stop fooling around." Ren Tingting looked at Yang Bo's serious demeanor and found it amusing. "Later, I'll take you shopping." "Okay, later. First, pay attention. If you interrupt me again, I'll give you a good beating." "All right." Ren Tingting finally quieted down. At that moment, Wen Kai suddenly felt as if he heard something shatter. "Awakened from a dying state, the fool is none other than myself." Xiaosheng, Wen Kai. Uncle Gio furrowed his brow and handed a bundle of lit incense sticks to the two of them. He had already discerned the problem with this grave. It was clear that, regardless of the circumstances, the grave had become untenable and must be relocated. He turned earnestly to the crowd and said, "Everyone, remember to pay your respects with sincerity." Around 20 individuals lined up to place their incense sticks into the incense burner. Uncle Gio, with his hands behind his back, surveyed the grave of Rente. After offering incense, Ren Fa and his nephew Away caught up to Uncle Gio and smiled, saying, "Uncle Gio." The geomancer said this place is hard to find and is indeed a good site. Uncle Gio glanced at Ren Fa and nodded gently, "Indeed. This site is known as the Dragonfly Touching Water site. It measures 34 feet in length, yet only 4 feet can be utilized. It spans 13 feet in width, but only 3 feet can be employed. Thus, the coffin cannot be buried conventionally, but must be interred by ritual." Upon hearing this, Ren Fa immediately gave a thumbs up in praise. "Impressive, Uncle Gio." The astute Wen Kai interjected, "Master, what is a ritual burial? Is it akin to a French-style funeral?" Yang Bo, trailing behind, felt a headache coming on. Was his senior brother Wen Kai truly in his right mind? If a ritual burial was a French funeral, then was a conventional burial a Taiping Heavenly Kingdom funeral? In contrast to his exasperation, Uncle Gio could hardly contain his irritation towards Wen Kai, glaring at him fiercely and retorting, "Mind your tongue." With that, he turned and left. Xiaoshin shook his head helplessly and hurried to follow his master. At that moment, several laborers approached, carrying shovels and sticks, and inquired, "Uncle Gio, we have finished the rituals. May we begin the excavation?" "Yes, you may." Everyone turned to the workers as two of them stepped forward to remove the incense burner and offerings from the grave. Immediately, two others advanced and kicked the gravestone. Yang Bo felt his eyelids twitch. Even if the grave is to be relocated, one should proceed with caution. Yang Bo felt as though his kick did not strike the tombstone, but rather landed squarely on the face of Rente. However, observing Ren Fa's cheerful demeanor, he dismissed it as merely a local custom. At that moment, a bespectacled man, exuding an air of superiority, noticed him standing beside Ren Tingting and immediately began to push his way forward, hands tucked into his pockets. Yang Bo remarked, "Am I still just a child? With such demeanor, do you really expect Ren Fa to marry his daughter to you? Huh, it's likely that once you wed Ren Tingting, you'll soon be scheming to drain the Ren family's wealth." He glanced at his current attributes: health 133, 133, hunger 107, 112, mana 8, 787. Through his observations, he discerned that the average health of an adult male typically ranges from 80 to 120 points. Thus, despite being merely 12 years old, his physical constitution had reached an impressive 3 times that of an ordinary person. In contrast, Captain Away appeared utterly depleted by indulgence, with a health level barely exceeding 90. With a cold chuckle, as Away pushed forward, Yang Bo executed a rather unorthodox Iron Mountain lean, sending Away reeling backward. Yang Bo turned to gaze at the disheveled Captain Away, stepping forward with an innocent smile and inquiring, "I beg your pardon, are you all right?" At that moment, Away felt as though he had swallowed something foul. He was not oblivious to the fact that he had distinctly felt the impact when Yang Bo collided with him. However, he could not admit it. Being knocked down by a mere youth would not only raise doubts about his credibility, but would also lead to a significant loss of face. "I'm perfectly fine, just slipped a bit," he replied. Yang Bo smiled as he grasped Away's arm, completely disregarding his struggles, and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. Away's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "This little rascal is peculiar." At that moment, Ren Tingting's concerned voice echoed, "Are you all right?" Away hastily replied, "Cousin, I'm fine." He then observed Ren Tingting approaching Yang Bo, dusting off his impeccably clean clothes and asking with genuine concern, "Did my cousin bump into you just now?" She cast a disapproving glance at Away. "Cousin, at your age, how can you still fall? What if you had bumped into the young Taoist?" Away felt a tightness in his chest, a sensation akin to wanting to spit blood. Chapter 19. The moment of decision. Jioshu and Ren Fa exchanged knowing glances. Instantly understanding the situation, Ren Fa, with a cheerful demeanor, attempted to ease the tension, saying, "Jioshu, your disciple is truly a remarkable talent. Congratulations on having such a fine student." Jioshu nodded slightly, showing no hint of modesty as he stated, "Xiaoyang is astute. It certainly makes my life easier. Master Ren, let us proceed with the relocation of the grave." His gaze swept over Away. Jioshu had always been protective of his disciples. How dare anyone bully his student in front of him? Earlier, the mention of a ritual burial came up, which is done upright. Am I correct? Ren Fa nodded, affirming, "Indeed, if the ancestors are buried upright, the descendants will surely thrive. But is it effective?" Upon hearing Jioshu's inquiry, Ren Fa's expression turned awkward as he gently shook his head, saying, "For the past 20 years, our family's business has been declining, and we do not know why." As they spoke, they walked towards the grave site. "I suspect that the feng shui master harbors a grudge against your family." "A grudge? Did the master have some past grievances with him?" Ren Fa hesitated for a moment before recounting the truth. This land originally belonged to that feng shui master. Our late father, upon learning of this, purchased it with money. Jioshu had already seen through everything and inquired. Was it merely a matter of financial inducement? Were there any threats involved? Renfe could only awkwardly smile and remain silent. Jioshu scoffed lightly and remarked, I believe there must have been coercion involved. He then pointed at the soil of the grave, stating, otherwise, he wouldn't have caused you such harm. He had you lay concrete over this meager grave. Snowflakes covering the top, that is what one calls a dragonfly skimming the water. Now, the coffin cannot even touch the water. How can this still be deemed a dragonfly skimming the water? He still possesses some conscience, instructing you to unearth it after 20 years, thus ruining half your life, yet sparing you for a lifetime, affecting one generation but not 18. Upon hearing this, Yongbo gently shook his head. Uncle Gio was entirely projecting his own sentiments onto others. This feng shui master was indeed a formidable character. Undoubtedly. Renfe had grievously offended someone in the past, and these 2 decades had merely served to nurture the corpse, awaiting the moment to relocate the grave after 20 years, allowing Renwei Yong to transform into a zombie and eliminate the Ren family. However, if he were to speak, with such a technique for nurturing corpses, if there were to be even a single living soul from the Ren family left before his demise, it would render his years of cultivation fruitless. Before long, Renwei Yong's coffin was unearthed. Uncle Gio commanded the opening of the coffin, and at the very instant the lid was lifted, a dense aura of yin energy emanated forth from within. Not only could someone like Yongbo, who possessed the innate yin-yang eyes, perceive it, but even an ordinary person would witness a wisp of black smoke ascending. Upon observing the incorruptible corpse of Renwei Yong within the coffin, Uncle Gio's expression suddenly shifted. After 20 years, the body had undoubtedly become a zombie, and the situation appeared to transcend mere transformation into a zombie. Realizing the feng shui master's intentions, he chose to remain silent, respecting the shared profession. Father, Ren Fa cried out, collapsing to the ground upon seeing his father. Ren Ting Ting, witnessing this, also called out grandfather and knelt beside him. I, your unfilial child, have disturbed you, esteemed elder. Yongbo gazed at Captain Away, who stood nearby, observing him with a penetrating stare, feeling a tinge of regret. At that moment, had Away chosen to kneel without hesitation, Ren Fa would undoubtedly have regarded him with newfound respect. At the very least, he would transition from being an outsider to a family member, upon rising. Ren Fa turned to Jioshu and inquired, is this acupuncture point still usable? The answer was clear. A dragonfly touches the water, darting here and there, never lingering in one place. Thus, this point has lost its efficacy. Alarmed by the response, Ren Fa exclaimed, what should we do? I suggest we proceed with immediate cremation. Cremation? No, my father had an intense fear of fire during his lifetime. I cannot do that. Well, this is a classic case of if one does not court disaster, one shall not face demise. Yongbo silently complained, afraid of fire? It's not just those who are out of breath, even those who aren't fear it. However, as he gazed upon the coffin containing Ren Te, clad in Qing dynasty official robes, and with a complexion ashen, he pondered, I wonder how much experience I would gain from defeating the renowned Ren Te, and if he might drop any formidable weapons. Uncle Gio, aware of the client's thoughts and cognizant of the perilous nature of the situation, could only respond with resignation. In that case, we shall first transport Ren Te back to the mortuary. Tomorrow, I will select an appropriate burial site for him. If that is the case, I must trouble you. Uncle Gio, Ren Fa replied, nodding gently before preparing to depart. Ren Tingting approached Yongbo, discreetly retrieving a silver dollar from her pouch and placing it into his hand, whispering, little Yong, come find me tomorrow. No, return the money to me. I will seek you out tonight. Ren Tingting hesitated, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she responded, tonight? Would that be appropriate? Hee, you'll understand tonight. Yongbo has resolutely decided to explain the situation to Uncle Gio shortly, and later this evening, he will reveal his intentions to the Ren family. Ren Fa is evidently obstinate and skeptical of Uncle Gio's words. It is only when his father personally engages him in a heartfelt conversation that he will realize that cremation is indeed the wisest choice. Very well. I shall take my leave now. With that, Ren Tingting took her place on the 2-person lift and departed from the scene. While Ren Fa could still be heard inquiring about what Ren Tingting and Yongbo had discussed. Xiaoxing, Wakai, please go to the tomb and set up a plum blossom incense arrangement. Return to me with a report on how it turned out. Additionally, each grave in the vicinity must receive incense offerings. Xiaoyang, accompany Qiuxing and learn from him. Understood, master. Uncle Gio, with his hands clasped behind his back, descended the mountain alongside them, leaving the 3 disciples behind on the summit. Yongbo, lacking understanding, could only trail behind Qiuxing, observing him place 3 incense sticks at each grave. Junior brother, we offer incense because today we have an overwhelming number of visitors, most of whom are outsiders. As the saying goes, the more the merrier. This principle applies even in honoring the deceased. Upon hearing this, Yongbo nodded. The intricacies of human relationships are universally applicable, regardless of location. After all, under identical circumstances, what reason would others have to assist you? Alas, this individual, who passed away at merely 20 years of age, is a tragic waste. Let us offer our respects. With that, he placed 3 incense sticks before the grave. Yang Bo gazed upon the name etched upon the gravestone. Dong Xiaoyu? Goodness, is this not the illustrious sister Yu? He nearly overlooked her, after all. She was a formidable specter of the same echelon as Qiu Sheng and the legendary hero Su Xian. How intriguing. Yang Bo felt a sense of longing, as if his firearm, indeed a double-barreled pistol, was yearning for action. Just as Qiu Sheng turned to leave, a remarkably clear thank you echoed from the grave. Qiu Sheng paused, glancing around in surprise, and then inquired of Yang Bo, "Junior brother, did you hear someone speaking?" "No," came the reply. Yang Bo always felt that speaking aloud might invite troublesome events. Qiu Sheng scratched his head and continued to offer incense at other graves. By the time they returned to the mortuary, darkness had completely enveloped the sky. In Chapter 20, preparations were underway to visit the Rin family. People dread misfortunes, and incense fears the combination of 2 short sticks and 1 long. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Uncle Jio held the fine incense produced from the plum blossom incense array that Wen Kai had handed him, his expression grim. The plum blossom incense array is a form of the Maoshan Taoist divination technique, akin to the rice divination method, employing different spells according to varying circumstances. The appearance of the burned incense is interpreted to predict fortune or misfortune. Wen Kai did not inquire about the significance of the incense's fear of 2 short and 1 long, for after such a lengthy apprenticeship, it was inconceivable that he would be unaware of this. Nevertheless, Uncle Jio took the time to remind him, "Xiaoyang, remember, when this incense appears at home, it surely heralds a death. The combination of 2 short and 1 long is indeed a grave omen. When time permits, I shall teach you about this plum blossom incense array." "Yes, master." Qiu Sheng went to prepare paper, brush, ink, knife, and sword. Responding to his senior's call, Qiu Sheng departed, and Uncle Jio resumed his teaching. The paper, brush, ink, knife, and sword refer to the yellow talisman, red brush, black ink, kitchen knife, and wooden sword. I intend to use rooster's blood mixed with black ink, and then employ the ink measuring tool to seal the entire coffin. This way, even if Master Rin rises from the dead, we need not worry. It will all come to an end by dawn. Wen Kai, go catch a rooster. Wen Kai, with a pained expression, replied, "Ah, another rooster? Go at once, as instructed." "Yes, master." He was responsible for raising the chickens at home, both roosters and hens having their special uses. However, lately, the roosters had been used rather frequently, causing him some distress. Soon, everything was prepared, and Uncle Jio began the ritual, igniting the glutinous rice with a candle and casting it into the mixture of rooster's blood and black ink. He then stirred it with his magical powers until it was uniform and poured it into the ink measuring tool. Handing the tool to Wen Kai, he instructed, "Master, should I sprinkle it on the coffin?" "Yes, remember to cover the entire coffin." Qiu Sheng acknowledged and, together with Wen Kai, began to sprinkle the ink lines onto the coffin. Observing the 2 diligent seniors at work, Yang Bo approached Uncle Jio and said, "Master, I have some matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Uncle Jio responded with a warm demeanor, "What is it? Please, speak freely." Yang Bo pulled Uncle Jio and walked outside. "You, my dear fellow, are quite mysterious," he remarked. Upon entering Uncle Jio's room, Yang Bo spoke candidly, "Master, it has become an established fact that Rente has transformed into a zombie. The most prudent course of action is to incinerate him according to your method." Yet Ren Leoi is resistant to this idea. Uncle Jio nodded thoughtfully. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Logically, Ren Fei's fate should have no bearing on his disciple. Yet that fellow had previously gifted some medicinal herb seeds to Yang Bo. Since there was a connection, he was inclined to save Rente's life, which would also facilitate the cremation of his remains. Uncle Jio squinted and inquired, "Are you suggesting we do not use the ink line? Allow Ren Weiyong to become a corpse?" "Indeed," Yang Bo replied with a hint of amusement. "From my observations, my brothers Wen Kai and Qiu would undoubtedly refrain from tapping the bottom of the coffin. By midnight, Rente will transform and escape from our mortuary, which is precisely why the Ren family is facing such calamity." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Uncle Ji was momentarily taken aback, then said, "Good lad. I had intended to check the ink line later. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten about the coffin's bottom. However, proceeding in this manner carries significant risk. Should Rente transform and draw blood from his kin, his power would greatly increase. I am confident in my plan, master. What do you think?" With that, he produced a double-barreled shotgun from his waist and gently caressed its surface. "Master, with this in hand, an unblooded Rente is of no concern. Where on earth did you acquire such a firearm?" Uncle Jio questioned, though he had never seen a weapon quite like it. He could easily discern it was indeed a gun. "I stumbled upon it by chance, and it even bears some rust." "Very well. If you choose not to disclose further details, so be it. Since you have a plan, proceed with it. However, I must caution you against acquiring ill-gotten gains. Rest assured, master, the meager wealth of the Ren family is beneath my notice." Yang Bo replied confidently. "Moreover, the rudimentary penicillin I can easily produce is sufficient for me to earn a fortune daily. Additionally, the underground medicinal herb plantation at the mortuary is akin to a treasure trove." Having devoted himself to cultivation, He had no reason to fret over worldly riches. If worst came to worst, he could always seek out female spirits for some extra income. Uncle Gio chuckled and admonished him. You still deem it beneath you? Even if the Rin family's fortunes have waned over the past 2 decades, their wealth remains unfathomable. I have observed that Rin Leoi's daughter, Tingting, seems quite fond of you. Should you wed her, your path in cultivation would undoubtedly be much smoother. After all, our practice can be quite costly. Yang Bo cast a sidelong glance at Uncle Gio. Speaking with a tone of exasperation, Master, let us set aside the fact that I am merely 12 years old. Considering the situation of the Rin family, old Master Rin would never permit Rin Tingting to marry. He would only accept a son-in-law, preferably one who is obedient. Therefore, my relationship with Rin Tingting can only remain that of casual acquaintances, devoid of any prospects for marriage. Casual acquaintances? Ahem, I meant friends. My apologies for the slip of the tongue, Master. Uncle Gio pondered for a moment before responding. Since you possess such confidence, I shall defer to your plan. This evening, I will shadow old Master Rin closely to avert any unforeseen incidents. Should I find that you are unable to manage the situation, I shall intervene. What a remarkably understanding master. Yang Bo admires the personality of Uncle Gio, which, although traditional, is not rigid, and he is fiercely protective of his own. It seems that this trait is common among the Maoshan practitioners. Just then, a cacophony of laughter and chatter erupted from outside. Stop it, master. Wen Kai exclaimed as he rushed toward Uncle Gio's room, while Qiu Shang, covered in ink splatters, pursued him relentlessly with a broom in hand. Inside the room, Uncle Gio, hearing the commotion, exclaimed in irritation, these two really are a handful. Yang Bo hurriedly cautioned, Master, do not go. You will be struck. Although Qiuxing and Wen Kai exhibited a certain mischief, it was inconceivable that they would resort to violence against their master. The obstinate ninth uncle proceeded toward the door, while Wen Kai and Qiuxing dashed to the entrance of their master's chamber. Wen Kai exaggeratedly bowed and exclaimed, Master. Observing this, Qiuxing promptly lowered his head in greeting. However, at that moment, ninth uncle did not emerge. Realizing he had been deceived, Qiuxing, in a fit of indignation, raised the broom in his hand to strike. Wen Kai reacted with remarkable swiftness, instinctively shielding his head by crouching down. Just as the broom was poised to descend upon ninth uncle's head, a hand grasped Qiuxing's wrist, preventing the broom from falling. Yang Bo chuckled and said, Master, you are just like Rin Fa, who is unwilling to cremate old Master Rin. At this moment, Qiuxing felt as if half of his soul had fled. He hurriedly tossed the broom in his hand into the courtyard and turned to flee. However, Yang Bo grasped the corner of his garment, pulling him back. Brother, wait a moment. Take me to the Rin family. Qiuxing, looking as if he was doomed, replied. Junior brother, if we don't leave soon, not only will I not be able to take you to the Rin family, but my very survival will also be in question. At that moment, Jioshu came to his senses, extending his hand to give both Qiuxing and Wen Kai a slap. The sound resonated sharply from Qiuxing's head, while Wen Kai's was somewhat muffled, perhaps due to the lack of substance within. You two spend all day in mischief, never considering how to ease my worries. Qiuxing, take your junior brother to the Rin family. Wen Kai, puzzled, inquired, Master, what does the junior brother need to do at the Rin family so late at night? To sleep. Wen Kai was taken aback, exclaiming, with whom? Jioshu shot him a fierce glare and retorted, I meant for you to sleep. Chapter 21. Encounter with the red-dressed ghost. Her gaze, seemed to shimmer like the stars. In the dead of night, the path from the mortuary to Rin town lay shrouded in silence, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects, with a gentle mist enveloping the trees. Perhaps accustomed to such an atmosphere, Qiuxing pedaled swiftly ahead on his bicycle. As he listened to his junior brother singing in a hushed tone, a chill ran down his spine, compelling him to ask, Junior brother, what song are you singing? It sounds so eerie. Eerie is precisely the point. This song, Ghost Bride, is the theme for the entrance of the ghostly Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, in reality, there is no background music, so I must provide the sound effects myself. It's just a popular little tune, he added nonchalantly. Qiuxing internally scoffed, Junior brother, you might be misinterpreting the term popular. By the way, what are you going to the Rin family for? To keep Tingting company while she sleeps. Are you serious? Qiuxing doubted his own hearing. Don't worry. I'm just staying at the Rin family for one night. I'll return tomorrow. Suddenly, Yang Bo felt a faint aura of ghostly energy emanating from afar. Turning to look, he saw 4 figures carrying a palanquin emerging from the forest. These figures moved with remarkable speed, lightly touching the ground with their toes, leaping great distances. For little ghosts, their faces pale and devoid of color, yet adorned with bright red blush on their cheeks. Their movements appeared nimble yet carried an awkwardness. A gust of wind swept by, lifting the curtain that covered the small window of the palanquin, revealing Dong Xiaoyu dressed in a wedding gown. She leapt from the palanquin, reaching out towards Yang Bo, who was seated on the back of the bicycle. Yang Bo grasped the spear from his backpack, poised to surprise Dong Xiaoyu. However, at that moment, a figure materialized between him and Dong Xiaoyu. With a gentle flick of her sleeve, a resounding slap resonated in the air, sending Dong Xiaoyu soaring like a fallen leaf. Dare to snatch someone from me? Yang Bo, seated on the back of the bicycle, was utterly stunned. The woman in the red dress. Isn't she supposed to be in the forest? How did she suddenly appear here? Dong Xiaoyu tumbled through the air, awkwardly rolling on the ground twice. After propping herself up with her hand, she glared fiercely at the woman in red before floating away gracefully. The woman in red let out a soft chuckle, then turned to Yang Bo with a beaming smile, saying, "Little brother, it's been a while. Have you missed your sister? Come, let me give you a hug." Yang Bo gazed at the enchanting and alluring ghostly figure clad in red, unable to resist the temptation to lick his lips. Grasping the double-barreled shotgun, he remarked, "I wish to experience your allure." In a daze, he accepted the small golden ingot handed to him by the ghost. Yang Bo suddenly realized that it was rather impolite to point a gun at a client. He promptly holstered his weapon and, with a warm smile, remarked, "Look, what is the need for gifts when you come to visit? I was actually planning to find you in the woods where we're to meet in a couple of days." He patted the backseat of his bicycle and continued, "If you don't mind, why not forego flying and join me for a ride?" The lady in the red dress gracefully settled onto the bicycle's back seat, gently pulling Yang Bo into her embrace and softly inhaling his scent. With a look of enchantment, she exclaimed, "Brother, why do I sense that your vitality seems to attract spirits even more? And you've cultivated such magical powers in the eyes of other female spirits. You truly are a delicacy akin to Tang Seng's flesh." Meanwhile, Qiuxing, who was pedaling the bicycle, remained oblivious to the happenings behind him. Uncertain whether the red dress spirit had captivated him, he nonetheless inquired after a moment, "Junior brother, why do I feel like the bicycle is becoming increasingly heavy?" Upon hearing this, Yang Bo mused to himself, if a ghost is pressing down on the vehicle, how could it not feel heavier? However, he smiled amiably and remarked, "Perhaps it's due to the rich fare these days. I've put on some weight." Recently, he had been feasting on rabbit meat or dining at the Rin family's home, where Rin Tingting often treated him to meals. The standard of his provisions had certainly soared. Qiuxing chuckled in response, "You're not that heavy. It's likely that the tire pressure is low. But we'll soon arrive at Rinjia town, and I'll check it out when we return." With that, Qiuxing gripped the handlebars and pedaled diligently, utterly unaware of the female ghost seated behind him. Observing his senior brother's demeanor, Yang Bo, with a grin, extended his hand to indulge in some complimentary snacks, tofu, saying, "Do you not consider me a delicacy, akin to Tangsing meat?" He pondered whether his hidden charm had reached its peak, as both the red-clad female ghost and Rin Tingting seemed inexplicably drawn to him. "Of course you are, but I am no monster, at most. I am a queen of the kingdom of women," the red-clad ghost replied with a laugh, then continued, "At least I can suppress my desires, but other weaker female ghosts, even if they like you, cannot restrain their instincts. At that point, you would become mere fodder." As she leaned in with her fiery red lips, Yang Bo quickly interjected, "Wait, I still need to trouble you with something." The red-clad ghost, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what is it? Do you know where I might find malevolent spirits near Rinjia town? If you can lead me to 3, I'll allow you to feed once. What do you think? Wouldn't that be tantamount to ghostly misconduct?" The red-clad ghost's eyes sparkled with mischief, yet the next moment, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Don't be greedy, just one at a time. I can take you right away. Tomorrow night, however, I've already booked a zombie for tonight. Rinjia town is nearly upon us. So if you wish to absorb some young energy, you'd best hurry." With a smile, the red-clad ghost leaned down and kissed him without reservation. Moments later, the interface displayed, "Hunger level, 72112, magic power, 4489. You can absorb magic too?" Indeed, it is precisely the magic that makes one enticing. The alluring ghost licked her fiery red lips, her gaze fixated on Yang Bo as she said, "Your yang energy is even more abundant now, though logically, that shouldn't be the case. Your logic doesn't hold water here. Remember to bring more money next time," she teased, rolling her eyes before gracefully gliding into the woods. Yang Bo toyed with the diminutive gold ingot, no larger than his pinky finger, while stowing away the double-barreled shotgun that had been aimed at the ghostly figure's head into his backpack. "Upon our return, I shall inquire with my master about the methods of nurturing spirits. Once they are well fed, I can dispose of them and send them on to reincarnation, which should yield a greater experience," he mused, his plan in mind. As the apparition vanished, Qiuxing felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him, prompting him to mutter, "How is it that I feel so much lighter all of a sudden?" Quite the peculiar occurrence. After a span of over 10 minutes, Qiuxing deposited Yang Bo at the entrance of the Rin family estate. "Junior brother, you should hurry inside. It's getting late, and I must take my leave." Yang Bo gently nodded and said, "Then, senior brother, please take care on your way back." Having said that, he strode directly into the Rin residence. Chapter 22. 2 shots disrupt your golden corpse dream, you're really here, exclaimed Rin Tingting, clad in a nightgown, her face brimming with disbelief as she gazed at Yang Bo standing in the living room. Noticing the 2 playful braids bobbing on Rin Tingting's head, Yang Bo chuckled softly. "I did not come seeking you this time. My purpose is to find old Master Rin." "My father?" Rin Tingting replied, puzzled. She could not fathom why Yang Bo would be looking for her father, yet she said, "Please wait a moment. I shall summon him." "There's no need," came the voice of Rin Fa, who emerged from another room, already dressed in casual attire. With a stern expression, he regarded Yang Bo and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here to seek me tonight, Taoist Yang Bo?" Yang Bo remained unfazed by Rin Fei's demeanor. If he had a daughter, he too would likely feel sensitive about a male visitor at such an hour, even if he was merely 12 years old. After all, they had both traversed the path of 12 years. Gazing at Rin Fei, Yang Bo revealed, "I have come to save your life, which I consider a form of repayment for the kindness you once showed me with the medicinal herb seeds." Save my life? Rin Fei couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. My Rin family is not a place where anyone can simply enter. In the course of our business, it is inevitable that we attract envy and scrutiny, and we maintain a certain level of vigilance within our abode. Taoist Yang Bo, your words seem somewhat alarmist. Yang Bo waved his hand and said, "Master Rin, you should be able to wait for a night. Please attend to your own matters. I will accompany you this evening. If there is nothing to discuss, then all is well, and I shall no longer intrude upon you from this day forward. Why expend effort on explanations? Once Master Rin arrives, his son Rin Fei will naturally comprehend the depth of his father's concern." Individuals like Rin Fei, with their self-assured disposition, often do not weep until faced with the grave. Had he heeded Uncle Joe's advice and opted for immediate cremation, Master Rin's ashes might well have already been interred. After a moment's contemplation, Rin Fei replied, "Very well, I intend to review the accounts in my study tonight, so I must trouble you, Taoist Yang Bo. It is getting late. Ting, you should retire for the evening. Miss Rin, for safety's sake, you ought to accompany us." Rin Fei cast a deep glance at Yang Bo, then nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, Ting, go change into warmer attire. It may become chilly tonight." "Understood, father," replied Rin Ting. Before ascending the stairs to her bedroom, "Please follow me, Taoist Xiao Yang." Rin Fei gestured invitingly and proceeded toward the study, with Yang Bo promptly trailing behind. The expansive study housed 5 or 6 solid wooden bookshelves, brimming with volumes. Yang Bo observed Rin Fei, who exuded no scholarly air, and mused inwardly. This affluent family study serves merely as a facade, lacking genuine substance. Rin Fei, seated behind the desk, smiled lightly, and said, "Taoist Yang Bo, please make yourself comfortable. I still have some accounts to address." With that, he returned to his task, engrossed in the financial records. Observing this, Yang Bo turned his attention to the window of the study. If memory served correctly, it was through this very window that Master Rin had transformed into a zombie and entered the house, ultimately leading to Rin Fei's demise. Sitting in a nearby chair, Yang Bo retrieved the elementary talismans gifted by his master and began to peruse them meticulously. Given his current magical prowess, the assistance of talismans would undoubtedly enhance the efficacy of his spells far beyond what he could achieve alone. The Exorcism Talisman, the Adamantine Talisman, the Barrier-Breaking Talisman, and the Vitality Talisman are all quite impressive. Tomorrow morning, with the funds provided by the female ghost, I shall procure some yellow paper and cinnabar to practice. Crafting various yellow talismans demands a fair degree of focus and magical energy, yet proficiency can be cultivated through continual practice. Shortly thereafter, Rin Ting returned, now clad in appropriate attire. Upon seeing Yang Bo engrossed in his studies, she eagerly pulled up a small stool beside him and inquired, "What book are you reading?" Yang Bo closed the book and tucked it into his bosom, smiling as he remarked, "This is a skill book imparted to me by my master. Alas, it is not the kind that can be mastered with a mere clap." The weight was excruciating, prompting Yang Bo to regale Rin Ting with some fabricated tales. Time passed slowly, second by second. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from outside the window, causing Yang Bo's storytelling to abruptly cease. Rin Fei, who had been absorbed in Yang Bo's narrative after tallying the accounts, could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Dear nephew, did the esteemed Shaman de Guan survive after becoming a breakthrough mage under the clutches of the nine-tailed fox? He is the protagonist, surely he survived. However, dear Lord Rin, your calamity has arrived." Rin Fei was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a powerful force shattered the study's window in an instant. A familiar figure emerged. "Father." Rin Fei's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld his father, with a green face and sharp teeth, leaping towards him, his countenance rivaling that of the esteemed Rin Te. Both Rin Fei and his companion slipped from their chairs, collapsing onto the floor. Though they braced themselves with their hands and attempted to retreat, their muscles were utterly rigid, rendering them speechless. They could only watch helplessly as their father extended his hands, preparing for an intimate exchange between father and son. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind surged, and a primitive stone spear struck his father squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, the zombie, empowered by Yang Bo's magic, was thrust back 2 steps, roaring in fury and preparing to lunge at Yang Bo. Observing the health bar above Rin Te's head, it read, "Health 193211. His defense is indeed formidable. At least he had mitigated 60 of the damage." This zombie, with its ironclad skin and bones, was not merely boasting. As Rin Te charged forward, Yang Bo transformed the stone spear in his grasp into a serpent, striking it upon Rin Te's head. The advancing Rin Te's body faltered momentarily. Yang Bo exhibited no signs of panic. He even took a moment to inquire of Rin Fei, "Master Rin, to subdue the transformed body of the late Master Rin. It is imperative that we do not attempt to preserve the corpse. However, since he is your father, the decision rests in your hands. You have 10 seconds to contemplate." Dear nephew, incinerate it immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Fa made the most judicious choice. The living were undoubtedly more important than the remains of his father. Furthermore, it was merely a malevolent entity occupying his father's corpse, not his father himself. Upon hearing these words, Yang Bo smiled faintly as he retrieved a stack of talismans that his master had given him before arriving. They could be activated with his magical power, though their effectiveness might be considerably diminished since they were not crafted by his own hand. Quality may be lacking, yet quantity shall suffice. He hurled a bundle of exorcising talismans at Lord Ren, a cacophony of sounds erupting. His vitality, previously at 211, was markedly diminished as the malevolent energy enveloping Lord Ren dissipated significantly, causing his plump visage to recede slightly. In that moment, Lord Ren was devoid of any rational thought. Driven solely by instinct, and despite suffering such a grievous blow, he relentlessly lunged towards Yang Bo with outstretched hands. Would it not be simpler to accept death? With a resounding bang, a shotgun blast erupted, transforming into a multitude of pellets that penetrated Lord Ren's forehead. The tremendous force sent him sprawling to the ground. Yang Bo swiftly employed his skill, drawing his weapon and approaching Lord Ren, who lay incapacitated. Lord Ren, allow me to escort you on your journey, he proclaimed. With another thunderous shot, the dark energy surrounding Lord Ren was obliterated, and bereft of its protection, a close-range blast turned his head into a mass of destruction. Chapter 23. Cremation. On the spot, vibrantly colored experience orbs erupted from Lord Ren's corpse, and what had been an empty experience meter surged to level 6 in an instant. Without hesitation, Yang Bo allocated the experience to enhance his primary skill, perception, and his secondary skills, spear mastery and armor penetration. In that fleeting moment, he felt his senses sharpen, and visions of various techniques and methods for wielding spears and lances flooded his mind. As he regained his composure, Ren Tingting's piercing scream broke the silence, rousing the servants of the Ren household, who hurried towards the study. Master! Master! A few rushed into the room, and Ren Fa, still recovering from the shock, was assisted to his feet, his expression one of bewilderment. Cousin, I am truly grateful to you. Do you believe now? Ren Fa nodded, resembling a chick pecking at rice. A wry smile on his face. I never anticipated it would unfold this way. What shall we do now? Yang Bo prodded the now solidified corpse of Master Ren with his spear, chuckling as he remarked, the body has undergone transformation and escaped the ancestral hall. My master will certainly come, and while I am capable of exterminating zombies, I have yet to master some intricate details of the Taoist arts. Nevertheless, do prepare some peachwood branches without fail. Hearing this, Ren Fa promptly nodded. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to procure them. He then turned to the young man who had gone to seek Uncle Gio several times and instructed, Ching, please go to the ancestral hall and invite Uncle Gio here. No need, I have arrived. Uncle Gio entered through the collapsed window of the study, his expression grave as he knelt to examine Master Ren's body. Though his face remained impassive, his heart was profoundly shaken. Has the Yin energy been completely dispersed? Under normal circumstances, a zombie would lose its mobility once 90 of its Yin energy was depleted, leading common folk to believe it was killed. In truth, with even a remnant of Yin energy left as a seed, the deceased zombie would resurrect in no time. To utterly eradicate a zombie, one must incinerate its remains, preventing it from gathering Yin energy once more. Master Ren, he stated, you have witnessed the situation. I strongly recommend immediate cremation, otherwise, within 3 to 5 days, or at most half a month, Master Ren's Yin energy will inevitably gather again, leading to yet another transformation. Cremate. Immediately. Ren Fa, now unable to attend to anything else, commanded his servants to find a way to procure the peachwood branches. It must be said that money can indeed work wonders. Within half an hour, everything was prepared, and Master Ren's body was laid upon the peachwood branches. Ren Fa was instructing a servant to pour tung oil over the branches. Pour more. These peachwood branches are freshly cut, and we cannot risk them failing to ignite. He then turned to Uncle Gio and inquired, Uncle Gio, do you think this is sufficient? Seeing Ren Fa's earnest demeanor, Uncle Gio acknowledged his disciple's words, noting that he was indeed one who wouldn't shed tears until faced with a coffin. That will suffice, Master Ren. Have the people step back. Once Ren Fa had cleared the area, Uncle Gio formed a hand seal and threw a yellow talisman onto the peachwood branches. In the next moment, a roaring flame erupted, and the searing heat compelled everyone to retreat once more. After approximately half an hour, the flames gradually subsided. Uncle Gio glanced at the still glowing charcoal and solemnly stated, Master Ren, the remains have been cremated. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Just ensure someone keeps watch. I will return in the morning to assist with gathering the ashes and then seek a suitable feng shui site for Master Ren's burial. Good. Ren Fa now appeared exceedingly compliant. Uncle Gio then turned to Yang Bo, who had been watching from the side, and said, Disciple, it is time for us to depart. Very well, Master. In response, Yang Bo was about to follow Uncle Gio out, eager to check on the ginseng he had planted. However, he was abruptly seized by a delicate hand. Though not immediately refined, the owner of the small hand gazed at him with wide, watery eyes. Don't go. Hey, Miss Ren. This could easily lead to misunderstandings. I am afraid. Yang Bo let out a helpless sigh and retrieved a talisman from his pocket, placing it into Ren Tingting's hand. There. With this talisman, you shall be safe. Yet, Ren Tingting still refused to release her grip. $10, you must stay tonight. Yang Bo resolutely declined Ren Tingting's proposal, stating, as a lone man and a solitary woman, Miss Ren, such rumors would adversely affect your reputation. Beside them, Ren Fa, upon witnessing his daughter's behavior, immediately reprimanded her. Tingting, how can you be so thoughtless? As a young lady, you should not utter such words. He then turned to Yang Bo with a conciliatory smile, saying, my child is merely inexperienced. Dear nephew, please do not take offense. Perhaps I could offer $20 for you to spend the night in the living room? We could all share a makeshift bedding arrangement. Yang Bo ultimately decided to stay, not merely for the $20, but rather due to his inherently kind-hearted nature. The following morning, Yang Bo, brimming with vitality, stepped out of the Ren family's living room and stretched languidly in the courtyard. Ren Tingting, having stayed up late and frightened, was still deep in slumber, while Ren Fa, despite his age, fared somewhat better. Uncle, uncle. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside, as Captain Away, Ren Tingting's cousin, rushed in. He had been reveling the previous night and only learned of the incident at the Ren residence upon returning to the security team, prompting his hasty return. What brings you here, you little rascal? Seeing the seemingly composed Captain Away, Yang Bo chuckled and replied, Master Run, yesterday you summoned me for a story, and I stayed up far too late. It would be wise not to create a ruckus, lest your uncle become irate. With that, Yang Bo moved to a nearby open space to engage in some physical activity. Although exercise held little significance for him, given his data-based form, he relished the morning's briskness. Away, observing Yang Bo, immediately approached and warned, you brat, I advise you to keep your distance from the Ren family, or else, Away, why are you here so early? What are you discussing with my nephew? Ren Fa, sporting dark circles under his eyes, emerged from the house, inquiring about their conversation. Having been half awake, he finally became fully alert upon hearing his nephew's voice. Upon seeing Ren Fa, Yang Bo reflected on all the sorrowful moments from his previous life and suddenly realized there was little worth weeping over. However, when he contemplated the fact that he could never see his parents or elder brother again, nor those beloved colleagues who had been like sisters to him, his eyes turned red with emotion. Master Run, he lamented, young Master Away insists I should keep my distance from the Ren family, or else I would face the methods of the security team, tiger benches, pepper water, branding irons, water torture, tooth extraction, and even having nails driven into my toenails while being kicked against a wall. Ren Fa's complexion darkened significantly, while Away stood in stunned silence. What the hell? How did this brat conjure such things? The most I would use is a branding iron. Uncle, please listen to me. This kid is just spouting nonsense. I merely meant for him to stay away from the Ren family. Away's defense only served to deepen Ren Fa's frown. Before he could erupt in anger, Yang Bo sobbed. Master Ren, young Master Away also mentioned. What else did he say? Ren Fa interjected, his curiosity piqued. He also said that today he would broach the topic of marrying his cousin. Even if you disagree, he intends to find a way to make it happen. In that case, for the sake of the Ren family's reputation, you would have to acquiesce. Once he marries my cousin, he will have a say in the household. And if I or my master fail to comply, we would find it impossible to establish ourselves in Renjia town. Chapter 24, Matters of the Ren family. Get out. Ren Fa, who had always held disdain for his nephew due to the lack of male heirs in the family, was genuinely furious this time. He was fully aware of Away's intentions and had previously brushed him off with vague responses. However, this time, his anger was palpable, even if it were true. You cannot be so brazen about it. Away, panic-stricken, defended himself. Uncle, I truly did not say such things. It is all this brat's fabrication. Please believe me. Yang Bo blinked innocently and said, Kiki, I am but a 12-year-old child, incapable of deceit. Away gazed upon Yang Bo's youthful visage, feeling a surge of indignation. I command you to leave. Ren Fa abruptly kicked Away, who, in turn, could only retreat awkwardly towards the door, exclaiming, Uncle, please calm your anger. I shall return to see you tomorrow. With that, he scurried away from the Ren household in haste. Ren Fa took a deep breath of the fresh morning air to compose himself, then turned to Yang Bo and remarked, Dear nephew, your actions have truly offended my nephew. Though he is young, I am well aware that he is a petty individual, narrow-minded, short-sighted, lacking in intellect, avaricious, lascivious, overbearing, and devoid of both responsibility and capability. Yang Bo chuckled and remarked, Were it not for your support over the years, Master Ren, your nephew would likely have met a dire fate by now. In the unfolding narrative following Ren Fa's demise, Away reappeared, having already lost his position as the captain of the security team. To put it plainly, his virtues did not merit his rank. Ren Fa sighed and replied, The Ren family has dwindled in numbers, leaving us with no recourse. I understand, he continued. Yet Away does seem to heed your counsel. How could he not? He added, His current standing is entirely due to Master Ren's assistance. Suddenly, Ren Fa's expression brightened remarkably, adopting a sycophantic demeanor as he rubbed his hands together and leaned toward Yang Bo, exclaiming, Esteemed nephew, Yongbo raised his finger to his lips with a smile and said, "Hush, Master Ren. You need not speak any further. To do so would be impolite. My sole ambition is to vanquish demons and monsters, treading the fine line between life and death. Regardless of whether you wish for me to become your son-in-law or your adopted son, such notions are utterly impossible. Master Ren, you surely do not wish for your daughter to remain a widow, do you?" A stiff smile froze on Master Ren's face. "Actually, I have another proposal." "What proposal?" "Take a concubine and bear a child. Should you provide me with 2 oxen for my treatment, I shall find a way to cure your ailment. Milk is the eternal remedy." He also pondered whether a bull could produce milk. In my world, milk possesses the power to eliminate all negative effects, such as poisoning, withering, and slowness. Of course, it also dispels positive effects. Ultimately, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Upon hearing Yongbo's suggestion, a wry smile appeared on Renfei's face as he said, "Dear nephew, to speak candidly, I am aware that among the 3 greatest disobediences, failing to provide for one's descendants is paramount. However, I have promised Tingting's mother that I shall never remarry." Yongbo believed this, for with the Ren family's wealth, taking a concubine would be a simple task. It was unexpected that Renfei was such a romantic. After a moment's thought, he continued, "Then, let us hasten to find a son-in-law for Miss Ren. When your grandson is born, he will carry on the Ren family lineage. As for the son-in-law, it matters not. He is merely a vessel for procreation. Master Ren, temper your gaze. I am but 12 years old." After this exchange, a single statement ultimately dissuaded Master Ren from considering Yongbo as either a son-in-law or an adopted son. "If you were to make me your son-in-law, do you believe that during your lifetime, the Ren residence would not transform into the Yang residence?" After breakfast, Uncle Gio arrived at the Ren residence with Wentai, completing the sorting of the late Master Ren's remains and placing them in an urn. They then found a suitable burial site outside Ren town to lay him to rest. Once all was accomplished, as noon approached, Renfei arranged a lavish feast at a local tavern, marking the conclusion of matters concerning the late Master Ren. "Master, I wish to practice drawing talismans. I would like to purchase a complete set of writing implements and some vermilion and yellow paper." Uncle Gio smiled and replied, "When the time comes for me to impart the art of talismans to you, the writing tools have already been prepared. Let us procure some vermilion, for my supply is dwindling. Additionally, we must gather the medicinal herbs for your martial arts training." This time, Master Ren generously provided 70 silver dollars. In the early republic, 1 silver dollar had a purchasing power of approximately 150. Thus, 70 silver dollars were roughly equivalent to over 10,000 yuan. Do not underestimate this sum. Typically, 11 silver dollars suffice for a family of 5's monthly food needs. A talent like Yongbo would earn merely 20 silver dollars in a single night. Not including the ox that when I led back, they returned to the funeral home. Yongbo was the first to dash to the underground farm, hastily stowing away the assorted items from his backpack into a chest. He set about crafting a furnace. In the realm of Minecraft, the recipe was exceedingly simple, requiring merely 8 pieces of cobblestone. Previously, he had slain the malevolent spirits that Nine Uncle had collected, which yielded a considerable amount of scrap iron, perfect for experimenting to see if it could be smelted into iron nuggets in the game. He placed the newly crafted furnace in a corner, where it would not obstruct anything, and proceeded to load the scrap iron and charcoal from his backpack into it. In the next moment, the smelting progress bar on the furnace interface began to advance slowly, prompting a smile to grace Yongbo's face. "As long as it can smelt," he mused. After a brief period, he observed the iron nugget in his hand and pondered. 10 pieces of scrap iron yield 1 iron nugget. Whereas in 7 days to dye, it requires 150 pieces of scrap iron along with clay to produce a single ingot. It's clear that Minecraft is more profitable. While the furnace continued its work, Yongbo chose not to linger and instead walked over to the area designated for growing ginseng, inspecting the progress of its growth. The ginseng leaves were flat, adorned with sharp tips, and boasted a vibrant green hue. The intricate veins of the leaves were prominent, with a stout, resilient central vein that felt smooth and soft to the touch. 3-year-old wild ginseng had grown to 54. 12 maturity, although Yongbo had planted it. The magical essence of the game insisted it was wild, and thus it was. The number of palmate leaves on ginseng varies by age, 1 for 2 years, called a palm, 2 for 3 years, known as 2 decades, 3 for 4 years, referred to as lantern leaves, 4 for 5 years, dubbed 4 batches of leaves. And those over 6 years possess 5 or 6 leaves, termed 5 batches or 6 batches. Yongbo's 3-year ginseng sported 2 complete palm leaves, with a 3rd leaf gradually unfurling. He retrieved 2 bones, breaking them down into bone meal. Do not inquire about the source of the bones. Simply attribute them to the lofty character of Master Ren. He sprinkled the bone meal over the ginseng plant before envisioning its growth, for years, 5 years, 10 years. Once this particular ginseng reached 10 years and sprouted 9 leaves, its age would no longer change, with the primary transformation occurring in its root, the ginseng itself. 10-year-old ginseng, while not comparable to the legendary 1,000 or 10,000-year varieties, will surely help Nine Uncle restore his vitality. The evident toll on Nine Uncle's health was apparent from his white hair. Despite his profound mastery, constant dealings with dark energies inevitably took a toll on his physical form. In just another week, this 10-year ginseng could be consumed daily like a carrot stick. He tapped the ginseng gently. 10-year-old wild ginseng 3, ginseng seeds 2. Fortune smiled upon him. Not only did he gain additional seeds from the harvest, but he also received an extra root. In Minecraft, the yield from farming is unpredictable. As is the case with seeds, sometimes none are dropped, while at other times, 3 might fall at once. Chapter 25. Chicken stew with ginseng 3. 10-year ginseng roots were temporarily sufficient, so he continued to plant the 2 ginseng seeds he had just acquired. He retrieved the iron nuggets from the furnace and placed them in his backpack, crafting them into an anvil at the workbench. He decided to create a few buckets. Although the meager amount of iron would only suffice for a handful of iron buckets, these scraps were obtained from vanquishing the malevolent spirits, and their quantity was rather limited. I must find a way to mine some iron ore, he contemplated. Iron veins were abundant in various locations, yet the challenge lay in the extraction process. Surface mines were ideal, but Yongbo did not shy away from the prospect of delving into the depths for barren iron deposits. With everything in order, Yongbo departed from the underground farm and returned to the mortuary. Upon entering, he encountered Wakai, who, upon seeing Yongbo's expression of surprise, inquired, "Junior brother, are you here? I searched the house for you earlier and couldn't find you. By the way, Master is calling for you." Yongbo smiled and said, "No, I just took a stroll and have just returned." As he spoke, he prepared to head towards his master's room, then inquired, "Senior brother, what does Master require of me?" "It's nothing much," came the reply. "I have simply prepared the writing tools for you, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. You should go and give them a try. I will join you shortly." Upon hearing this, Yongbo quickened his pace, for the matter of drawing talismans was undoubtedly of paramount importance. Often, one could not conjure spells in haste, and talismans served as a means to enhance a Taoist's endurance. Arriving at Master Zhuo's chamber, he found his mentor busily arranging various materials. Upon noticing Yang's arrival, he beckoned him over and said, "Little Yang, come here. I shall teach you to draw your first talisman, which is also the most crucial one for us." With that, Master Zhuo picked up a nearby brush. Taking a deep breath to channel his spiritual energy into it, he gently dipped the brush into the vermilion and solemnly remarked, "Remember, within our Maoshan talismans, there exists a distinction between prenatal talismans and postnatal talismans. The so-called prenatal talisman is created with a single stroke of power, known as a single spark of inspiration is the talisman, whereas the postnatal talisman involves a rather intricate set of rituals. For now, focus on learning the prenatal talisman from me. Observe closely." Master Zhuo then put brush to yellow paper, his strokes flowing like a dragon in flight. The vibrant vermilion was imprinted upon the yellow paper, and after a few seconds, Master Zhuo lifted his brush. The talisman shimmered momentarily with a faint azure light, and thus the exorcism talisman was completed. Yongbo gazed at the pattern on the talisman and softly murmured, "A talisman for dispelling evil?" Indeed, it was a talisman for dispelling evil. With that, Zhou Shu placed the brush in his hand upon the brush holder and continued. "The talisman for dispelling evil is the most commonly used talisman among the disciples of Maoshan who engage with the mortal world. It serves to repel malevolent forces, whether they be demons, ghosts, or even practitioners of dark and sinister powers. The potency of the spell varies according to the depth of the artist's mastery of the mystical arts." Yongbo nodded slightly. Subsequently, Uncle Zhou remarked, "For beginners who have just embarked on their journey, the efficacy of talismans should not be the primary pursuit. Rather, one must focus on calibrating their spiritual energy to successfully inscribe the symbols. Xiaoyang, first practice the talismans using a regular brush, while I prepare a meal for you, and one Kai." Yongbo gazed at the talisman for exorcism, his expression momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing his master's words, he returned to his senses and smiled, saying, "Master, shall we have chicken stew for dinner tonight?" His master, glancing at him, did not hesitate and replied with a smile, "Very well. I have already prepared the rooster from last night's bloodletting. Initially, I intended to stew it for lunch, but with old master when hosting a banquet, it has been marinating in the kitchen. Let us indulge once more this evening." With that, his master made to leave. Observing this, Yongbo quickly called out, "Master, wait. Let us add some special ingredients." He then retrieved a ginseng from behind him and presented it to his master. Upon seeing the 9-leaf ginseng, his master's pupils contracted sharply. The leaves indicated that this ginseng had matured for at least 9 years, without even examining the root. It was evident that this was an exceptionally standard wild ginseng of 10 years. "Master, you have been overexerting yourself these past few days. I specially cultivated this wild ginseng for you to replenish your strength. Chicken stew with ginseng, oh, I wonder if my 2 senior brothers can handle it. Cultivated?" His master reached out to accept the wild ginseng, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. From the very beginning, he had sensed Yongbo's extraordinary nature, though not in terms of destiny. His fate was exceedingly ordinary, so much so that it seemed deliberately fabricated. Yet, according to his bone age, he was indeed a mere 12-year-old child. He often engaged in subtle activities, but none bore any malice. However, the appearance of this cultivated wild ginseng left him utterly perplexed. "You keep your secrets, and I shall refrain from inquiring further." Yang Bo smiled as he reached behind him and produced another identical ginseng root, presenting it to Master Jio with the words, "As the saying goes, a day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. Rest assured, I shall never do anything to bring you sorrow. Your health has greatly deteriorated, and your hair has turned white. This ginseng is for you. You may nibble on it in the evening." "Nibble on it," Master Jio replied. "You should keep it, even if you have the fortune to possess it. This decade-old ginseng is truly invaluable." Yang Bo smiled. When the underground farm's century-old ginseng ripens, he will take Uncle Jio down to have a look. After all, it's merely a matter of 6 months. He placed another ginseng into Uncle Jio's hand, and as Uncle Jio gazed at him with a look of existential doubt, Yang Bo discreetly produced an identical ginseng from behind. "These ginseng roots I have cultivated over the past decade, Master, even if you consume one a day, I can afford to provide." Uncle Jio, dazed while holding 2 10-year-old ginseng roots, stepped out of the room, feeling as if his fate had been altered by an unseen force. As the saying goes, wealth should not be ostentatious. Yang Bo's audacity to display such wealth in a bustling marketplace stemmed from 2 reasons. First, Uncle Jio's character was worthy of trust. Second, he was no longer a mere pawn subject to the whims of female spirits, possessing a degree of self-preservation. Third, he had realized that he could resurrect at the location of his sleeping bag. At that moment, when Kai and Xiaoxing arrived at the doorway, observing Uncle Jio standing there in a daze, "Master, why are you holding 2 radishes at the entrance?" Without undergoing the drying process, the ginseng appeared tender and white, resembling an undernourished white radish, albeit with a slightly rougher skin. Uncle Jio promptly slapped each of them on the back of the head, reprimanding, "Instead of wasting time here, you ought to hurry inside and practice. And for dinner, you are only permitted to eat chicken. No one is allowed to touch the soup." "What? Who would drink soup when they can eat meat?" Wen Kai and Xiaoxing exchanged glances as they watched Uncle Jio's retreating figure into the kitchen. Wen Kai mused, "Do you think Master has lost his mind? Who knows? But these past few days, our lives have been improving. Dining at a restaurant for lunch and enjoying stewed chicken for dinner. If only this could continue indefinitely." With that, the 2 brothers entered the room to practice drawing talismans alongside Yang Bo. Chapter 26. Xiaoxing targeted by the female ghost the following day. Yang Bo opened his eyes to a scene that resembled a murder scene, startled by the sight before him. Words of astonishment escaped his lips. What on earth? Lying on the bed was Wen Kai, who, unbeknownst to him, had removed his inner garment, leaving his upper body bare. His face was smeared with congealed blood, which had even dried upon his chest. Just as Yang Bo rose to check if his rather unfortunate senior was indeed dead, he observed Wen Kai reach up to scratch at his nose, which was crusted over with dried blood. How could he remain oblivious to this? Yang Bo was truly a sight to behold. He approached, intending to awaken Wen Kai with a loving slap, only to realize there was no suitable place to land his hand. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the doorway, and instrode Uncle Jio with great strides. Upon seeing Wen Kai sprawled on the bed, he chuckled, "I knew it would come to this." Wen Kai, a child brimming with vitality, had consumed several slices of ginseng as if they were mere radishes the previous night. However, a change of blood is indeed beneficial. Yang Bo nodded gently. Wen Kai, being a virgin, had no outlet for his pent-up energy. Yesterday, he and Xiaoxing had consumed 2/3 of the chicken, even if the effects of the medicine had diminished. It was beyond the capacity of 2 robust young men to bear. Nevertheless, Uncle Jio had not informed his 2 disciples that they were feasting on ginseng-stewed chicken. With a resounding clap, Uncle Jio brought his hands down, startling Wen Kai awake. In a bewildered tone, he exclaimed, "Master, my voice. Something is amiss with my nose." Upon noticing the fresh blood on his chest, he was momentarily taken aback. "What has happened?" "Nothing serious, just a nosebleed from excessive heat. Quickly prepare some warm water to wash up, and make sure to clean the sheets and pillowcases as well. They're practically seasoned by now. Do you intend to keep them as family heirlooms?" Finally reassured, Wen Kai cast a cautious glance at Uncle Jio and replied, "I will do it right away." Observing Wen Kai's rosy complexion and lack of any signs of weakness, Uncle Jio nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Bo followed Uncle Jio out of the room, preparing to practice the talismans once more in the courtyard. This endeavor proved to be quite challenging, often resembling the following scenario. Eyes, I see it. Brain, I remember it. Hands, here is the brush for you too. Take it. Although it is not necessary for the talismans to be identical to those drawn by predecessors, it is crucial that they are executed in a fluid and uninterrupted manner, without hesitation. The flow of magical energy must remain constant, and its distribution should be even. The phrase "in one go" here does not imply a single stroke, but rather a continuous and unbroken writing. After sipping on some millet porridge, Yang Bo had just finished tidying up the dishes when he noticed Xiaoxing stumbling through the entrance of the ancestral hall. Upon entering the main hall, he sat down on a chair and drifted off to sleep. Observing the hickeys and bite marks on his neck, Yang Bo couldn't help but exclaim, "This Dong Xiaoyu truly plays with fire and leaves her mark." "Master," Yang Bo called out loudly, prompting Jioshu to emerge from the inner room, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "Look, it's on my senior brother's neck." Upon hearing this, Jioshu immediately turned his gaze towards Xiaoxing, approaching him to examine the situation closely. His brow furrowed in concern as he sighed and remarked, "Your senior brother has encountered a ghost. You are aware of it?" Qiusheng responded, surprised. "During the last grave relocation by Master Ren, you instructed my senior brother to stay behind and burn incense. It was then that he came across the tombstone of Dong Xiaoyu. Noticing that she had passed away at a mere 20 years of age, he felt pity and expressed his sentiments. Shortly thereafter, he heard her voice saying thank you." Jioshu paused, momentarily taken aback by the realization that this was indeed a consequence of the incense offering. He then inquired, "How do you know that this ghost is named Dong Xiaoyu?" "Ah, the night before last, the female ghost that targeted my senior brother was preparing to strike at me. But the ghost that fixated on me was swiftly sent flying with a single slap." Yang Bo's nonchalant tone made Jioshu feel a sense of headache for the first time regarding his disciple, the girl ghost, who could be effortlessly flung away with a mere slap and possessed the ability to wield ghostly and illusionary arts. Not to mention her capacity to engage in tumultuous encounters with Qiusheng certainly possessed formidable strength. Speaking of the lady in red, Yang Bo suddenly recalled the notion of raising ghosts and inquired, "Master, do you possess any methods for nurturing ghosts? I believe that strength lies in numbers. It would be quite advantageous to prepare some fist-sized ceramic jars to carry with me, and upon encountering foes, simply toss the jars to initiate a collective assault." Jioshu, upon hearing Yang Bo's words, responded with utmost seriousness, "Little Yang, the art of raising ghosts has a profound impact on individuals, especially the female ghosts you mentioned. They absorb their master's yang energy, magical power, and even lifespan. Moreover, prolonged interaction with ghostly entities can inflict significant harm upon one's body." Noticing Jioshu's earnest demeanor, Yang Bo refrained from further questioning the methods of ghost nurturing, realizing that engaging in a pursuit akin to a malevolent Pokemon game, where one battles and levels up, could indeed be amusing. He obediently replied, "Understood, Master. Rest assured, unless you grant your approval, I will not entertain the notion of raising ghosts. Furthermore, in slaying malevolent spirits, I can." He left his words unspoken and winked at Jioshu, who immediately grasped the implication. His disciple possessed the unique ability to alter his own aptitude through the extermination of evil spirits. Even if his senior brother, Shi Jian, strayed onto a nefarious path, this disciple would not follow suit. With this understanding, Jioshu felt a sense of reassurance regarding his disciple's steadfastness. "Well, I merely mentioned it in passing. Once your magical power accumulates, I shall impart some special techniques." "Understood." Yang Bo comprehended Jioshu's intentions clearly. "Thank you, Master. No need for thanks, it is my duty. Now, let us check on your senior brother." With that, Jioshu lifted Qiusheng's shirt, and Yang Bo's eyes widened at the sight of red lip prints, bite marks, and scratches. Jioshu remarked, "My eldest disciple certainly knows how to have fun." Just then, Wen Kai excitedly entered, leading Rin Tingting through the door. "Master, the young lady from the Rin family has arrived." "Oh no, she's coming for me." Yang Bo sighed as Rin Tingting curiously approached. Upon seeing Qiusheng with his bare upper body, her cheeks flushed as she greeted Uncle Gio. "Uncle Gio." He immediately assumed a benevolent elder demeanor, nodding gently with a slight smile in return. "Miss Rin, welcome. However, I have some matters to attend to at the moment, so let my young apprentice keep you company." Alas, this damned, restless charm of mine. After exchanging pleasantries with Rin Tingting, he resumed his examination of his senior brother's physique. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Senior brother has been captivated by a female ghost, and the master is devising a plan." "Ah, a female ghost?" In Rin Tingting's perception, ghosts were bloodthirsty and malevolent beings that harmed countless lives. Hearing about a female ghost suddenly instilled a sense of fear within her. "Fear not. The female ghost will not seek you out. At most, it will be the male ghosts who do." Uncle Gio reached out to pat him lightly and said, "All right. Do not frighten Miss Rin any further. Wen Kai, go fetch me some vermilion, a brush, and a towel." Yang Bo's eyes sparkled slightly as he inquired, "Master, are you preparing to inscribe a talisman for exorcism upon my senior brother's chest?" Uncle Gio nodded in affirmation. Yang Bo's smile suddenly radiated with brilliance as he softly inquired, "Master, have you ever heard of the lizard's blood?" Uncle Gio retorted, "You rascal, how could you even suggest such a thing?" Ultimately, Uncle Gio declined Yang Bo's proposal, for this was indeed a task that required skill. He was neither capable nor inclined to undertake it. Chapter 27. The first drawing of the exorcism talismans in the parlor of the Righteous Hall. Uncle Gio, Yang Bo, Wen Kai, and the young lady from the Rin family encircled Qiusheng. Yang Bo pointed curiously at the bite mark on Qiusheng's body, where a distinct absence of a trace indicated the loss of a tooth. "Master, do female ghosts also lack teeth?" Facing this rather trivial inquiry, Jioshu exhibited no signs of irritation. Rather, he responded with utmost seriousness. "Indeed, spirits subconsciously strive to retain their appearance from life, though they ought to reflect their state at the moment of their untimely demise." He continued to elaborate, "You should now be able to perceive them with ease. However, to truly discern their authentic form, one must utilize certain minor objects." "Willow leaves?" "Precisely, willow leaves. Yet, it is not limited to just them. Willow leaves possess a quality and require only a modicum of magical power to unveil the sight. I have carved 2 willow leaves from willow wood. nurtured over many years, which yield a comparably effective result. Yang Bo always felt that if he were to present Uncle Gio with a CNC milling machine, it would undoubtedly leave him profoundly astonished. After expressing this thought, Uncle Gio took up a brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and subsequently invoked his mystical powers. A radiant aura enveloped the scene, characterized by a mesmerizing display of swirling dragons and dancing phoenixes. In a moment of fervor, an intricately complex talisman for exorcism materialized upon Qiusheng's chest. It was done. Yang Bo promptly restored Qiusheng's attire to its original state, confident that the magical enhancement would prevent any inadvertent smudging, of course, excluding his own actions. This particular talisman posed a considerable challenge for Jiu. Yet he executed it seamlessly, much to his satisfaction, especially in the presence of his two disciples and Miss Run. Jiu possessed a rather reserved demeanor, harboring emotions like any other, but his duties of subduing demons and maintaining his authority before his students often rendered him formidable. However, his true nature would emerge in the company of Simu. As afternoon quickly approached, Yang Bo diligently continued to inscribe the talismans, a cerulean glow shimmering from his brush as he delicately touched a hint of cinnabar onto the yellow paper. In an instant, a complete exorcism talisman was drawn, and the fleeting azure light signified that the incantation had been successfully completed. Yang Bo, with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, set down his brush and held the talisman in his hand, speaking with calm indifference, such a trivial charm, easily mastered. Beside him, Rin Tingting rested her chin in her hands, admiring his successful creation, her face lighting up with delight as she clapped and exclaimed, "Xiao Yang, you truly are remarkable." "Naturally," he replied. "What of these discarded yellow talismans on the floor?" The ground around the table was strewn with spent yellow paper. Yang Bo glanced at Rin Tingting and remarked, "In truth, you are most beautiful when silent. It's nothing, merely a few sheets of yellow paper. I shall arrange for someone to bring you more tomorrow." At that moment, with a mere 2 success rate in his talisman drawing, Yang Bo suddenly noticed Rin Tingting's delicate features and chuckled. These failed talismans would serve perfectly to kindle the kitchen fire. It was only when he began to draw the charms that he realized the absence of matches in the kitchen, with Wen Kai and Qiusheng around. Why would he need matches to ignite a fire? As Yang Bo began to tidy up the discarded yellow papers, Qiusheng finally stirred. After a day of slumber, he stretched lazily and opened his eyes to the dim light outside. Why is it cloudy today? Compared to the narrative, Qiusheng awoke a tad earlier. For the ginseng chicken he had consumed the previous night was not in vain. "Senior brother, you're awake." "Junior apprentice, how long have I slept?" Miss Ren. "What are you doing here?" Rin Tingting replied with a smile, "I had nothing to do at home, so I came to discuss a few matters with Xiao Yang." "Senior brother, you've been asleep for an entire day. Nightfall is nearly upon us." Upon hearing this, Qiusheng's expression shifted. "A whole day? Oh no. I've neglected the shop. My aunt will surely scold me." Just then, Jiu entered from outside, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, "You still remember your aunt?" Qiusheng did not respond, but stood up from his chair and approached Jiu. "Master, is there anything you need me to do?" Jiu gazed deeply at Qiusheng, his words carrying weight. "As long as you do not add to my troubles, that is a good thing." Qiusheng understood, but chose to ignore it. Observing Yang Bo holding a thick stack of yellow talismans, he stepped forward with a smile. "Junior brother, there is no need to rush with drawing talismans. We believe in the principle that practice makes perfect. It took me 7 days to succeed, so you need not feel burdened." Hearing this, Jiu cast a satisfied glance at Qiusheng. In reality, Qiusheng had only practiced for 3 days before successfully drawing his first talisman. His words were clearly meant to ease Yang Bo's mind. The junior brother understood and remained patient. Just as Rin Tingting opened her mouth to speak, Yang Bo placed a finger against his lips, signaling her to remain silent with a wink. Embarrassed, she nodded gently, refraining from further speech. Witnessing the interaction between his junior brother and Miss Rin, Qiusheng's heart ached with nostalgia for Xiaoyu. Turning to Jiu, he said, "Master, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Jiu glanced at the sky. Though the sun had yet to set, dusk was approaching. If the female ghost truly had her sights set on Qiusheng, she would undoubtedly intercept him on his way back, or perhaps his master would personally send him to her. "Very well, return home early." "Understood, master." Reflecting on the wild events of the previous night, Qiusheng's steps became lighter with each stride as he departed. Once he was gone, Jiu, who had maintained a calm demeanor, swiftly seized the Taoist robe and cloth bag that had been prepared nearby. Yang Bo cast a glance at Rin Tingting beside him and said, "Let us depart. I shall escort you home." Rin Tingting, aware that Yang Bo and Uncle Gio were embarking on a ghost hunting expedition, immediately brightened and declared, "I wish to accompany you. Are you not afraid? With you and Uncle Gio by my side, I have no fear." "Master, it is permissible for her to join us. Once we deal with the ghost that has enticed your senior brother, I shall escort Miss Rin home alongside you." "Master, I shall go as well," Wen Kai exclaimed, emerging from the inner room. Initially, Wen Kai had remained hidden, for Miss Rin had entirely disregarded him, leaving him heartbroken and retreating to his room to sulk. "Very well, but should you cause me any trouble, Do not blame me for reprimanding you as well. Wen Kai nodded earnestly. After Rin Tingting instructed her servant, who had come to fetch her, to return home, the four of them cautiously followed Qiuxing. Thanks to the presence of the compass, they need not worry about losing their way, and soon, they arrived at the outskirts of a garden. The group stood at the corner, observing Qiuxing lewdly park his bicycle at the garden entrance. Aunt? What aunt? His mind was consumed by the image of that young lady. As the four prepared to follow Qiuxing into the garden, a woman's voice resonated from behind Yang Bo. Your senior brother has indeed fallen under the spell of a ghost. Yang Bo, without turning his head, remarked, if I were not captivated by the female ghost, would I have come here? Chapter 28. What? Are you instructing me on how to proceed? From the mere sound, it was evident that the figure behind him was the ghost clad in red. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Jiushu swiftly turned around and, upon seeing the red-dressed ghost, his pupils dilated in shock. A bride in red, who hanged herself, leaving no trace of her remains. Truly terrifying. In comparison to the ghost that had bewildered Qiuxing, this specter was the genuine formidable force. Jiushu instinctively retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket. The ghost, showing no fear, gently directed her breath towards him, and in an instant, a tempest arose, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Bang! Bang! Two muffled gunshots rang out, abruptly interrupting the enchantment of the red-dressed ghost. Despite her formidable power, she could not suppress a groan as her body was propelled backward. Health points, 10, 321, 188 with a faint smile adorning his face. Yang Bo loaded bullets into his double-barreled shotgun while approaching the woman in red. Click, click. This is my master. Henceforth, you shall address him as Uncle Gio. The woman in red, observing Yang Bo's stance, sensed that any hint of resistance on her part would provoke him to kill her without hesitation. Considering her long-term prospects and the abundant vitality emanating from Yang Bo, she set aside the fact that she had been shot twice and softly called out, Uncle Gio. I apologize for my transgressions. She then floated closer to Yang Bo and remarked, you exude such masculinity now. I find it even more appealing. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, when have I ever lacked masculinity? It has always been present. Subsequently, the ghostly woman in red directed her gaze towards the garden and inquired, should I bring that female ghost over? To which he retorted, are you instructing me on how to carry out my tasks? The longer the red-clad specter lingered by Yang Bo's side, the more she felt the intoxicating warmth of his yang energy, akin to a toxic allure drawing her in. At that moment, her gaze became somewhat entranced as she stammered. No, no. Yang Bo extended his hand and said, hurry up and suck it in. Remember, in the future, when men speak, women should refrain from interjecting. The woman in the red dress leaned closer to Yang Bo and inhaled deeply. Upon witnessing this, Jiushu immediately shouted in anger, how dare you? With that, he drew his copper coin sword, bit his finger to draw blood, and smeared the tip of the sword with it. In an instant, the copper coin sword shimmered with a brilliant golden light. Yang Bo hastily raised his hand, saying, Master, do not be impulsive. I am merely earning some extra money. Uncle Gio looked at Yang Bo and replied directly, she is siphoning your vitality. At that moment, the woman in red had finished her task, primarily because she was able to restrain her desires, understanding the principle of moderation. With a smile as radiant as a flower, she said, later tonight, I shall deliver the two little spirits I have found to you. Very well, you may depart for now. The woman in red, being perceptive, immediately bowed to Uncle Gio before turning and soaring away. Uncle Gio approached and grasped Yang Bo's wrist, meticulously attuning himself to Yang Bo's energy. After a moment, his expression shifted. The vitality was abundant, showing no signs of depletion, and compared to his last examination, his young disciple's blood energy had blossomed even more vigorously. His magical prowess had also significantly increased. Without further ado, Uncle Gio cast a profound glance at Yang Bo and instructed, first, go rescue your senior brother. Understood, master. Yang Bo discreetly retrieved a piece of ginseng from his backpack and consumed it, instantly replenishing more than half of the hunger he had just experienced. At that moment, Wen Kai leaned in and inquired, Junior brother, what was the matter with that fierce female ghost just now? That was the ghost I mentioned when we encountered you and senior brother Qiuxing on the mountain, Yang Bo replied. Wen Kai's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, you were the one she targeted for your lust. Rin Tingting, who had been listening intently, gasped in disbelief at Wen Kai's words, her mouth agape in astonishment. Little Yang Yang Bo, unfazed, remarked, it is merely a matter of having absorbed a bit of yang energy. That is merely an exaggerated rhetorical device. Let us proceed to rescue our elder brother. If we delay any longer, he may very well be drained of his essence. With that, Yang Bo followed closely behind Uncle Gio as they rushed into the courtyard. Unlike the unfolding narrative, there was no threat from the zombie known as Rente this time. Uncle Gio strode directly to the room where Qiuxing and Dong Xiaoyu were located, and with a swift kick, he forcefully opened the tightly shut door. Dong Xiaoyu had already prepared for their arrival, having anticipated the commotion from outside. Yang Bo charged into the room, wielding a stone spear. Wen Kai, Standing protectively beside Rintinting, questioned in confusion, where did junior brother find that spear? Unfortunately, no one could provide an answer to his inquiry. Master Jiao, brandishing a copper coin sword enhanced with vital blood, followed closely behind and, upon witnessing Yang Bo's bold advance, cautioned, "Be careful." "Understood, master," Yang Bo replied. Yang Bo responded with a firm acknowledgement before skillfully wielding his spear, aiming directly for Dong Xiaoyu's head. She swiftly sidestepped to evade the lethal thrust, yet Yang Bo, with a slight exertion of force at the spear's rear, delivered a sweeping strike that collided with Dong Xiaoyu's skull, accompanied by a piercing scream. Her head was violently dislodged from her neck. Life points, 544, 573. Defensive capabilities are adequate. As an incorporeal spirit, she presumably possessed the ability to resist physical damage. Inflicting 29 points of damage with a spear to the head is commendable. Dong Xiaoyu's prowess surpassed that of the transformed Rente. Yet she lagged behind the evolved Rente, who had absorbed Ren Fe's blood. The double-barreled shotgun is indeed impressive, yet ammunition is finite. Conserving bullets is prudent, especially when exertion incurs no cost. Yang Bo chuckled softly and said, "Dong Xiaoyu, allow me to escort you a short distance." With that, he brandished a stone spear and charged towards Dong Xiaoyu's head. Upon witnessing his young disciple's remarkable prowess, Jiao Shu stood within the room, prepared to observe the unfolding spectacle. A mere malevolent spirit posed no challenge for him. It would hardly stir any significant turmoil in his grasp. However, it was a fortunate opportunity for his disciple to hone her skills, a fitting fate for the female ghost. With a resounding thud, the spear struck Dong Xiaoyu's head. Yet, as she was a ghost, no bloodshed ensued. Dong Xiaoyu's head swiftly returned to her body, and a long rope coiled around Yang Bo's form with the swiftness of a dragon emerging from its lair. Upon closer inspection, this long rope was none other than Dong Xiaoyu's lengthy braid. Yang Bo retrieved a talisman from his backpack, invoking its mystical powers before placing it in the palm of his hand. With swift precision, he seized Dong Xiaoyu's braid, while his other hand executed the motion of hurling a javelin, leaving her no chance to evade. With a whoosh, the stone spear pierced through Dong Xiaoyu's chest. In the realm of 7 days to die, the throwing damage of a stone spear, even without a critical hit, equates to double that of a standard attack. Yang Bo retrieved another talisman to dispel evil and advanced towards her. Upon witnessing this, Dong Xiaoyu had no choice but to sever her own braid. She lunged toward the bed, where Qiuxing lay in a stupor induced by her ghostly sorcery. "Qiuxing, save me." Yang Bo picked up the spear that had fallen to the ground, gazing at Qiuxing, who was slowly opening his eyes in a daze. He turned and asked, "Master, Qiuxing is currently possessed by a ghost. Is it permissible for me to strike him?" Uncle Jiao, with his hands clasped behind his back and adopting an authoritative demeanor, replied, "Not at all. This lad has the audacity to be enchanted by a female ghost. It truly tarnishes my reputation as a master. Give him a sound thrashing." Qiuxing was fully aware that Dong Xiaoyu was a female ghost, yet he still foolishly approached her, even going so far as to wipe away the talisman his master had drawn on his chest. Was he foolish? Not at all. His actions were purely driven by carnal desire. Chapter 29. Let Dong Xiaoyu off the hook. How dare you bully my girlfriend? As a man, Qiuxing, witnessing Captain Away leering at Dong Xiaoyu with a lascivious grin, immediately shouted in fury and sprang from the bed without even putting on his shoes, charging towards Captain Away. To be fair, Qiuxing's martial prowess surpassed his mastery of Taoist arts. However, this was Uncle Jiao's realm, where the principles of Taoism prevailed. No matter how skilled one might be, they would only reach the level of an ordinary practitioner. Yang Bo gazed at his brother Qiuxing, who was filled with righteous fury for the sake of a fair maiden, and deemed the use of a stone spear to be exceedingly perilous. A mere slip could result in a grievous injury. "Master, please hold this for me," he said, tossing the stone spear to his master behind him. He then extended his small hand to block his brother's fist and called out to Wakai, who stood at the doorway, watching the unfolding drama. "Wakai, hurry. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. If we manage to best Qiuxing today, he will surely express his gratitude tomorrow." Wensai's expression shifted from confusion to curiosity, then from curiosity to astonishment. This complex emotion arose only after one has grappled with the acceptance of the extraordinary, coming to a realization. Wenkai turned to the lady Rintingding beside him and said, "Miss Rin, please head over to my master. I must attend to a matter." With that, he dashed excitedly into the room. Under Yang Bo's command, Wenkai delivered a powerful flying kick to Qiuxing, the force propelling him backward with great intensity. Yang Bo exclaimed, "No. Wenkai, my dear brother, we are merely going to give him a beating, not to take his life. I understand that Qiuxing possesses formidable martial skills, and it is impossible to rouse him without applying some force." As Wenkai was explaining, he charged forward, delivering a fierce kick to Qiuxing's backside. Though he spoke in such a manner, his face, marked by the passage of time, was illuminated with an exuberant smile. "Brother, this seems to carry a hint of personal vendetta. Your actions are steeped in personal grievances." Dong Xiaoyu observed the pain etched across Qiuxing's face as he endured the blows, yet she was aware that he was not in any mortal danger. He would merely suffer a thorough thrashing. She edged closer to the window, preparing to depart. However, she had barely made a move. Yang Bo's nonchalant voice echoed from the room, Miss Xiaoyu, while other spirits may have nowhere to go, you are different. Surely, you wouldn't wish to see your grave obliterated come tomorrow, would you? Imagine, your remains falling into our hands. Upon hearing Yang Bo's unsettling words, Dong Xiaoyu's already pale face drained of all color. I truly have never harmed anyone. Your innocence or guilt holds no significance to me. Yang Bo gazed at Dong Xiaoyu with a light-hearted smile and remarked, moreover, my master and I will not be present tonight. I fear that Brother Qiusheng may not endure for 3 days. Dong Xiaoyu's expression was intricate, as a female ghost, even if she did not take the initiative. As long as she engaged in intimacy with Qiusheng, his vitality would surge like an unbridled flood, unstoppable and relentless. Yang Bo gently moved his neck and took the stone spear from his master's hand, slowly advancing towards Dong Xiaoyu. Stop. Please, stop. At that moment, Qiusheng's pleas echoed. And one must admit that his resilience to punishment was indeed remarkable. Despite suffering a flying kick from Wen Tai and enduring over 10 strikes, he remained full of spirit. Senior brother, do not speak. You are currently bewitched by a ghost. Wen Tai seized this opportunity, recalling how he had bled from the nose at the ancestral hall due to the provocation of his junior brother, while his senior brother was indulging in a flirtation with a female ghost outside. Wen Tai, I'm fine. Truly fine. I was just rambling, unable to bear the sight. Jiu Shu interjected. Wen Tai, cease this nonsense. Reluctantly, Wen Tai delivered a parting kick to Qiusheng's rear, extending his hand to help him up while inquiring with concern, Senior brother, you are under the ghost spell. How do you feel now? Qiusheng, clutching his aching waist, replied, my back hurts. It must be the doing of this female ghost. Junior brother will avenge you. Upon hearing this, Qiusheng snapped back to reality, observing his junior brother wielding the stone spear and their master. Clad in a Taoist robe with hands clasped behind his back, he immediately dashed in front of Dong Xiaoyu, spreading his arms to shield her. Master, Xiaoyu and I are truly in love. No sooner had he spoken than Yang Bo thrust the stone spear towards his head. Despite Qiusheng's swift sidestep, the spear grazed his ear, blood dripping onto it. Before Qiusheng could utter a word, Yang Bo chuckled, Senior brother Qiusheng, why are you dodging? You have feelings for Miss Xiaoyu. While I cannot restore her to life, transforming you into a ghost is quite feasible. In due time, Master can officiate a ghostly marriage between you and Xiaoyu, interring your remains together, allowing you to remain as a fated pair in death. Qiusheng's expression shifted drastically. Momentarily at a loss for words, he watched as Yang Bo's smile faded. Forcefully, he drove the spear into the ground, pointing at Qiusheng's nose and exclaiming, Senior brother, you are truly blinded by lust. Your aunt raised you as her son, hoping you would one day establish a family and carry on the lineage. Master similarly regards you as a disciple, wishing for you to inherit and further his legacy. Yet here you are, heedlessly entangled with a female ghost. This is immensely disappointing. If you have no retort, then allow me to send you on your way, as a gesture of our brotherly bond. Is this how you express brotherly affection? Qiusheng internally scoffed, watching Yang Bo slowly raise the stone spear again, a palpable aura of death enveloping him. He felt as though Yang Bo intended to pierce his skull with it. Junior brother, Xiaoyu is truly a good ghost. She has never harmed anyone. Her aura is merely een without any malice. I implore you, Master, spare Xiaoyu. I shall never again fall into the allure of women. As soon as the words left his lips, Yang Bo, standing before him, retracted the spear and, with a smile reminiscent of a Sichuan opera face-changing act, turned to Jiu Shu, saying, Master, Senior brother is right. If so, why not confine this female ghost in a jar at the ancestral hall, gradually dispelling her resentment, allowing her to return to the underworld and be reincarnated? This would indeed be a benevolent act. This way, Senior brother need not grieve, and we shan't worry about him being reduced to scum. At that moment, Wen Tai chimed in, Junior brother, I still believe that Senior brother Qiusheng remains under the ghost's enchantment. Perhaps we should strike him once more to bring him to his senses. Yang Bo inhaled sharply, realizing that his senior brother, Wen Kai, was truly vengeful. Taking 2 steps back, he said, Then, Senior brother, you may proceed. I shall cheer for you from here. In an instant, Wen Kai retreated. Meanwhile, Jiu Shu sighed deeply while gazing at Qiusheng and, unable to bear it any longer, said, Qiusheng, just this once. You shall subdue her yourself. Hearing this, Qiusheng hastily knelt and bowed his head in astonishment, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Chapter 30. The first transaction. Ren Tingting was utterly astonished this evening, having witnessed a female ghost and experienced Yang Bo's capabilities. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded him. At merely 12 years of age, he effortlessly vanquished a female ghost and even commanded another to perform tasks for him. At her own age of 12, she might have still been indulging in whims and purchasing beautiful dresses. Qiusheng was sent back to his aunt's home in town, while Wen Kai returned to the ancestral hall, cradling the jar containing Dong Xiaoyu. He accompanied his master to escort Miss Rin to her family's doorstep. As Rin Tingting turned back to glance at Yang Bo with every step, just before entering the door, she said, Yang, I will be returning to the provincial city in a few days. Rin Tingting continued, Do you not have anything to say? Then I wish you early blessings. He replied, By the way, allow me to present you with a gift. A talisman for exorcism appeared in Yang Bo's hand, and with a flick of his fingers, a yellow paper crane materialized swiftly. You can hang this in your room. Though its effectiveness may be limited, it can indeed dispel some malevolent energy. He placed the paper crane into Rin Tingting's hands. Master, Miss Rin has arrived home. Shall we take our leave as well? Yang Bo turned away without a trace of reluctance, grasping his master's hand as they departed. Rin Tingting gazed at his receding figure, her eyes slightly reddening. The talisman he crafted was the only successful one after a day's effort, marking his first step on the path of a Taoist priest. Rin Tingting longed to chase after him, wishing he would stay and share stories for 3 days, yet her legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering her immobile until Yang Bo vanished around the corner. At that moment, Ren Fei's voice echoed from behind her. Stop looking. My precious daughter, he may escape the Taoist, but he cannot evade the ancestral hall. Once you return to the provincial city, I shall engage more with Uncle Gio. Father, what does your relationship with Uncle Gio have to do with me? I shall return now. With that, Rin Tingting turned and hurried into the small villa, leaving Ren Fei to watch her retreating figure with a wry smile and a shake of his head. On the journey back to the ancestral hall, although the era boasted electric lights, the path leading to the hall was not adorned with the luxury of street lamps. Fortunately, the moonlight provided some illumination, preventing the surroundings from being engulfed in complete darkness. Yang Bo and Uncle Gio were walking along the path, with Uncle Gio's expression grave as he led the way. In comparison to Dong Xiaoyu, the formidable red-clad female ghost seemed to have a greater strength fixated on his young disciple. Although he was confident in his ability to repel her, he knew that capturing her would be an impossible feat, as the saying goes. One can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. He was deeply concerned that if Yang Bo were to find himself alone, the red-clad ghost would inevitably pursue him. Master Yang, he inquired, what do you think? Yang Bo approached Uncle Gio, adopting a playful demeanor as if eagerly listening. A smile graced Uncle Gio's face in response. This young disciple, despite being the youngest, brought in the most peace of mind, particularly because Yang Bo possessed a clear understanding of his desires and aspirations, diligently striving toward his goals. In contrast, the two foolish disciples, Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng, continued to meander through life, content with passing each day aimlessly. As for the ghostly woman in red, Uncle Gio merely hinted at the beginning of the story, primarily because he was unsure how to inquire further, having never encountered a being as extraordinary as his disciple. Yang Bo had anticipated that his master would inquire about this matter. With a well-prepared response in mind, he spoke directly, Master, when the red-clad ghost first encountered me, she did not harm me. She is likely not a malevolent spirit. Moreover, I struck a bargain with her. Oh, what kind of bargain? She assisted me in capturing 2 malevolent spirits that plague the mortal realm, and in return, I allowed her to absorb a bit of my vitality. What a loss. Yang Bo, although ghosts can devour their kind, an excess will impair their intellect, ultimately transforming them into a bloodthirsty demon king, thereby inviting divine retribution. In contrast, the yang energy of humans does not possess such a flaw, and moreover, it does not necessitate the taking of life, thus rendering it advantageous. Yang Bo chuckled and remarked, It is merely a matter of mutual needs. I find great admiration for such a carefree disposition. Suddenly, a female ghost clad in crimson emerged from the woods, a hemp rope in her grasp. It appeared to be the very rope she had used to hang herself, with 4 malevolent spirits exuding a palpable aura of resentment. Bound to it. These tormented souls, consumed by their obsessions, would require an extensive period of time for even the esteemed Uncle Gio to cleanse their malevolence. Should he attempt to take them back? Yang Bo did not hesitate and charged forward with the stone spear in hand. The malevolent spirits were restrained by the crimson-clad specter with ropes, rendering them incapable of retaliation. They could only emit reluctant roars before Yang Bo dispatched them one by one with precision strikes to their heads. Numerous green experience orbs, visible solely to him, surged into his being. 121 scrap metal, 3 medical bandages, 4 aloe vera seeds, 1 college jacket. A haphazard assortment of items, including 2 vials of adrenaline. In the game, adrenaline bestows 10 minutes of weightlessness regarding inventory limits and slightly enhances running speed. Yang Bo was immensely pleased with this drop, elevating his shotgun skill to level 2, thereby increasing the damage dealt with the shotgun by 20, along with a 20 boost to reloading and firing speed. New information flickered in his mind. Yet, Yang Bo pressed on, multitasking with determination. He upgraded his pack mule to level 2, augmenting his carrying capacity. The remaining 4 levels were allocated to Culinary Master, Mother Ore, Iron Stomach, and Healing Factor. The experience gained from the 4 malevolent spirits was swiftly depleted. Yang Bo's gaze lingered on the figure of the woman in red, causing a slight unease within her, yet she managed to respond with a smile. For, then, surely you won't renege on our agreement? Of course not, he replied. Although I am somewhat avaricious and indulgent, I am nonetheless trustworthy when it comes to transactions. Master, if you would kindly turn your back for a moment, I shall settle my account. Uncle Gio was not overly concerned with this matter, having encountered her once before. Once he turned away, Yang Bo leaned closer to the woman in red and whispered, Hurry, I still have matters to attend to. By the way, you mustn't extend your the hunger value plummeted swiftly. However, due to possessing an iron stomach, the depletion was reduced by 10% compared to when the woman in red had previously drained him. You still owe me one, he remarked. All right, I understand. We shall discuss it again in a few days. Yongbo waved his hand dismissively, signaling the ghost in red to leave hastily. Should he lose control and call upon Uncle Gio, there would be no more female ghosts or malevolent spirits to gain experience from in the future. He valued the sanctity of transactions, yet wasn't the agreement already fulfilled? The ghost in red said nothing further, her face reflecting a sense of contentment as she turned to depart. Yongbo gazed enviously at the soaring female ghost and approached his master, Nine Uncle, inquiring, Master, does our Maoshan school possess any techniques for riding the clouds and mist? Upon noticing the departure of the ghostly figure, Nine Uncle placed a reassuring hand on Yongbo's shoulder, carefully assessing his apprentice's well-being. After confirming that his young disciple was indeed unharmed, he replied, Indeed, we do possess such arts. However, after all these years of cultivation, I have yet to attain the requisite qualifications for the art of flight. To fall from even half the height would not be a trivial matter. Yongbo felt that his dream of flight had become somewhat distant. Following Uncle Gio, he made his way toward the ancestral hall. Chapter 31. The First Kill. 2 uneventful days passed, and night fell. After satisfying his hunger, Yongbo cautiously approached Qiusheng, discreetly producing a small wooden box and placing it in Qiusheng's hand. Due to the previous incident involving Dong Xiaoyu, Qiusheng, though aware that Yongbo had his best interests at heart, still regarded him with a hint of distance. Observing Yongbo's mysterious demeanor, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Junior brother, what is inside? 20-year-old ginseng slices. Just soak some when you have the chance. Don't say I haven't looked after you, Yongbo replied, glancing toward the door of the inner room as if fearful of being seen. He then carefully extracted several yellow talismans from his pocket and tucked them into Qiusheng's embrace. The Diamond Sutra, the Protective Charm, the Yang Locking Spell, and the Vitality Talisman. The Diamond Sutra grants the user a body as hard as iron, rendering them impervious to blades and bullets. The Protective Charm allows the user to prevent negative energies from entering their body. The Yang Locking Spell is a legitimate talisman designed to prevent the leakage of Yang energy, particularly useful in entering domains of malevolent spirits. The Vitality Talisman serves as a means of restoring Yang energy, essentially overextending the body for temporary recovery. However, with the ginseng slices, the effectiveness of the Vitality Talisman would be significantly enhanced. Nonetheless, the efficacy of the talismans is determined by the skill of the one who inscribes them. All of these talismans were drawn by Yongbo, and their effectiveness could be described as marginal at best. Qiusheng stared blankly at the talismans in his hand, caught in a state of existential confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Seeing this, Yongbo, exasperated by his lack of ambition, whispered urgently, Quickly put them away. Do not let master see. But junior brother, what do you want me to do with these talismans? As Yongbo observed his senior brother Qiusheng's rather naive demeanor, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and remarked, The Protective Charm is designed to shield you from the malevolent energy emanating from Dong Xiaoyu, while the Vitality Lock spell prevents you from being drained directly. The Life Restoration Talisman facilitates recovery afterward, though it can also be utilized during the ordeal. And as for the Vajrat Talisman, do I really need to elaborate? Qiusheng lamented. Have I truly squandered over 20 years of my life? You, my junior brother, must keep this confidential. The heavens and the earth know, as do you and I. Once I step outside, I shall be oblivious to everything. If trouble arises, as long as you refrain from revealing my identity as your junior, you will have honored our bond. With that, Yongbo turned and strode toward the exit, pausing briefly at the threshold to reflect before adding, Brother, exercise self-restraint. Otherwise, even with ginseng and talismans, you shall be unable to endure. If you desire freedom, then dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Qiusheng gazed vacantly at Yongbo's departing figure, his emotions in turmoil as he clutched the small wooden box, murmuring to himself, Junior brother, I simply wish to know where you procure these peculiar talismans. They seem specifically tailored for dealing with female spirits. Yongbo had already departed, thus he could not hear his senior brother Qiusheng's murmurs. Even if he did, he would merely offer a knowing smile. The distinct sound of a bell resonated. Lost in thought, Yongbo suddenly felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Uncle Simu has arrived. The tale of Mr. Zombie had reached its climax, where Master Rin, driven by a thirst for the blood of Rintingting, boldly commenced an assault on the ancestral hall. Transformed, Master Rin had become extraordinarily formidable, nearly overpowering Jiao Shu and a group of inept companions. Until Uncle Simu arrived with a client. Ultimately, at the cost of the client's complete annihilation, Master Rin was reduced to ashes. Approaching the entrance of the ancestral hall, Yongbo gazed at the path outside and soon spotted Uncle Simu, ringing his bell and leading a procession of clients toward him. Uncle, uncle, he called out twice. Then propped 2 wooden boards against the steps at the entrance. This group of clients, animated by the corpse-raising technique, were far from genuine zombies. Some could not even ascend the steps without assistance. Thus, Yongbo had thoughtfully prepared a sloped wooden board, akin to those found at storefronts for electric scooters, albeit more gently inclined. With an abundance of nails and wood from the recent skirmish, he had ample materials. Seeing Yang Bo's industriousness, Simu smiled and remarked, "Nephew, you are quite considerate." At that moment, Jiao Shu and Wen Kai Qiuxing emerged from the room to assist Simu in transporting the clients to the side room designated for the deceased. Once their tasks were completed, the group convened in the main hall, where Jiao Shu, seated comfortably, inquired, "Junior brother, was the journey uneventful?" Simu adjusted his glasses and chuckled, "Not at all. It went rather smoothly." Wen Kai poured a cup of warm water and placed it on the table, grinning as he said, "Uncle, having traveled such a distance, please have some water. Brother Qiuxing has gone to prepare a meal for you, which will be delivered shortly." Upon hearing this, Simu stared incredulously at Wen Kai for a while before lifting his cup and finishing the warm water in one go. He then turned to Jiao Shu and asked, "Brother, have you switched souls with Wen Kai?" Typically, these two disciples would merely refrain from causing trouble. Now, they were serving tea and preparing meals. Jiao Shu chuckled lightly. A smile playing on his lips, children will always grow. Sensing that his elder brother was about to indulge in a display of superiority, Simu promptly redirected the conversation to deny him this opportunity. "Wen Kai, Xiaoyang, you should go to bed. I need to discuss some matters with your uncle." Jiao Shu would not let this chance slip away, immediately ushering Yang Bo and Wen Kai to turn and leave. Wen Kai, clutching his blanket, made his way to the room where the clients were stored. Whenever Simu Daoist was present, he felt compelled to keep watch over the corpses to prevent any unforeseen chaos. Yang Bo observed Wen Kai and chuckled inwardly, given Wen Kai's state of slumber. He wouldn't even notice if someone were to carry him away. He cast a glance towards the living room. The plot of Mr. Zombie has come to an end. The foresight has faded, but perhaps that is for the best, for it is the unknown that brings delight. Sleep eluded him. It was time to inspect the ginseng in the underground chamber. He approached the corner, tapped the ground, and leapt down, sealing the entrance behind him as he descended the wooden ladder. Upon arriving underground, he had no time to examine the ginseng before darkness enveloped him. Startled, Yang Bo exclaimed, "Can the torch actually extinguish?" Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. A foul odor permeated the air. Even his digitized form felt somewhat lightheaded. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged from the darkness, accompanied by the sound of clashing chains. The speed was so swift that Yang Bo had no time to react before a large hand seized him. A peculiar force began siphoning energy from his body, causing his hunger and life values to plummet rapidly. From the depths of the darkness emerged a resonant voice. "Dongfang Bubi, you despicable wretch. You can no longer contain your intent to eliminate me. But you underestimate me greatly." Yang Bo felt his movements becoming sluggish. No, it was not merely a sensation. The glaring word sluggish lingered on the status bar, and its duration seemed infinite. He could hardly comprehend what the opponent was saying. Instinctively, he grasped his double-barreled shotgun from his backpack, aiming it towards the direction of the extended arm and pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! The sound of two shots rang out, and the effect of sluggishness vanished in an instant. Yang Bo abandoned the idea of reloading and seized a stone spear, thrusting it vigorously at the health bar. The enemy had merely 200 health points. After enduring 2 shots and a few stabs, it fell utterly silent. How dare they ambush me? Yang Bo disregarded the pervasive stench of corruption that lingered in the air, taking a few breaths to steady his emotions. Chapter 32. The Proud Wanderer at the Bottom of Westlake. In the pitch-black, serene surroundings, the experience orb that emanated from the corpse remained strikingly vibrant. Yang Bo's body trembled slightly. Although he had previously killed zombies and malevolent spirits, this marked his first encounter with taking the life of a living person. Yet, in the dire circumstances he faced moments ago, inaction would have assured his own demise. He retrieved a torch from his backpack, its radiant light illuminating the surroundings, revealing a dark and damp cell before him. At the center of the room lay a corpse, shackled at its limbs, still upright despite its death. The body was disheveled, clad in exceedingly simple garments. Remarkably, even the collarbone was visible. Just moments ago, this individual had mentioned Dongfang Bubi, which led him to ponder whether this was indeed Renwishing. Yang Bo's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. How did I find myself in the realm of the smiling proud wanderer after minding my own business in the world of Mr. Vampire? Renwishing's body had become a veritable hive of wasps, his face utterly disfigured by countless steel pellets. Good heavens, he had just eliminated the ultimate boss and forged a vendetta against Reningying. But why ponder such distant matters? My golden finger, send me back. I am still young and cannot part from my master. Alas, his golden finger remained completely unresponsive. Casting a glance around, Yang Bo ultimately directed his gaze towards the bed where Renwishing rested, his eyes narrowing as he contemplated, if memory serves. Renwishing inscribed the star absorption technique upon the stone slab of the bed. Approaching, he lifted the bedding to reveal the stone slab beneath, which was densely etched with characters. Old man Renwishing, harmed by treacherous men and imprisoned here. Indeed, this fellow was none other than Renwishing. Yang Bo grasped the stone pickaxe from Minecraft, striking it heavily against the stone slab. With each blow, numerous fissures appeared on the surface, culminating in a resounding crack as the slab shattered into a palm-sized piece that flew into his backpack. He then resumed his observation of the surroundings. The prison cell was strikingly simplistic, aside from the iron bed where he had just slept. The only items of any significance were the iron chains binding Ren Wuxing and his lifeless body. Retrieving an exorcism talisman and a bone knife from his backpack, he approached Ren Wuxing's corpse and affixed the talisman to it, murmuring, first betrayed by his subordinates, then imprisoned for an indeterminate number of years, and finally ambushed and killed in such a vague manner, the resentment must be off the charts. I shall guide you on your journey to the afterlife, and you need not thank me. I shall keep your remains. The bone knife glided gently across Ren Wuxing's body, leaving no wounds, nor even a mark on his tattered garments. Yet, to Yang Bo's eyes, a new prompt materialized. 3 bones, 2 putrid flesh, 2 nitrate powder. Ren Wuxing's corpse possessed 100 life points, and as Yang Bo made his final cut, the body vanished instantaneously. The iron chains, now aimless, clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. The dissection skill from 7 Days to Die truly proved to be an invaluable asset for navigating the world and silencing adversaries. Glancing at the chains on the wall, Yang Bo hesitated no longer and pulled out a stone axe from his backpack, striking the chains decisively. After all, having come this far, he intended to transfer all valuable items from this prison cell into his backpack, just as he contemplated whether to dig through the wall for an escape. A series of footsteps echoed from outside the dungeon. Upon hearing the sound, Yang Bo immediately grasped his double-barreled shotgun and stowed the torch from the wall into his backpack, positioning himself against the wall, ever poised to excavate his escape route. However, in the next moment, a small window at the base of the heavy wooden door swung open, allowing a dim light to seep into the confines of the cell. A somewhat coarse hand emerged through the square aperture, bearing a tray that held a generous bowl of rice and a clay pot. After depositing the sustenance, the sound of dragging footsteps faded away, accompanied by the extinguishing of the light. Throughout this interaction, the visitor exhibited no intention of inquiry. As Yang Bo exhaled a sigh of relief within his heart, he began to ponder the identity of the other person. It appears this is indeed the deaf-mute elder described in the narrative. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Bo concluded that it would be most prudent to avoid drawing attention and instead dig through the wall directly. The only complication was that this dungeon was situated at the bottom of West Lake, although he could not fathom the extraordinary waterproofing techniques of ancient times. The prison was undeniably submerged beneath the lake. Armed with an iron pickaxe from the world of Minecraft, he struck the wall, the resonant sound of thudding echoing through the pitch-black cell. Bang! One rough iron. Yang Bo, this dungeon has actually been excavated from an iron or vein? No. Could it be that there is an iron or vein beneath West Lake? Primarily, no one would be idle enough to investigate whether there are iron deposits underground in West Lake, even if there truly were iron veins beneath West Lake. Would the nation drain the lake to mine? In an instant, Yang Bo felt a surge of excitement. Possessing an iron or vein would mean an endless supply of iron ingots. He wouldn't need much, just 1,000 or 800 iron blocks would suffice. His mind was flooded with thoughts. He never anticipated that his desire for more iron would be fulfilled all at once. He continued to dig deeper, sealing off the entrance behind him, thus avoiding detection by the 4 friends of Mei Zhuang, who were under the watch of Ren Wuxing. With the entrance sealed, Yang Bo swiftly switched to the stone axe from 7 Days to Die, as it offered a significant advantage in resource acquisition during the early stages. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike against the iron or vein yielded 18 pieces of scrap iron from a small stone, with an average of 180 scrap iron and 10 small stones extracted from a cubic meter of iron ore. This way, by smelting in a furnace, he could obtain 18 iron particles, which was twice as efficient compared to the rudimentary method of mining raw iron, albeit slightly slower. With the original stones reinforcing the structure, he expanded the underground space, crafting a workbench, furnace, and chest from the wooden planks he had on hand, accompanied by the sound of iron particles being smelted. Yang Bo couldn't help but lament, if only my ginseng knew it would traverse dimensions, it could have informed my master sooner. Alas, being over 10 meters underground, unless his master fell into the well and discovered the wooden door he had installed, it was unlikely anyone would know. Opening the skill tab, he noticed he hadn't yet utilized the experience points dropped by Ren Wuxing. Despite Ren Wuxing's formidable strength, the experience gained only elevated him to level 6. After surveying his options, he found no new skills had appeared. Clearly, the martial arts system from the Smiling Proud Wanderer was insufficient for his golden finger to manifest a distinct skill line. He upgraded his primary or skill from level 1 to level 3. Unlike the original version, where each level increased collection by 20, his primary or skill increased the mineral collection by 100 per level, reaching an impressive 400 after leveling up. Originally, a cubic meter of iron ore could produce only 2 ingots, but now that number had doubled to 4. It was as if Yang Bo possessed a stable and fortuitous 3-pronged pickaxe. Chapter 33. I, Yang Bo, have returned. Ding ding. Engrossed in his mining endeavor, Yang Bo now donned an iron set from the world of Minecraft, although he was uncertain whether the defense calculation for the iron set followed the old or new version. He had also discovered the fashion tab. Previously, he had obtained a college student jacket that provided a 10 movement speed boost, which could be directly equipped in the accessory slot, with the freedom to choose between visible and invisible modes, akin to the accessory and fashion slots in Terraria. Yang Bo equipped the college student jacket within the fashion column, then turned his gaze towards the ladder on the wall. By reinforcing it with raw stones, The underground had now transformed into a new base. What he required now was to create an exit. However, he was unfamiliar with his surroundings, knowing only the existence of Mei Zhuang and the West Lake above him. To avoid conflict with the four friends of Mei Zhuang, Yang Bo deemed it wiser to directly infiltrate West Lake. He began to ascend the ladder, fortifying the area around him while excavating the stone overhead. The iron or vein was merely a narrow strip, with the remainder comprised entirely of stone. Thud, 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 bang. Have I broken through? Yang Bo had fully prepared himself to be engulfed by the flood, yet to his astonishment, no water cascaded down upon him. Could it be that the script is flawed? Is there actually Mei Manor above? However, in the next moment, he discerned the surroundings with clarity. Manor, have I returned once more? Yang Bo gazed at the familiar room and the softly glowing sky outside, completely dazed. He began to question whether everything that transpired in the smiling, proud wanderer had merely been a figment of his imagination. After crawling out from underground, he sealed the exit once more, adopting a demeanor of existential doubt as he settled onto his dedicated meditation cushion. He opened his backpack, revealing the stone tablet inscribed with Rin Wuxing's star absorption technique, which lay obediently within. He reached out to touch his handsome cheek, refraining from slapping himself to confirm whether he was dreaming, as he still had to rely on his looks for sustenance. Just as he contemplated this, Uncle Gio entered from outside, his gaze fixed upon the melancholic expression of Yang Bo. Xiaoyang. What troubles you? What has happened? Typically, at this hour, Yang Bo would have already dashed outside to practice his rather unconventional yet lethally effective marksmanship. However, today, despite the sun having risen, Yang Bo remained ensconced in the room, prompting Uncle Gio to check on him. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight of his young disciple, seated on the meditation cushion with a countenance rife with doubt. Upon hearing Uncle Gio's voice, Yang Bo snapped back to reality, his previously confused expression instantly revitalized as he sprang to his feet. Grasping Uncle Gio's wrist, he exclaimed, "Master, come with me." Uncle Gio, perplexed, responded, "What is it? Speak to me, my disciple." Without delay, Yang Bo led his master to the corner of the room, retrieving an iron pickaxe from his backpack. This marked the first time Yang Bo so boldly showcased his abilities in front of Uncle Gio, having previously concealed them to some extent. Although Uncle Gio had long been aware, he had not acknowledged it overtly. Witnessing this, Uncle Gio's pupils constricted as a thought emerged in his mind. The art of the Sumera seed? This technique, once practiced in Maoshan, had become a lost art, with no one mastering it in this era of decline. It was a lamentable reality of the times. Yang Bo raised the peculiar iron pickaxe and struck the ground. Thud, thud, thud. After several strikes, the earth vanished, replaced by a shimmering opening radiating with miniature light. "Master, below lies the place where I cultivate ginseng. I will take you down shortly. If I were to suddenly vanish, do not be alarmed. Feel free to take any medicinal herbs I have planted underground." Uncle Gio's white eyebrows furrowed tightly, overwhelmed by the astonishing scene before him, even his extensive experience rendering him somewhat incredulous. "What do you mean by suddenly vanishing, Master?" "I mean it quite literally. Last night, I intended to check on my herbs, but I found myself transported to another world. By a stroke of fate, I returned to the ancestral hall, and I am concerned." Yang Bo was apprehensive that he might once again vanish into the realm of the zombie master. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to bequeath the medicinal herbs he had cultivated to Master Gio, for their bond as master and disciple was profound. Lacking alternative means to repay his master's kindness, he resolved to leave behind a portion of his herbs. Moreover, he intended to request several volumes of Maoshan Taoist texts from Master Gio, ensuring that he could continue his studies, regardless of the world into which he might traverse. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Master Gio, with a grave expression, inquired, "Please, elaborate on the events of last night." Yang Bo did not conceal the matter, recounting it in detail, including the situation regarding Rin Wuxing. Uncle Gio listened, occasionally frowning and then nodding in agreement. He then remarked, "You have done well. The only issue lies with the exorcism talismans, which are inadequate. I shall prepare some spirit-vanquishing talismans for you. Given the presence of such ruthless fiends who indiscriminately resort to violence, it is imperative to eradicate them completely to prevent any unforeseen complications." Yang Bo, furthermore, "You mentioned that you ascended to another realm via a ladder and returned the same way. Does that imply that avoiding the ladder would render one free from complications?" Upon hearing Jiao Shu's words, Yang Bo chuckled and replied, "Master, such matters are inescapable. What if one day, without any action on my part, I simply vanish? That would be far more troublesome." "Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look." Yang Bo leaped into the opening and descended the ladder into the depths below. As he gazed at the radiant light beneath, he and Uncle Gio arrived at the subterranean plantation unscathed yet awestruck. Uncle Gio was profoundly impacted by the sight of various vibrant medicinal herbs. "My disciple is truly cultivating herbs underground. All of them are 8-leaf ginseng?" He then watched in astonishment as the 8-leaf ginseng sprouted new buds. Although the growth was slow, it was undeniably evident. 9 leaves? Yang Bo joyfully ran to the box, where most of the items he had dropped were now stowed away. It would indeed be a pity if he couldn't retrieve them. Observing Jiao Shu, who stood there in a daze, Yang Bo approached and introduced, "Master, this is my unique ability. I can disregard the environmental requirements for planting various flora and accelerate the growth rate of crops. In fact, I can enhance the growth equivalent to 8 months within a single day. Additionally, I possess a special method that further amplifies this growth rate. He then converted all the bones provided by Ren Mo Xing into bone meal and, before Jiao Shu's very eyes, sprinkled it on an 8-year-old wild ginseng. Before long, after utilizing all the bone meal, Yang Bo gently tapped the ginseng with his hand. Under Jiao Shu's incredulous gaze, one ginseng transformed into 3, accompanied by the emergence of 2 seeds. A 50-year-old wild ginseng, master, I humbly present this venerable root to you for your enjoyment. Perhaps you might brew some essence from its roots when you have leisure. Jiao Shu finally regained his composure and, fixing his gaze on Yang Bo, remarked, clever disciple. I possess seeds of the legendary purple gold ginseng left by your ancestor, yet the conditions for planting are exceedingly stringent, requiring abundant spiritual energy and humid air. While its growth is notoriously slow, is that truly the case? Yang Bo is currently cultivating nothing more than ordinary medicinal herbs. Even ginseng and Tianshan snow lotus are merely substances for replenishing energy and nourishing the blood, albeit with somewhat superior efficacy. However, upon hearing the rather mundane name purple gold ginseng, one might assume it to be merely a first-tier herb in a serious fantasy realm, a rather unremarkable existence. The Maoshan sect possesses a complete lineage of Taoist practices, indicating that this world was certainly not simple in its past. It is reasonable to leave behind seeds worthy of being called spiritual herbs. Chapter 34, Cultivating Purple Gold Ginseng and Compost Bins in the Underground Medicinal Herb Plantation. Bright flames flickered continuously, casting a stable glow that illuminated the surroundings without any erratic fluctuations. The enclosed space did not evoke any sense of suffocation. Uncle Gio observed the ginseng growing both slowly and rapidly, remarking, disciple, wait here for me while I retrieve the seeds. However, after all these years, I am uncertain whether the seeds are alive or dead. Upon hearing Uncle Gio's words, Yang Bo merely chuckled softly, saying, Master. As the saying goes, to gain is my fortune, to lose is my fate. Uncle Gio nodded gently. Were it not for his disciple's extraordinary abilities, he might have forgotten about the matter of the seeds long ago. Very well, Uncle Gio replied before preparing to ascend the ladder. Suddenly, he noticed a hole leading further underground beside the ladder and curiously inquired, Little Yang, are you cultivating any herbs down there? Yang Bo gazed at the cave entrance, momentarily taken aback as he replied, I only excavated one layer. In truth, he had indeed dug just a single layer. However, a small hidden chamber lay a mere few dozen meters away, containing some essential supplies and, most crucially, a sleeping bag. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would find himself revived within that little sanctuary. Yang Bo approached the entrance of the cave and gazed downwards, suddenly realizing that it led to the mind he had established in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer. Master, below lies the other world I spoke of. Upon hearing this, ninth uncle swiftly moved to Yang Bo's side. Anyone would be intrigued by the phrase another world. Master, I shall descend to investigate. Wait, allow me to go first. Just as ninth uncle was about to invoke his mystical arts, Yang Bo interrupted him. Master, if all goes as anticipated, what lies below is my underground base transformed in that other world. Ninth uncle paused momentarily before inquiring, Little Yang, do you prefer residing underground? Yang Bo, it pierces the heart, master. However, soon ninth uncle nodded and said, your abilities are exceedingly unique. Residing underground is the most prudent choice. Moreover, such capabilities should remain a secret, even from me, your teacher. After saying this, ninth uncle shook his head with a sigh and remarked, since ancient times, wealth has stirred human hearts. Remember to refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Yang Bo chuckled in response. Had he first traversed into the world of the smiling, proud wanderer and taken Yubuchi in as his master, he would have certainly kept his abilities concealed. Nevertheless, the kindness and competence of his master, Jiao Shu, were undeniably trustworthy, particularly concerning his disciples. Understood, master. I shall descend to take a look, he declared, and without hesitation, Yang Bo descended the ladder, returning to the underground base by West Lake in mere seconds. Surveying his surroundings, he noted no alteration since his departure, prompting a smile to grace his face. Has my underground base become a transit hub between two realms? Am I, then, a merchant traversing these two worlds? Yet, rather than reveling in such a role, he yearned to return home, for his parents and elder brother must be quite anxious after so many days without seeing him. The sudden emergence of the smiling, proud wanderer had sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Xiaoyang. His master's voice resonated from above. Yang Bo promptly replied, Master, I am fine. I shall ascend at once. Climbing back up the ladder to rejoin Jiao Shu, he reported, Master, the underground indeed serves as my base in another world. It bears no distinction from when I left. However, I cannot ascertain whether you might encounter danger should you venture there. When time permits, I shall bring back a rogue from that world for experimentation. Though Jiao Shu was intrigued by the notion of another world, he did not object to Yang Bo's words and promptly advised, for the time being, refrain from venturing there. In the interim, I shall teach you some practical Taoist techniques. Remember, at times, a human can be more terrifying than a ghost. Yang Bo nodded in agreement. His unintentional appearance before Ren Wuxing led to a misunderstanding, causing him to be mistaken for an assassin sent by Dongfang Bubi. In reality, this was merely a tyrannical pretext concocted by Ren Wuxing. Had Dongfang Bubi truly wished for his demise, there would have been no need to wait until now. Fortunately, Ren Wuxing had not anticipated that someone could withstand his star absorption technique while still moving freely, nor did he expect that this person, devoid of internal power, possessed such a formidable weapon. Having sown the seeds of the so-called purple gold ginseng, Jiu owned 3 seeds in total, with luck favoring him as 2 were viable while only 1 had lost its vitality and turned into a dead seed. The purple gold ginseng requires a week to reach its first stage, which heightened Yang Bo's anticipation for its effects. Alas, his backpack was devoid of bones, prompting him to turn his attention to the compost bin. In the realm of Minecraft, the primary function of the compost bin is to transform crops and plants into bone meal, and it also serves as a workstation for farmer villagers. However, Yang Bo lacked the second function of the villager's compost bin, rendering it ineffective for him. The compost bin can achieve automatic bone meal production by connecting a funnel. The ability to compost plant fibers is indeed good news. Different items possess varying compostability. The higher the percentage of an item, the greater the chance of increasing the compost layers upon usage. When the compost inside the bin reaches the 7th layer, using it again will yield a portion of bone meal. Though the reason why plants compost into bone meal remains unclear, that is how the code is written. In the game 7 Days to Die, the success rate for composting plant fibers is merely 50, akin to the tall grass in Minecraft. This implies that, on average, he would require 14 units of plant fibers to obtain a single portion of bone meal. I must also invest in the skill of resource gathering. The skill of resource gathering functions similarly to the mother or skill, yet the former pertains to plants while the latter targets minerals. However, the maximum level for resource gathering is only 3, which enhances the collection rate by 400. Experience. Yang Bo returned to the mortuary and discovered that Uncle Jiu had long been waiting for him inside the room. Master, Uncle Jiu softly inquired, how did it go? Yang Bo smiled and remarked, fortune smiles upon me. 2 of the seeds are alive, and in 7 days, I shall reap the harvest. At that time, I will extract these 2 mature purple gold ginseng plants to increase the seed quantity. Additionally, I must devise a method to acquire some obsidian enchantments. By the way, there is fishing. In my world, fishing yields fish, refuse, treasures, and enchanted books, which are classified as a form of treasure. The only dilemma I face now is experience. It appears that my only means of gaining experience is by slaying animals, humans, and malevolent spirits. Even mining does not grant any experience. Consequently, even if I manage to obtain an enchanted book, the cost of enchanting will significantly escalate. Gaining experience to elevate skill levels is certainly beneficial. Am I destined to roam the world of the smiling, proud wanderer? Chapter 35. The Pursuit of Lightning Arts in Uncle Jiu's bedroom. The master and disciple sat on stools, sipping tea brewed with Tianshan Snow Lotus, a fragrant aroma permeating the room. Of course, this enchanting scent was merely a figment of Yang Bo's imagination. The flavor of Tianshan Snow Lotus tea was purely insipid, lacking any medicinal enhancement, serving only as a common tonic for replenishing qi and nourishing blood. Master, what do you think of this technique? Yang Bo inquired. As for me, I have not practiced internal energy, but based on the meridian and qi circulation, this technique is undoubtedly perilous, even possessing a hint of malevolence. Uncle Jiu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the star absorption technique inscribed on the stone tablet. After savoring a sip of the luxurious tea, he continued. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from practicing this technique. Our Maoshan Taoist arts are challenging, yet they are devoid of danger. As long as one refrains from reckless incantations, all is well. Uncle Jiu's concern for Yang Bo was evident, though this technique could absorb others' internal energy for one's own use. It could lead to a chaotic internal force, leaving one unaware of their own demise. Master, rest assured, were this the Northming divine art, I might be tempted to take a glimpse, but as for the star absorption technique, I shall pass. However, the I Ching Jing is commendable. I shall seek an opportunity to see if I can borrow it for a moment. The I Ching Jing can be regarded as the treasure of the Shaolin Temple, nay, the gem of the entire martial world. It possesses the ability to alter one's cultivation aptitude, making it a transcendent existence in any realm. As for the other techniques, Maoshan boasts a complete cultivation system. Even if progress is slow, it is not something that ordinary martial practitioners can trifle with. Just exercise caution, Uncle Jiu advised, reaching into his robe to extract several books, which he handed to Yang Bo. By rights, at your current level, you are not qualified to practice this lightning technique. However, our Maoshan's thunder and fire arts are not only the nemesis of malevolent entities, but also adversaries to all living beings in this world. Today, I shall impart this lightning cultivation method to you, but remember, do not employ it lightly in this realm. Lightning arts? In Yang Bo's mind, the figure of his senior disciple, Master Shi Jian, emerged vividly. The Thunder King, Shi Jian, wielded the lightning thunder fist, subduing a generation of Maoshan prodigies and becoming the authoritative voice of contemporary Maoshan. His strikes were ruthless. Had he encountered Dong Xiaoyu, it is certain that even Qiu Sheng, standing before Dong Xiaoyu, would have faced a devastating blow from Shi Jian, resulting in their souls being scattered. However, akin to Jiu Shu, he was remiss in his guidance of the younger generation, allowing his own son to drag him into villainy. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, Shi Jian was capable of overpowering Jiu Shu with ease. Ultimately, he inadvertently shattered the statue of the ancestral master, succumbing to the backlash of his own thunderous magic. Otherwise, even binding Jiu Shu and Simu together might not have made them a match for Shi Jian. Their divergent paths and cultivation rendered such comparisons futile. Jiu Shu primarily focused on vanquishing demons, while Master Shi Jian wielded thunder to confront all supernatural beings without discrimination. Additionally, there were protective talismans and the wisdom imparted by his master, yet spells like the immobilization incantation proved ineffective against those with vigorous vitality, particularly when facing martial artists adept in internal energy. Yang Bo nodded gently. Although he found it peculiar that Uncle Jiu possessed a manual on the cultivation of thunderous techniques, it ultimately proved beneficial to him. Could it be that he secretly coveted Master Bo's mastery of the lightning fist and collected it on his own? Uncle Jiu's assertion that it was cultivated by Shi Jian posed no issue. After all, he was a disciple of the master. Master, what is the final volume? That is the visualization method of our Maoshan sect, a gateway to the cultivation of spiritual awareness. You may take it back for your own study, but remember, do not be overly eager, otherwise you will end up like the internal energy inscribed on this stone tablet, seeking rapid advancement without regard for the consequences. Yes, Master. Yang Bo rose and respectfully bowed to Master Jusu before placing several ancient texts into his backpack. Master, I am preparing to venture into that world to study these texts while also indulging in some fishing. After all, the stronghold of Laughing Proudly in the Jianghu lies beneath the West Lake, providing the perfect opportunity for cultivation and fishing, while also seeking out a couple of lab mice to experiment with the possibility of enabling others to traverse between the two worlds. The following morning, clad in simple garments, Yang Bo sat cross-legged by the shores of the West Lake, one hand gripping a fishing rod while the other perused the Taoist text of Maoshan thunder techniques. A few small boats bobbed on the shimmering surface of the lake, manned by fishermen from the nearby villages. Suddenly, the tranquil lake was disturbed by a ripple, as if a large fish was swiftly approaching him beneath the water. The bobber connected to his fishing line plunged dramatically, producing a splashing sound. Yang Bo, without lifting his head, exerted a forceful tug on the fishing rod, and immediately a rod emanating a faint violet glow soared from the lake, ultimately merging with his body. Had he caught a fish? A non-enchanted fishing rod was considered worthless, while one imbued with magical properties was deemed a treasure. In reality, fishing was not as swift as in the game. Yang Bo even suspected that the fishing process had been elongated to a normal day, much like planting. After all, in the game, a day was merely 20 minutes, and with decent luck, crops would mature within 2 to 3 days, equating to just 60 minutes. However, reality demanded a full day for growth. Fishing, too, required an average of over 10 minutes to reel in a catch. Yet, without the need to purchase a fishing rod, prepare bait, or even set up a fishing spot, such minor inconveniences were hardly problematic. Upon examining the properties of the rod, he noted, fishing rod, bait. The enchanted bait reduces the waiting time for a bite by 6 minutes. Durability, 20 chance of not consuming durability. This was indeed an improvement over the plain fishing rod he had been wielding. Replacing it with the new rod, Yang Bo resumed his fishing. With the enhancement of the bait enchantment, his fishing speed noticeably increased. Unbeknownst to him, while he leisurely fished, the Mei Manor was in an uproar. The disappearance of Ren Wuxing left the 4 friends of Mei Manor in a state of extreme anxiety. They were Huang Zhonggong, Heibai Zi, Tubi Wang, and Danqing Sheng. Once subordinates of Ren Wuxing, they had sought refuge under Dongfang Bubi to escape his tyranny. After Ren Wuxing was defeated by Dongfang Bubi, they were appointed to oversee him. Most of the 4 friends had grown weary of the martial world and had settled in Jiangnan for over a decade, immersing themselves in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, thus enjoying a semblance of life. However, a pressing issue arose. As jailers, they had lost their prisoner. Heibai Zi, with a pale complexion and dark hair, paced anxiously in the cell. He was the first to notice Ren Wuxing's absence. Habitually seeking star absorption technique from him, he was startled to find the cell utterly empty. In that instant, every hair on his body stood on end. Ren Wuxing was notoriously ruthless. Yet, Dongfang Bubi was not to be underestimated either. In the Mei Manor dungeon, Huang Zhonggong, Heibai Zi, Tubi Wang, and Danqing Sheng wore grim expressions. They had lived carefree for over a decade, never anticipating that Ren Wuxing could vanish. Yet, harmony prevailed among them. After years of camaraderie, their bonds were deep. Huang Zhonggong, the leader of the 4 friends of Jiangnan, sighed, his frail figure slightly hunched, and remarked, regardless of whether Ren Wuxing was rescued or killed and disposed of, we 4 cannot escape culpability. The others nodded in agreement. What shall we do now? The youngest, Danqing Sheng, asked anxiously. Huang Zhonggong's dim gaze brightened slightly as he chuckled. Currently, the news of Ren Wuxing's disappearance has yet to spread. If we leave the influence of the sacred cult and find a suitable place to conceal ourselves, we shall not face any mortal peril. Communication delays are considerable in these times. By the time Dongfang Booby remembers us, it may well be half a year later. Hey Bai Zi interjected. If we depart from Mei Manor, the sacred cult's spies will undoubtedly detect us, and we might well alert the snake with our grass. Just then, a servant entered the room, interrupting Hey Bai Zi's train of thought. However, he refrained from resorting to violence. Masters, there are visitors at the door, claiming to bring gifts. The servant announced, handing a scroll to Dan Xingsheng. They are waiting for your response. Dan Xingsheng accepted the scroll, irritation flickering across his face. Of all times, they choose now. As he spoke, he unfurled the scroll, and surprise illuminated his features. This painting. The four friends of Jianan were passionate about the arts. Especially Dan Xingsheng, who had developed an almost obsessive fascination with painting over the 12 years spent in Mei Manor. Upon seeing this masterpiece, he became utterly enthralled. Huang Zhonggong, the eldest, noted his reaction and understood that the visitors were indeed well prepared. Given Ren Wuxing's disappearance, they were in a precarious position. He addressed the servant, "You may go. We shall send the four friends to greet our guests shortly." Understood, the servant replied and departed. Huang Zhonggong turned to Dan Xingsheng. For now, set aside your admiration for the painting. We must discuss our forthcoming actions. Dan Xingsheng remained fixated on the artwork. I will follow your lead, brother. The trio looked at their younger companion, speechless. Yet, upon reflection, they realized they might have acted similarly in the presence of something they cherished. Huang Zhonggong sighed and spoke to the others. If I am not mistaken, our visitors are likely to flatter us with gifts. But as the saying goes, to offer kindness without cause is either treachery or theft. What could we possibly possess that would pique their interest? Hey Bai Zi, momentarily taken aback, instinctively replied. It must be for that person. Most likely, to be Wang, the third among them, stroked his beard and suggested, in that case, let us turn the tables. When they arrive at Mei Manor, we shall make our exit. We can shift the blame onto them, diverting attention from the sacred cult. Indeed, this plan is feasible. Due to the distance, Yang Bo did not see the two individuals standing at the entrance of Mei Manor. Approaching noon, as he fished by the lakeside, he gazed at the enchanted book emitting a faint purple glow, a pained expression crossing his face. Enchanting even once with an iron anvil required 7 levels of experience. A truly taxing endeavor. Yet, seeing the word infinite on the enchantment book, Yang Bo resolved to endure the hardship and enchant his double-barreled shotgun with this attribute. Perhaps I'll search for the red-clad female ghost tonight. She might have some stock. Cultivation is not an overnight affair, yet technological advancements progress at an astonishing rate. He stowed the enchantment book in his backpack and proceeded to set up a campfire on the ground, placing his catch upon it. To his surprise, the campfire transformed. As he contemplated roasting the fish, it vanished from his grasp, and a wooden rack appeared over the fire, with the fish skewered on a stick, rotating automatically over the flames. How realistic! The campfire is capable of roasting a maximum of 4 fish, as all 4 fish are placed upon the flames. The small sticks rotate leisurely, evoking a delightful atmosphere reminiscent of outdoor barbecues. Since fish is already being roasted, it seems fitting to prepare some meat along the way. The previously acquired rabbit meat and the meat from the game 7 Days to Die remain untouched, providing an opportune moment to cook them together. This way, there will be no need for separate cooking in the future. He retrieves a bottle of beer from his backpack and sets it aside. This beer, a beverage from 7 Days to Die, naturally possesses attributes: stamina recovery 40, critical damage 300, stun resistance 100, duration 1 o'clock. However, among these 3 attributes, only the critical damage proves beneficial to him. As for stamina recovery, he must first possess that capability. The speed of roasting the fish is equally extended, however. It only takes 3 minutes, which is miraculous compared to the normal roasting time of at least half an hour to an hour. Yang Bo removed the grilled fish from the bonfire, and a rich, enticing aroma wafted from the fish. There was even a hint of cumin, though one could not discern whether chili powder was present. As these thoughts crossed his mind, flecks of red powder appeared on the fish in his hand. Yang Bo, is my golden finger truly so domineering? As I savor the moist breeze by the lakeside, I take a bite of the grilled fish. The formidable golden finger has rendered the fish perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, devoid of any charred flavor. Most importantly, there are no lingering bones. Yang Bo took a bite of grilled fish, followed by a sip of beer, while gazing at the shimmering surface of the lake. In that moment, he felt as if he had attained enlightenment. No one could hinder his enjoyment of the meal, just as Yang Bo finished a whole grilled fish. The distant sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. Yang Bo shrank his body, concealing himself behind the grass by the lakeside, in an attempt to avoid drawing attention and inciting troublesome matters. However, life seldom unfolds as one wishes, and trouble often finds its way uninvited. 2 figures dismounted from their horses along the path by the lake and approached his hiding place. The leader, appearing to be in his 40s, exuded an air of righteousness, complemented by a carefree smile on his face, while the second individual, seemingly in his 20s, bore a troubled expression. As they reached Yang Bo, the leader offered a warm smile and inquired, "Young man, are you alone? I would like to purchase 2 fish from you, and, if possible, seek some information." Chapter 37. Entering the Jianghu, time presses on. Young Bo, fully leveraging the advantage of his youth, blinked his large, watery eyes and inquired, "How much are you offering?" With a casual tone, Xiang Wentian replied, "Young lad, how much do you desire?" Fish are priced at 1 tael apiece, and information at 5 taels each. The tale unfolds during the late Ming dynasty, under the reign of Emperor Zhu Yijuan, a period marked by the impending decline of the Zhu family's empire with only 2 emperors remaining. The value of 1 tael of silver is approximately 500 coins. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Xiang Wentian's smile abruptly froze on his face as he stared at Yang Bo and asked, "Do you intend to imply that your fish is crafted from gold?" "Hee, if you find that expensive, I too consider it costly. This price is merely set in light of your first visit. Otherwise, it would be no less than 2 taels per fish." Yang Bo naturally recognized the identities of the 2 individuals, Tian Wang Laozi, also known as Xiang Wentian, and Ling Hu Chong, the male protagonist of the smiling, proud wanderer. Little did he expect that the plot had led to Ling Hu Chong being deceived into rescuing Ren Wuxing. However, the prospect of actually meeting Ren Wuxing seemed increasingly bleak. Where could one possibly find him? Furthermore, the fish were right there in the lake. If they found the price unappealing, they could catch their own. I would generously offer my campfire for their use. Wouldn't that be considerate? Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Xiang Wentian found the young lad quite amusing and chuckled. "You are certainly fixated on money, but first, let me have 2 fish." With that, he retrieved a piece of broken silver from his pocket and tossed it to Yang Bo. In ancient times, broken silver was not always measured precisely. Typically, transactions were conducted with copper coins, while silver required weighing to ensure fair exchange. Nevertheless, this was not a strict historical account, and producing 2 taels of silver fell well within the realm of normalcy. Yang Bo did not engage in idle chatter as he handed 2 freshly grilled fish to Xiang Wentian, stating, "These fish may be somewhat expensive, yet to savor my culinary skills by this lakeside, such a price is undeniably reasonable." With that, he extended the grilled fish towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian, smiling broadly, reached out his hand, but just as he was about to grasp the fish, his expression suddenly shifted to one of fierce intensity as he seized Yang Bo's wrist. However, upon capturing Yang Bo's wrist, he realized that apart from possessing commendable physical attributes, this fellow bore no internal strength whatsoever. Could it be that I have misjudged? Yang Bo quickly contorted his face in feigned pain and inquired, "Ouch, what are you doing? If you want fish, I would gladly sell it to you. Do you intend to snatch away a child as catch?" Unfazed by the moral ambiguity yet brimming with a sense of justice, Ling Hu Chong's expression shifted as he stepped forward, placing his hand gently on Xiang Wentian's arm. "Sir, he is but a child. What are you doing?" Xiang Wentian, after assessing Yang Bo's physique and confirming the absence of internal energy, finally released his grip. He then adopted a more amiable demeanor, smiling as he said, "I sincerely apologize. Brother Ling Hu, perhaps I was overly cautious. This lad's attire is quite peculiar, and given that I am currently being pursued, I must tread carefully. My young brother, I truly regret the misunderstanding. Here, I have 2 taels of silver as a token of my apology." With that, Xiang Wentian produced 2 taels of silver from his pocket and extended it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo held the silver in his hand, and truthfully, he felt a deep admiration for Xiang Wentian. This man was shrewd, possessing a profound understanding of human psychology. His cunning plan to rescue Ren Wuxing from captivity was truly commendable, yet it also instilled a sense of unease. Engaging in friendship with someone so calculating could prove to be a rather daunting endeavor. In essence, to be brothers with Xiang Wentian meant preparing oneself for betrayal. With a hint of foolish loyalty that was somewhat amusing, Yang Bo pocketed the 2 taels of life-saving silver and offered Xiang Wentian the roasted fish in his hand, playfully saying, "You are truly unreasonable. However, considering this 2 taels of silver, I shall let this matter slide. Hurry and eat. I must be on my way." Having said that, Yang Bo extinguished the campfire and prepared to depart. Xiang Wentian accepted the roasted fish, smiling broadly as he replied, "Young brother, do not take offense. One must be cautious while traversing the martial world. You do not appear to be an ignorant country bumpkin. May I ask your name?" "Yang Bo. I reside by West Lake, and my master is the renowned Taoist of Maoshan," Yang Bo replied. Xiang Wentian remarked, "Indeed, there are practitioners of Maoshan in this age. Yet their lineage diverges from that of the world of Jiushi. In this realm, Maoshan Taoists cultivate inner strength, much like those of Wudong, but the overall prowess. Let us just say that this sect may as well not exist." Nevertheless, Xiang Wentian did not display any disdain, laughing as he said, "Ah, so you are a distinguished disciple of Maoshan. Are you journeying the world with your master?" "Not exactly, but I must take my leave. I have been away for too long, and my master will worry," Yang Bo replied, turning to depart. However, fate had other plans, as a group of men surrounded them. In an instant, this band of ruffians brandished their weapons and shouted menacingly, "Xiang Wentian, surrender peacefully, and we shall leave your corpse intact. The leader is already on his way here. You may not even leave a complete body behind." Upon hearing these words from the underlings of Dongfang Bubi, a foreboding feeling washed over Xiang Wentian, yet he responded with a hearty laugh. Dongfang Bubi is indeed formidable, but to claim my head will not be an easy task. He then turned to Ling Huchong and said, Brother, I will hold off these lackeys. You must flee first. With that, Xiang Wendian drew his weapon and plunged into the fray. Everyone, charge. Kill him, and the leader will reward you handsomely. They shouted, immediately converging upon Xiang Wendian. Witnessing this, Ling Huchong could not possibly abandon his beloved sworn brother. Do not panic, brother. I shall assist you. Ling Huchong, possessed by the yellow wind monster, bellowed as he brandished his sword and charged into the throng. Yang Bo gazed at Ling Huchong, profoundly astonished by the true prowess of such formidable masters as Xiang Wendian. Although their martial arts lacked the grandiosity of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the 6 meridian sword, or the soul-devouring palm, and did not rely on the intricacies of the 3 parts returned to origin chi or the 7 parts dependent on coughing. Those who had cultivated inner strength exhibited speed, power, and reflexes far beyond that of ordinary individuals. To expect a mere commoner to contend with these martial artists would necessitate a battalion clad in heavy armor wielding powerful crossbows. Otherwise, capturing a top-tier master would surely require a sacrifice of lives. Yet, why does it feel somewhat lacking? It seems that, much like the world of Jiushu, the realm of laughing in the wind has also reached a dead end. The world of Jiushu faced a depletion of spiritual energy, while the world of laughing in the wind suffered due to the development of firearms by the court and a disruption in the transmission of martial traditions. Time to slip away. I shall return shortly to scavenge the remains. Yang Bo plunged directly into the thicket by the lakeside, showing no signs of hesitation. Neither the inquiries of Wen Tian nor the matters of the Sun Moon Holy Cult held any significance for him. As he departed, he cast a glance towards the direction of May Manor, noticing several figures approaching. Alas, it seems things have escalated. I wonder if Ling Huchong will emerge unscathed this time. He mused in Chapter 38, collecting corpses for others and testing medicine. In a depth of 1 meter underground, Yang Bo listened intently to the sounds from above, reflecting on the chaotic nature of the martial world, where lives could be extinguished at a moment's notice. After a brief interval, the clamor outside gradually subsided. Yang Bo, unperturbed, waited for approximately 10 more minutes before he began to excavate the soil above his head. The commotion from outside had completely ceased. Yang Bo cautiously emerged from underground, peering through the grass to observe the situation by the lakeside. However, the pervasive scent of rust in the air, coupled with the sight of over a dozen lifeless bodies with unblinking eyes, caused his complexion to pale slightly. After gagging a couple of times, he recoiled. Yang Bo stepped onto the blood-soaked ground, approaching the lifeless bodies. Help me! A voice emerged from the mass of corpses. Yang Bo turned his gaze towards the source, spotting a figure whose pallor was scarcely better than that of the nearby dead, clutching a wound from which blood flowed profusely. The once hopeful glimmer in the person's eyes faded significantly upon seeing Yang Bo. Child, hurry and leave. Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback by the words spoken, then smiled and remarked, those wounds on your body, if left untreated, may not allow you to endure even a moment longer. He crouched down, observing the man's bloodied visage, and continued with a hint of a smile, however, you seem to have encountered a stroke of misfortune by crossing paths with me. With that, Yang Bo retrieved a roll of medical bandages from his backpack, one of the essential supplies in the game 7 Days to Die. Its efficacy lay in restoring 20 health points and eliminating the bleeding condition. He casually wrapped the bandage around the man's wrist. The man was about to protest that his wrist was unharmed, yet a warm sensation enveloped him, and in an instant, he felt a remarkable transformation within his body. The previously bleeding wound ceased its flow, as a force began to mend his injury. For a moment, he was astounded by Yang Bo's method. What is your name? In a daze, upon hearing Yang Bo's inquiry, the man weakly replied, my surname is Wang, my given name is Bai. Thank you. Before he could fully express his gratitude for the life-saving intervention, a spear made of stone was thrust against his throat. You were thanking me too soon. Yang Bo gazed at the other person with utmost seriousness and stated, you now have 2 choices. I can save your life, and in return, you shall serve as my subordinate for a decade. Alternatively, I can escort you on your final journey and end your suffering. Is this truly a choice? Wang Bai replied with a feeble voice. I choose the first option. Excellent. Yang Bo crouched down and retrieved a bundle of medical bandages from his backpack, wrapping them around his companion's body. The individual had a mere 100 or so health points, and regaining 40 of those was sufficient to preserve his life and allow him to rise to his feet. However, the excessive blood loss left him feeling weak, as if his head were heavy and his feet light. Yang Bo indeed possesses vitamins in his backpack that can alleviate the weakened status, as well as milk that can eliminate all negative conditions. However, given their unfamiliarity with each other, it is certainly out of the question for him to restore the other party to full vitality. Very well, search them thoroughly and extract all valuable items. I shall take care of the remains. Yes, do not address me as sir. Simply call me by my name. I am Yang Bo. Wang Bai hesitated for a brief moment before responding. Yang, my young brother? That works. Yang Bo had crouched down and begun to rummage through a corpse. The sensation of touching a lifeless body was profoundly unsettling. He could distinctly perceive the residual warmth in the increasingly rigid form of the deceased. Every touch was met with an eerie silence. Wang Bai also joined Yang Bo in his frantic endeavors. Just as he was about to hand over the items he had discovered on the corpse, suddenly, he was confronted with a scene that left him utterly astonished. A sharp sound echoed as a blade pierced through flesh. The very youth who had saved his life wielded a peculiar knife crafted from bone, plunging it into the body of his fallen companion. Strangely, despite the audible impact of the knife against the flesh, no trace was left on the corpse where the blade had entered. With a series of louder sounds, the body lying on the ground astonishingly vanished into thin air. After Yongbo finished his task, he looked at Wang Bai, who was staring in astonishment, and said, as a Taoist priest, "It is entirely natural to collect the deceased for others. Fear not. I shall offer them blessings, ensuring they are reborn into a fortunate life." With that, he approached, lightly patting Wang Bai's shoulder and added, "Stop dawdling. We must get to work. We shall be departing shortly." With that, he squatted down to begin clearing the recently searched corpses. Each cut felt like a dagger piercing Wang Bai's heart. 3 bones, 2 nitrate powder, 2 putrid flesh, 1 fat. Notifications continued to emerge as dozens of corpses vanished before Yongbo's eyes. Let us proceed. Leading the utterly stunned Wang Bai to the entrance leading underground, he used a shovel to clear the way. Descend. At that moment, Wang Bai harbored no further doubts, especially after witnessing Yongbo dismiss the items they had collected with a mere wave of his hand. He obediently entered the cavern. Is there a ladder? The flickering flames deep within the cave somewhat alleviated the fears that lurked in his heart. Yongbo sealed the entrance and led his companion to the ladder that ascended to the realm of the zombie master. After climbing upward, Wang Bai exclaimed, "What on earth?" He had just descended a mere 7 or 8 meters from the ground, yet above him lay an entirely different space. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yongbo's voice drifted from behind him. "Do you sense anything amiss? For instance, can you still utilize your internal energy?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bai attempted to summon the scant remnants of his internal energy. Aside from a debilitating weakness, he perceived no anomalies and promptly replied, "No, I do not sense anything unusual." "Excellent. The experiment on the little white mouse has succeeded," Yongbo remarked, surveying Wang Bai before striding toward the direction of the purple gold ginseng. He retrieved bone powder from his backpack and sprinkled it over the plant to hasten its growth. Gently tapping the surface, he announced, 3-year purple gold ginseng, 2 seeds. Though the name purple gold ginseng sounded grand, its appearance closely resembled that of ordinary ginseng, with the distinction that the former was notably smoother and bore particularly uniform tendrils. Moreover, the 3-year-old purple gold ginseng was slightly smaller than a pinky finger, comparable in size to a 1-year-old ordinary ginseng. Extracting a small piece from one of the roots, he handed it to Wang Bai, saying, "This 3-year purple gold ginseng is a potent tonic. Consume it and meditate for a while. It will at least help restore some of your lost vitality." The internal energy possesses the ability to aid digestion, making it an ideal choice for Wang Bai to test this remedy. Furthermore, he had milk in his backpack, ensuring that as long as his companion did not perish instantly, he could certainly revive his health. Wang Bai watched in as the purple gold ginseng was harvested. Still feeling as if he were in a dream, he tossed the minuscule piece of ginseng, barely the size of a fingernail, into his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, a warm sensation radiated from his stomach, prompting Wang Bai to quickly sit cross-legged and begin circulating his internal energy. Upon witnessing this, Yongbo slightly turned his head and mused. It appears that the efficacy of this purple gold ginseng is quite remarkable. He continued to plant and scatter bone meal. An increasing number of 3-year-old purple gold ginsengs were cultivated, and Yongbo simultaneously acquired a substantial quantity of ginseng seeds. With the seeds in hand, Yongbo further expanded his underground farm, and with the blocks from the world of Minecraft, he need not fret about the risk of collapse. Chapter 39. Exorcising Demons and Dispelling Evil, the Benefactor's Abode. Yongbo stood beside Master Jiao, his expression tinged with concern as he inquired, "Master, what is the condition of Wang Bai?" At that moment, Master Jiao had placed his hand upon Wang Bai's wrist. Upon hearing Yongbo's question, his furrowed brow relaxed as he replied, "Aside from the weakness caused by excessive blood loss, I cannot discern any other issues." "That's a relief," Yongbo responded. He then turned his gaze towards Wang Bai, who appeared visibly uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped behind him and looked up at Master Jiao, asking, "Master, is there any way to make him forget the events of the past 2 days? Or to ensure he cannot disclose what has transpired here?" Yongbo harbored no desire to take a life without just cause. Wang Bai was, in essence, no enemy of his, and had merely served as a test subject. Although this was a means of repaying a life-saving grace, Uncle Jiao cast a discerning glance at Wang Bai and understood Yongbo's apprehensions. Were he in Yongbo's position? Wang Bai's fate would undoubtedly hinge upon either being subjugated or meeting his demise. 2 methods were at their disposal, the most straightforward being an oath curse, compelling him to swear an oath of honesty, thus binding him with a talisman that would render him incapable of disclosing their matters to others. Uncle Jiao fixed a sharp gaze upon Wang Bai and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Wang Bai offered a wry smile, clasping his hands in respect, and replied, "I leave it entirely to the master's discretion." He felt like a sacrificial lamb, aware that the notion of choice was merely an illusion. Uncle Jiao nodded lightly. retracting the murderous intent that had previously enveloped him. The gravity of the situation warranted a more cautious approach. By the way, Master, this is a 3-year-old purple gold ginseng. It is quite effective. Please keep it to replenish your health. The efficacy of purple gold ginseng was commendable, notably superior to that of other ginseng of the same vintage. Infused with a hint of spiritual essence, making it exceptionally beneficial for cultivation. Yang Bo can gain a 30 increase in cultivation speed by consuming a single root, which lasts for 24 hours. Although this effect pales in comparison to what others might use, he compensates with sheer quantity. Uncle Lin received the few purple golden ginseng roots that Yang Bo had given him, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Your master often spoke fondly of these purple golden ginseng roots. Who would have thought that I, Lin Jiao, would witness them one day? Yang, summon your senior brother to set up the altar. I shall prepare the oath incantation." Such incantations are not to be employed lightly. After a flurry of activity, Wang Bai has managed to become a person of discretion. Yang Bo patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, "Rest assured, you will not be neglected in my company. I am not well versed in your world and will require your assistance." After a moment of hesitation, Yang Bo smiled and said, "Once your injuries have healed, I will impart to you the star absorption technique." Wang Bai gazed at Yang Bo in astonishment, exclaiming, "The star absorption technique? Indeed, the star absorption technique. As a member of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, you should be exceedingly familiar with this martial art. However, it possesses significant drawbacks. Unless you can deduce its predecessor, the Northern Darkness Divine Art, you will remain at a first-rate level, unable to reach the pinnacle of mastery. Even when practicing the star absorption technique, which promises rapid results, your aptitude will be paramount. Relying solely on brute force is futile. A balanced approach of both discipline and reward is the true path." At that moment, a young man stumbled into the courtyard, his face betraying a look of panic as he called out, "Uncle Jiao! Uncle Jiao!" Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Bo immediately dashed out of the room, followed hesitantly by Wang Bai. Just then, Jioshu, who was meditating in his bedroom after conducting a ritual, heard someone cry for help and rushed out as well. Upon seeing Jioshu, the newcomer's face brightened with relief as he fell to his knees, pleading, "Jioshu, please save my father." Jioshu approached the young man and helped him to his feet, inquiring, "What happened?" with a hint of fear evident on his face. The young man replied, "A strange creature has abducted my father." "A creature? Abducting someone?" Jioshu's expression grew serious. Beings capable of such brazen acts were undeniably formidable. "Come with me and describe in detail what this creature looks like and where it appeared." After saying this, Jioshu turned and strode back into the house, intending to gather various talismans and magical tools, for such a blatant abductor must be vanquished. The young man followed Jioshu inside, recounting, "This morning, my father and I went up the mountain to gather mushrooms, but we inadvertently lost our way. There was also a strange mist. The creature lurked within it, not attacking us directly, but toying with us like a cat with a mouse. My father mentioned it might be a mountain goblin." Jioshu paused momentarily. "A mountain goblin?" The Shanhaijing describes it as a spirit resembling a child, moving on a single leg and known to prey upon humans. This creature is essentially a manifestation of the resentment of animals that have perished at human hands. When the number of such slain beasts accumulates, their vengeful spirits coalesce into these malevolent entities. Jioshu felt a twinge of concern. Although this mountain goblin was born of resentment, it possessed a corporeal form and some innate magical abilities, such as the mist the young man had mentioned. He reached for his cloth bag, which he often carried, and instead of his peachwood sword, he picked up a simple knife. "Wakai, you stay behind to guard the house. Xiaoxing and Xiaoang, you two brothers will accompany me. This mountain goblin cannot be allowed to remain. If such a creature is present, the mountain will be deemed perilous, and if it kills enough people, it may even launch direct attacks on the village." "Yes, master." Yang Bo and Xiaoxing were not well prepared. Xiaoxing merely found a cleaver. Here at Uncle Jiao's place, there was an armory, brimming with an array of weapons, including even the famed crescent blade. The young man led the way, and after nearly an hour and a half, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this point, the young man was utterly exhausted, having collapsed onto the ground. Though his desire to rescue his father was fervent, he remained merely human and subject to fatigue. Uncle Jiao gazed at the lush mountain before him and gently nodded, saying, "Let us rest a moment to regain our strength. However, once we ascend the mountain, we must exercise caution. The mountain demon is extraordinarily swift and possesses the strength to tear apart tigers and leopards with its bare hands, reigning as the tyrant of the mountain. But fear not. It is daytime, and I shall find a way to mitigate its resentment." Having said this, he produced a compass and instructed the young man, "Offer me a drop of your blood." This was to utilize the compass to locate the young man's father. As the young man pricked his fingertip, allowing a few crimson droplets to fall onto the compass, Uncle Jiao began to chant a spell. The needle on the compass spun wildly before finally pointing deep into the mountains. Yang Bo, standing close to Uncle Jiao, felt a morbid sense of amusement and thought, fortunately, it's his biological father. If it were pointing toward the village, there would be chaos. After a brief rest, Uncle Jiao instructed the young man to remain behind for updates, and he proceeded with the others up the mountain. Chapter 40. The Mountain Demon. Before a vast cave halfway up the mountain, the group fixated their gazes upon the interior. Even Wang Bai, devoid of magical powers, could sense the chilling aura emanating from within. Uncle Jiu extended his hand and whispered, "The Mountain Demon is likely resting within this cave. Jiu Sheng, you shall set up the formation with me." Xiao Yang exercised caution with Wang Bai. "The creature may act out desperately." "Yes, master. Yes, master." Yang Bo gripped the double-barreled shotgun tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the cave, uncertain of the Mountain Demon's strength. He nonetheless placed his faith in the shotgun in his hands, as well as the stone spear and round stones in his backpack. On the opposite side of the cave entrance, Wang Bai stood with a longsword, his palms slick with perspiration. After traversing the martial world for 7 or 8 years, he recalled the last time he felt such trepidation. Is there really a mountain spirit monster? His peripheral vision caught sight of the Xianshi busily working alongside another disciple at the cave's mouth, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. At that moment, a figure darted from the thicket, charging straight for Yang Bo. Wang Bai instinctively shouted, "Behind you," as he rushed forward, sword in hand. Even before Wang Bai's warning, Yang Bo had sensed the imminent danger. The prickling sensation at his back compelled him to turn swiftly. A tiger. The thought barely formed in his mind when the shotgun in his grasp unleashed a barrage of steel pellets. Bang! Bang! Unfortunately, the ammunition in Yang Bo's possession was merely standard buckshot, and the 2 shots did not claim the tiger's life. Health points, 310621. Given the proximity and the tiger's massive size, however, the shots were sufficient to inflict considerable harm. With a pained roar, the tiger's once majestic visage was marred by a multitude of bullet holes, one eye tragically obliterated. This creature was clearly a South China tiger, its size relatively modest. As this was not the northeast, as Yang Bo switched out his spear, seizing the moment when the tiger roared, he deftly thrust it into the creature's mouth. Performing an impromptu nucleic acid test, the tiger, racked with pain, shook its head violently, and an immense force surged through the spear. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Bo relinquished his grip. In the ephemeral void, a new spear materialized in his hand. Summoning all his strength, he hurled the spear with tremendous force, and it pierced deep into the tiger's body, enhanced by the power of thrown weaponry. At that moment, Wang Bai had already positioned himself before the tiger, swiftly thrusting his longsword forward. The once supple blade, bolstered by internal energy, transformed into an extraordinarily resilient weapon, its sharpness elevated. Yet, as he confronted the tiger, Wang Bai was filled with regret, lamenting that he had not trained in marksmanship or knife techniques in his earlier years. The sword's methods of attack, thrusting, lifting, slashing, flicking, crashing, entangling, clouding, smearing, sketching, and blooming, felt utterly inadequate against the coarse hide and tough flesh of this beast, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. Yang Bo once again retrieved a new stone spear, for there were no stipulations regarding the use of a singular weapon. Before he could make a move, Jiu Shu and Xiao Sheng had already approached the tiger, each raising their respective weapons to deliver a fierce strike. Observing the tiger's dwindling life force, Yang Bo exclaimed, "Do not kill it, allow me." While the others were perplexed by Yang Bo's intent, Jiu Shu, after landing a blow on the tiger, swiftly redirected his blade to intercept Xiao Sheng's descending weapon. Quickly, without needing further urging from Jiu Shu, Yang Bo had already arrived before the barely breathing tiger. With a deft leap, he grasped the spear firmly and thrust it towards the creature's head. Empowered by the armor penetration skill, Yang Bo's spear pierced directly into the tiger's skull, unleashing a surge of experience points. "I made it," he mused, uncertain if the final blow would count as his kill had it been dealt by another. Resigning himself to the title of kill stealer. Regrettably, slaying an animal yielded no loot, necessitating the manual extraction of its flesh. As Qiusheng gazed at the fallen tiger, a sense of dread crept into his heart. "Master, what is the story with this tiger? Are there tigers in our vicinity?" "Indeed, there should be several. But this particular tiger is under the control of a mountain demon." Jiu elucidated the tiger's origins, stepping forward to examine the situation. With a grave countenance, he cautioned, "This mountain demon has already transcended the lowest tier of mountain spirits. If it comes upon us at night, we may not survive. Even during the day, peril abounds. Little Yang, you and Wang Bai must remain vigilant for any other beasts. Qiu Sheng, let us hasten to set up a formation." Understood. The urgency of the situation was palpable. The longer they delayed, the more uncertain it became whether the mountain demon would employ further tactics. The optimal strategy was to promptly establish the formation and eradicate the threat. Yang Bo turned his gaze towards Wang Bai and called out, "Brother Wang." Wang Bai paused for a moment, then quickly replied, No, it's just a title. Please keep an eye on the surroundings for me while I examine a few things." Wang Bai tightened his grip on the longsword in his hand and assured him, "Rest assured, leave it to me." Yang Bo nodded gently and opened his backpack to examine its contents. Craig increases range damage by 50% for 1 minute. I'll use this when the mountain demon appears. And there's also beer, bandages, and a medical kit. Milk must be prepared as well. There are also 3 Molotov cocktails. Should I create some spike traps? Yangbo meticulously examined the contents of his backpack and discovered several items that could indeed enhance both his own abilities and those of his companions. He promptly fashioned some spike traps using wooden planks and nails, reminiscent of the horse-stopping stakes placed outside ancient city gates to thwart cavalry charges, albeit on a smaller scale, standing at merely 1 meter in height. Subsequently, he retrieved a vitamin from his backpack and approached Wang Bai, stating, "This is a vitamin that can alleviate your physical weakness. Once we have dealt with the mountain demon, I shall pass on the stellar absorption technique to you, providing an opportunity to explore ways to eliminate its drawbacks." Upon hearing Yangbo's words, Wang Bai's face broke into a smile. As an ordinary soldier of the divine cult, he lacked any significant cunning. Otherwise, after years in the organization, he would not still be a mere foot soldier. This was the renowned stellar absorption technique. He eagerly extended his hand and seized the peculiar vitamin from Yangbo without a moment's hesitation and swallowed it whole. Even if it were poison, he would accept it. As soon as he swallowed it, Wang Bai felt the debilitating weakness from blood loss dissipate, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment as he murmured, "Forget about everything else. I must first regain my strength." Yangbo cast his gaze towards Uncle Jio, who, at this moment, along with Wenkai, had nearly completed the arrangement of the formation. They had finished loading the ammunition into the double-barreled shotgun. While Master and the others would be responsible for containment, he would take charge of firing and reaping the rewards. Chapter 41, The Mightiest Cold Weapon. "Master, please allow me to enter. Rest assured, your disciple possesses the ability to safeguard his life." Yangbo pulled back his senior brother, who was preparing to venture into the cave to lure out the mountain demon. The mountain demon was resolutely huddled within the cave, evidently intending to wait until nightfall to emerge and eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Jioshu furrowed his brow. He did not wish for his disciples to put themselves in danger, yet he needed to oversee the formation outside. Otherwise, it would be much more advantageous for him to enter the cave and draw out the mountain demon. "Be cautious," he warned. "The mountain demon is surely lurking in the darkness of the cave, poised to launch a surprise attack." Yangbo smiled, revealing a look of cunning calculation, and extended his hand to form an okay gesture. "Master, allow me to take the first step to test the waters." A makeshift incendiary device, fashioned from a beer bottle, materialized in Yangbo's grasp. Without any visible effort, the rag at the bottle's mouth ignited spontaneously. "Hey, mountain demon, I know you can hear me. Come out and receive my gift." With that, Yangbo exerted all his strength to hurl the incendiary device into the inky depths of the cave. The flames vanished into the darkness. Suddenly, a massive hand emerged from the shadows, forcefully striking the incendiary device. Boom! Accompanied by a shrill scream. The surging flames illuminated the cave's interior, revealing not only a multitude of fragmented bones but also a peculiar creature, a diminutive figure with a human face and a monkey's body. Its feet pointed forward while its toes faced backward. Its head was a vivid red, resembling a cap. The cave was not as expansive as one might have envisioned. It was merely 6 or 7 meters deep, situated on the mountain-shaded side, obscuring its interior. Previously a den of some unknown creature, it had now been claimed by this mountain demon. At that moment, the mountain demon was already engulfed in flames, its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth emitting a series of shrill cries. "Everyone, be cautious. The mountain demon is exceedingly swift." The talisman held by Uncle Gio soared into the air, flying directly toward the mountain demon within the cave. His intention was to weaken this creature, a manifestation of animal resentment. The mountain demon sprang forth with tremendous force, resembling a cannonball as it charged toward Yangbo. As a manifestation of animal grievances, it bore a deep-seated vendetta. Were it not for Yangbo's incendiary device, it could have remained hidden in the cave. Watch out. At the moment the mountain demon ignited, Yangbo had already consumed the potion Craig. Seeing the mountain demon barreling toward him, he lifted his double-barreled shotgun without a trace of panic and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The two shots seemed to resonate as one, interrupting the mountain demon's advance. Life points, 12, 281, 471. This mountain demon was formidable, indeed, and it was still daylight. The creature emitted a furious shriek, landing on one foot, before springing forth again with its monkey-like arms outstretched toward Yangbo. Though not imposing in size, its strength could undoubtedly rend a tiger or leopard asunder, as evidenced by its substantial health pool. As Yangbo ran, he deftly loaded his weapon, while the mountain demon seemed intent on pursuing him. "Do you really think you can enjoy a taste of emergency syrup?" Not far away, Wang Bai wielded his sword, employing his agility to rush forward in an attempt to intercept the beast. However, just as his sword lunged forward, the creature caught it effortlessly in its grasp. "I can't budge it," Wang Bai thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he faced the monstrous figure. At that moment, Xiaoxing, who was safeguarding Jioshu, waved his hand, sending a yellow talisman soaring towards Wang Bai. The instant it adhered to him, a fleeting pale blue light emanated from the talisman. Wang Bai immediately sensed a shift around his body, just as he prepared to release his grip on the sword. The mountain demon moved with astonishing speed, its hand elongated like a whip and struck him directly, the overwhelming force propelling him through the air. He tumbled several times upon landing, but quickly regained his footing, unharmed, and turned to face the mountain demon. Meanwhile, the yellow talisman affixed to him crumbled into ashes, scattering to the ground. The mountain demon remained relentless in its pursuit of Yang Bo, prompting Jioshu to exclaim, "Xiao Yang, come to your master." Yang Bo immediately changed direction and rushed towards Jioshu. As the mountain demon leaped into the formation, Jioshu showed no hesitation. He swiftly formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Pardon." Golden light flickered on the ground, and in an instant, over 10 yellow talismans soared into the air, adhering rapidly to the mountain demon's body. Jioshu recited incantations with fervor, while beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, clearly indicating that the intensity of his exertion was taking a toll on his body. Yang Bo had completed loading his shotgun, observing the mountain demon struggling within the formation. Its life force was steadily diminishing. In the blink of an eye, the demon's health had plummeted from 4 digits to 3, and it continued to decline. Goodness, my master is truly fierce. With Yang Bo, the ADC, drawing the fire, and Wang Bai, the top laner, fearlessly sacrificing himself, complemented by the support of Qiusheng. It was simply unacceptable for the mage, Jioshu, to refrain from dealing damage. Alas, had the jungler, Simu, been present, this skirmish would have been even more effortlessly won. As he observed the mountain demon's dwindling health, Yang Bo reluctantly remarked, "Master, conserve your strength. Allow your disciple to take over." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Jioshu promptly adjusted the formation. The yellow talisman that had been affixed to the mountain demon transformed into golden ropes. The annihilation array morphed into a binding array. The price was evident. As Jioshu's complexion turned pale, his lips losing some color, he chanted incantations incessantly, yet still cast a knowing glance at Yang Bo receiving the signal. Yang Bo hesitated not a moment, raising his shotgun and aiming it at the demon's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! The tempo of reloading, while stationary, contrasted starkly with that of moving. In less than 3 seconds, bang! The mountain demon, ensnared by the golden ropes, became increasingly ethereal, having lost all capacity for resistance. With only a few dozen health points remaining, he summoned a stone spear, gripping it tightly and channeling his full strength to hurl it forward. The spear pierced through the demon's skull, draining its final life points, and its body dissolved into a wisp of mist. A multitude of experience orbs surged forth from the spot of its demise, rushing towards Yang Bo's form. 3 medical kits, 1 bicycle, 33 shotgun ammunition, 4 touch trigger grenades. Nearly vanquishing one mountain demon had elevated him to level 9, along with a plethora of assorted items. Can an entire bicycle truly drop? As the fleeting thought crossed Yang Bo's mind, he made his way towards Uncle Gio. The earlier exertion Uncle Gio had put forth to subdue the mountain demon had indeed taken a considerable toll on him. At that moment, Brother Qiusheng was assisting Uncle Gio. "Master, how are you?" Uncle Gio waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, and replied, "It's nothing, merely a rapid depletion of my magical energy. My body is struggling to keep up. After a brief rest, I shall recover." He likened it to running 3 kilometers, while the stamina might suffice. Sprinting at the pace of 100 meters presents an entirely different challenge. Yang Bo nodded gently, disregarding whether Qiusheng was present, and directly extended his hand to construct a table from wooden planks. After all, when he had previously retrieved the stone spears, Qiusheng had already witnessed it. He then took out some food from 7 Days to Die and placed it on the table, smiling as he said, "Master, please have some food, and do enjoy the coffee as well." The coffee, which enhances stamina recovery speed by 30%, was of no use to Yang Bo. Yet for others constrained by physical limits, it was indeed a treasure. Chapter 42. The shift in mindset and the palm thunder. Qiusheng gazed at Yang Bo with eyes alight, as if he had discovered a precious gem. He had felt a deep curiosity when he saw Yang Bo produce the stone spears earlier. "Junior brother, you..." "Qiusheng, be quiet." Uncle Gio took a sip of the coffee, expecting the bitter taste of pure coffee, only to find that the version contained in the glass bottle was quite palatable. Instant. Creamy, nestle, these 3 words aptly encapsulated the essence of this coffee. Qiusheng, momentarily stifled, reluctantly remarked, "Master, junior brother, that's merely your junior brother's innate talent. There's no need to overthink it. Focus on our Maoshan heritage texts, and you will understand." Uncle Gio nonchalantly misled Qiusheng. Qiusheng, fully engaged, scratched his head and appeared to be caught in the web of deception, his face reflecting confusion as he questioned, "Master, is this innate talent of junior brother? Why have I never heard you mention it before?" "I've told you to read more, but you never do. Your junior brother is favored by destiny. There are scarcely a few like him in the entire history of Maoshan. Now, eat something and take a moment to rest." Upon hearing his master's words, Qiusheng had no choice but to sit beside the table and partake in the food, though his eyes remained fixed on Yang Bo, brimming with curiosity. Yang Bo smiled softly before turning to stand beside Wang Bai, who now wore a dazed expression, as if his mind were overwhelmed. "How are you?" I am fine," Wang Bai replied hesitantly, for he truly did not know how to articulate his current feelings. As his gaze settled upon Yang Bo, He perceived the once youthful physique and visage now evoking a sense of reverence akin to gazing upon a towering mountain. Little immortal, do demons and spirits truly exist in this world, amidst the myriad deities? This was a natural manifestation following the profound alteration of one's worldview. Yangbo chuckled at Wang Bai's address, saying, "No need for such titles as Little Immortal. I am merely a practitioner. You have already encountered the various demons and spirits, have you not? As for the multitude of deities, to be frank, I have yet to behold them myself. We adhere to the principle of seeking truth in our endeavors." He then placed his hand gently on Wang Bai's shoulder and gestured towards the table in front of Jiu, stating, "Why don't you take a moment to rest with my master? I shall go and assess the situation in the cave." Wang Bai nodded lightly, for he too wished to inquire about the yellow talisman that had just flown onto him, pondering why he had emerged unscathed from the monster's attack. If he were to affix several of those yellow talismans to himself, his future travels through the martial world would undoubtedly be much safer. Yangbo gazed upon the lifeless body of the tiger, retrieving a bone knife from his backpack as he cautiously approached. With careful precision, he pierced the tiger's carcass, bearing the weight of his senior brother Qiuxing. 3 raw meat, 2 leather, 1 fat. The health points of the tiger's corpse surpassed that of an ordinary body. It was evident that the value of the collection target was determined by its size. He sought to extract every ounce of worth from the tiger's remains. Yangbo collected a substantial amount of materials and directly reached out to stow the corpse into his backpack. The tiger skin is somewhat damaged, but it would make an excellent rug. Perhaps I could fashion a tiger skin skirt for senior brother Wenkai? An image of senior brother Wenkai adorned in a tiger skin skirt, wielding the golden cudgel, involuntarily surfaced in his mind, prompting him to stifle a couple of chuckles. He then proceeded toward the cave where the mountain demon had previously resided. As he approached, he was met with an overwhelming stench of decay that was nearly suffocating. Yangbo furrowed his brow slightly. The flames of the Molotov cocktail had already extinguished, for after all, it was merely a game prop. Its fire lasting but a handful of seconds. He retrieved a torch from his backpack and ventured into the cave. Rather than a cave, it resembled a grave pit. The modest cavern was strewn with decaying corpses, and fortuitously, it was not particularly deep. Otherwise, the stench would have been magnified severalfold. No wonder, he thought. The moment Master heard the name of the mountain demon, he rushed over immediately. A cursory glance revealed at least a dozen bodies within the cave, all human. If this mountain demon were to persist, it would spell disaster for the nearby villages at the foot of the mountain. Yangbo gazed upon the decayed and fragmented corpses strewn across the ground, hesitating for a moment before refraining from drawing his bone knife. Perhaps it would be best to notify the villagers below to come and retrieve these remains for a proper burial, he mused. His attention shifted to a relatively fresher body. The flesh around the abdomen having entirely vanished, leaving the head contorted in an expression of profound agony. He had already surmised the identity of the deceased and let out a soft sigh before turning to exit the oppressive cave, informing Jiu of the circumstances within. Jiu exhibited no sign of surprise, calmly replying, "It is fortunate that we learned of this early. Otherwise, if the mountain demon were to continue its rampage, those who have perished might rise again multiple times." Upon hearing Jiu's words, Yangbo experienced a deeper understanding of the phrase exorcising demons. After descending the mountain, they recounted the cave's location and situation to a young man, who immediately collapsed to the ground in despair, weeping inconsolably. Yangbo stood silently beside, observing the young man. He harbored a strong aversion to such scenes. However, having recently become a disciple of Master Jiu, it appeared that he could no longer evade these occurrences. It seems that merely waiting at the mortuary for Master Jiu and the red-clad female ghost to provide sustenance is insufficient. I ought to venture out and explore, he mused. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed within the confines of the mortuary. Yangbo gazed at the fleeting flicker of the faint electric arc in his hand, a look of exhilaration gracing his face. At last, he had mastered the heart lightning technique. Over the past period, Yangbo had come to recognize the peculiar nature of his innate abilities, though his talents were rather mediocre. Even after skill enhancements, he had not reached the level of a so-called genius. However, his body treated all forms of magic with impartiality, whether it be lightning or fire. Talismans or incantations, he could cultivate them all. The heart lightning, a quintessential Taoist spell, refers to the lightning attacks emanating from the palm. A technique not all Taoists can master. At the very least, neither Uncle Jiu, Simu, nor Qian He could wield lightning magic. At most, they could only summon heavenly thunder. The handcrafted lightning technique and summoning heavenly thunder are entirely different matters. Even though Yangbo's current heart lightning could only zap 2 mosquitoes, it was still lightning magic. Once he had grasped the fundamentals, the remainder was merely a matter of diligent practice. Rising from his seat, he left the room and observed his senior, Wenkai, who was engrossed in his reading, scratching his head in confusion. Yangbo stealthily approached from behind and extended his finger, channeling his internal magical energy. A faint electric arc leapt from his fingertip to Wenkai, akin to the igniter in a lighter. Ah! Wenkai instantly jumped up, turning to see Yangbo and displaying a look of exasperation. "Junior brother, I am already studying. Please don't play tricks on me." "Senior brother, you misunderstand," Yangbo replied. I am sharing the heart lightning with you. You are the first I wish to inform once I'd mastered it. Your words truly wound my heart. The heart lightning. When Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite his own lackluster talent and casual attitude, the reputation of the heart lightning was undeniably powerful. Junior brother, allow me to witness your prowess. Young Bo, with a cheerful smile, extended his hand before Wen Kai. Take a close look. A faint arc of electricity flickered and vanished in an instant. Wen Kai was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, Junior brother, is this the palm thunder you have mastered? Just like you, it's small and utterly adorable. Yang Bo exclaimed, Senior brother. You have already discovered the path to demise. Chapter 43. The tale of Uncle Zombie begins as night fell. The nurturing properties of various herbs over time had begun to restore the originally white hair and eyebrows of Uncle Gio, showing signs of returning to black. With a loving gaze upon his young disciple, he remarked, Soon, your uncle will arrive. If you wish to step outside and take a look, you may accompany him for a stroll. He then added, While you are out, be sure to prioritize your safety. I have some talismans here. You should take them with you. Feeling the genuine concern emanating from Uncle Gio, Yang Bo felt a warm sensation within his heart. He accepted the yellow talismans that Uncle Gio offered and replied with a smile, Master, rest assured, I understand. At that moment, a peculiar chime resonated through the air. Yang Bo immediately rose and sprinted towards the entrance of the ancestral hall, extending his hand to push open the wooden door. In the distance, he spotted Master Simu cradling a small house adorned with several jingling bells. Within the house, a candle flickered with life. Master Simu, holding the small house, approached the ancestral hall, leading the client step by step. The faint mist mingled with a throng of ambling corpses, creating a scene reminiscent of a classic zombie film's opening. Master, Yang Bo joyfully shouted, and then dashed in front of Simu, seizing the small house from his hands. Within this small house was tethered a talisman, the crucial element for controlling the horde of ghouls behind them. This assembly of ghouls would mimic the actions of the talisman bearer. Albeit complex movements would only cause them to glitch, ensnared in an endless loop of attempting and failing to execute the task. Master, my uncle is in the courtyard. These clients may be entrusted to my junior apprentice. Yang Bo stood at the forefront of the clients, replacing the position recently occupied by his master, the four-eyed uncle. Mimicking the stiff-legged, leaping posture of a zombie, he jumped towards the ancestral hall. With each leap, the bell in his hand emitted a crisp sound. Upon entering the hall, the four-eyed uncle spoke to Jioshu with a tone tinged with envy and jealousy. Brother, you truly have the luck of 8 lifetimes to have this child, Yang Bo, as your disciple. Before he could finish his words, he noticed a change in Jioshu. Oh, brother, have you dyed your hair to keep up with the trends? You've even dyed your eyebrows? The gray straight brows look quite handsome. Upon hearing this, Jioshu rolled his eyes and replied, Why are there so many clients this time? Usually, you only bring 7 or 8, but this time the number has nearly doubled. The four-eyed uncle sighed. There's been a war, and many have perished, brother. Please prepare some food. I must continue my journey. Turning to Yang Bo, who was preparing to jump into the house, he called out, Nephew, just let them stand in the courtyard. I still have to hurry. Typically, the four-eyed uncle would rest for a day at the ancestral hall and resume his journey the following night, but today he would merely take a brief respite. Jioshu did not inquire about the reason. If it were something he could articulate, the four-eyed uncle would have done so already. After setting the prepared food on the table, the four-eyed uncle gazed at the sumptuous spread, his eyes widening in exaggerated surprise. Wow, brother, have you struck it rich? Why didn't you inform your younger brother about such good fortune? With that, he picked up his chopsticks and devoured the delectable dishes with great fervor. Once he was satiated, he lazily stretched and said, Brother, thank you for your hospitality. This batch of clients met a tragic fate. I must expedite their return for burial, lest unforeseen events arise over time. With that, the four-eyed uncle stood up and cheerfully announced, Brother, I shall take my leave. Wait, Jioshu called out, stopping him. You come here, I have a favor to ask. The four-eyed uncle looked up at the inky sky, pondering if the sun had risen in the west today. What could it be, brother? It's rare for you to ask something of me. Haha, just speak, as long as it's not about borrowing money. I'm amenable to anything. Jioshu, unfazed by the four-eyed uncle's demeanor, calmly sipped his tea and said, It's nothing too serious when you leave. Take little Yang with you. The four-eyed uncle, astonished by Jioshu's request, asked incredulously, Brother, have you come to your senses? You want to give me your disciple? Given your looks, your thoughts are rather fanciful. Jioshu shot him a disdainful glance and explained, Your nephew wishes to venture out and experience the world. Since you travel extensively, I would like you to take him along for his safety. The four-eyed uncle paused, then turned to Yang Bo, smiling as he inquired, Nephew, what made you suddenly want to go out? Upon hearing the question, Yang Bo replied with a serious demeanor, as if he were pledging allegiance to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. The four-eyed uncle observed Yang Bo's fervor and turned his gaze back to his master, only to find Jioshu unfazed, calmly sipping his tea, showing no surprise at Yang Bo's response. Brother, Jioshu said nonchalantly, my disciple harbors a deep disdain for evil. He shows no mercy towards malevolent spirits and demons. This time, should you encounter any minor ghosts or demons, simply allow him to take action. The four-eyed uncle suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity with both his master and his nephew. Aren't you concerned that your disciple might be led astray? Is there anything wrong with vanquishing demons and eliminating evil? The four-eyed uncle questioned. Is there? Of course not. Yangbo respectfully bowed to his master, the four-eyed uncle, and said, from this moment onward, I humbly request your guidance and care. The four-eyed uncle gazed at his obedient and sensible disciple, then glanced at the composed and untroubled Jiao Shu, who showed no sign of concern regarding a refusal. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, Brother, it seems you have me at your mercy. Very well, I shall take my disciple under my wing. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow any harm to befall him. In these tumultuous times, chaos reigns, with both men and spirits displaying their prowess, while the common folk endure great suffering. Even in the remote wilderness, one may encounter reckless mountain spirits and demons. Master, do not worry. I possess some ability to protect myself. The four-eyed uncle nodded gently and said, Then prepare yourself, and we shall set forth. Yangbo nodded and swiftly turned to dash into the room, shouldering the prepared stone spear and package. He soon returned to the courtyard, declaring, Uncle Master, I am ready. For Eyes was quite pleased with Yangbo's speed, casting a glance at Uncle Jiao, indicating that his nephew had packed everything. To put it plainly, this was merely a notification. There was no intention of discussion. Nephew, let us depart, For Eyes stated, heading towards his client. Yangbo respectfully bowed to his master, saying, Master, I shall be leaving for a time. Rest assured, I will return to see you each month. Uncle Jiao nodded gently. Be cautious while you are out. Should any issues arise, let your Uncle Master handle it first. If that fails, return to seek my aid, and I will ensure you regain your dignity. Just as Four Eyes, who had just driven away the corpse, heard this, he could not help but exclaim to Uncle Jiao, Brother, one must not be so ruthless. Chapter 44. The Large Fox Spirit Nephew. Take a moment to rest. Allow your Uncle Master to take over. Four Eyes looked on with concern at his nephew, who was energetically leading the zombie at the front. How about we rest for a bit? No need, Uncle. We have only covered a little over 2 hours. It would be best to travel more during the night and return early, given the dangers of these desolate lands. With that, Yangbo exerted himself, propelling forward with the zombies in tow. Tired? What is there to be tired of? As long as there is food, I could leap until my legs wear out. Spirits on the road, living beings stay away, he shouted, giving no chance for Four Eyes to respond, and continued, Uncle Master, what is the most common danger encountered while traveling? There are many, Four Eyes replied, keeping pace beside Yangbo, finding walking far less taxing than jumping. Mountain creatures, wandering souls, and what else? There are those who believe that guiding corpses is lucrative. Nephew, let me tell you, the most terrifying thing in this world is not the monsters or ghosts, but the human heart. As Four Eyes spoke, a note of reflection colored his tone, and he slightly tilted his head, seemingly lost in thought, while his peripheral vision casually swept over the treetops nearby. Yangbo nodded in agreement and said, These fiendish creatures have clear intentions. Regardless of their approach, they seek either your body or your life. Our duty is to exorcise these malevolent beings. However, some individuals are not merely after wealth and life. They wish to toy with your emotions and even turn you into a compliant puppet. Upon hearing this, Simu couldn't help but reach out to ruffle Yangbo's hair, chuckling, You little rascal, though young, your insights are quite profound. My dear disciple, you seem fatigued. Why not take a moment to rest here? Yangbo, initially inclined to retort, caught Simu's wink and, understanding the unspoken message, offered a sincere smile, replying, Uncle, I am indeed weary. Let us rest for a while. As he turned, the row of corpses behind him mirrored his movements in a rather uncanny fashion. He placed the lantern, which resembled a small house and contained a bell, on the ground. This lantern, simply a candle holder, served the sole purpose of illuminating the path ahead. Beyond that, it bore no other utility. Miniature map, he silently mused, and a bird's-eye view of a small map materialized before him. The map's range was limited, encompassing no more than 100 meters, and it did not appear automatically in the upper right corner of his vision. Each use required him to summon it anew, obstructing his view and rendering it rather impractical. Nevertheless, it was still far superior to the rudimentary maps crafted from paper in the original Minecraft. Observing the dots on the minimap, a playful smile graced Yangbo's face as he reached for the stone spear strapped to his back. The green dot represented Simu, indicating friendship, while the red dot denoted hostility, and the white dots represented neutral creatures, akin to rabbits or wild chickens. Only 2 hours have passed, and we already encounter foes. It seems venturing out is indeed necessary. Seated upon a nearby stone, Yangbo retrieved 2 bottles of water from his backpack and offered one to Simu, inquiring, Shall we merely wait here? Fear not, we have provisions, Simu replied with a smile, shaking the bamboo water bottle. He reflected on how fortunate his senior brother was to have such an astute disciple. Yet, thoughts of his own apprentice, Jia Lu, crossed his mind. Though Jia Lu may not match my little disciple in brilliance, he is certainly less troublesome than Wen Kai and Xiao Shang. Let us not rush, we shall proceed shortly. No sooner had Simu spoken than a white ribbon shot forth from a tree, Swiftly coiling towards Yang Bo, Simu promptly drew his bronze sword, effortlessly shattering the ribbon with a surge of magical energy. Holding his sword aloft, he glared at the figure hidden among the treetops, exclaiming, "Dare you lay a hand on my disciple? I shall send you to meet the king of hell." The concealed figure, realizing the failure of their ambush, became furious and lunged at Simu with flailing sleeves. The assailant appeared to be a woman in her late 20s, clad in white attire. Though not particularly striking, her face bore an alluring charm. In a fit of rage, Simu met her attack with unwavering resolve. After only a few exchanges, he dispatched the woman with a swift kick, sending her sprawling to the ground. The woman's expression shifted, yet she, undeterred, tore her white garment apart. Sitting pitifully on the ground, her long legs exposed to the air, the remnants of her attire barely concealing her modesty. Simu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You seek to seduce me? I shall not be swayed." The woman opened her mouth, releasing a wisp of pink smoke, but at that moment, a voice thundered from behind her, "Bold demon, you are truly ignorant of your own limitations, daring to flaunt your skills before me, as if I were inconsequential." As Yang Bo spoke, his stone spear had already lunged towards the woman's head. A sharp sound pierced the air, accompanied by an incantation, "Bold demon, reveal your true form." By the urgency of the command, dispel the evil. A yellow talisman radiated a faint azure light as it adhered to the demoness, provoking a delicate reaction between her malevolent aura and the talisman, producing a sound reminiscent of sulfuric acid corroding. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, her eyes wide with shock, almost bulging from their sockets. The spear thrust forth once more. Under the talisman's influence, she had transformed into a creature with the head of a fox. With a swift roll, she evaded Yang Bo's assault and gracefully leapt to the treetops, seeking to escape. However, Yang Bo was unwilling to relinquish his prize. He affixed another talisman to his spear, activating it before launching it with all his might. A sickening thud echoed as the spear struck its mark. A fox plummeted from the sky, accompanied by an experience orb. One cigar, one hunting rifle, one fourfold scope. Yang Bo's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld the items dropped by the fox spirit. Why are these rewards so exceptional? Could it be due to her prior appearance in the narrative? Though lacking in skill, she was indeed the first monster encountered in the tale of the zombie uncle. The cigar offered a 10 transaction bonus. This item was indeed a rare treasure, providing a 10 increase in all traits. The hunting rifle resembled the most conventional 98K. "Are you all right, my disciple?" Four Eyes inquired, anxiously assessing Yang Bo for any signs of distress. Such was the burden of caring for another's child. Had it been his own disciple, he would have long since delivered a reprimanding slap. "Rest assured, Master Uncle, I am fine. However, regarding this fox spirit, allow me a moment to process its body. Its pelt would make a splendid collar for you." Upon hearing this, Four Eyes felt a mix of gratitude and inwardly berated his senior brother. No wonder when Kai and Qiu Sheng are so mischievous. "What exactly have you been teaching your disciples?" 2 bones, 3 raw meat. Familiar notifications chimed. Before long, Yang Bo had skinned and prepared the fox spirit, having acquired not only various enhancements through his skills, but also a wealth of knowledge. Chapter 45. The home of Taoist Four Eyes. The following morning, guided by Four Eyes, the two arrived at a secluded spot where 2 wooden cabins nestled at the foot of a mountain, occasionally graced by the melodious calls of birds. In the distance, a silver waterfall cascaded gracefully down the mountainside. "Disciple, this is your master uncle's home." Yang Bo gazed upon the idyllic courtyard, filled with a sense of envy, and remarked, "Master Uncle, upon arriving here, I have come to understand the sentiments of those poets from yesteryears. Indeed, it is true that when people are at leisure, the osmanthus flowers fall, and the night is tranquil in the empty spring mountains. The moon rises, startling the mountain birds, while they chirp in the spring gully." Simu's face radiated a brilliant smile. He appeared far more youthful than Jioshu and carried a more casual demeanor in front of Yang Bo. "Ah, what do you mean by people being at leisure? This is merely a desolate place where not even a bird would deign to relieve itself. Come, my dear disciple, follow your master uncle." Though he spoke in such a manner, his steps were noticeably lighter as he led Yang Bo and their guest back into the courtyard. Yang Bo surveyed the scene within the fenced yard, where 2 little pigs, 2 chickens, and 2 ducks resided. These livestock were paired, indicating they had likely been purchased recently. "Jialu, Jialu." Simu called out twice, yet received no response. For a moment, a hint of embarrassment crossed Simu's face as he turned to Yang Bo and said, "Nephew, please wait a moment. I will go and take a look first." "All right, Uncle," replied Yang Bo. Yang Bo gazed at the imposing figure of Simu, whose stride resembled that of a dragon and tiger, and could not help but feel a tinge of amusement within. Upon reaching the doorway, Simu called out twice more. Yet Jia Lu remained blissfully asleep on the living room chaise, undisturbed. Receiving no reply, Simu resolutely extended his hand through the white paper that obscured the door, directly reaching in to unfasten the latch. Yang Bo almost burst into laughter, thinking to himself, "Goodness, it seems that Master Simu possesses considerable experience in this matter." Without paying heed to Master Simu and his brother Jia Lu, whom he had yet to meet, Yongbo contemplated a pressing issue. Given the circumstances, it appears that the plot concerning Uncle Zombie is inevitable. If that is the case, should I not return to inform my master? It is truly a shame that Master Qian he has met his end. Master Qian he, a man who dedicated his life solely to the pinnacle of competition. Though his appearances were fleeting, his prowess, along with that of the 4 disciples from the 4 cardinal directions, left a profound impression on Yongbo. Alas, fate was unkind, as he encountered a royal zombie with an overwhelming accumulation of buffs. His ultimate sacrifice is indeed a source of deep regret. Yongbo extracted an exceedingly rudimentary map from his backpack and began to peruse it. Master Uncle's residence should be located here, approximately 120 kilometers from Rinjiao town. While 120 kilometers does not seem particularly distant, in practical terms, it is quite manageable. A drive would take at most 2 hours, and on the expressway, it could be accomplished in just over an hour. However, traversing this distance on foot is quite another matter. One cannot help but admire Master Uncle Simu's remarkable physical endurance, given his daily endeavors in corpse retrieval. At that moment, Master Uncle Simu, clutching a bamboo stick, muttered to himself, "Oh, you lazy Jialo. I entrusted you with guarding the house, yet you succumb to slumber. Even when Master returns, you remain oblivious. Today, you shall certainly learn a lesson." Upon witnessing this, Yongbo promptly stepped forward. "Master Uncle, what brings you here?" Master Uncle, seeing Yongbo approach, donned a smile and replied, "Oh, it is nothing. I merely wish to engage with your esteemed senior brother, Jialo." Yongbo responded, "Master Uncle, I have yet to meet senior brother Jialo. Given your remarkable prowess, I am certain he is equally extraordinary. It would be fitting for me to pay my respects as well." Yongbo could not possibly stand by and witness the farcical scene of Jialu or his esteemed Shirshu being assaulted by a zombie. Although he found some amusement in the unfolding drama, he was acutely aware that Simu was, after all, his Shirshu. Without hesitation, he strode towards the room. Simu momentarily lost his composure, attempting to dissuade Yongbo, but it was too late. "Jia Lu Shixiao. Jia Lu Shixiao." He called out twice. The door swung open, revealing Jia Lu, clad in a sweat-soaked shirt, as he emerged from within. A radiant smile adorned Jia Li's face as he approached and performed a respectful gesture towards Yongbo with both hands forming a seal. Observing this, Yongbo promptly returned the salute. "I presume you are Yongbo, the newly accepted disciple of Master Lin? I have heard much about you from our master. It is indeed a pleasant surprise that we, as brothers in the same school, should meet so soon. I must apologize for my earlier inattentiveness. I was preoccupied in the inner room and did not catch the sounds from outside." Yongbo smiled and said, "I have met Brother Jialo. My master has spoken highly of you, mentioning that if Wen Kai and Brother Qiu Sheng possessed your level of understanding, it would be splendid." Jia Lu recalled his earlier moment of idleness, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head and chuckled. No, it is merely my master's exaggerated praise. Brother Yang, please wait a moment while I assist my master in bringing the clients inside." Despite the intimidating glare from Simu, Jia Lu approached with a sheepish demeanor, saying, "Master, you can leave the rest to me." Simu let out a cold snort and replied, "Consider yourself lucky today." Upon realizing he had narrowly escaped a reprimand, Jia Lu beamed and said, "Master, please rest. I shall prepare your meal shortly." Simu nodded, tossing aside the bamboo stick he had been holding, which clattered noisily and startled the little pig wandering in the courtyard, causing it to squeal and scamper away behind the house. "Disciple, let us retreat indoors for a moment. By the way, what thoughts do you have regarding your outing?" "Thoughts? Initially, I wish to vanquish demons and monsters, but I also aspire to broaden my horizons alongside you." "Master." The two entered the room. "Since that is the case, you may rest here for a few days. I will take these clients to Qingshui town, and you can accompany me then." "Very well, master." Subsequently, Yongbo, without even taking a seat, directly stated, "Master, I find the surroundings quite appealing and wish to explore the vicinity. Would that be permissible?" "Explore? I fail to comprehend what there is to see in this desolate place devoid of human presence." Nevertheless, he did not refuse and smiled, saying, "In that case, let Jialu accompany you. There is no need. I can manage on my own and will not stray far. I shall return before noon." It was a jest. He intended to dig underground for the subway, bringing his master along to ensure a greater advantage when confronting the royal zombie. How could he work effectively with Jialu in tow? By yourself? Then be cautious and avoid venturing up the mountain. "Understood, master." Yongbo turned and exited the room, realizing he needed to act swiftly. After all, this was no trivial endeavor. As he stepped outside, he encountered his senior brother, Jialu, emerging from within. Upon seeing him, Jialu immediately approached and inquired, "Junior brother, what brings you here?" "Nothing much, just taking a stroll around the vicinity," Yongbo replied. "Senior brother, master hasn't eaten anything all night. You should attend to him first and not worry about me." Jialu nodded in understanding. "Very well," he said before heading back into the room. Yongbo glanced towards the direction he had set out and silently calculated in his mind before striding purposefully away from the courtyard of his master, Simu. Chapter 46. The subway line of stillbirth. Thud, 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 thud. No, it wouldn't do to use the stone axe from 7 Days to Die. That would be an utter waste of time. Although the stone axe could significantly enhance collection yield, its gathering speed was woefully slow. He retrieved a workbench from his backpack and directly expended the immensely precious iron ingots to craft 2 iron pickaxes. With the iron pickaxe in hand, he struck the wall. With a resounding thud, a crack immediately appeared in the wall, and within mere seconds, a round stone tumbled down. This speed was at least 5 or 6 times faster. Yongbo suddenly regained his confidence to dig back, wielding the pickaxe in his hand and relentlessly striking against the wall. Thud, thud, cling. A peculiar sound resonated in his mind. One lapis lazuli. Yongbo was momentarily taken aback by the sudden notification that appeared before him. Wait, mining stones for lapis lazuli? His mind began to whirl with possibilities as various module names flashed through his thoughts. Could it be the mineral treasure from the skill module? Within the skill module, there was a particular ability that allowed for the chance to obtain other minerals, including diamonds, when mining stones. Of course, the probability was exceedingly low. Skill, he mused silently. Yet the familiar skill page materialized before him, devoid of the module he had envisioned. With a wry smile, Yongbo resigned himself to the notion that any materials dropped in his world were indeed a boon. Previously, he had only utilized a small stone axe from the game 7 Days to Die, and had never activated this ability. Now that he was aware of it, he decided to mine with the small stone axe and use the pickaxe from his world for stone. He closed his inventory and resumed swinging the iron pickaxe in his hand. Time slipped away, moment by moment. 1 rough copper, 1 rough iron, 1 rough gold, 1 redstone dust. Occasionally, a notification would flash across his vision. The quantities of copper and iron were substantial, followed by redstone dust and lapis lazuli, with rough gold being the rarest. It was not until midday that he acquired 3 pieces of rough gold. 1 diamond. Is it gold? No, it should be blue. Upon seeing the notification, Yongbo eagerly opened his inventory, and upon spotting the diamond nestled in the grid, a manic grin spread across his face. My precious. The diamond radiated a shimmering brilliance that immediately signaled its extraordinary value. Unable to resist, he pressed a kiss to the palm-sized gem. Perhaps it was the enchanting allure of diamonds within his world that stirred excitement in players, regardless of their stage. The sight of it invariably ignited a thrill within. Naturally, the prospect of accidentally dropping a diamond into lava while mining, especially without the no drop on death feature activated, heightened the exhilaration even further. With diamonds now in his possession, how far could the enchanting table be? The enchanting table required 2 diamonds for obsidian blocks and a book. Obtaining obsidian necessitated lava, but he could always seek out a live volcano. As for digging down, he was wary of being scorched to ash by the high-pressure lava bursts. With an enchanting table and experience, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. A glance at the time indicated that he had been lost in thought. Is it already 10:60? How swiftly time flies. Yongbo stowed the pickaxe into his backpack and sprinted back along the path he had taken, emerging from the ground towards the Si-Mu family home. As he caught sight of the courtyard, he noticed his senior brother, Jialo, emerging from the yard with a despondent demeanor, muttering a series of peculiar phrases. Unfortunately, the distance rendered Yongbo unable to discern the specifics of his brother's words. But judging by his expression, they were likely not of a cheerful nature. Yongbo approached with curiosity and inquired, Senior brother, where are you headed? Jialo instinctively replied, I came to look for you. Where have you been? I haven't seen you all morning. Master is worried about your safety and asked me to find you. Upon seeing Yongbo return, a radiant smile illuminated Jiali's face as he promptly took Yongbo by the hand and led him inside. Subsequently, Yongbo found himself devoid of freedom. After lunch, Yongbo helplessly turned to Jialu, who was accompanying him, and said, Senior brother, I truly am not wandering aimlessly. Jialu too wore a look of resignation. Junior brother, please consider this for your senior brother's legs. Master warned that if I were to lose sight of you, he would break my legs. I do not believe that, senior brother Jialu. Shall we make a wager? Jialu retorted with a mischievous glint in his eye. Could it be that you are a devil in disguise? Seeing that the provocation tactic was ineffective, Yongbo found himself at a loss and could only allow brother Jialu to trail behind him. Well, since the subway plan is unfeasible, I shall wait until Uncle Master and brother are sound asleep tonight before making my escape back. With his current physical condition, he could easily run back to the ancestral hall and carry Master back, without needing to pause for water. Perhaps just nibbling on a few pieces of bread along the way. Together with brother Jialu, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard, engaging in cultivation. The power of his palm thunder had doubled after more than a day's practice. Indeed, it had transformed from a single arc of electricity into 2. Just as Yongbo was adjusting his breathing to expedite his recovery of spiritual energy, a girl clad in simple attire with twin ponytails stood in the adjacent courtyard of Master Ishio, calling out to Jialu, Hey, originally immersed in his cultivation. Jialu immediately rose upon hearing the girl's voice, a pleasing smile gracing his face. Jing Jing, do you need something from me? Slap. Yongbo gently placed his hand upon his face, shaking his head in utter dismay. Xiao Sheng, Wen Kai, and Jialu together cannot muster a single man. Any handsome fellow they encounter slips through their fingers. However, Wen Kai and Jialu are somewhat better off. as at least they seek out genuine individuals. As for Qiu Sheng, he invariably pursues female ghosts, which is simply astonishing. The girl named Jing Jing looked at Jia Lo, her youthful visage revealing a hint of curiosity as she inquired, "What are you all doing?" "My junior brother and I are cultivating, Jing Jing. Would you care to join us?" Yang Bo harbored a desire to unleash his palm thunder upon Jia Lo, hoping to induce a state of helplessness. Yet the sight of Jia Li's obsequious demeanor gave him pause, fearing it might bring him unwarranted pleasure. The curious maiden, Jing Jing, scrutinized Yang Bo and inquired, "Is this child a new disciple of your master? I have not heard Master Ishio mention him." No. He is a young disciple taken in by my revered uncle." Yang Bo wished to broaden his horizons, hence he accompanied my master back, perhaps recalling his junior's presence. He promptly introduced, "Junior, this young lady is Jing Jing, a disciple of Master Ishio from next door." With a radiant smile, he then addressed Jing Jing, "Jing Jing, are you not bored? Why not join us for a conversation?" Would that not disturb you?" "Not at all. Senior brother, you should inquire about me. If I ask you, do I not count as a person?" With a soft sigh, Yang Bo closed his eyes, adopting an air of detachment as if wholly absorbed in the practice of Maoshan arts. Chapter 47, awaiting Uncle Gio at the stroke of midnight, beneath the moonlight. A petite figure sped along a rugged path on a yellow bicycle. Lin Gio sat on the rear seat, his expression fraught with concern as he remarked, "Should we not take a break?" Yang Bo, demonstrating remarkable stamina, showed no signs of fatigue as he continued to pedal with ease. Upon hearing his master's words, he replied nonchalantly, "Master, you have mentioned resting 7 or 8 times along the way. When I am weary, I shall naturally pause." Gio's mindset underwent a subtle transformation, shifting from initial concern over Yang Bo's potential exhaustion to apprehension about the peculiar bicycle and whether his seemingly superhuman disciple might damage it. Another half-hour passed. "Master, we have arrived." Yang Bo brought his bicycle to a halt and gazed up at the still pitch-black sky. He had commenced his journey to the cemetery at 11 p.m. the previous night, and the round trip consumed a total of 6 hours. His average speed was an astonishing 40 km/h, a figure that would render professional cyclists speechless. Typically, an ordinary individual rides at a pace of approximately 10 to 20 km/h, while amateurs achieve speeds ranging from 20 to 40 km/h. Professional cyclists, trained to a high standard, can reach velocities between 40 to 60 km/h. However, this is predominantly on paved roads. Yang Bo is a paragon of sheer strength. His boundless stamina combined with an indestructible bicycle allowing him to achieve this miraculous feat of cycling. Master Chinha, to save your life. My dear nephew has truly exerted himself." Jiao Shu leaped off the bicycle, his legs trembling, nearly causing Yang Bo to topple over. Yang Bo hastily cast aside the vehicle and supported his master, Uncle Jiao, saying, "Master, weren't you supposed to inscribe the Vidra talisman?" Hearing his disciple's frivolous words, Uncle Jiao shot him a stern glance and replied, "Even if I were to draw the Vidra talisman, the success rate would only be 50%. A talisman with diminished magical power cannot possibly withstand the onslaught of demons and malevolent spirits. You, my dear lad, truly do not comprehend the value of resources until you are in charge. The yellow paper requires expenditure, as does the red cinnabar. Even the restoration of magical energy is a gradual process. It is merely a bit bumpy." Stealthily reaching out, he rubbed his now completely numb posterior, attempting to maintain his dignity as he said, "Young Yang, I am quite all right. I merely need a moment to recover. By the way, you mentioned that our Master Simu is in danger. From where did you acquire this information?" Upon hearing this, Yang Bo's expression grew solemn as he declared, "Master, there is an inexplicable feeling deep within me. I cannot articulate it, but I sense that tonight, our esteemed Uncle Simu will encounter a dire calamity." Listening to Yang Bo's explanation, Jioshu nodded seriously. His young disciple possessed many extraordinary qualities, so the ability to foresee danger was not surprising. Even he himself experienced a kind of intuition at critical moments. Such phenomena are better believed than dismissed. You have done well. If there truly is peril, I shall ensure that your uncle expresses his gratitude to you thoroughly. As Jioshu spoke, he began contemplating the treasures his junior brother might possess. The two ambled towards Uncle Simu's residence, and from a distance, they spotted 2 figures emerging from the house. It was none other than Master Ishio and his disciple, the young lady Qingqing, who lived next door. Upon seeing a monk and a girl exit Uncle Simu's abode, Jioshu, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Little Yang, what is going on? Have you perhaps mistaken the location?" "No, the monk in front is Master Ishio, and the girl accompanying him is his disciple, named Qingqing." Upon hearing this, Jioshu's brows furrowed in curiosity as he questioned, "A monk taking a female disciple? Is he considering recruiting a nun?" The nun's convent and the monk's temple are 2 entirely different matters. This query had perplexed him for quite some time while watching films. But upon witnessing Master Ishio and Qingqing in person, he found clarity. He chuckled and explained, "Master, it appears that Master Ishio is attempting to play matchmaker between Jialu and Qingqing." Upon hearing this, Jioshu initially looked perplexed. But then a look of realization washed over his face, and he laughed. Indeed, Master Ishio is quite astute, swapping a female disciple for half a son. From the onset of the narrative, Master Ishio had been subtly bringing Jialo and Qingqing closer together. Even when Jialo inadvertently took advantage of Qingqing, Master Ishio helped him out of the predicament. However, matchmaking Jialu and Qingqing was not particularly remarkable, given that there were only these two families within 10 miles. With time spent together, unless one party was particularly disagreeable, they were bound to unite, because they were in the dark and at a considerable distance. Neither Master Ishio nor Qingqing noticed Jioshu and Yangbo. Upon arriving at the doorstep of the Simu residence, they overheard Jia Li's worried voice, "Master, after consuming an entire vat of oil, how do you feel?" Then came the pained voice of Simu, "I feel very oily, very greasy, very slippery." Simu struggled to rise from the ground, pointing weakly towards Master Ishio's room with his thumb, uttering, "You've got guts. I admire you. We're even now." Seeing his master's condition, Jialu's concern deepened as he stepped forward. "Master, let me help you back to your room." Simu, with his belly swollen from the oil, trudged towards his room, grumbling, "You've made my belly grow. You've got guts." A familiar light cough interrupted them, and Simu, who had been leaning on Jialu to enter the bedroom, froze as if struck by lightning, standing dazed in place. At that moment, he envisioned his impending demise. "Junior brother, quickly tell your senior brother, who exactly has inflated your belly. This matter must be addressed, otherwise, we, the Maoshan sect, cannot afford such disgrace." As he had anticipated, his senior brother's sharp tongue was still as biting as ever, making Simu yearn to end it all right there. Struggling to support his aching back and protruding belly, he turned to Jioshu and asked, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Jioshu replied with a chuckle, "What brings me here? How could I know my junior brother is in such a predicament if I didn't come?" Simu was about to retort, but a gurgling sound emanated from his stomach, causing his complexion to pale. "Senior brother, whatever it is, let us discuss it later. Jialu, quickly help me to the restroom." Having consumed an entire small fish tank's worth of vegetable oil, Simu was bound to preemptively release everything he had consumed for the next day. Jialu, worried, assisted Simu. "Uncle, please take a seat. I will escort Master to the restroom." Jioshu immediately waved his hand. "Go, go." He feared that if Simu didn't exit soon, they would witness an exhibition of what it meant to be a high-pressure oil pump. Chapter 48. Master China's senior brother. What brings you here? Simu now appeared utterly drained, having consumed a vat of vegetable oil, making him feel more exaggerated than if he had eaten 2 oily fish. Jioshu snorted lightly. "I deduced that my disciple was burdened by you. Now, tell me, have you offended anyone recently to provoke such a dire calamity?" "Dire calamity?" Simu's expression shifted as he began to calculate, muttering, "What is going on? Why does it seem like a close call with death? Could it be related to that thief's accomplices from last time? Or that hanging ghost from before? Or perhaps the vixen from last night? Indeed, it must be the vixen from last night." He then looked up at Jioshu with a serious demeanor. "Yesterday, during the corpse transport, we encountered a rogue vixen. It is likely that she has family seeking vengeance for that wretched creature. Senior brother, rather than passively waiting for them to come to us, we should accompany my junior brother and send the entire family packing." Yangbo remarked, "We are the legitimate sect of Maoshan, not some gang." "Master uncle, your words could bring destruction upon a family. Are you truly not invoking the notorious Hongxing Yankuan? One must uphold integrity in the world. If you declare a family's annihilation, it must be absolute, no chicken left unscathed." In contrast to Yangbo's astonishment, the seated Jioshu nodded with an air of nonchalance, saying, "If there exists any remnants of that vixen, allow me a glimpse. Should there indeed be a reckless creature at play, I shall accompany you on this venture." Yangbo, he has already contemplated the potential events that may unfold, discerning the connections of the vixen through her fur. Subsequently, his master and uncle arrived to inquire about the situation, yet the other party, lacking such intentions, naturally refuses to admit anything. A disagreement swiftly escalates into a violent confrontation. If they emerge victorious, they will expel the vixen's family. If defeated, they will immediately signal the Maoshan headquarters, leading to an inevitable purge by the Taoists descending from the mountain. "Master, the disciple believes this matter does not pertain to the vixen. After all, it was the disciple who dispatched her, and it was the disciple who stripped her of her skin. If blame is to be assigned, it should justly fall upon the disciple. Moreover, there are also bones, flesh, and fat to consider." Upon hearing these words, Uncle Joe instantly comprehended. With his disciple present, it was inconceivable that Simu could seize ahead. He extended his hand to perform a slight calculation, but relinquished the effort the moment after. Upon contact, he realized that his disciple's fate was a mere fade, utterly devoid of any opening. No matter how one calculated, the outcome remained the same. Even after cultivation, he remained unchanged from his previous self. "Master, the disciple believes that arbitrary speculation is not a solution. We should adequately prepare in advance." Uncle Gio turned to Simu and said, "What Xiaoyang has proposed is indeed reasonable. Let us set up the formation ahead of time, and furthermore, I shall draft additional talismans. Additionally, please inform the heavens of our divine invocation techniques in advance, so that we are not caught off guard again in 5 minutes." Yangbo pondered. 5 minutes? 3 minutes would be considered diligent for the master uncle. Indeed, what transpired this morning? Simu's complexion shifted to resemble the bottom of a pot, and he finally managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. It's nothing. My junior brother has just been experiencing constipation lately. Aside from Yongbo, the remaining trio began to prepare for the impending danger that would arrive in the evening. While he refrained from mining underground, he was aware that Master Qianhe would come, yet he was uncertain of the exact timing. So he opted to practice his thunder palm in the courtyard. Crackling sounds echoed as he channeled his energy, only to find his resources depleted repeatedly, forcing him to restore them. Isn't it said that the recovery speed increases with frequent energy consumption? Why do I feel no difference? Success and failure both stem from data. Nonetheless, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. As the hours passed, he found himself waiting until just after 4 in the afternoon. Even at this hour, the oppressive heat rendered it difficult to breathe. Yongbo sat cross-legged indoors, striving to elevate his cultivation. His master was recuperating from the mana expended in drawing talismans, while Simu knelt before the statue in earnest prayer. Only brother Jiala lay idly at the window, gazing dreamily at Jingjing, who was laboring next door. In that moment, a clamor arose from a distance. Instantly, Jioshu, Simu, and Yongbo opened their eyes. They have arrived. The group made their way to the entrance, where a procession of fewer than 30 individuals approached. The most striking sight was a massive golden coffin, accompanied by a child being carried by 4 bearers. Upon seeing the figure leading the group, both Simu and Jioshu displayed expressions of delight and rushed forward to greet him. Junior brother Qianhe, upon spotting his 2 senior brothers, was filled with joy and immediately stepped forward to pay his respects. Greetings, brother Lin, brother Simu. What brings you here? Aren't you in Rinjia town? Simu replied. I had some matters to attend to, so I came to lend a hand. At this moment, Yongbo and Jiala stepped forward, greeting their master uncle. Qianhe recognized Jialu, as well as Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, yet was unfamiliar with Yongbo. The 9th uncle smiled and introduced. This is my newly accepted disciple, Yongbo. Congratulations, elder brother, on acquiring such a promising student. Just then, a sharp voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, pierced through the procession. Hey, why are we stopping here? Upon hearing this, Qianhe hurriedly replied, Manager Wu. I would like to borrow some glutinous rice from my master brother. Glutinous rice? Manager Wu appeared perplexed. Before he could respond, the young prince, who had been seated in the palanquin, interjected, Manager Wu, it seems we might as well take a break here. With a theatrical flourish, Manager Wu nodded, delicately pinching his white silk handkerchief with his fingers, and announced, Very well, let us all take a rest. Qianhe then turned to the 9th uncle and Simu, his face etched with an expression of helplessness. Qianhe was of exceptional talent and aptitude, possessing strength that surpassed even the 9th uncle. The other 4 disciples were average in comparison, perhaps lacking the innate skill of Qiu Sheng. However, in terms of reliability, even the combined efforts of Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai could not match the dependable nature of others. These 2 together would only render the situation more precarious. Regrettably, being excessively conventional, Manager Wu incessantly nagged throughout the journey, leaving Qianhe to maintain a perpetual smile. Jialo, please return and fetch some glutinous rice for your master. Yes, master. Jiala promptly turned and dashed towards the house. The 3 of them approached the coffin, and Simu leaned in for a closer look, inquiring. The copper-horned golden coffin is bound with ink lines. Could it be that within lies? Indeed, it is a corpse. Upon hearing Qianhe's response, Simu's confusion deepened. Then why not incinerate it? With a sigh, Qianhe explained, this corpse belongs to the royal family of the frontier and cannot be burned. It must be transported to the imperial city to await the emperor's decree. Yongbo could not help but let out a cold laugh as he remarked, Royal family? The Qing dynasty has long since perished. Where could one possibly find a royal family? His master, Simu, hastily reminded him, Nephew, they are referring to the vassal states. Vassal states? From Southeast Asia, perhaps? Yongbo was about to suggest eliminating this group of remnants from the Qing dynasty when he was momentarily stunned by Simu's words. He recalled the appearance of the Wu vice minister and couldn't help but inquire, could it be Siam, Thailand? Has the tradition of these ladyboys existed for such a long time? No wonder there are only a few dozen people transporting a royal. Chapter 49. The Royal Zombie. It had been a considerable time since the brothers had last met, and this reunion should have been a moment for reminiscing and exchanging stories. However, after only a brief respite, the Wu vice minister began to urge them to move along. My 2 elder brothers, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Take care, younger brother. After bidding farewell, brother Qianhe followed the procession escorting the coffin and departed. Jiala gazed at the golden coffin, his face reflecting envy as he remarked, Master, this coffin is so exquisite, it must be quite valuable. Simima nodded in agreement, saying, Of course, it is made of gold. Though it was merely gilded, if the coffin were solid gold, it would weigh at least 50 to 60 tons. Unless the cart was constructed of a superalloy, the horses pulling it would need to consume diesel fuel regularly. Upon hearing this, Jiala looked at the golden coffin with immense longing and declared, If I have the opportunity in the future, I will work tirelessly to earn money, and then I shall buy a coffin just like this to honor you, master. Simimu was not particularly angered. He merely shot a fierce glare at Jiala. Meanwhile, Master Ishio, who had come out of curiosity to observe the situation, chuckled upon hearing Jiala's words. You certainly possess a filial heart. With that, he exchanged greetings with Uncle Gio before turning to leave. At that moment, a dark cloud drifted across the distant sky, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Simimu gazed at the ominous cloud, expressing his concern. I hope that Qianhe and the others are safe. Yang Bo tugged at his master's garment, gesturing towards the golden coffin and said, Master, the danger lies within that coffin, where the individual rests. Moreover, it seems that Uncle Qianhe's predicament is far more perilous than that of Uncle Simu. Upon hearing this, Jioshu's expression shifted slightly. He cast a glance at Qianhe's silhouette before turning his gaze towards the ominous clouds gathering in the distance. He immediately extended his hand to begin calculating. In truth, predicting the fate of a cultivator is an arduous task. Hence, Jioshu cleverly opted to calculate the fates of ordinary individuals instead. Suddenly, he discerned that this group was beset by a great calamity of life and death, which implied that Brother Qianhe was quite likely to face life-threatening peril as well. Thus it was. The master found it strange indeed. What kind of monstrous fiends would dare to assault the sanctum? The source of danger lay here. Clearly, this torrential rain had dampened the ink lines, diminishing their efficacy. Nonetheless, even a royal zombie, blessed with the protection of dragon energy, should not be a match for Brother Qianhe. There must be something amiss. Yang Bo expressed admiration for the expertise of his master, Jioshu, yet he remarked, Master, now that we are aware of our objective, we can prepare more effectively. The outcomes of a Taoist who is prepared and one who is not are indeed vastly different. If the wind and rain were to allow Qianhe to ascend the altar, it remains uncertain who would perish in the encounter between him and the royal zombie. Indeed. Xiaoyang, you speak the truth. A zombie? Today I shall witness what capabilities this creature possesses. With that, he seized the collar of Simu and strode towards the house. Brother, what are you doing? Oh no, I can hardly breathe. Moments later, as torrential rain poured down, Jioshu and his companions paid no heed to anything else, donning their raincoats and following the tracks left by the carriage. Brother, could it be that Qianhe is truly in peril? Simu, closely trailing Jioshu, felt a knot of anxiety despite his frequent dealings with the dead. Such encounters were with those who had already departed. Knowing that his junior brother was in danger made it impossible to remain untroubled. Life and death hang in the balance. Jioshu uttered gravely, before instructing, Xiaoyang, you are swift. Go ahead and assess the situation. He was well aware of his disciple's stamina and strength. Even if he could not vanquish that confounded royal zombie, he could certainly buy them precious moments. Understood, Master. Yang Bo answered with a determined grunt, exerting himself as his speed more than doubled, surpassing even that of sprinters in a 100-meter dash. Following the ruts, he swiftly spotted his master Qianhe and a group of foreign soldiers, who were presently in disarray due to the torrential rain. A cluster of individuals was hurriedly securing the tent, while Master Qianhe stood anxiously beside the golden coffin. The inked lines that once adorned it now washed away by the downpour. Wiping the rain from his face, he glanced at the tent that had been hastily erected and urged, quickly, bring the coffin inside the tent. The 4 disciples from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest promptly stepped forward to pull the hemp ropes. Yet the coffin, though not made of pure gold, was crafted from solid wood. Alone, they were unable to budge it on the muddy ground. Observing this, 4 soldiers rushed to assist, shouting, push, pull, with collective effort. The 8 men managed to shift the coffin slightly. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and the torrential rain vanished as if it had never existed. The rain had ceased. Master Qianhe breathed a sigh of relief and called to the others, come, let us exert ourselves while the rain is paused. Yang Bo, who had been sprinting towards them, shouted, everyone, step away from the coffin. Lightning is about to strike. At that moment, as the rain had just stopped, his voice resonated clearly through the tranquil woods. Master Qianhe, noticing his nephew whom he had only met briefly, instinctively glanced at the tumultuous clouds above. His expression shifting to one of alarm as he shouted, quick, get back. The disciples reacted swiftly upon hearing their master's command. They released the hemp ropes and leaped away from the coffin. The 4 soldiers initially hesitated, but soon took flight as well. However, barely 3 meters away, a lightning bolt, as thick as a bowl, struck down upon the golden coffin. The soldiers instantly felt a surge of tingling energy, their bodies stiffening before collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, compared to the dire fate of being struck dead in the original narrative, they had merely experienced a jolt akin to being prodded with an electric baton. Master, the lightning is enhancing the zombie's strength. We must be cautious as it is about to emerge. Yang Bo extracted a stone spear from his backpack. His gaze fixated unwaveringly upon the golden coffin. This royal zombie was undoubtedly a formidable entity within the realm of Jioshu. It was endowed with the protective aura of dragon energy and further fortified by the essence of heavenly thunder. Upon its resurrection, it had directly consumed the blood of a sorcerer endowed with magical prowess, along with several martial artists. Fortunately, it had not feasted upon his nephew. Otherwise, its enhancements would have reached their zenith. Upon hearing this, Qianhe turned his attention to the golden coffin, noticing that the ink cords adorning it were radiating a soft golden light. However, the ink had been largely washed away by the rain, rendering it ineffective in restraining the entity within the coffin. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Qianhe shouted, "Bring the rope." He then leaped onto the coffin, employing a technique akin to the weight of 1,000 pounds to press down on the slightly ajar coffin. Subsequently, he and his companions wrapped the coffin with a thick hemp rope, leaving Qianhe, the master, poised to tie a knot. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A furious roar erupted from within the coffin. The weighty coffin, coupled with Qianhe's presence atop it, was abruptly overturned by the royal zombie within. Qianhe fell to the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the heavy coffin lid descending upon him. Chapter 50, Master Brother, is your disciple truly human? With a resounding crash, a figure appeared before Qianhe, extending a hand to block the descending coffin. With a deft maneuver, he redirected the force and hurled the lid aside with a loud thud. "It is indeed not pure gold," exclaimed the master-nephew duo. Yongbo smiled and said, "Master Uncle, let us discuss matters later. The creature is about to emerge." To the 4 elder brothers from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, he urged, "You must step back. This royal zombie has undergone a transformation through heavenly lightning, enhancing its power manifold and granting it a degree of resistance to Taoist arts. Should you engage it directly, it will merely feast upon the blood of our fellow practitioners, growing even stronger. Deceit may not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade." Faced with the unexpected arrival of this junior disciple, the 4 were momentarily at a loss. At this moment, Qianhe, observing the zombie that had risen from its coffin, decisively commanded, "You 4, step aside." "Yes, master," they replied in unison, moving with remarkable agility. In the pursuit of their craft, Taoists fear not the strength of their foes, but rather the presence of inept companions. It is often said that a single incompetent ally can bolster an enemy's power by 20%. "Nephew, you 2 should retreat and allow Master Uncle to take his measure." Yongbo observed Qianhe applying his vital essence onto the peachwood sword, exuding an aura of determination. He swiftly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, my master and Master Simu will arrive in 5 minutes. Our task is merely to hold it off for that duration." "What?" Qianhe was momentarily taken aback. The arrival of his disciple was already peculiar. Now, the presence of his 2 senior brothers seemed to foretell misfortune. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality as the royal zombie lunged towards him, and Yongbo, with remarkable speed, its hands outstretched. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, striking the zombie's head. A health bar materialized above the royal zombie, revealing a staggering 3,170 points of health, which left Yongbo gasping in disbelief. Furthermore, the creature's defensive capabilities were alarmingly formidable. The 2 shots had only diminished its health by a mere 130 points. Truly, it possesses skin as tough as bronze and bones as hard as iron. The royal zombie's resistance to being repelled was equally impressive, as it merely descended from the air without any noticeable impact from the force of the attack. Startled by the sudden gunfire, Qianhe quickly regained his composure, wielding the glowing peachwood sword to pierce through the zombie's chest effortlessly. Witnessing this, Yongbo was not intimidated by the sword's prowess but instead mentally grumbled, "If I ever take on a disciple, they must wield a peachwood blade. Even if it cannot sever the head, it ought to inflict considerable damage, making it arduous for the zombie to consume blood." Stabbing the zombie's chest yielded little more than a reduction of its negative energy. At that moment, the zombie extended its hand to grasp Qianhe fiercely. This time, Qianhe chose not to endure the attack directly, leaving the peachwood sword embedded within the royal zombie's body. Although lacking magical reinforcement, the blessed sword, combined with the Taoist's vital essence, continued to inflict persistent damage on the zombie. As Qianhe drew the attention of the foe, Yongbo charged forward with a stone spear. Upon striking the zombie, a sound akin to metal clashing echoed through the air. The damage of -51 left Yongbo flabbergasted. Incredible, he thought, aware that his spear possessed armor-piercing attributes yet still yielded such minimal damage. A direct hit might not even reduce its health by 20 points. Be careful. The royal zombie's attack speed was astonishing, its arms becoming mere blurs as they lunged at Yongbo. A resounding thud, akin to a rock striking wood, reverberated as a square shield materialized in Yongbo's grasp. This shield, an artifact of the game world, could withstand a single physical attack from even the mightiest of foes, barring any abilities to breach its defenses. Fortunately, the zombie lacked such capabilities. Qianhe was momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of the shield in his disciple's hands. He then observed Yongbo, one hand wielding an unusual shield while the other brandished a stone axe, bracing against the royal zombie's onslaught and relentlessly striking it. "Is this truly how you instruct your disciple, Master Lin?" Though he questioned the reality before him, he acted swiftly, rummaging through his bag for several damp yellow talismans. Chanting incantations, he finally shouted, swiftly, as the law commands. Several yellow talismans adhered to Yongbo's body, instantly bestowing multiple buffs to his status bar: Strength 459, Speed 459, Protection 459, Undead Slayer 459. Wow, Master Uncle's skills are impressive, he mused, noting that the effects of the buffs surpassed those created by Master Jiao. Instantly, Yongbo felt a significant boost in speed and strength. He unleashed a flurry of axe strikes upon the royal zombie's head, inciting a cacophony of anguished cries from the creature. "Master Uncle, Please take a moment to rest while I engage it. The royal zombie, having recently revived, had yet to consume any blood, rendering it far less formidable than depicted in the narrative. Yangbo also wished to hone his guasha skills during this moment. Qianhe inquired, "How did the senior brother instruct you? How could this disciple manage to grapple with the royal zombie?" This indeed felt somewhat eerie. Southeast, northwest. Go fetch tables for the master to establish the altar. Doubting whether his junior brother was truly human, the 4 individuals immediately dispersed upon hearing their master's command. Each with a clear division of labor, some retrieved tables, while others collected ritual implements. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered. The royal zombie's strength was overwhelming. An ordinary shield could hardly withstand it, its durability dwindling like a flowing stream. After receiving a claw strike, Yangbo was propelled back 2 steps by the immense force. Life points, 107, 132. In just 1 strike, he lost 25 points of life, despite possessing reinforced armor and a 10 damage reduction from his 2nd-level pain tolerance. Poisoned, 0.25. The moment he was poisoned, Yangbo swiftly consumed a bucket of milk. Disciple, Qianhe, who was preparing to light incense, appeared utterly furious. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized another peach with sword and charged forward. "Uncle Master, I am fine. You should focus on preparing the altar for the ritual." With that, Yangbo fixed his gaze intently on the royal zombie and spat defiantly. "Truly, it seems the tiger does not reveal its might. Do you take me for a soft persimmon?" Yangbo immediately stepped forward, using his stone spear to block the zombie's deadly claws. As he gazed at the creature's gaping maw, preparing to bite him, a cold smile crept across his face. "Let me introduce you to my grand explosive." A rusted grenade materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he pulled the pin and forcefully shoved it into the zombie's mouth. The zombie, with a grenade lodged inside, could only emit a muffled, whimpering sound. Yangbo promptly released the stone spear he had grasped, lifting his foot to deliver a powerful kick to the chest of the zombie with the peachwood sword. With this force, Yangbo executed a lazy roll backward, managing to tumble twice before being steadied by his uncle, Master Qianhe. "Nephew, are you all right?" he inquired. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted. 311. The royal zombie sustained full damage. Nevertheless, Yangbo displayed a look of regret. Had this been a genuine hand grenade, even if it did not obliterate the zombie, it would certainly have sent its yellowed teeth flying. Chapter 51. The scene is too beautiful. Bang. The shattering of the glass bottle echoed, and in an instant, a raging inferno erupted, engulfing the bewildered royal zombie in flames. Yangbo's smile, illuminated by the flames, appeared somewhat sinister, particularly during the act of reloading his weapon, which exuded an aura of cold-blooded ruthlessness. Qianhe shook his head, casting aside such unrealistic thoughts, and fixed his gaze upon the royal zombie that was preparing to leap forth from the flames. "Disciple, you should rest for a moment. The next steps will be handled by your uncle and your senior brothers." Without heeding Yangbo's protests, he bellowed. East, west, south, north formed the formation. With that, the 4 individuals from the cardinal directions produced specialized ropes designed for binding zombies. These ropes were far superior to ordinary ink ropes, capable not only of ensnaring malevolent entities but also inflicting considerable damage. In a dazzling display, the 4 adeptly ensnared the zombie, which, upon attempting to break free, emitted crackling sounds as if struck by electricity upon contact with the ropes. However, this royal zombie, having previously endured heavenly lightning, demonstrated a remarkable adaptability to magical arts. After a few encounters with the ropes, it began to forcefully assault the formation. The 4 senior brothers pulled the ropes taut, yet the zombie gripped them in return, leading to a stalemate reminiscent of a tug-of-war. Amidst this deadlock, the cunning and cruel Yangbo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he instinctively seized a stone spear, charging toward the zombie's nape. However, before he could reach it, a fireball the size of a human head zipped past him. Boom. The royal zombie was sent flying by the impact of the fireball. Turning around, Qianhe stood behind the altar, emanating a formidable aura, his body aglow with light. With a gentle flick of his peachwood sword, a yellow talisman was drawn to it. Qianhe chanted incantations while forming hand seals, completing the ritual in merely 3 seconds. The yellow talisman spontaneously ignited, and in an instant, another fireball, comparable to a human head, surged toward the royal zombie, which had just regained its footing. Goodness, we are Taoists, not mages. Yet, upon reflection, given that he was already employing lightning techniques, it seemed reasonable for his uncle to wield fireball spells as well. What a pity it is that we exist in an age of diminishing magic. Otherwise, Qianhe's imposing presence would surely warrant a meteor spell or a rain of shooting stars. As the royal zombie attained sentience, it sensed Qianhe's ferocity and immediately fled deeper into the forest. Alarmed, Qianhe understood that this creature had reached a dangerous level and could not be allowed to escape, lest it bring devastation to the living. With that, he leapt from behind the altar, determined to pursue the royal zombie. However, a voice echoed from the woods. Audacious fiend. Today, I, Simu, shall execute heavenly justice. May my ancestors protect me." In the next moment, the zombie, which had just entered the woods, was ejected violently back out, crashing heavily onto the ground. Subsequently, The previously slender Simu transformed, his muscles bulging as if he had become a miniature Hulk, striding toward the royal zombie with each step reverberating like thunder. To be honest, upon witnessing Simu, Yongbo nearly mistook him for a monster, as he appeared extraordinarily robust. This is even more exaggerated than the tales. Nonetheless, this summoning technique bore its own weaknesses. Akin to the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, it had vulnerabilities, particularly at the feet. Simu approached the royal zombie, seizing its ankle before forcefully hurling it toward the ground. Thud. The earth trembled. The zombie lay in the dirt, questioning its existence. However, devoid of pain, or rather, as the Maoshan Taoists believed, zombies lack the capacity for pain. Thus, Simu showed no mercy or compassion. Only the utterly vanquished zombie could be deemed a good zombie. Simu raised his fist, the size of a cooking pot, and struck the zombie's knee with tremendous force. Crack. The zombie, lying in the makeshift grave, was jolted upright. Before it could retaliate, Simu delivered a punishing blow back at it. Disciple, move aside. Dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, exuding an inexplicable aura, Jioshu emerged from the woods, wielding a brilliantly glowing copper coin sword. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. What truly captured attention was the swarm of over a dozen yellow talismans and a single blue talisman swirling around his body in midair. Yongbo exclaimed, "How about we sacrifice a senior brother to upgrade this royal zombie?" Dongyan Shibe responded, "Why do I feel a chill running down my back?" Accompanied by the prepared Jioshu and Simu, Yongbo felt as though he were bullying the royal zombie. With a swift motion, 2 yellow talismans shot forth from Jioshu's side. Boom. A bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, striking the zombie with precision. Seeing this, Qianhe awkwardly remarked, "Senior brother, the golden coffin containing this zombie was struck by heavenly lightning, which is why it has risen." Jioshu paused at this revelation. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? You wasted 2 of my 5 thunder talismans." Following that, he formed a hand seal and wielded his peachwood sword, causing the blue talisman floating beside him to tremble. "Break the evil, subdue the malevolent. As per the decree, be forgiven." The blue talisman transformed into a streak of light, adhering directly to the royal zombie. In an instant, a surge of mystical energy erupted forth. This blue talisman, depicting an ordinary exorcism charm, was far superior to the yellow talisman. It was akin to the distinction between regular ginseng and purple ginseng. The corpse energy emanating from the royal zombie was dissipated considerably by this rare exorcism talisman, leaving only a trace of it, which prevented the creature from being completely vanquished. Jioshu nodded sagely, coughed lightly, and said, "Xiaoyang, why don't you give your 5 thunder spell a try? And while you're at it, take care of this zombie. Oh, and be careful not to damage the body. It'll make it easier for your Uncle Qianhe to report back." What does it mean to be a true master? This exemplifies a genuine master-student relationship. Yongbo replied excitedly, "Master, I accept the command." Grasping the stone spear, he charged towards the immobile royal zombie, repeatedly jabbing at its formidable head. Meanwhile, his uncle Simu gazed enviously at Jioshu, exclaiming, "Brother, you've concealed your abilities well. I never knew you could even draw blue talismans." Jioshu nonchalantly waved his hand, causing the yellow talismans hovering around him to soar into his Taoist robe, responding with an air of self-evidence, "Of course, otherwise I would be your junior." In truth, Jioshu had only recently achieved a breakthrough. With the constant consumption of the small purple gold ginseng, he feared he might burst if he did not progress. Although gnawing on it all day was rather wasteful, his apprentice's insistence was hard to resist. Hearing Jioshu's nonchalant remarks, Simu lamented, for he could not best Jioshu. The chaotic assortment of talismans left no room for his invocation techniques to take effect. Qianhe, brimming with excitement, stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Had it not been for the 2 seniors, I fear I would have met my ancestors this time. Junior, there is no need for such formality. From what I observed, even if neither I nor brother Simu had intervened, you would have managed," Jioshu replied. Qianhe, being quite straightforward, shook his head earnestly at Jioshu's words. "Brother Lin, had it not been for the timely arrival of the nephew, I would have undoubtedly faced calamity. After escorting this royal zombie to safety, I shall surely prepare a token of gratitude for the nephew." Chapter 52. The hunt concludes. 320 scrap iron, 114 gasoline, 1 electric baton, 3 repair kit, 1 lucky strike. A plethora of notifications flooded Yongbo's vision. And as experience orbs erupted from the royal zombie's body, coupled with the remaining experience, his level surged to 18. He promptly spent the experience from level 16 to elevate the main skill of Maoshan, Dao, to level 5. Casting a glance at his skills, he ultimately focused on the Treasure Seeker and Lucky Plunderer. Treasure Seeker. Within the treasure range, every 10 blocks excavated will randomly yield a basic material. Lucky Plunderer. Slightly increases your luck, enhancing the chance of discovering superior treasures. The first skill should randomly drop a piece of stone, scrap iron, coal, or rags for every 10 blocks excavated. Even if every drop yielded scrap iron, it would require 100 blocks to amass enough material for a single iron particle. However, it's all free. Yongbo was exceedingly pleased. Nephew Yongbo, Uncle Qianhe, with a look of gratitude, hastened towards Yongbo and said, "Nephew, I owe you a great debt of gratitude this time. Without your assistance, I fear my situation would have been dire." This kindness will not be forgotten. And once some time has passed, upon hearing the words of his esteemed master Qianhe, Yang Bo couldn't help but chuckle and replied, Master, you are being overly courteous. What gifts could Master Qianhe possibly bestow? At most, it would merely be some talismans, for in this world there truly are no exquisite offerings to present. Furthermore, trivial external possessions hold no allure for me. By the way, Master, what are your plans moving forward? Yang Bo blinked his innocent eyes, seemingly oblivious to the fact that when he wore such an expression, it either indicated he was deceiving someone or preparing to do so. I intended to return this royal zombie, as I had already promised. A man's word is as precious as gold. Upon hearing Master Qianhe's plan, Yang Bo's smile appeared to grow even more sincere. Please ensure your safety during this journey, Master. Upon your return, I shall introduce you to some ventures that not only yield profit but also vanquish evil. Yang Bo is not at all covetous of his master's gratitude. Rather, it is Master Qianhe and the four brothers from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest that capture his interest. His pursuit of wealth is merely a means to indulge himself. Hiring others pales in comparison to enlisting his own esteemed master. Aside from a touch of misfortune, there is nothing to criticize about Master Qianhe and his four companions. With a smile, Qianhe nodded, for he had already resolved that after delivering the royal zombie, he would certainly visit Brother Lin and Brother Simu. At that moment, Wu Shilang, who had been secretly observing from within the tent, glanced at the motionless zombie lying on the ground and then at the unscathed Taoist Qianhe. He emerged from the tent, delicately gesturing with his fingers, his face slightly flushed as he exclaimed, Master Qianhe, oh, you truly possess remarkable skills. Those explosive fireballs, each the size of a human head, are no mere illusion. What just transpired was quite terrifying. My heart is still racing in response. Yang Bo gazed at the pallid face of the deputy Wu, whose painted visage, coupled with his delicate gestures and affected voice, ignited a desire within him to seize a stone spear and strike the fellow. Master Qianhe, observing the approaching deputy Wu, promptly bowed and spoke, Deputy Wu, rest assured that the zombie has been dealt with. As the deputy Wu reached Qianhe, he cast a flirtatious glance and gently patted Qianhe's cheek, admonishing, Qianhe Taoist, this is the prince. When we reach the royal city, be mindful of your words. Otherwise, those individuals may devour you, and I shall be unable to rescue you. Yang Bo. Subsequently, the deputy minister of Wu turned his gaze towards Yang Bo. He had just witnessed Yang Bo's remarkable abilities, and a peculiar smile graced his face as he spoke. Master Qianhe, who is this? This is my disciple. Oh? The deputy minister instinctively reached out to touch Yang Bo's cheek. Truly adorable. Yang Bo exclaimed, jump back, jump back, jump back. Master Uncle, I've just remembered that there is food cooking at home. I shall take my leave. With that, he affixed a talisman of swift movement and vanished into the thicket. Deputy Wu stared wide-eyed in astonishment, remarking, goodness, that child runs remarkably fast. Night running poses dangers. One must exercise caution while running. Yang Bo hurled his spear, impaling a wild rabbit that was jogging through the night. By heaven, should it graze against him, it would surely haunt his dreams. The thought of that dark assistant clinging to him, akin to Rin Ting Ting, sent a shiver down his spine. He stowed the rabbit and its experience into his backpack and continued his search for the next fortunate prey within the forest. Thanks to his primary level animal tracking skills, any small game within 50 meters was marked with an arrow icon above its head. The heavy rain had just ceased, and nocturnal creatures began to emerge in search of food, unaware that while they hunted, they too were being targeted by more formidable predators. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed behind him. Yang Bo quickly turned to see a massive black-gray wild boar charging towards him with alarming ferocity. The boar measured at least 1.45 meters in length, a veritable behemoth among its kind. As the tufts of matted fur clung to its body, it was evident that its defensive capabilities were formidable. Yang Bo was truly taken aback, hastily setting down 2 spike traps. With a loud thud, a wild boar plunged headfirst into the wooden spikes, its body astonishingly merging with the trap itself. The creature emitted a piteous howl, which brought to Yang Bo's mind the memory of slaughtering pigs during the New Year festivities. This wild boar, seemingly oblivious to anything but its reckless charge, was practically tailor-made for the spike trap. Despite the absence of visible wounds on its body, the plaintive cries echoed incessantly, clearly indicating that while the data-driven attack may not inflict physical injuries, the pain was undeniably present. Upon hearing its mournful wails, 4 or 5 small wild boars, each less than half a meter long, emerged from the low bushes. No wonder the wild boar had taken to attacking humans. It was evidently a mother protecting her young. Yang Bo felt a pang of sympathy. The little wild boars, bereft of their mother as protection, would likely perish one by one. Nevertheless, since they were akin to family, he resolved to embark on the journey together. What a farce! After enduring countless trials to be reborn as a human, he had no intention of advocating for the notion of equality with a wild boar. In a future where I might become a boar and you a human, if I cannot vanquish you, then you are welcome to embrace me and feast upon my very being without objection. With that thought, he brandished his electric baton and charged forward. Sparks flew and lightning crackled. Under the influence of the electric baton, the little wild boars radiated a dazzling brilliance. Every 5 powerful strikes would trigger an electric buff. He planned to return early and prepare a roasted suckling pig for his master and uncle, while the older wild boar would be disassembled for materials. He gathered the experience points scattered on the ground, elevating his culinary mastery to level 2, and reserved the remainder to enhance his strength skill to level 5. In Chapter 53, The Star-Absorbing Method, a whimsical version, Yang Bo sat by the campfire in the courtyard, meticulously roasting the prepared wild boar. After advancing his culinary skills to level 2, a wealth of cooking knowledge flooded his mind. A few figures returned from outside. Uncle Gio, observing his young apprentice diligently roasting meat, chuckled, "You certainly move swiftly. How is it that the Lord Wu could not catch you?" Yang Bo skillfully carved the wild boar with a kitchen knife, creating incisions that would allow the meat to absorb the flavors more readily. He then brushed a savory sauce onto the boar, and an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. "Master," he said, "if I don't run away now, I fear it may not be clean. This little wild boar will be ready shortly. Please bear with me a moment." His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he fixated on the golden brown boar, unable to resist licking his lips. He turned to Jia Lu, who stood nearby, and remarked, "Your junior's skills are evidently impressive. Quickly, prepare some steamed rice." After a long day of travel, Jia Lu had already depleted the meager rations he had consumed earlier, and the sight of the succulent, oil-sizzling roast boar made his stomach growl as if it were an orchestra tuning up. "Yes, master," Jia Lu replied. "Brother, I have already steamed the rice. You need only fetch it from the kitchen. Let us bring a table outside and enjoy our meal in the courtyard." Moments later, the group sat in the courtyard, engaging in lively conversation as they savored the roasted boar, creating a vibrant atmosphere. "Master, should we not invite Master Ishio?" With a sharp crack, Simu delivered a swift slap to Jia Li's head, reprimanding him sternly. "Search within your mind and ask yourself, does that monk, Ishio, consume me?" As he spoke, he poked Jia Li's forehead with his finger, adding, "I know your thoughts. You rascal, you're merely longing for his disciple. You are lusting after her." Yang Bo silently enjoyed his meal. "With my culinary skills, opening a restaurant is certainly within my capabilities now." After satisfying his hunger, he was accompanied by the sound of a rooster crowing. Before long, the rhythmic beating of a wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures from the neighboring temple could be heard. Upon hearing this, Master Simu's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Wretched monk, you have gone too far." Upon witnessing this, Yang Bo immediately intercepted his master, Shermu, and said, "Master Ishio, while your actions indeed disrupt the peace, it is futile for you to approach in such a manner. Do you truly intend to slay him?" Shermu, overwhelmed by a cacophony of thoughts, found his mind momentarily stagnant. Upon hearing his disciple's words, he rushed into the house, emerging with a bronze sword broader than Galen's stormblade, exclaiming, "You are right, my dear disciple. I shall proceed to eliminate that old wretch." "Yang Bo, is that what I meant?" Turning to Uncle Gio, who was sipping tea to cleanse his palate, Uncle Gio let out a soft snort and said, "Junior brother, while others recite scriptures, cannot you do the same? At the very least, you could draw some soundproofing talismans." Upon hearing this, Simu immediately tossed aside the great sword in his hand and leaned closer to Uncle Gio, inquiring, "Senior brother, does our Maoshan have such talismans?" "Uncle Gio, we should never have come here." As noon approached, Yang Bo rode his bicycle, carrying Uncle Gio back to the ancestral hall. Upon seeing Yang Bo put away the bicycle, Uncle Gio could not help but inquire, "Have you made your decision? Are you not going out anymore?" Yang Bo nodded gently with a smile and remarked, "For now, I shall not venture out. Although one might acquire various resources by battling demons and monsters, the endeavor is rather cumbersome. If the sole purpose is to elevate my level, it is far more advantageous to hunt in the depths of the mountains, especially given the abundance of forests and wilderness at present." Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Bo. In the realm of the smiling, proud wanderer, it appeared that Australia had yet to be discovered by the British. Thus, he could seize the opportunity to claim it for himself. The land was replete with diverse fauna and rich minerals. Reaching Australia would indeed open up a world of possibilities. However, he needed to contemplate the logistics of connecting worlds. If he could bore a hole in Oceania to return to the ancestral hall, the mere thought invigorated him. Staying indoors was prudent. The world had changed dramatically. Though they resided in a remote area and felt relatively unaffected, other regions had descended into chaos. As he spoke, Jiu Shu revealed a hint of helplessness, acknowledging that such national matters were beyond the purview of a solitary Taoist priest. With a sigh, he returned to the ancestral hall, and Yang Bo followed closely behind. As he surveyed the courtyard, he noticed Wang Bai meditating and practicing the star absorption technique. Approaching him, Yang Bo's footsteps alerted Wang Bai, who opened his eyes upon recognizing him and promptly rose, addressing him respectfully, "Young master." Upon hearing this address, Yang Bo could hardly contain himself and remarked, "Old Wang, you always manage to surprise me with something new. Just call me Xiao Yang. There's no need for such formality." Wang Bai quickly responded, No, it won't do. Without rules, there can be no order. Young master saved my life and is willing to impart his skills to me. I ought to pay my respects as your disciple." Hearing Wang Bai speak this way, Yangbo promptly interjected, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his voice. Hold on, spare me the rest. Young master is fine. I haven't even completed my own training, so how can I take on a disciple? By the way, old Wang, how's your practice of the star absorption technique coming along? Upon Yangbo's inquiry regarding the technique, Wang Bai's expression became somewhat awkward, and with a hint of uncertainty. He replied, I find myself struggling with the star absorption technique. My progress is exceedingly slow. Slow? That is to be expected. It is a flawed and sinister art derived from the Baiming divine skill, primarily focused on absorbing others' internal energy for one's own use. However, should one absorb two disparate energies, conflicts arise. Wang Bai nodded slightly, having heard the rumors surrounding the star absorption technique. Nonetheless, he bore no regrets and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, Young master, I shall go and absorb the energy of your adversaries as a way to repay your life-saving grace. Do not speak. Yangbo helplessly waved his hand and said, Please, allow me to share my approach. I intend to seek out individuals of comparable qualifications, utilizing the assistance of Zijing Ginseng to aid them in cultivating internal energy through techniques that yield rapid enhancement. In time, they shall become your subordinates and also serve as your crucible. With 5 individuals practicing the same art, they will take turns supplying you with their energy, thus alleviating your concerns about the inconsistency of your internal strength. Subsequently, we shall also discover techniques that demand significant internal energy but yield formidable power for your use. You will become a mobile artillery unit. Wang Bai stared in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if he had witnessed something truly extraordinary. His speech faltered, Master. Isn't this rather cruel to those individuals? If it were him, having painstakingly cultivated his internal energy, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment at the thought of it being siphoned away. Yang Bo, observing his demeanor, gently raised a finger and shook it while saying, No, 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 you have wandered into a misconception. While it is true that individuals within the martial world may exhibit a degree of cruelty, our focus should be on the most ordinary citizens, including the destitute and beggars. We shall provide them with food and shelter, and at most, encourage them to diligently cultivate their skills. Moreover, with the aid of nourishing substances such as the purple gold ginseng, we can even quantify their inner strength, allowing them to trade inner power as a commodity, charging 1 coin for a unit of power, 10 coins for 10 units, and so forth. Lao Wang. Do you think these individuals will perceive us as adversaries or as benevolent guardians? Wang Bai, overwhelmed, knelt on the ground and exclaimed, Young master, I, Wang Bai, am willing to follow you for eternity. Chapter 54, The Useless Obsidian. Beneath the charity hall, Yang Bo and Ninth Uncle patrolled the Zijing Ginseng plantation beneath the ancestral graveyard, while Wang Bai stood guard nearby, practicing the absorbing star technique. The sight of the orderly rows of ginseng leaves evoked a sense of tranquility. Master, this underground planting space seems somewhat limited now. I intend to utilize another world, the subterranean mine, since it lies vacant, Yang Bo proposed. In just over half a month. Ninth Uncle had transitioned from astonishment and disbelief upon first seeing the expansive Zijing Ginseng fields to a calm acceptance. Hearing his disciple's words, Ninth Uncle replied, You may decide this matter for yourself. Additionally, do not forget to study the array techniques I have provided. Although Maoshan has fallen into decline, I see in you a glimmer of hope for its resurgence. Once, Maoshan was a hub of talent, even boasting several celestial masters, but now sighing. Ninth Uncle's expression grew somber. Yang Bo, retrieving a stone axe from his backpack, responded to his master, Master, please do not burden me with such heavy expectations. I merely wish to cultivate diligently and tend to the land. As for revitalizing Maoshan, I believe it is sufficient for you to lead the way. You can educate my fellow disciples, Wakai and Chioshin, while I possess ample resources. As long as they are resolute, their achievements will surely be remarkable. Apologies to you both. Dear senior brothers, I can only forsake my own path for yours. Upon hearing the names of Wakai and Chioshin, Ninth Uncle's expression darkened slightly, especially after observing the obedient demeanor of Jiala. Indeed, although Jiala exhibits some sycophantic traits, at least he is devoted to a worthy cause and has a chance to win the heart of the charming neighbor girl. Yet, looking at my 2 disciples, one lacks self-awareness while the other is infatuated. It is quite troublesome. You are still young, and I shall not impose too much upon you. Focus on your tasks. I will attend to your 2 senior brothers. With that, Ninth Uncle made his way towards the staircase. Yang Bo merely smiled and shook his head. After greeting Wang Bai, he hoisted the iron pickaxe and ventured towards the world of smiling proud wanderer. Old Wang, you may take your time to cultivate here while I expand this area. Yes, young master. Wang Bai found a spot and adeptly settled into a meditative posture to commence his training, while Yang Bo began to wield the iron pickaxe, diligently extracting stones. Thud, thud. 1 rough iron, 1 coal, thud, thud. 1 rags, 1 rough iron. Why does it feel like the drop rate has increased somewhat? He was mining stones. And on average, every 10 or so blocks yielded a mineral from Minecraft or a fundamental material from 7 Days to Die. Perhaps it is due to the skills acquired from 7 Days to Die. Young Bo, without much contemplation, skillfully navigated the areas devoid of iron ore, tirelessly clearing the stones within the cavern. Compared to his time in the ancestral hall, he now reveled in the world of Jianghu with greater abandon. After all, this was beneath West Lake, a place that might remain undiscovered for millennia. After half an hour of diligent excavation, a resounding thud echoed as the final iron pickaxe in his backpack declared its retirement. With a sigh, Yang Bo cast a glance at the thousands of scrap iron and hundreds of coarse iron pieces within his pack, murmuring, even the landlord's family has no surplus provisions. This iron is depleting far too swiftly. Perhaps I should employ stone pickaxes for the time being? Iron held numerous practical applications, while stones also had their uses. However, he currently lacked the furnace from the world of 7 days to craft cement. He retrieved a workbench from his backpack and set it aside, using cobblestones and wooden sticks to fashion several stone pickaxes. Though the pace is somewhat sluggish, it will suffice for now. Yet, after a short while of digging, Yang Bo discerned a troubling pattern. The intervals between ore discoveries had noticeably lengthened. Where once he could unearth an ore after excavating merely 10 stones, now, with the stone pickaxe, he found it necessary to extract over 20 stones before receiving any indication of ore. Yang Bo paused in his actions, gazing helplessly at the stone pickaxe in his hands. Brother, it's not that I don't want you, he lamented, but you simply lack tenacity. With a swift motion, he discarded several stone pickaxes. Utilizing the iron ingots in his backpack, he crafted a gleaming iron pickaxe. Grasping the freshly forged tool, he struck it against a stone, producing a crisp sound of impact. 1 diamond, 1 paper. The moment the notification appeared, Yang Bo swiftly opened his backpack. His spirit soared upon beholding the diamond emanating a soft blue glow. At last, he had gathered 3 diamonds. He rushed to the workbench, extracting the diamonds and wooden sticks to combine them. In an instant, a diamond pickaxe with a blue head materialized in his grasp. Given its superior tier, he decided to wield the diamond pickaxe and was eager to discover how many resources it could yield. The diamond pickaxe exhibited a noticeably quicker mining speed compared to the iron one, particularly evident in reality. Thud, thud. After mining over 10 blocks, a notification popped up. 1 lapis lazuli, 1 oil shale. This was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Yang Bo felt deceived, yet the situation had irrevocably unfolded. Unless there was a dismantling platform, his 3 diamonds would likely remain lost. With a sigh, he continued to wield the diamond pickaxe, striking against the wall. Thud, 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 thud. 1 blaze rod, 1 oil shale. Thud. Wait a moment. Yang Bo questioned whether he was mistaken as he opened his backpack to gaze upon the obediently nestled blaze rod within its compartment. The orange, rigid stick, blaze rod X1. Could it be? This is not a drop from the blaze, is it? Even with modifications, one should not alter it to such an extent. Blazes are creatures that inhabit the nether in my world, essentially beings with a head and nothing but legs beneath. Typically, they float or reside within nether fortresses. But once an intruder encroaches, they ignite in flames and unleash fireballs to eliminate the trespasser. Quite formidable indeed. It seems logical that an iron pickaxe enhances speed while a diamond pickaxe diversifies the types of drops. The blaze rod may not have numerous applications, yet it is exceedingly valuable. With just 1, he could craft a brewing stand within my world. Thus, if he acquires another blaze rod to convert into blaze powder, he could commence his alchemical endeavors. Yang Bo felt an overwhelming surge of energy. Thud, thud. 1 obsidian. Thud, thud. 1 quartz. Thud, thud. 1 diamond. A multitude of notifications erupted before his eyes, and only when the diamond pickaxe was nearly depleted did he cease his endeavors. Gazing at the cavernous mine that had expanded several-fold, he thought, this will suffice for now. He opened his inventory, 5 diamonds, 15 obsidian, and 3 blaze rods, along with a few other materials of lesser value. Observing the dark purple hue of the obsidian, he pondered, why not give it a try? Obsidian is a unique material within the realm of Minecraft, formed when lava meets water. Its harvesting level is remarkably high, necessitating a diamond pickaxe for extraction. Its primary purpose lies in crafting enchanting tables and constructing the framework for nether portals. Once the 4x5 portal frame is activated with flint and steel, it grants access to the perilous nether. Let us give it a shot, he decided, utilizing 10 blocks of obsidian to construct the portal frame. Crack! The flames from the flint and steel blazed fiercely upon the obsidian. Darn it, what a waste of my sentiments. Yang Bo couldn't help but spit. If he could descend to the lower realm, the pigment tower would be activated, and at that moment, gold and experience would be easily within reach. Chapter 55, Hangzhou Prefecture. Underground Mine. Yang Bo gazed at the enchanted book in his hand, his expression tinged with hesitation. The enchantment of infinite penetration, if applied to any firearm, could elevate it to the status of a brother-level weapon. Logically, the optimal choice would be to apply these 2 enchantments to a machine gun. However, he only possessed a shotgun and a double-barreled shotgun, both classified as second-tier firearms. Crafting a machine gun would require his own handiwork. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to proceed regardless. After all, a brother could carry a makeshift iron pipe machine gun. The weapons he crafted did not possess the level classifications found in the game. Yet the materials and damage were calculated based on the highest tier available. Consequently, creating an iron pipe machine gun demanded 14 short iron pipes, 7 bottles of glue, and 21 pieces of wood. He refrained from questioning how such items could be transformed into a machine gun. After all, he wasn't about to delve into mining, metallurgy, machining, drilling, or chemistry for a mere game. After a few minutes, he placed the wasteland-styled iron pipe machine gun into the anvil. His experience was sufficient for enchanting one book. Naturally, this was not a choice. Aside from infinite, other enchantments held no significance for the iron pipe machine gun. He pointed the faintly purple glowing weapon at the wall and squeezed the trigger. A rapid succession of bullets erupted from the muzzle, and within seconds, the 25 rounds of 7.62 ammunition in the magazine were expended. This unrestrained firing ignited a fervor within Yongbo. He glanced down at the pristine ground. Not a single shell casing was left behind, leaving no opportunity for scrutiny. After a brief pause of 4 seconds, the bullets within the machine gun automatically replenished. As expected, it did not consume ammunition, though there was a reloading time. Thankfully, he had not enchanted the double-barreled shotgun. He would have to wait for a pump-action shotgun or an automatic shotgun for that. He approached Wang Bai and suggested, "Let us wander through the city of Hangzhou and perhaps indulge in some refreshments along the way." His curiosity about Hangzhou during the Ming dynasty was palpable. Upon hearing this, Wang Bai immediately rose, albeit awkwardly, and replied, "Young master, I don't have any silver on me." "I do," Yongbo reassured him. Recalling the silver he had obtained from looting corpses, along with the generous 3 taels gifted to him by the magnanimous Wang Wentian. As for gold, he preferred to keep it hidden, lest he attract unwanted attention. He walked over to the chest, stowing away items from his backpack that were temporarily unnecessary. He then retrieved some of the wealth from the chest, portioned it out, and tossed a small pouch of coins to Wang Bai with a smile. "Since you call me young master, you shall pay for our expenditures." "No problem, young master," Wang Bai replied cheerfully, fastening the coin pouch to his waist. "Once we enter the city, I shall procure you some fine clothing befitting your status." Yongbo had nearly forgotten that he was still clad in garments reminiscent of the Republic era, which would appear quite out of place in the Ming dynasty. "Clothing can wait," he remarked. "The apparel here is not only expensive but may also lack quality. I will speak with my master shortly and have him arrange for 2 tailored outfits at the town's tailor shop." With everything in order, they prepared to set forth. Yongbo followed Wang Bai as they departed from the underground of Westlake. His gaze briefly lingered on the closed gates of Mei Manor, where Ren Wuxing was imprisoned. But without further contemplation, he set off towards Hangzhou Prefecture. Along the way, Yongbo exhibited an insatiable curiosity, observing his surroundings with keen interest, even casting glances at the passing ox carts. As they drew closer to the city of Hangzhou, the majestic city walls, standing over 10 meters high, loomed ever more grandly. "After we arrive in Australia, let us also build a city." After paying the entrance fee, the two officially entered the city of Hangzhou through the Qingba Gate. Surrounded by various ancient and elegant structures, Yongbo felt as though he had traversed time. "Old Wang, let us first find a place to dine. How about we go to the Weihua Tower? It is a renowned restaurant in Hangzhou, compared to the austere environment of the ancestral hall." This familiar setting brought Wang Bai a sense of comfort. Weihua Tower? Yongbo admitted he had never heard of it. Yet the 2 gold bars tucked away in his backpack instilled in him immense confidence, truly exemplifying the age-old adage that a man becomes unyielding when wealth is at his disposal. "Is there any singing accompaniment?" Wang Bai inquired. "Young master, the Moonlight Pavilion is an establishment for dining and revelry." "Oh, then I shall not go," Wang Bai responded. Yongbo smiled and pointed to a nearby establishment adorned with a sign bearing the character for wine. "Let us indulge in a bite. I merely wish to sample something new. Surely, their culinary creations cannot surpass my own?" This assertion resonated deeply with Wang Bai. From his perspective, the fare typically served in taverns was unlikely to rival the exquisite dishes crafted by his own hands. As the two entered the quaint tavern, the attendant greeted them with, "Welcome, gentlemen. What may I serve you?" "First, bring forth 2 appetizers to accompany our drinks, followed by 2 of your signature dishes. And do not forget a fine barrel of wine. I ask for nothing more than haste. I am quite famished," Wang Bai requested. The waiter, upon hearing this, promptly responded with enthusiasm, "Certainly. I shall prepare that for you right away." With that, he hurried off to the kitchen, while awaiting the arrival of their meal. They engaged in casual conversation. The tavern exhibited remarkable efficiency, and soon enough, 4 dishes were presented before them. Yet, upon sighting a familiar dish, Yongbo's expression darkened. "Is that Westlake vinegar fish? Surely, this is a jest." Even in a setting inspired by the smiling, proud wanderer, such liberties cannot be taken. Wang Bai, upon hearing Yongbo's exclamation, quickly interjected, "My lord, this dish is known as Song Sa fish, created by the renowned chef Song Wusa of a bygone era. It has been cherished through the ages and is considered a specialty of Hangzhou. Do give it a try." Upon hearing these words, Yongbo nodded gently. To be honest, he had never truly tasted the renowned Westlake vinegar fish. He had merely heard online that if one could finish an entire fish, it indicated genuine hunger. He picked up his chopsticks and delicately lifted a piece of fish to his mouth. Instantly, his furrowed brow relaxed. Was it delicious? Not particularly. But it was not unpalatable either. What stood out was its peculiar flavor. The fish was remarkably tender, with a sweet and sour aroma, its texture reminiscent of crab meat, possessing a resilient and silky quality. Quite impressive. It seemed that later chefs had failed to grasp the essence of the dish. Otherwise, it would not have been subjected to such criticism. While it may not be breathtaking, it certainly held its own uniqueness. As Yang Bo and Wang Bai dined, a figure entered the restaurant. Yang Bo instinctively glanced over and was astonished to find it was Ling Huchong, the protagonist from The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. However, compared to 2 weeks ago, Ling Huchong now appeared pale, as if he were on the verge of passing away, and his clothing was somewhat tattered, suggesting that he had not been faring well of late. Ling Huchong approached an empty table, plopped down onto a chair, and slammed his sword onto the table, exclaiming, "Waiter, bring me a jar of fine wine." Right away, the enthusiastic waiter promptly set a small jar of wine on Ling Huchong's table. The notorious wine enthusiast immediately uncorked the jar and took several hearty swigs. "This wine is splendid." Yang Bo's gaze settled upon the sword resting on the table before Ling Huchong, and a flurry of thoughts emerged in his mind. The Duga 9 swords combined with the star-absorbing technique could prove intriguing. Furthermore, I wonder if the Duga 9 sword's piercing technique could counter my own spear techniques. Chapter 56, The Abduction of Ren Yingying. "Hey, you handsome fellow over there enjoying your drink." As Yang Bo's voice resonated throughout the tavern, the eclectic assembly of patrons turned their attention towards him. The audacity of people these days is quite astonishing. He pointed at Ling Huchong, who was also gazing back at him, and remarked, "Ahem, you there, the one drinking without any side dishes. It appears we meet again." Ling Huchong, upon recognizing Yang Bo, displayed a flicker of surprise. "Isn't that the lad who sold grilled fish?" Before he could articulate his thoughts, Yang Bo beckoned him over with a wave of his hand, saying, "Our meeting is fated. Come, let us share a drink." Ling Huchong, with a carefree smile, lifted the wine jar in his hand and sauntered over to join Yang Bo at his table. "What a pleasant surprise to encounter you. And might I ask, is this your master?" He raised the jar and took a couple of hearty swigs, a faint blush gradually creeping onto his pale face. "Indeed, he is my friend. My master has temporarily returned home," Yang Bo replied. Observing Ling Huchong's current state, Yang Bo recognized that his time was limited. Severely injured and having been recklessly treated by Master Wu Jia, Ling Huchong's internal energies were in a chaotic disarray. The fact that he had survived thus far could only be attributed to the resilience of a protagonist. With a sigh, Yang Bo offered a pair of chopsticks to Ling Huchong, speaking in a tone tinged with pity. "You have little time left. Allow me to treat you to this meal. I must confess, I rarely extend such hospitality to outsiders, so you should cherish it." Ling Huchong, with a carefree laugh, replied, "You possess quite the discerning eye. But as for treating me to a meal, let us forego that. Simply a drink will suffice." His demeanor exhibited a disregard for his own mortality, to which Yang Bo responded with a nonchalant smile, for it was not his life at stake. Such is the nature of business. One must never reveal desperation, lest they be devoured whole. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Ling Huchong, having consumed an entire jar of wine, exhibited no signs of inebriation, save for a slight haze in his eyes. This rendered Yang Bo's attempts to extract information about the Duga 9 swords plan fruitless. At that moment, Ling Huchong suddenly turned to Wang Bai and declared, "I recognize you." Wang Bai instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, only to be restrained by Yang Bo's hand. "Old Wang, he merely recognizes you. We also know him, do we not? Let us maintain our composure and refrain from drawing weapons at the slightest provocation. We are civilized individuals who advocate reason and virtue. Please settle the bill. It is time for us to depart." "Understood, young master," Wang Bai replied, rising to head towards the counter. Ever since Ling Huchong's appearance, he had been on high alert, recalling how narrowly he had escaped death at his hands. At this juncture, Yang Bo also stood up, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Ling Huchong. "We too must take our leave. Fate has brought us together. May we meet again in the realm of Jianghu. Farewell." With that, Yang Bo turned and strode out. However, as he pivoted, he inadvertently stumbled into someone else's embrace. "Ah!" A startled exclamation escaped, and in the next instant, Yang Bo found himself airborne. "So soft," he exclaimed. "Wait, is it true that the elderly and children are prioritized for such treatment?" Yang Bo landed steadily on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the figure that had sent him flying, clad in purple attire, with a silk scarf and a hat atop her head. Ren Yingying? This NC is indeed a never-ending stream. He was the avenger of her father's death. Whenever the old one exhibited his star absorption technique, she would relentlessly pursue the truth, inevitably resorting to force. "Umph, are you so careless as to walk without regard?" Ren Yingying, perhaps shy, did not deliberately alter her voice. Her speech was crisp and delicate, unmistakably youthful. "You, woman, are distorting the truth. I am seated in such a secluded spot, and yet you block my path from behind, casting me aside, and now you dare to bite back. Such behavior is no different from that of the holy maiden of the demon sect." Infuriated, Ren Yingying felt her temper flare, but she forced herself to regain composure, as this young rascal clearly recognized her identity. You are quite the silver-tongued brat. Since you liken me to the holy maiden of the demon sect, pray tell, what do you think of her? A subtle energy locked onto Yang Bo. While old Wang returned to his side, his expression grave as he regarded the woman beneath the hat, dressed so conspicuously in the jianghu. She was either a master or a fool, and it was evident that the woman before him did not fit the latter description. It was rumored that the holy maiden of the demon sect was decisive and astute, dignified and graceful, indifferent to fame and fortune. Although she wielded the power of life and death over the demon sect, she preferred to live in obscurity, entertaining herself with the Qin and Shao. Ren Yingying speculated that her opponent should be aware of her identity, yet she was simultaneously entertained by this series of exchanges. However, in the next moment, she noted the slim waist and ample hips of the woman, clearly indicative of bearing children, yet she had set her sights on a righteous figure in the jianghu. Known simply as silence, Ren Yingying had never been subjected to such humiliation, especially when her innermost thoughts were laid bare. With a swift motion, her long sword was drawn. Old Wang, step back. Yang Bo brandished the electric baton as he advanced. With a swift motion, Ren Yingying unleashed a quick strike, yet Yang Bo focused solely on offense. Compounded by Ren Yingying's reluctance to take a life, leading to a stalemate. The patrons of the tavern, witnessing the altercation, brightened with excitement and rushed towards the exit. Fear of conflict? It is the thrill of free indulgence that reigns supreme. The tavern owner stood behind the counter, his expression one of despair. Surrender at once, or I shall show no mercy. Such bravado is easy to proclaim, Miss Ren. Meanwhile, Ling Huchong remained at the side, sipping his drink with keen interest. Although Yang Bo's unexpected ferocity despite lacking inner strength surprised him, his fighting style was undeniably crude, akin to that of a reckless brute. Word him in the fray. A single strike would suffice to immobilize Yang Bo by targeting his wrist. In the next moment, Ren Yingying, adhering to his thoughts, thrust her long sword directly at Yang Bo's wrist, clutching the electric baton. However, as her blade neared its mark, she commanded, halt. With that single word, Yang Bo's energy diminished by a third. Ren Yingying's movements faltered for a fraction of a second. In that brief moment, the electric baton in Yang Bo's grasp crackled with energy, striking Ren Yingying. Buzz. The air was filled with electric sparks. Finally, Ren Yingying stood firm no longer, her body trembling as she collapsed. Ling Huchong, witnessing the electrifying display, momentarily forgot to intervene. By the time he regained his senses, Yang Bo had already drawn a bone knife and positioned it against Ren Yingying's throat. Wait. Yang Bo extended his hand, seizing Ren Yingying's collar and lifting her from the ground. However, the bone dagger resting against her neck remained undisturbed. A playful smile graced his youthful visage as he inquired, what troubles you? Do you have any counsel for me, brother Ling Hu? Ling Huchong, feeling an unsettling discomfort from the smile on Yang Bo's face, clasped his fist and replied, young brother, this lady is my friend. I kindly hope you will consider my request and release her. Yang Bo fixed his gaze on Ling Huchong, whose face wore an increasingly playful smile, and with a teasing tone remarked, you are merely a creature of desire, forgetting loyalty in the presence of beauty. Just moments ago, when she was tormenting me, you chose to remain silent. Yet now that I have emerged victorious, you suddenly decide to intervene. Allow me to grant you a modicum of respect. In the tavern, due to Yang Bo's combat techniques, which leaned more towards direct confrontation rather than the agile maneuvers often depicted in television dramas, no significant damage was inflicted upon the establishment. It merely resulted in a hasty retreat of a group of freeloading patrons. Yang Bo's gaze fixed on Ling Huchong, whose other hand was reaching for Ren Yingying's waist. Do not misunderstand. Her purse was merely hanging at her side. He unfastened the purse, held it in his hand, and tossed it to Wang Bai, who had approached him. Instructing, old Wang, let us not allow the tavern owner to suffer losses in our brawl. Go settle the bill at the tavern, and if it's insufficient, inform me. Surely, Miss Ren wouldn't venture out with merely 2 taels of silver. Wang Bai's traditional mindset came into play. He pondered that since those dishes were not for him, why should he pay? With a look of confusion, he replied, young master, we should settle the bill first. Indeed, young master. He acquiesced before turning toward the tavern owner behind the counter, somewhat begrudgingly saying, calculate how much these people consumed. Our young master is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see you suffer losses. After a brief pause, he added, however, if you dare treat me as a fool, beware of your head. Upon hearing this, the tavern owner, as if he had just heard his wife had given birth, swiftly transformed his mournful expression into one of obsequiousness, proclaiming, sir, your young master is truly a good man. Please wait a moment while I calculate. Wang Bai merely snorted dismissively, choosing not to reply. Meanwhile, under Yang Bo's teasing gaze, a faint blush appeared on Ling Huchong's pale face as he defended, she harbors no intent to kill you. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo hoisted the unconscious Ren Yingying onto his shoulder, the delicate frame struggling under the weight of an adult. Then farewell, brother Ling Hu. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions toward her either. With that, Yang Bo turned to leave, showing no signs of reluctance. Ling Huchong could not allow Yang Bo to depart so easily, rising promptly to intercept him. Young brother, I apologize on behalf of my friend. Observing Ling Hu Chang's urgency, Yang Bo merely chuckled. Brother Ling Hu, fret not. I merely intend to take her home to bear me a couple of children. Once they grow up, I shall release her. And I assure you, I will not harbor any murderous intent. At this, Ling Hu Chang nearly expelled the pent-up blood from his chest, wishing to curse. Yet his master had never taught him how. Are you not a Taoist? Indeed, who says all Taoists cannot marry and have children? If you lack knowledge, let us learn. Brother Ling Hu, do not hinder my return to procreate. With that, Yang Bo prepared to sidestep Ling Hu Chang and exit. You tarnish the maiden's purity. Your actions are no different from those of a lecher. Huh, but are you not sworn brothers with that scoundrel Tian Buoguang, referring to each other as siblings? Ling Hu Chang, at a loss for words, could only clasp his fists and inquire, You, young brother, how might you spare this young lady? Upon hearing Ling Hu Chang's question, Yang Bo sensed the crux had arrived. He had toyed with Ling Hu Chang for this very moment and grinned. I demand all your martial arts, including the Duga 9 swords. As long as you pin them down, I shall grant you the opportunity to be the hero who saves the damsel in distress, regardless of whether I can master them. Having them in my collection would suffice. Ling Hu Chang's expression shifted slightly as he responded, That is impossible. My skills were imparted by my master, and I cannot casually pass them on to another. Were you not expelled from your master's teachings? Yang Bo initially expressed his confusion, but soon reached out to pat Ren Yingying's shoulder, smiling as he inquired, Ling Hu, let us dispense with the trivialities. Do you desire this young lady, Ren? Or do you wish for your martial prowess? Ling Hu Chang's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he slowly drew the long sword from his waist, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Young brother, he replied, I have no intention of relinquishing either. Indeed, in the realm of adulthood, one must embrace both. Yang Bo adjusted Ren Yingying's body on his shoulder, pressing a bone knife against her delicate neck, and said, Come now. Let's see whether your sword is swifter than my knife. With that, he began to walk step by step towards Ling Hu Chang, who, upon witnessing this, could only retreat repeatedly, searching for an opportunity. Old Wang, let the boss take us to the backyard. Wang Bai, having just settled the bill, swiftly reached out to seize the innkeeper's collar, yanking him from behind the counter. Take us to the backyard. The innkeeper, frightened like a quail, turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yang Bo chuckled and said, Old Wang, give him 2 taels of silver as a guide fee. Wang Bai replied, One does not truly understand the value of oil and salt until they manage the household. However, Wang Bai had learned his lesson. After all, it was not his money. He promptly retrieved a piece of broken silver from his pouch and tossed it to the tavern owner. Upon receiving the silver, the tavern owner's complexion instantly brightened, and even his trembling body was infused with newfound vigor as he hurried to the front to open the small door leading to the backyard. Esteemed heroes, this way please. Be cautious, the threshold is a bit high, do not trip. How considerate. Yang Bo, carrying Ren Yingying and accompanied by Wang Bai, arrived at the back courtyard of the tavern. Upon spotting a small room, he immediately signaled Wang Bai to open the door. Wang Bai promptly approached to unlock it, but at that moment, Ling Hu Chang leaped forward, sword drawn, aiming to abduct Wang Bai. In a tit-for-tat manner, he sought to retaliate in kind. Step aside. With a resounding bang, the gunshot rang out, enveloping Ling Hu Chang in an aura of impending death. It became evident that the techniques of Dugu 9 swords, both the breaking gun and the breaking arrow, were ineffective against Yang Bo's marksmanship. As he attempted to deflect the hidden weapon with his sword, a barrage of steel pellets struck him. Goodness, my vitality is robust. Despite his health bar exceeding 300, the shot barely reduced it by double digits. Old Wang swiftly delivered a kick to Ling Hu Chang's head, yet Ling Hu remained stoic, even shutting his eyes in disdain. Observing this, Yang Bo chuckled, This makes things easier. Old Wang, let us carry him towards the city wall and dig our way out. Even the most inept city guards cannot idly watch as we exit with 2 living individuals. After considerable effort, they finally managed to transport the 2 out of Hangzhou, escorting them to a subterranean locale near West Lake. Adjacent to the dungeon where Ren Wuxing was imprisoned, Yang Bo specifically excavated 2 solitary cells, leaving an iron grate between them to serve as a small window for communication once they regained consciousness. However, Ling Hu Chang was in a dire state, suffering from both internal and external injuries, having fallen into a deep coma. Without medical intervention, he would likely perish in the dungeon. Until he acquired the Duga 9 swords and the Huashan techniques, Yang Bo could not allow him to die so easily. Gazing at Ling Hu Chang's handsome visage, with his angular face and slender lips, Yang Bo sighed and retrieved medical bandages and milk from his backpack. In his youth, he admired Ling Hu Chang's carefree spirit, but as he matured, he recognized him as a self-serving and emotionally detached individual. Once characterized by integrity and passion, now he acted recklessly, prioritizing his own desires without regard for the consequences or the troubles he imposed on those close to him. Chapter 58. The Dungeon Journey 2 days later. Under Wang Bai's guidance, Yang Bo and Jiushu explored the myriad wonders of Hangzhou. Master, this city is truly remarkable. Upon exiting the Lingyin Temple, Yang Bo expressed a hint of regret. It is a pity that the temple lacks the presence of Jigong. the revered monk Jigong, a notable figure of the Southern Song dynasty, was long absent by the time of the late Ming period. Jiushu, filled with curiosity, admired the surrounding scenery. Having transitioned from the early Republic era to the Ming era, a span greater than that from the Republic to modern society. It was said that Jigong was the reincarnation of a living Buddha, making him an elusive figure indeed. Yangbo smiled, but did not respond to the remark. If he were to connect with other worlds, it was possible that one day he might traverse into the realm of Jigong. At that time, he would take his master to witness the legendary figure of Jigong. The three of them returned to the cavern beneath Westlake, where the torches of his world emitted a warm orange glow, illuminating the surroundings. However, the torches were not densely placed, resulting in an overall dim ambience. Yangbo guided his master to the sofa and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Jiushu. Master, I am preparing to journey to Australia. Jiushu appeared somewhat bewildered. Although he lived in the Republic of China era, he was not well acquainted with Australia, having merely heard of it occasionally. Australia? What business do you have there? There was no need for concealment regarding his intentions, so he promptly replied, I plan to lead a group to seize Australia. He proceeded to inform Jiushu about the British discovery and subsequent colonization of Australia. Master, I believe it is better for us to occupy it than to allow those foreign devils to do so. The region is rich in minerals, and with such resources, we can surely achieve rapid development. Upon hearing Yangbo's words, Jiushu's expression transformed into one of incredulity. He had envisioned his disciple furthering the legacy of Mao Shan, never anticipating such ambitious aspirations from him, contemplating the conquest of an entire land. With a complex expression, Jiushu pondered for a moment before responding, Disciple, as a Taoist priest, I cannot claim to be entirely ignorant in matters such as these, but my understanding is rather limited. You are not familiar with it either, yet we can learn together. Much like mastering Taoist arts, no one is born with such knowledge. Yangbo retrieved a teapot and 2 cups from his backpack, rising to pour a cup of tea for his master, saying, Master, when the time comes, you shall assist me in surveying the feng shui, to discern any areas in need of improvement. His intentions were unmistakable once he established himself in Australia. He planned to invite his master over to enjoy a life of leisure, devoting his days to cultivation and wandering when the spirit moved him. How do you intend to make the journey? I shall row myself across. My wooden boat is reliable. Traversing the South China Sea is merely a trifle. Though the wooden vessel measured just over a meter in length, his master assumed Yangbo was seeking a larger craft and thought little of it, especially since it was not uncommon for citizens during the Republic era to travel abroad. Chinese laborers were quite prevalent overseas. Reaching into his robe, he produced several blue talismans, stating, These are talismans I drew after my recent breakthrough, possessing significantly greater power than the yellow ones. However, it now takes me 2 days to craft a single one, as these blue talismans demand an immense amount of energy. Take them with you for your journey. As Yangbo gazed at the 4 blue talismans on the table, a warm sensation enveloped his heart. The comfort of knowing he had support and trust behind him was truly gratifying. He carefully stored the talismans in his backpack, ensuring that their magical potency would not wane with the passage of time. Master, rest assured, I shall treat others kindly during my travels, and I will avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, a series of firm knocks echoed from deep within the mine, accompanied by a resonant voice that called out, Young brother. Yangbo scratched his head, clearly realizing that the moment had become dire. Master, I must attend to this matter first, he stated, before making his way deeper into the mine. Navigating through the narrow passage, he arrived at the cell where Ling Huchong and Ren Yingying were imprisoned. Observing Ling Huchong peering through the small window of the iron door, he approached and inquired, Do you need something from me? Ling Huchong replied, Young brother, what is your intention in keeping us here? If it pertains to martial arts, do not hesitate to ask. Yangbo gazed through the small window of the iron gate at Ling Huchong, his true intention being the legendary Dugu 9 swords. Or perhaps it was indeed Ling Huchong himself. However, such matters cannot be articulated so plainly. What if Ling Huchong presented him with a counterfeit? After all, he was not well versed in the authentic appearance of the Dugu 9 swords. With a smile, he remarked, No, brother Ling Hu, I have now changed my mind. I have realized that the so-called Dugu 9 swords hold no utility for me, which means you possess no bargaining chips in our negotiation. So consider this place merely a government prison. Rest assured, 20 years will pass swiftly. 20 years? Have I committed some heinous crime? Ling Huchong felt a chill run down his spine at Yangbo's beaming visage, which seemed more terrifying than any torture. By the way, do not call for me during your idle moments, or I shall extinguish the torches within your cell. Once the torches are removed, the cell transforms into a spacious confinement room where the only sensations one can perceive are their own breath and heartbeat in the pitch-black environment. In darkness, time feels interminable, a sensation that can drive one to the brink of madness. Ling Huchong stood in silence, watching Yangbo's retreating figure. Before softly addressing the small window in the center of the cell, Miss Rin, he left without asking anything. Ren Yingying regained consciousness shortly after being thrown into the cell. And through Ling Huchong's account, she learned of the events that transpired during her unconsciousness. She initially believed that Yang Bo intended to leverage her to coerce Ling Hucheng into surrendering the Duga Nine Swords. However, in the past 2 days, apart from the man delivering meals, she had not seen the boy again. She had overheard the conversation between Yang Bo and Ling Hucheng, but she never anticipated Yang Bo would make such statements. Ling Hucheng inquired, "What shall we do now?" Ren Yingying gently shook her head. The captors had imprisoned them without any demands, leaving her, no matter how astute, feeling utterly at a loss. Given the current circumstances, they could only wait and observe. Meanwhile, Yang Bo exited the cell and instructed Wang Bai, deliver 2 meals to them each day without engaging with them. Use the remaining time to focus on your training. Once I head to Australia, we shall commence our plan. He then turned to the tea-drinking Jioshu and said, "Master, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave." Jioshu nodded lightly and added, "Xiaoyang, do you require a talisman of truth?" "Yes, but not at this moment. We shall discuss it upon my return." Chapter 59. Arrival in Australia and diligent development on the vast, tumultuous sea. A wooden vessel, more accurately described as a rectangular great wooden basin, was being thrust skyward by the waves, only to crash heavily back onto the surface of the water. Yang Bo extended his hand to wipe the seawater from his face, his gaze fixed upon the horizon where the sea meets the sky. There. A faint black line emerged in the distance. Are we nearly there? A wooden basin with no sails, propelled solely by 2 oars, swiftly drifted towards that distant juncture. A bolt-action rifle materialized in his grasp, and he peered through the fourfold scope towards the horizon. That dark silhouette was a landmass, the very destination of his journey. Finally, they were approaching. He had navigated 5,000 kilometers across the ocean, having briefly touched upon various islands and nations along the way, but those were merely fleeting stops. Fortunately, the wooden vessel's speed in the real world had been enhanced to 30 meters per second, equivalent to 108 kilometers per hour. While it did not reach the game's maximum speed of 40 meters per second on ice, it was now comparable to the pace of a civilian speedboat. However, he had embarked from Hangzhou, navigating directly down the Qian'an River to the sea, and it took him 4 days to finally catch sight of the Australian continent. Half an hour later, Yang Bo steered his wooden boat directly onto the sandy shore and leapt from it, feeling as though he was willingly courting trouble during this period. However, contemplating the vast expanse of Australia and the treasures hidden beneath its surface, he suddenly perceived that all of this was worthwhile. He struck the boat beside him to stow it away in his backpack. With each step upon the beach, he ventured towards the verdant coconut palms in the distance, arriving at the base of the trees to observe the coconuts that had plummeted from above. First, he decided to fell some timber, hastily constructing a shelter. With an axe in hand, he struck the coconut tree with force, the sound echoing through the air. While notifications of acquiring planks continuously appeared, as he depleted the last remnants of the coconut tree's vitality, it toppled with a resounding crack. 2 coconut seedlings. How considerate. It even dropped coconut seedlings. Could it be that I possess the Pam's Harvest craft mod? Regrettably, the crafting table only contained the most rudimentary recipes from the vanilla game, devoid of any elements from other mods. He planted the seedlings at the side of the fallen coconut tree, casually collecting all the coconuts that had dropped. The coconut seedling, standing less than a meter tall, swayed gently in the sea breeze, its slender form dancing gracefully. For every tree he felled, he planted 2. At this rate, Australia would inevitably transform into a lush rainforest. Australia is rich in minerals, yet much of its land is desolate. Even more so than the arid expanses of northwest China or the American West, with only a few coastal areas suitable for habitation. Nevertheless, Yang Bo believed that his ability to transform the environment would suffice. Just then, a wooden spear flew from the depths of the dense forest, its whistling sound prompting Yang Bo to instinctively evade. Thud. The wooden spear embedded itself into his body. -22. A group of individuals dressed in grass skirts, their faces adorned with peculiar patterns, emerged from the foliage, brandishing various hunting weapons. Yang Bo could not help but vent his frustration, exclaiming, "Could you not aim with precision?" Had he remained stationary, the javelin would have missed him entirely. However, he pondered, are there really black people in Australia? Have I inadvertently sailed to Africa? Little did he know that prior to the British colonization of Australia, these indigenous people had inhabited the land for countless years. Yet, they were not truly native. The Aboriginal Australians were also immigrants, and to this day, the means by which they traversed the seas to reach Australia remains a mystery. He extended his hand to withdraw the javelin embedded in his body. The force of that javelin could easily pierce through an unprotected adult. Upon witnessing his action, the approaching individuals halted, their glistening dark faces betraying expressions of terror. After a cacophony of frantic exclamations, several of them raised their javelins once more, directing their assault at Yang Bo, ducking to evade the incoming projectiles. Yang Bo, feeling no obligation to show restraint after being attacked, swiftly hurled the javelin in his grasp. The air was sliced as the javelin soared forth, leaving a sharp whistle in its wake. It struck one of the assailants with deadly precision, pinning him to the ground, his mouth releasing a cry of agony as blood streamed from the wound. Silence soon enveloped the scene. Vibrantly colored experience orbs erupted from his lifeless form, accompanied by notifications of fallen items. Witnessing the demise of their companion, the remaining individuals turned and fled in a state of sheer panic. Yang Bo did not pursue the group of natives. Instead, He gazed contemplatively at the corpse of the black man. He pondered the notion of occupying the homeland of these indigenous people. Suddenly, he struck himself across the face, filled with indignation at his own softness, exclaiming, "You were destined to establish a nation. How can you be so tender-hearted? Had these Australian natives been of the yellow race?" He would have undoubtedly considered integrating and assimilating them. However, given that these natives were black, he deemed it unwise to even keep them as slaves. Once the people from the Ming dynasty arrive, I shall package this group and send them back to Africa or sell them directly to America. As the triangular trade of black goods had yet to officially commence, he did not mind inciting this trade ahead of time. He envisioned constructing a warship to sail directly to America, proclaiming, "Open your doors for free trade," casting a glance at the direction the natives had fled. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yang Bo's eyes as he proceeded toward the deceased native. The experience orb, which had previously fallen to the ground, was drawn toward him by an invisible force, merging into his being and elevating his level to 2. First, I must clear the surrounding area, he resolved, dismantling the native's body before wielding his axe, shovel, and pickaxe to commence the removal of rocks and low shrubs. As time passed, he efficiently cleared a vast expanse, accumulating a substantial amount of basic materials. He surveyed the magnificent sea before him. The coastal region must experience significant rainfall. Both the houses and roads require meticulous planning, and the foundation must be at least 2 meters deep. It seems I shall need to burn more stones. Yang Bo directly crafted 10 furnaces, filling them with wooden planks to commence the smelting of stones. If only it were as in the game, where burning items grants experience, he mused. If that were the case, it would be impossible for him to illuminate all his skill points within a week. That would merely indicate his laziness. The sun gradually descended beyond the horizon. Yang Bo retrieved the completed stones from the furnace and subsequently placed a portion back into the fiery chamber. After undergoing another round of firing, these stones would transform into smooth stones, an exceptionally inexpensive building material. He then expended 3 stones along with an iron ingot to craft a stone cutter. This tool could produce various stone-related blocks and serve as a cost-effective alternative to the workbench, as all its crafting recipes required only a single ingredient. Gazing at the vast expanse of land before him, Yang Bo was suddenly struck by a pressing concern. What should I do if I lack architectural talent? I'm anxiously awaiting a solution. Chapter 60. The marvelous method of teleportation. The following morning, an extraordinary 3-story villa stood majestically atop a higher rock formation by the sea. As the waves crashed against the shore, creating a cascade of sparkling droplets, Yang Bo stood before the large window on the 3rd floor, hands clasped behind his back. Watching the sun gradually rise from the horizon, piercing through the ink-black sky, it seemed imperative to enlist the expertise of a professional planner and designer. The planning and design of a city are indeed of paramount importance. Although Yang Bo had dabbled in various strategic games, they were merely games. Surely, it could not be reduced to a mere grid layout? While that might not be entirely unfeasible, he decided to first summon his master to assess the feng shui. He pondered whether there were any talents in urban planning and architectural design during the Republic era. However, Yang Bo sensed that even if such individuals existed, they would not be found in Rinjia town. Turning away from the window, he approached the wooden ladder affixed to the wall. Murmuring to himself, this method of transportation is truly remarkable. He began to ascend the ladder. As he traversed the rooftop, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. Accustomed to the change, Yang Bo climbed 2 rungs higher, returning to the underground cultivation base beneath the ancestral hall. Originally, the cultivation base featured but a single opening, yet it had now expanded to 5. Moreover, Yang Bo had thoughtfully placed a sign near the openings, indicating their respective destinations. This underground refuge had been constructed during his travels, with locations such as Chicken Cage Mountain, Taiwan, Luzon, Philippines, Dongdi, Vietnam, Java, Indonesia, and Australia. Upon returning to the ancestral hall and searching around, Yang Bo discovered that neither his master nor his senior brother was at home. Puzzled, he wondered, have they gone out to work? Uncle Nine did not remain at the ancestral hall all day and was often sought after by visitors. Since my master is not home, I shall first gather some refugees and orphans. Re-entering the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, he immediately spotted old Wang diligently practicing. Unfortunately, due to limitations in talent, he could not progress as desired. Old Wang, have you been well these past few days? Wang Bai opened his eyes upon hearing Yang Bo's voice. A look of respect gracing his face as he replied, Young master, the woman in the cell wishes to speak with you. Oh, speak? When Ren Ying sought him out, it could only pertain to one matter, freedom. Yang Bo pondered for a moment before speaking, Old Wang. Soon we shall venture to Hangzhou Prefecture to see if there are any suitable servants available. By the way, has there been any calamity in the Great Ming recently? Whether it be locust plagues, droughts, floods, or rampant corruption, each could result in a significant influx of refugees. This would present an opportunity for us to relocate some populace and alleviate the burden on the court. Wang Bai reflected for a moment and replied, it is rumored that Guangxi is currently suffering from famine. During the Wanli era, natural disasters have been a constant, merely varying in scale. Very well, I shall first visit that woman, and then we will proceed to Hangzhou Prefecture. With that, Yang Bo made his way toward the cell where Ren Yingying was held, the silence of the corridor only interrupted by the sound of his footsteps. Inside the cell, Ren Yingying, who had been resting, swiftly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed intently upon the peculiar metallic door. Soon, her youthful visage appeared behind the small window. As she regarded Yang Bo with a composed expression, "Miss Ren, are you seeking to discuss the terms of your release?" Ren Yingying climbed up from the straw mat, fixing her eyes on Yang Bo, and replied, "Indeed. State your conditions. What must transpire for us to be freed?" Yang Bo extended his hand to pull down the lever on the iron gate that imprisoned Ren Yingying, which responded with a creak as it swung open. He then strode confidently into the cell, knocking twice on the iron bars between the two cells, signaling to Ling Huchong in the adjacent room that he could rise and listen. "I desire the Dugu 9 swords. What say you, brother Ling Hu?" Ren Yingying, upon hearing Yang Bo's demand, felt a slight smile tug at the corners of her lips, just as she had surmised. This young lad had set his sights on Ling Huchong's Dugu 9 swords. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in her eyes as she remarked, "Very well, brother Ling Hu. You shall disclose the Dugu 9 swords to him." The two had long conspired that should Yang Bo seek the Dugu 9 swords, they would provide him with a version comprising one authentic and one counterfeit, much like the sword techniques of the evil repelling sword manual. Even the slightest alteration could render the entire martial art fundamentally different. Meanwhile, Ling Huchong responded, "Young brother, I am in agreement. Prepare some paper and ink for me, and I shall transcribe the Dugu 9 swords for you." Yang Bo slightly tilted his head to gaze at Ren Yingying, showcasing his innocent side as he smiled and said, "All right, I shall fetch paper and ink for you. However, being younger, do not deceive me." With that, Yang Bo exited the cell. Ren Yingying and Ling Huchong exchanged glances across the iron bars, a faint smile gracing their faces. After leaving the cell, Yang Bo stood in the tunnel for a moment before carrying a small wooden table adorned with ink, brushes, and paper into Ling Huchong's cell. "Brother Ling Hu, please," he said. Ling Huchong nodded gently, admitting that during these days in confinement, he had not faced any beatings or scoldings. He was well fed and even enjoyed a jar of wine each day, leading him to contemplate the notion of remaining here indefinitely. Yet, the presence of Ren Yingying in the same cell complicated matters. "Very well, young brother," he replied, and then settled down on the straw bed, beginning to diligently write the Dugu 9 swords. Observing Ling Huchong's fervent writing, Yang Bo refrained from watching him closely and instead took out a yellow talisman from his bag, manipulating it in his hands. This was a talisman bestowed upon him by his master during their return to the righteous manor, the true word talisman. With his limited magical prowess, it would be somewhat challenging to create a talisman that could affect a chivalrous person. Yet, he had a master to guide him. Once affixed to the target, the true word talisman would compel them to speak the truth when questioned. Ren Yingying, watching Yang Bo nonchalantly seated on the straw bed, felt a slight unease creeping into her heart, though she could not discern the source of her apprehension. After nearly an hour, Ling Huchong finally set down his brush, stretching his sore wrist as he remarked, "Young brother, I have finished." Yang Bo picked up the paper inscribed with Dugu 9 swords from the table and glanced at it. Returning the sister approaches the unintentional approaches the fellow approaches great abundance. The densely packed characters filled several sheets of white paper. "Brother Ling Hu, is there any issue with this sword technique?" "No problem." Upon hearing Ling Huchong's resolute response, Yang Bo nodded lightly and then took out a yellow talisman, gently affixing it to Ling Huchong's body. Before he could react, Yang Bo inquired, "Brother Ling Hu, are there several problematic areas within this manual?" Instinctively responding, Ling Huchong replied, 9 areas. He then realized the incredulity of his answer and gazed at Yang Bo in disbelief. Yang Bo, equally astonished, exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Goodness. You present me with 9 pitfalls and Dugu 9 swords. If I were to encounter 18 falls, would you then furnish me with 18 traps?" Yang Bo rose, sheathing the Dugu Ju Jian in his hand. The talisman affixed to Ling Huchong spontaneously ignited, turning to ash and falling to the ground. He then turned and strode toward the exit of the prison cell. Behind him, Ling Huchong incredulously inquired, "What manner of sorcery is this?" "I am a Taoist priest. It is only natural for me to possess some knowledge of Taoist arts," Yang Bo replied. Chapter 61. Cultivation and planting in a manor outside Hangzhou. This was an estate he had acquired during his visit to the Yang, primarily serving the purpose of concealing his activities. Observing the group of ragged yet relatively clean individuals before him, Yang Bo extended his hand to receive the indenture contracts from Wang Bai. He then scrutinized the information inscribed upon them. The contracts first detailed the identities of both parties involved in the transaction, followed by the reasons for the exchange, and finally, the duties of the indentured individuals. It emphasized the forfeiture of their human rights, indicating that any infractions on their part would leave them vulnerable to punishment without recourse for redress. As long as they were not killed, the master had the liberty to act as he pleased. "Old Wang, let us procure these 20 individuals first and develop them gradually. Once they are settled, you may return to the Yang to select a few promising 12 or 13-year-old boys. Not everyone is born with innate leadership qualities, in truth. Some individuals struggle even to manage a small team of 8. "Yes, young master," Wang Bai replied softly, standing motionless behind Yang Bo. Yang Bo cast his gaze upon the group of listless servants. As the saying goes, men are slaves and women are maidservants. The term slave refers to males, while maidservant pertains to females. Yang Bo ascended the elevated platform, gazing down at the assembled crowd, a warm and inviting smile gracing his face. He casually placed the deed of servitude into a wooden box on the table beside him and proclaimed, "You are the ones I have acquired at great expense. And I have but one request, obedience." The notion of tearing up the deed to win their hearts? Surely, that is folly. The moment you rip it apart, you risk being betrayed. After all, the human heart is a labyrinth, and without a modicum of deterrence, who would willingly choose to be subjugated as a servant? Your duty is to heed my commands, while I shall ensure your sustenance and shelter. This is a remarkably fair exchange. Once you have amassed enough funds to redeem your freedom, you may return to reclaim your deeds. Do you comprehend? Though none among the crowd responded. A few youthful faces reflected a glimmer of hope as they briefly met his gaze before hastily lowering their heads in silence. Ordinarily, those who become servants find it exceedingly difficult to amass the money required for their redemption, even if they labor for their masters for a lifetime. Yang Bo gazed at the group of silent servants, their heads bowed in deference, and shook his head in resignation. He then placed the wooden box containing their indenture contracts into his backpack and turned to Wang Bai, who stood at the edge of the platform, and advised, "Old Wang, please lead them over. I will follow closely behind." Wang Bai cast a sharp glance at the group of servants and spoke in a low voice, "Follow me." With that, he turned and made his way towards the manor's backyard, with Yang Bo trailing behind the group. Upon arriving in the courtyard, they found a staircase leading downwards at its center. Torches flanked the entrance, providing sufficient illumination. "Follow me," Wang Bai commanded, taking the lead as the servants, understanding the unspoken order, followed him into the depths below. After a considerable descent, they reached the former mining site beneath West Lake. Wang Bai approached the ladder and swiftly began to ascend. The other servants, seeing this, mimicked his actions, and after circling around, they emerged onto the land of Australia. As they crawled out from underground, they found themselves in a vast, desolate wilderness. Apart from a few square buildings, the landscape was dominated by an endless expanse of plains. A cool breeze swept across, creating ripples in the wild grass. Upon witnessing their new surroundings, the servants could not suppress their exclamations. And one even mustered the courage to inquire, "My lord, where is this place?" Wang Bai exchanged a glance with Yang Bo, receiving a nod of approval before responding. "This shall be your new home. Follow me. I will take you to receive warmer clothing and tools. Your first task is to clear away all the weeds in the vicinity." With that, he led the group towards a cluster of nearby buildings. This was the task Yang Bo had entrusted to Wang Bai, to clear the weeds and dispose of them in the compost bins. The bins could transform various organic materials into bone meal, which would subsequently be funneled into boxes below. This would not only cultivate the wasteland but also yield a substantial amount of bone meal. I must also devise a means to find or cultivate some talent in management, he thought. With these 20 individuals as the initial seeds, once they acclimated to their new life, he would seek additional population from the Ming dynasty. This would facilitate rapid growth through a model of mentorship. Days later, life in Australia gradually fell into a rhythm, and the purchased servants had adapted to their new existence, embracing a true pastoral life of toil and cultivation. At this moment, Yang Bo followed his master atop a makeshift platform. Master Gio, holding a compass, furrowed his brow, occasionally lifting his gaze to survey the surrounding terrain before lowering his head to calculate with his fingers. Beads of crystalline sweat formed upon his forehead. After a moment, he exhaled deeply and said, "This is a land of dual calamities, wind and water. According to the principles of feng shui, this place is destined to experience strong winds, heavy rains, and even the wrath of typhoons." He then pointed towards the sea, declaring, "A vast expanse, where the wind's fury is unrelenting." Yang Bo gazed into the distance, nodding in agreement. Tornadoes can be observed in both tropical and temperate regions, and the western part of Australia is among them. However, he felt that this area was relatively close to the mainland and was reluctant to give up just yet. He immediately inquired, "Master, how can we alter the feng shui here?" Master Gio gently shook his head and replied, "This feng shui cannot be changed by human effort alone. It requires diverting water to the sea and relocating mountains to block malevolent energies. Thus, it may be wiser to head southeast." Diverting water to the sea and relocating mountains? Is this not tailored specifically for him? "Master, you just need to plan, and the rest I shall handle," Yang Bo said with a smile, patting his chest. Coincidentally, he also needed materials for the endeavor. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Master Gio felt quite speechless, yet a subtle warmth began to blossom within him. It is rare throughout the annals of Chinese history to find individuals capable of orchestrating such a profound feng shui adjustment. Perhaps through this alteration, his own state of mind might ascend to new heights. "Xiaoyang, do not rush. I will conduct a field investigation." Such a significant feng shui transformation is akin to pulling a thread that unravels the entire tapestry. It cannot be done, at least not at this moment. Yang Bo extended his finger towards the distance, where a river flowed ceaselessly. "Master, there resides a tribe of indigenous people, who, despite still being in the Stone Age, wield their spears with remarkable strength. Moreover, kangaroos roam the wilderness. Once my disciples have tidied up the surroundings, I shall have old Wang accompany you. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy." Chapter 62. The ability to move mountains and shift seas. I am determined to engage in chain mining. Yang Bo wielded a diamond pickaxe, relentlessly striking the walls within the narrow cavern. For 3 consecutive days and nights, he toiled. And the grandiose promises he once made had transformed into a long whip that lashed against him with a sharp crack. Utilizing the map from the realm of Minecraft, he meticulously charted the surrounding environment. The cartography within this virtual world was remarkably straightforward. By merely holding the map and exploring, it would automatically update. In contrast, the maps of the real world offered a higher scale, with one depicting a rough expanse of 10 by 10 kilometers. Although termed a rough map, it was vastly superior to the pixelated representations found in the game. The location he found himself in was truly exceptional. Flanked by plateaus while he had chosen a depositional plain, the highlands acted as a barrier against the oceanic air, leading to an expansive desert behind him. Upon examining the map, Uncle Geo did not hesitate to point towards one of the plateaus, declaring that to alter the feng shui, this plateau must be excavated. Therefore, his current task was to carve a passage through the center of the plateau, allowing the oceanic monsoons to sweep into the desert. The magnitude of this undertaking was staggering. Fortunately, he had the leisure to ride his bicycle to the distant tropical grasslands to engage in boxing with kangaroos or to capture some natives to serve as implements for farming. It is worth mentioning that large kangaroos could be quite lethal. This was a profound realization Yang Bo had garnered after being kicked several times. A single kick could inflict 17 to 22 points of damage, an amount that could easily prove fatal for an ordinary person. He switched to his diamond shovel. Yang Bo began to clear the gravel in front of him, accompanied by the sound of rustling. His vision was met with a series of notifications: 1 cocoa bean, 1 carrot, 1 watermelon seed. By using a shovel to break the soil, grass blocks, gravel, and sand, he could obtain various crop seeds from the world around him. The rustling continued until the sun began to set, prompting Yang Bo to cease his labors and mount his bicycle, setting off towards the base camp. Upon his return, he witnessed Wang Bai wielding a long whip, striking an indigenous person, while a group of onlookers silently observed the scene. The indigenous individual cried out in agony, chattering frantically, evidently pleading for mercy. Yet, old Wang remained unfazed, the small whip in his hand creating a flurry of movement, the air filled with the sharp crack of the whip. After delivering a dozen lashes, Wang Bai finally halted, pointing at a pile of excrement on the ground, exclaiming, "If you dare to defecate in public again, I will skin you alive." Although the indigenous people could not comprehend his words, they understood the implications of the whip and Wang Bai's gestures. They began to chatter once more, crawling over to scoop up the waste. In an instant, the onlookers gasped in shock, their minds racing with a singular thought: are they really going to eat this? Seeing this, Wang Bai deftly flicked the whip, causing it to strike against his own wrist, sending the offending item tumbling to the ground. The group of Kunlun slaves appeared utterly dim-witted. Number 7. Your task is to teach them to deliver the waste to the compost bin. If they fail to learn in 3 days, they will be sent to the prison to await the master's return. The slaves bore no names, as depicted in the classic film Flirting Scholar, where Tang Bo has sold himself into servitude for love. 9527 became his lifelong identifier. As lowly servants, even their designations were merely perfunctory. Yang Bo chose not to amend this, recognizing that with potentially hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of them, it would be impossible to remember each individual's name. Navigating through this early phase would also incentivize them to strive for advancement. Bronze servants, silver servants, gold servants, diamond servants, king servants, master servants. Each level offered distinct benefits. For a company without a promotion pathway is bound to lack prospects. At that moment, Wang Bai caught sight of Yang Bo standing on a wooden platform, observing the spectacle. Unfortunately, his height left him at the back of the crowd, unable to partake in the entertainment. Master, Wang Bai sheathed his whip and hurried to Yang Bo's side. Old Wang, how are the children faring? Yang Bo instructed Wang Bai to procure a number of children, both male and female, aged around 10. From the Yahoo firm in Hangzhou, those with better physiques would be trained in martial arts, while those less endowed would be groomed for managerial roles. The more inept children were not to be purchased. When discussing these children, a smile graced Wang Bai's face as he remarked, "This group of children possesses good potential, though they have long suffered from insufficient nourishment, leaving them somewhat frail. However, I have been nurturing their health over the past few days, and in a short while, they will be ready for training. The more children we have, the better. Robust individuals will make excellent soldiers when they mature." With that, Yang Bo retrieved 3 pieces of purple gold ginseng from his backpack and handed them to Wang Bai, advising, "You are well aware of the medicinal properties of this herb. Prepare a nourishing soup for the children to help them regain their vitality. However, there is no need to rush. We have ample time. It will be at least 60 or 70 years before the British arrive, giving us sufficient opportunity to transform this land of Australia into a fortified stronghold. The only uncertainty lies in whether he will still be alive by then." After imparting some final instructions, Yang Bo mounted his exclusive bicycle and began his nocturnal ride along the impeccably smooth stone-paved road towards his seaside villa. The route was eerily quiet, devoid of even a single rabbit, though it seemed that rabbits were simply non-existent in Australia during this era. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Upon nearing the villa, he parked his bicycle in the courtyard, and a thought suddenly struck him. Is it reasonable for such a grand villa to lack an underground garage? Certainly not. At that moment, two young maidens, both in their 20s and possessing striking beauty, stood respectfully at the entrance. Young Bo gently responded and proceeded directly into the room, contemplating where it would be most suitable to excavate a passageway to the underground. If only there were an elevator, he mused. The villa, with its 3 floors leading swiftly to a 4th, lacked such a convenience, which posed a considerable challenge. He pondered the quality of elevators during the Republic of China era. Amidst his wandering thoughts, Yang Bo ultimately resolved to extend downward from the staircase leading upstairs. With determination, he set to work. Yang Bo wielded the diamond pickaxe in his hand and forcefully struck the floor behind the staircase. Thud, thud, thud. Although the 2 maidservants behind him had witnessed Yang Bo's prowess before, their bright eyes still revealed a sense of incredulity. He inserted a torch into the wall. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, Yang Bo's vision blurred, and 2 tunnels materialized before him. What is happening? This sudden turn of events caused Yang Bo to momentarily stand in a daze, but he quickly regained his composure. A new world? Beyond that, he could fathom no reason for his abrupt presence in this place. Chapter 63. A change of arms and tomb raiding chronicles. In response, Yang Bo refrained from acting recklessly. Who knew what lay within? Turning around, he was relieved to find that the staircase he had descended had not vanished. Better than climbing a ladder. After inserting the torch in the dim tunnel, Yang Bo retraced his steps back to the villa. Upon seeing the 2 maidservants still waiting by the staircase, he instructed, "You may go rest. I have matters to attend to tonight." "As you wish, young master." The 2 maidservants curtsied and departed, while Yang Bo wasted no time in ascending to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the staircase, he entered an expansive hall. The hall was furnished with a plethora of items: workbenches, furnaces, stone cutters, enchantment tables, 7-day survival workstations, 7-day survival furnaces, campfires, and various boxes filled with materials. He opened the 7-day survival workstation and discovered a pure metallic iron spear. Iron spear skill bonus. Attack 65 required materials. Iron ingots X32, wood X20, leather X4. Duct tape X4. Upon seeing the required materials, Yang Bo couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Half a stack of iron ingots. How absurdly expensive. Yet, this attack power is indeed formidable. A strike to the head would be lethal, and even a hit to the foot, combined with the armor-piercing skill, would likely only require 2 thrusts. He opted to craft it. The materials prepared in his backpack vanished. Next, Yang Bo turned his attention to gunpowder. The creation of gunpowder in the 7-day survival game was exceedingly simple, requiring only nitrate powder and coal. Fortunately, he had a decent stock of both. The only inconvenience was that this process necessitated a chemical workstation. Never mind, rather than crafting it myself, I should inquire in Rinjia town about any firework factories to purchase them directly. Oh, and paper as well. He intended to manufacture both cylindrical and tubular explosives, both of which were remarkably inexpensive, utilizing gunpowder, tubes, and plant fibers or duct tape, along with paper. Cylindrical explosives could wreak havoc on the environment, while tubular explosives inflicted considerable damage on physical entities. After synthesizing all the limited gunpowder in his backpack into the 2 types of explosives, Yang Bo felt a sense of reassurance. Unfortunately, he lacked experience. Otherwise, he would have enchanted the iron spear with a sharpness V enhancement. He opened the module accessory slot of the iron spear and affixed the previously acquired burning rod module to it. In that instant, as he sealed the slot, the spearhead ignited in a fierce blaze. Burning rod module, 30 chance to inflict burning effects upon attack, and provides illumination. Can be installed on melee tools and weapons with long shafts or blades. Yang Bo gently brandished the spear in his hand, and in an instant, sparks erupted, reminiscent of a dazzling special effect. With this, there was no longer a concern for illumination. After inspecting his belongings to ensure nothing was amiss, he retrieved a Vajra talisman that he had drawn himself and affixed it to his body. This talisman, while enhancing his protective capabilities, did not last as long as the ones crafted by his esteemed master, Qianhe. Once adequately prepared, Yang Bo descended directly underground. Retracing his steps down the staircase into the peculiar passageway once more, Yang Bo surveyed the 2 tunnels before him. Retrieving a silver coin from his backpack and flicking it gently with his thumb, the crisp sound echoed in the air. He then clasped the coin in his hand without glancing at either side and proceeded towards the right passage. Such is the nature of coin tossing. The moment the coin ascends, the answer materializes in one's heart. The tunnel was not lengthy, and soon he found himself in a peculiar hall, where the ground was laid with large stone slabs, now covered in ashes. These slabs were arranged in a pattern reminiscent of the Bagua, with the outer stones larger and those at the center smaller. Several oil lamps adorned the hall's walls, casting a faint illumination over the space. At the very center of the hall stood a square tripod with 4 legs, its lid intricately engraved with celestial bodies, while to the south lay a coffin. A pervasive aura of ominousness surged within Yang Bo, instilling a sense of peril emanating from that very coffin, or rather, from whatever resided within it. Am I in a tomb? Yang Bo retrieved several talismans from his backpack and affixed them to his body. In an instant, the encroaching malevolent energy dissipated completely. A peculiar sound, reminiscent of a frog's croak, resonated through the air, and Yang Bo perceived it with striking clarity. The sound emanated from within the coffin. It was evident that something significant lay within, yet Yang Bo's expression revealed astonishment. Remarkably, upon hearing that frog-like croak, he intuitively understood its meaning, a warning to vacate the tomb. Yang Bo thrust his iron spear into the floor of the grand hall and remarked, "As you can see, my arrival here was unintentional. I harbor no ill will. However, since I am already here, it would be unreasonable for you to deny me the opportunity to take something with me." A series of eerie caws echoed once more. Before any attack could ensue, Yang Bo noticed a health bar materializing above the exquisitely adorned sarcophagus. The value read 24202-420. Upon seeing this figure, Yang Bo's pupils contracted, and he tightened his grip on the iron spear. The entity within is no trifling matter, he thought, taking a deep breath. Just as he prepared to use a stick of dynamite to probe the surroundings, a peculiar sound rang out from beyond the hall. In that instant, both the presence within the coffin and Yang Bo fell silent. The noise grew increasingly closer, and he soon discerned that it was the sound of someone digging outside. Yang Bo sheathed the illuminated iron spear and brandished a glimmering purple-hued iron tube machine gun and shield, with one hand wielding the shield and the other grasping the gun. He felt emboldened enough to confront not only the royal zombies but even the musical ones. It seems like a tomb raider, he mused. As a sudden flash of insight led his gaze back to the stone coffin at the center of the hall. In disbelief, he whispered, "Tomb raiding notes?" Outside, the sounds of excavation abruptly ceased. Yang Bo concealed his weapon and approached the source of the sound, positioning himself against the wall, ready to deliver a surprise. After a brief wait, a brick was removed from the lower part of the tomb's wall. "All right," a voice echoed from outside, and soon, the bricks of the tomb wall were swiftly dismantled, revealing a narrow opening just wide enough for a single person to pass through. 3 torches were tossed through the opening into the tomb chamber. Clearly, those outside intended to assess the situation within the tomb. However, from Yang Bo's vantage point, he could see the opening, while they were oblivious to his presence. Before long, a head cautiously poked into the chamber, sniffing the air, but as it turned to leave, its gaze locked onto Yang Bo's. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense. It was Wu Sanqing, a character from the Tomb Raider notes. The third son of Wu Laogo from the prominent Wu family of Changsha, and the third uncle of Wu Xie, the last true grave robber of the Wu lineage. He was known for his shrewdness and ruthlessness, yet possessed an intricate attention to detail, executing his plans with unwavering resolve. Yang Bo flashed him a smile, revealing a set of small white teeth. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Wu Sanqing's expression changed, and he withdrew his head. Chapter 64, Can I Endure Such Insult? Outside the tomb, a chorus of inquiries erupted. "Third uncle, what happened? What is inside?" The voice brimmed with concern, presumably that of the protagonist. Wu Xie from Tomb Raider notes. At that moment, the somewhat somber voice of third uncle emerged. There's a young boy inside, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years of age, dressed in attire from the Republic of China era. A child? Soon after, the sound of a gun cocking resonated from outside, accompanied by a man's voice declaring, "Third master, let me in to take a look. I must see what it is." "Pansy, don't act rashly," third uncle's voice echoed again, then he turned his gaze toward the silent young man behind him. Min Yuping, originally named Zhang Qiling, is the soul of the story created by Nampai and Shu in Tomb Raider notes, and serves as the spiritual leader of the Iron Triangle. Upon sensing Wu Sanqing's gaze, Min Yuping remained silent for a moment before stating, "I will go in to take a look." With that, he proceeded towards the excavated tomb entrance. Wu Xie, witnessing this, attempted to voice his objections, but was restrained by third uncle. Wu Sanqing fixed his serious gaze on Zhang Qiling's retreating figure and said, "The young man is the strongest among us. If he cannot handle it, none of us can." Zhang Qiling showed no intent of investigation and simply bent down to enter the tomb. Pansy then remarked, "Third master, I'll lend a hand. Be cautious." Upon receiving third master's consent, Pansy, gripping his short gun, followed closely behind into the tomb. As they moved, Pansy's eyes followed Zhang Qiling's gaze to his smiling Yang Bo leaning against the wall. Even for someone as bold as Pansy, encountering a child who should not be present in such an environment sent a chill down his spine. He immediately raised his gun, pointing it at Yang Bo, and questioned, "What the hell? Is this unfortunate child a human or a ghost?" "Human," Zhang Qiling replied succinctly, his gaze fixed on Yang Bo. Upon hearing that it was indeed a human, the others outside the tomb began to step inside, particularly Wu Sanqing, who had been startled earlier, now fixated on Yang Bo. "Hello there," Yang Bo greeted. Yang Bo greeted everyone with a cheerful smile after they entered, and then introduced himself, saying, "My name is Yang Bo. It is a pleasure to encounter a few of you in this desolate place." The crowd observed as Wu Sanqing fixed an enigmatic gaze upon Yang Bo, his thoughts obscured, before he subtly nodded at Pansy, just as Pansy was preparing to subdue Yang Bo. A peculiar croaking sound resonated once more from the stone coffin in the southern part of the hall. This time, the warning was even more severe. Zhang Qiling, who had been intently observing Yang Bo, visibly paled upon hearing the sound and emitted a similar strange call. The attention of everyone in the tomb, including young Bo, was drawn towards Zhang Qiling. However, at that moment, Pansy erupted with vigor, extending his large hand toward Yang Bo to seize him. Yang Bo couldn't help but chuckle to himself upon witnessing this. He had only just elevated his boxing skill to level 2 over the past couple of days. Observing Pansy, who was poised to seize him with his large hands, he felt a mix of amusement and anticipation. With his extraordinary physical prowess and height advantage, Yang Bo executed a swift uppercut that landed squarely on Pansy's brother. Although he appeared merely as a limp mass of flesh, the impact drained all color from Pansy's face, causing him to curl up and collapse to the ground in silence. Yang Bo swiftly overturned him with a single kick, pinning him to the ground of the tomb and confiscating the handgun from his waist. In that moment, the commotion within the coffin ceased, and Zhang Qiling, unable to attend to Pansy's plight, paled and knelt before the coffin. Pansy. Meanwhile, Wu Sanqing attempted to rush over to ascertain Pansy's condition, only to find Yang Bo aiming his gun at him. Don't move, bullets are indiscriminate. At that moment, Wu Xia finally grasped the situation, staring incredulously at Yang Bo. The appearance of a 12-year-old child in the tomb was already astonishing, yet this child effortlessly subdued Pansy, who had served as a soldier for many years. The world felt so foreign. Yang Bo did not concern himself with the thoughts occupying Wu Xia's mind. Instead, he chuckled amiably as he pressed Pansy, saying, "Do you think I can endure such humiliation? I have just mastered the art of capture." At that moment, the heavy coffin atop the stone sarcophagus jolted violently, emitting a resounding thud, and then began to tremble as if it had been filled with a colossal, whimsical prop. Even the most obtuse among them could sense that trouble was brewing. The coffin clearly housed a formidable entity, poised to emerge for a candid conversation. Just then, Zhang Qiling shouted sternly, "Everyone, cease your actions. If this continues, we shall all perish here." The clattering sound emanating from Zhang Qiling's mouth indicated he was attempting to reassure whatever resided within the coffin that his group meant no harm and would vacate the tomb at dawn. Perhaps due to Zhang Qiling's lineage, the entity within the coffin seemed to grant him a measure of respect, for it indeed quieted. Zhang Qiling exhaled with relief and, maintaining a stoic demeanor, declared, "Do not touch anything else here. The being within this coffin is exceedingly powerful. If it is released, even divine intervention will not suffice to contain it. Furthermore, we must all depart before dawn." Otherwise, he left the statement unfinished. Yet the gathered individuals grasped the gravity of his words. Failure to leave meant death. Zhang Qiling then turned to Yang Bo, asserting, regardless of the circumstances, "We must vacate this tomb at once. Otherwise, it will prove exceedingly troublesome for both you and us." Observing Zhang Qiling's impassive expression, Yang Bo released his grip and replied, "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I simply wish to follow in your wake and witness those intriguing artifacts." At this juncture, Yang Bo ceased his discourse, merely gesturing towards the stone coffin. Ignoring the others, he maneuvered past Pansy's form and proceeded directly towards the coffin, or rather, the passageway behind it. I truly did not anticipate finding myself in the world of tomb raiding notes. This realm is indeed fascinating, primarily because each grand tomb resembles a quest, teeming with various monsters. Yang Bo reminisced about the contents of the tomb robber's notes. He was currently situated in the 7-star Luwang Palace, the very ancient tomb that marked the beginning of the narrative. Within this cavern lay not only countless funerary objects, but also an array of rare creatures, such as the blood corpse from the coffin he had just encountered, as well as the black-haired Zongzi, the great corpse toad, the 9-headed serpent cypress, and the blue-eyed fox corpse. Scattered all around were bodies ripe for dissection. Contemplating this, Yang Bo felt as though this world was meticulously crafted for him. As he ventured into the dark passage behind the stone coffin, he found no everlasting lamps. It was utterly shrouded in darkness. He fished a torch from his backpack and held it aloft. The orange glow illuminated the passageway, revealing walls adorned with inscriptions and intricate stone carvings, though these held little allure for Yang Bo. It was the perilous monsters that truly captivated him. Chapter 65, The Persimmon Dispute, as it has always been. Gazing at the theft holes on the walls of the passage, Yang Bo curled his lip in disdain. These meager openings, barely sufficient for a single person to crouch through, held no interest for him. With a space no larger than 2 by 3, any mishap would leave one unable to react in time. "Hey, wait," came the voice of Wu Sanqing from behind. Yang Bo turned to see the central characters of the story following closely behind. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. Wu Sanqing forced a smile and replied, "We were in the wrong before. May I ask who you are, esteemed sir?" Yang Bo observed Wu Sanqing's cautious demeanor and felt a stir in his heart, chuckling. "Which gate? Is it truly the case that only your 9 gates exist in this world? As the saying goes, to seek the dragon and divide the gold, one must examine the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents a new challenge." "Ah, so it is the lineage of the tomb robbers. My apologies for any previous offense." If this phrase were found in a commonplace setting, it would pertain to the content of the Dragon-Shaking Sutra. However, in the realm of tomb raiding, it constitutes the essential 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui secret technique that every novice of the tomb robbers must master. Yang Bo smiled silently as he retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket. "Gentlemen, Time is of the essence. At the mere sight of the talisman, not only did Wu Sanqing, who was conversing with Yang Bo, change his expression, but even the onlookers observing the excavation were visibly affected. A mount-moving Taoist. Wu Sanqing took a small step back. The reputation of the mount-moving sect in the realm of tomb raiding was undeniably formidable, albeit infamously so. Their lack of expertise in geomancy rendered them notorious for their direct approach to tomb raiding, blowing up graves and unearthing coffins, which earned them a reputation as demolition experts among grave robbers. No air in the tomb. We'll simply lift the lid. A hefty corpse? I have some knowledge of martial arts as well. Among the four major sects, Mogul's excavators, Fakita generals, mount-moving Taoists, and unloading ridge brutes, the mount-moving Taoists possessed the highest combat prowess, yet they were also the most disreputable. Wherever they ventured, even salvage excavation became unnecessary. Nevertheless, the fact that their methods have persisted through time speaks volumes about the depths of their lineage. May the infinite Lord of Blessings bestow his grace. Yang Bo revealed a benevolent smile and said, I shall now embark on a quest to vanquish demons and evildoers. If you seek anything, do so swiftly. With that, he stepped directly into the darkened tomb passage. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he produced a bicycle and rode into the shadows. Wu Xie could not help but scoff. A bicycle? Is that also an item for burial? Wu Sanqing, gazing into the depths of the tomb, replied. If this lad truly hails from the lineage of the mountain-moving Taoist, it would not be surprising to see not just a bicycle, but perhaps even an excavator. What? Wu Xie doubted his own hearing. An excavator? Is this a tomb robbery or a construction site? All right, everyone, tread carefully around this fellow, but do not offend him. If he is indeed a senior guiding us in training, even if we manage to subdue him, we would surely face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Yang Bo pedaled through the tomb passage without a care for any potential traps that might lie within, in stark contrast to Wu Xie and his companions, who cautiously traversed the tomb for half an hour. Yang Bo reached the new map in mere minutes. Before him stood the majestic opening of a jade door, its material resplendent and translucent. Yang Bo, suddenly intrigued, stowed his bicycle into his backpack and, grasping the diamond pickaxe, approached the entrance. There, he beheld the two carved figures atop the jade gates, resembling famished specters. One brandished a ghostly claw while the other held aloft a seal. Cloaked in darkness, they bore a striking resemblance to the indigenous people of Australia. These jade gates were exquisite. He contemplated inquiring with his master whether they could carve something of utility. Some Taoist practitioners possess the skill to engrave jade talismans and magical seals, which, when infused with their spiritual energy and incense, can be summoned during extraordinary circumstances. Bang! The resounding echo of the strike reverberated through the expansive tomb passage, heralding the arrival of an uninvited guest of genuine consequence. Soon, the jade gates became riddled with cracks. In an instant, with a resounding crash, one of the gates vanished from sight. With the deed initiated, the other gate was inevitably destined to share a similar fate. After dismantling the doors, Yang Bo contentedly stepped into the tomb chamber beyond the frame. The familiar everlasting lamp cast a faint glow, illuminating the interior of the tomb. Centrally positioned within the chamber were 7 stone coffins, arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper. Yang Bo meticulously scrutinized several stone coffins and soon discerned one that had evidently been tampered with. He brandished a flaming iron spear, pressing it forcefully against the stone lid. And with a resounding friction, the coffin was pried open. Within lay the body of a Caucasian man. However, his true objective was not this individual, but rather the one concealed beneath him. Fortunately, they were stacked in such a manner. Had it been the other way around, it would have been quite inappropriate. He retrieved a few talismans designed to ward off evil spirits, activating them with his mystical energy before casting them into the coffin. An overpowering miasma of decay emanated forth as the figure within abruptly sat upright. One could observe its shriveled visage, adorned with short, dark bristles, resembling something moldy. Roar. Health points, 710710. Is that all? Yang Bo found it hard to believe his own eyes, yet the blood bar was undeniably present above the colossal Zongzi. Little did he know that this immense Zongzi's corpse had been preserved in a unique manner and stored within a coffin. It only transformed into a zombie after someone had opened the coffin and triggered a response from the human essence. After all, this was a mechanism of the 7-star suspicion coffin, and not merely a resting place for the deceased. In truth, it had simply been a long time since the body had been stored, and the actual duration of its transformation into a zombie was relatively brief. Had it not been for the death of that foreigner, it was likely that this great Zongzi would possess even less strength. The Zongzi leapt out of the coffin, completely disregarding the foreigner upon its back. As Yang Bo observed the Zongzi approaching him step by step, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. This Zongzi actually walks instead of leaps. Could it be that Zongzi and zombies are entirely different entities? However, both are supernatural beings that arise post-mortem due to an excess of yin energy in the corpse. This predicament was a result of Yang Bo's insufficient study. As in his recollection, all zombies were of the leaping variety, which are also the most numerous. Nevertheless, the Zongzi belongs to the walking zombie category, which, while less common, certainly exists. Additionally, Bai Gu Jing from Journey to the West can also be classified as a zombie. In Yang Bo's hand, the iron spear danced with a fierce vigor, followed by a rapid sequence of Thompson submachine gun fire. The bullets, after all, cost nothing. Why not employ them? At close range, a barrage of bullets struck the head of the colossal Zongzi, reducing its health from 700 points to a mere 50. In the next moment, the blazing iron spear traced a graceful arc, striking the giant Zongzi's head with a resounding thud. The Zongzi, having lost all its vitality, was sent flying backward. 72 scrap metal, 1 skull crusher, 1 serrated blade, 1 automatic weapon manual. Some experience points soared from the Zongzi into Yang Bo's being. Yet he refrained from hastily allocating them. Instead, he intended to save up a bit to enhance his strength and primary skills in the art of Mozhang Taoism. Alternatively, he contemplated inscribing the strength and fire arrow enchantment onto his pipe machine gun, though this was merely a fleeting thought should an AK-47 assault rifle drop. The pipe machine gun would be relegated to gathering dust in his inventory. He retrieved the automatic weapon manual from his backpack, reciting its use in his mind. The book promised a 10% increase in damage for automatic weapons. This was promising. Once he ascended to the M60, that added damage would surely manifest. With a bone knife in hand, he approached the fallen Zongzi and crouched beside it. A swift cut yielded 3 bones and 2 rotten flesh. The Zongzi and the foreigner's corpse swiftly vanished from sight. Gazing at the remaining stone sarcophagi, Yang Bo hesitated momentarily before extracting a diamond pickaxe from his backpack. Among the 7 sarcophagi, only 1 held any value. The other 6 were mere facades, filled with traps or the same kind of Zongzi he had just dispatched. Chapter 66. My encounters with the corpse toad. Thud, thud. Yang Bo lifted his shield while wielding a diamond pickaxe, striking it against the stone sarcophagus. With a resounding thud, the lid vanished. A surge of black mist billowed forth from within the coffin, and as Yang Bo drew nearer, he found himself afflicted by a poison debuff. Retreating a few steps, he swiftly consumed some milk, and the poison debuff in his status bar dissipated as if melting away like snow. It seemed that the poison inflicted a 5-fold damage effect. Was his health not akin to when it was at 20 points? Yang Bo felt somewhat helpless. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. If it were still identical to the original version, it would undoubtedly be too harsh on those negative buffs. The noxious gas permeated the air within the tomb. It remained uncertain whether it was due to the toxin or perhaps a newfound resilience in his body. But he continued to breathe normally without exhibiting any signs of poisoning. Approaching the coffin, he found nothing inside. He proceeded to the next sarcophagus, once again striking the lid down with force. This time, however, there were no traps or mechanisms. Instead, he discovered an ordinary skeletal frame lying within. The passage of time had reduced the clothing of the corpse to tattered remnants, yet several gold and silver ornaments, along with jade, had remarkably endured. Could this possibly be the main coffin? The allure of the gold and silver trinkets paled in comparison to the intrigue presented by the skeletal remains. Cautiously, he prodded the bones with a bone knife. 2 bones. As Yang Bo gazed at the prompt before him, an uncanny realization dawned upon him. His extraordinary ability might resemble that of a notorious figure from folklore, capable of extracting even the most skeletal remains. Although he had only acquired bones, he thought, since he was already here, he might as well proceed. With a swift motion, the skeletal form vanished without a trace. The gold, silver, and jewels he gathered would surely merit a thorough cleansing before presenting them to his master for a blessing. He casually tossed the treasures into his backpack, lamenting the space they consumed. Had he known, he would have opted for a suitcase instead. In the realm he inhabited, the backpack slots operated in such a manner that a suitcase occupied 1 slot, yet a suitcase brimming with jewels also claimed a slot. Just as he prepared to open the 3rd coffin, he noticed a figure stealthily emerging from the recesses of the tomb, cautiously curling up in the corner. This individual sported a ceramic pot atop his head, which had 2 openings perfectly aligned for his eyes to survey the surroundings. Without uttering a word, he silently fixed his gaze upon Yang Bo, a portly thief, aligned with the lineage of tomb raiders known as the Magan Jiaowei. Yang Bo disregarded him and forcefully kicked open the 3rd coffin. The man was taken aback by Yang Bo's audacity and immediately turned to flee, for he had been here before and was well aware of the ominous nature of these stone coffins. At that moment, a figure abruptly sat up from within the coffin, its bark-like skin riddled with cracks. Its eye sockets were devoid of eyes, leaving only 2 dark voids. As it rose, it twisted its body and extended its stiff arms. Lunging rapidly towards Yang Bo, were he an ordinary individual, he would likely have been seized and dragged into the coffin, meeting the same fate as the previous foreigner. Alas, Yang Bo was no ordinary man. Gripping his iron spear, he executed a sweeping strike upon the creature's head, engulfing it in a surge of flames. Perhaps due to the creature's 4-fold weakness to fire, its vitality diminished rapidly upon ignition. To encounter me is somewhat fortuitous. Today, I shall grant you release. With a graceful leap, he delivered a powerful strike that landed heavily atop the zombie's head, resulting in a critical blow. The creature's life force plummeted to a mere 1/3. The zombie's defenses were formidable, but had it been Ling Huchong, he would likely have already been buried beneath the earth. Yangbo muttered to himself. Taking advantage of the momentary paralysis of the creature, he forcefully jabbed at its head, causing the lifeless body to crash heavily to the ground, and the surging flames extinguished in an instant. A vibrant green experience orb soared into his being. Not bad at all. To arrive and already claim 2 zombies. It's simply delightful. As he disassembled the corpse, Yangbo's gaze shifted to the remaining 4 coffins. He opened them one by one. Inside, he discovered crossbows, toxic gas, and a large zongzi. Among the 7 stone coffins, 3 contained specially crafted zongzi, 2 housed poisonous gas, and 1 contained crossbows. After dispatching the newly awakened zongzi, Yangbo could not suppress a disdainful spittle, exclaiming, "How impoverished." This tomb had been visited by countless tomb raiders. Some had lost their lives here. Yet others had left with the valuable burial items from the tomb above. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed from outside the tomb, and several figures holding mining lamps entered, none other than Wu Xie and Zhang Qiling's group. Yangbo merely cast a glance at the other party before retracing his steps along the path they had initially taken. Wu Xie and the others remained silent as they observed his departure, though Wu Sanqing's brow furrowed at the sight of the 7 open coffins. What on earth is happening? These 7-star doubtful coffins have been forcefully breached? The primary purpose of the 7-star doubtful coffins was to conceal the most significant main coffin within. If grave robbers recklessly opened them, it would essentially be a death sentence. However, given the current situation, all 7 stone coffins had been forcibly opened. He felt a sensation akin to encountering a formidable player in a game, one who had activated a powerful ability. Pansy, go check the ear chamber for anything else. Upon seeing Yangbo, Pansy felt a familiar discomfort rising within him. Hearing Sanye's call, he reluctantly set aside his desire for revenge against Yangbo and replied, "All right, Sanye." The group then commenced their exploration of the treasures within the tomb. Meanwhile, Yangbo was consulting a minimap, cycling in search of the entrance to the true 7-star Lu Wang Palace tomb. The owner of this tomb was indeed unfortunate. Who could have anticipated that even after death, his resting place would be used as a disguise? Before long, Yangbo stowed his bicycle in his backpack and began to scrutinize his surroundings. His attention was soon drawn to a peculiar stone slab on the wall, distinct from the others. This slab bore no inscriptions or patterns, clearly designed to be pressed. Found it, with joy illuminating his face. He prepared for a reunion with an old friend. As the saying goes, when fellow townsfolk meet, a knife in the back is not uncommon. He opened his backpack, readying his gifts: Molotov cocktails, tubular explosives, a bucket, flint, and a pipe machine gun. Holding the bucket in hand, he pressed his palm against the stone slab, and a mechanical sound echoed from behind the wall. In the next moment, the slab beneath his feet opened up. Yangbo descended directly, landing with a splat into the water below. He swiftly gathered the water around him. The depth of the pit was not profound, and thanks to the acrobatic skills he had acquired, even with a slight delay in landing, he sustained no injuries. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the darkness, prompting Yangbo to secure his torch into the wall. The warm glow dispelled the surrounding shadows. A horde of uncountable corpse beetles. Chapter 67, Rising from the Ashes. The green corpse beetles bore a resemblance to face-hugging parasites, yet their bodies were not fleshy. Instead, they possessed an exoskeleton akin to that of crabs or lobsters. The smaller ones measured merely 1 to 2 centimeters, while the larger ones could reach the size of a basin. However, Yangbo was aware that these were not the largest. The most formidable among them could feast upon human corpses with their ghastly mandibles. These creatures were typically scavengers, yet their fervent charge suggested a greater interest in him, a living being. A Molotov cocktail materialized in his hand, the rag igniting spontaneously, roasting corpse beetles. Upon realizing he had traversed into the world of tomb raiding notes, the first thought that crossed Yangbo's mind was of these little fiends. The burning bottle arced gracefully through the air, landing amidst the swarm of beetles. A crisp shatter echoed as flames erupted in the confined space, incinerating countless small corpse beetles instantly. Their cacophonous cries were unbearable. Only those larger than the size of a palm managed to escape the inferno. With a bang, a basin-sized corpse beetle met its demise at the end of Yangbo's firearm, several colorful experience orbs bursting forth. Yet, there were no drops from the smaller beetles. Was this discrimination? Did the little beetles not possess life? They yielded nothing upon death. The disparity between the experience orbs swirling in his mind and the reality was stark. Fortunately, there were numerous beetles larger than a palm. They valiantly surged out from the flames, but their brief escape resulted in only a fraction of their life force being consumed by the fire. Yangbo hurled 2 more Molotov cocktails, then raised his iron pipe rifle, aiming at the largest and most resilient beetles. The sound of gunfire resonated, and his level ascended rapidly, enhancing Mao Shantao's techniques. As soon as he amassed enough experience, Yangbo allocated points directly to his skills to avoid wastage. The corpse beetles exhibited a profound fear of fire. Those within the tomb retreated, too intimidated to advance, with some even turning to flee. Don't run. In a moment of desperation, a stick of dynamite was launched. As the fuse emitted its faint crackling, the beetles hastened their escape. Boom. The violent explosion sent all beetles within the vicinity flying. He mentally recited, and the experience he had just earned at level 32 vanished in an instant. The Maoshan Taoist techniques leveled up to level 6. And Yang Bo sensed a heightened acuity in his perception of the energy surrounding him, alongside a significant boost in his magical growth. Yang Bo gazed at the fleeing corpses of the undead, a flicker of discontent crossing his visage. Could the monk escape while the temple remained untouched? If his memory served him correctly, the Corpse King resided within the last of the living dead. Eliminating the Corpse King would incite the ordinary undead to pursue him relentlessly. If these undead were mere mortals, even with Molotov cocktails, they would surely perish at their hands. Molotov cocktails are not a panacea, especially since they consume oxygen. In such a confined space, employing a standard Molotov cocktail would likely lead to suffocation before the undead could be incinerated. Approaching the largest of the undead, he unsheathed his bone knife and thrust it forward. Yet, nothing transpired. Was this creature so resilient? Surely, it should yield at least a couple of bones, alas. It appeared devoid of any. Yang Bo carefully stowed away the bone dagger, recognizing that it held no value, rendering his lingering there meaningless. He promptly abandoned the remains of the corpses and approached a human body within the tomb passage. Observing the lifeless figure with eyes wide open in eternal slumber, Yang Bo could only shake his head slightly. To dare to disturb a grave was to prepare for the possibility of meeting one's own demise within. The act of tomb raiding, after all, represented an age-old contest between the long-deceased owner of the tomb and the grave robber, transcending the bounds of time. Victory meant claiming all, defeat resulted in the forfeiture of life. Yang Bo gazed at the bulging pockets of the individual before him, from which he retrieved a wallet and a ticket for the station's storage. Beyond these items, the figure possessed no other valuables. Dispose of the body. He opened the minimap, revealing 2 paths for departure. One led to a series of concealed doors nestled within the wall, while the other was a narrow, uncharted passage. The alternative of fleeing through the stone path was hardly a choice at all. Yang Bo was primarily focused on pursuing those corpse beetles, unwilling to let this opportunity for experience slip away. With an iron spear serving as a torch, he ventured towards the stone path, where the ground was littered with beetle remains, leaving him no choice but to tread upon their carcasses. The sound of their bodies exploding underfoot sent shivers down his spine, as green slime splattered in all directions. Despite the multitude of corpse beetles he encountered earlier without feeling repulsed, he now found this swarm utterly revolting. This is intolerable. I must clear out more of them, he resolved, pressing deeper into the stone corridor. Suddenly, a beetle the size of a basin leaped down from the ceiling, evidently intent on sampling his flesh. However, with his gaze fixed on the red dot on his minimap, Yang Bo was far from susceptible to such a stealthy assault. His iron spear transformed into a mere blur as it skewered the creature. With a sharp squeal, the beetle writhed for a moment before falling silent, prompting him to flick its carcass off the spear. With a size like that, don't presume to be clever. Learn from this one, he remarked, lifting his foot to crush a smaller beetle that was laboriously crawling towards him. Just then, a sudden, pained whisper echoed from behind him. So soon? Yang Bo shook his head and pressed on, yet he discovered that the corpses seemed to have vanished. No, they had concealed themselves. Yang Bo stood before a stone wall, and through a small map, he could discern a vivid crimson hue beyond it. It was evident that a multitude of corpses lay concealed behind, though he remained oblivious to how they had managed to burrow their way in. Yang Bo forcefully thrust the iron spear into the ground. With a resounding crash, the stone slab shattered, and the spear stood upright, serving as a torch. Drawing forth a diamond pickaxe, he exclaimed, "Little cuties, Johnny has arrived." Thud, thud, thud. The corpses behind the stone wall began to stir, and with a loud bang, a 1-1 opening emerged. Simultaneously, a Molotov cocktail was hurled inside. Boom. The screams of the corpses echoed incessantly. Yet, it was insufficient. Yang Bo decisively opted for the most destructive of the tubular explosives and hurled it into the breach, deftly sealing the gap with stones. Accompanied by a dull explosion, he observed a wisp of smoke emerging from the ceiling of the stone corridor. It seems there is a fissure above, he mused. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the remaining red dots on the minimap began to scatter in disarray. He promptly excavated the breach once more, and experience orb surged forth, swiftly entering Yang Bo's body. Agility points were awarded. Yang Bo felt that his speed was somewhat sluggish, so he contemplated enhancing it for a moment. At the instant when the level dissipated, he sensed that all the moving entities around him became sluggish, as if time had been slowed down. However, this sensation swiftly reverted to normal. Yang Bo had previously experienced a similar sensation, though it was not as pronounced as this time. Chapter 68, The Great Battle with the Blood Corpses. The space behind the stone wall was not a peculiar secret chamber, but rather an ordinary crevice. Such a phenomenon after a millennium was hardly surprising. Currently, it was filled with numerous corpses of varying sizes. Yang Bo gazed into the depths of the fissure. There should still be more within, but it will likely become increasingly narrow the further I go. The smaller bodies held little value, while the larger ones could not be maneuvered through. Thus, Yang Bo resolutely abandoned the idea of forcing his way in, sealing the entrance before continuing onward. Along the way, he encountered only sporadic corpses, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. It was Wu Xie, Zhang Qiling, Pan Zi, and another rather plump individual. The condition of the group was far from favorable, Zhang Qiling appeared ragged, his body riddled with wounds, his garments soaked in crimson blood. The others fared slightly better, though they too bore the marks of weariness. Pansy limped noticeably, evidently having injured his leg. "You all are quite quick," Zhang Qiling remarked. His expression unyielding as he inquired, "Did you slay those corpses ahead?" "Indeed, those corpses have significantly contributed to my cultivation." Yang Bo surveyed Zhang Qiling with a bemused smile. Inquiring if the blood corpse had indeed escaped from the stone coffin, he had intended to seek it out one final time. Upon hearing of the blood corpse, Zhang Qiling's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the blood corpse, devoid of any martial ethics, would emerge from the sarcophagus. Had Yang Bo been privy to his thoughts, he would have earnestly advised him, only the deceased blood corpses are the true blood corpses. Extending his hand, he extracted the iron spear wedged within the fissures of the stone slab, directing his gaze towards the 4 companions behind him. The blood corpse was vociferously pursuing them, exclaiming, "Die, die, die." Zhang Qiling's ears twitched, and his countenance changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "It's gaining on us. We must flee." With that, Zhang Qiling sprinted past Yang Bo, while Wu Xie, with great effort, hoisted Pansy and followed suit. Casting a glance back at the plodding figure of the rotund man, he shouted, "Aren't you going to run? Are you waiting for death?" The rotund man hesitated for a moment before finally joining the chase. But as he passed Yang Bo, he respectfully remarked, "Young master, I perceive you are extraordinary, yet that blood corpse is exceedingly formidable." Yang Bo couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the portly man's words. This fellow must have secretly witnessed him annihilate those enormous rice dumplings at the 7 Stars' suspicious coffin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted in such a manner. He waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Let's hurry along. I shall hold that fellow off." Yang Bo retrieved several yellow talismans from his backpack and affixed them to his body, the surrounding malevolent energy being utterly dispelled by the power of the exorcism talismans. He then produced a strength talisman, a diamond talisman, and a lightness talisman. Casting a glance at the blue talisman nestled within his bag, he hesitated, deeming it unworthy to utilize against the blood corpse. "Upon my return, I shall endeavor to learn some formations," he mused. As a bold and audacious idea emerged in his mind, a plan of absolute madness. The rotund companion, upon hearing his words, clasped his hands and said, "Young master, I shall take my leave first. May we meet again." With a surprisingly nimble agility, his plump figure darted past Yang Bo. Yang Bo shook his head in resignation. The croaking sounds of the creature drew nearer, accompanied by a nauseating stench of blood that wafted from the darkness of the stone path. The rhythmic sound of gunfire echoed as a series of bullets pierced the gloom. Rather than waiting passively, Yang Bo grasped his iron spear and machine gun, charging into the shadows. Before long, he encountered the so-called blood corpse, its body devoid of skin, continuously oozing crimson fluid, leaving a trail of bloody footprints as it lunged toward him with alarming speed. Yet, Yang Bo could only think it needed more practice. To have bled after so many years of death is decidedly unscientific. He mused, a touch of irony lacing his words, particularly coming from one as unscientific as he. Within this brief interval, the machine gun had swiftly reloaded, and he aimed it at the advancing blood corpse before pulling the trigger. The metallic storm erupted. However, to Yang Bo's astonishment, a bullet struck the creature's head and passed through with remarkable ease. -10, -10, -10. A full magazine of 25 rounds had only deducted 250 points from the blood corpse's life, and that was even with a headshot. What the hell? Yang Bo could not contain himself and uttered a curse. The defense of this creature was virtually non-existent, akin to an organization composed of water. In the face of bullets, which possessed penetrating capabilities, it exhibited an astonishing resilience. The blood corpse's movement showed no signs of hesitation as it continued to charge towards him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Bo brandished the iron spear in his hand and charged forward. No wonder a fully armed team of Tomb Raiders in Tomb Raider notes could not deal with this creature. Bang! The blood corpse moved with remarkable speed. However, Yang Bo, empowered by a lightness talisman, surpassed it. This time, rather than foolishly thrusting forward, he swung the spear with the force of a baseball bat, striking the blood corpse squarely on the head. Bang! The crimson skull shattered under the impact. -67. Upon seeing this number, Yang Bo swiftly retreated, the claws of the blood corpse grazing perilously close to his body. This blood corpse is indeed formidable. A peculiar sound emanated from within the blood corpse. "Enough of your nonsense. If you have the capability, come at me." Yang Bo's somewhat youthful voice echoed along the stone path as the blood corpse threatened to drain every drop of blood from him. As a Taoist priest, Yang Bo would not indulge such a creature. He immediately raised his slender middle finger. He then drew out a submachine gun, aiming it once more at the blood corpse. Since reason would not prevail, he decided to employ the arts of Taoism. While pulling the trigger, he conjured 2 yellow talismans. With urgency, he commanded, "Grant clemency." The 2 talismans transformed into fireballs the size of fists, hurtling toward the blood corpse. Bang! The creature's cries altered in pitch. -88, -88 fourfold weak fire. Upon witnessing this, Yang Bo couldn't help but chuckle. If you were a quadruple weak ice, I would be at a loss, but if you are merely weak fire, then I must apologize. With that, 2 yellow talismans manifested in his hands. Activating them, 2 fireballs soared forth. -90, -90. A flaming vial was hurled. exploding with a resounding boom and engulfing the blood corpse, a cascade of numbers erupting above its head. The blood corpse, possessing rudimentary intelligence, immediately turned to flee. Flee? Is this a place where one can come and go as they please? The blood corpse cackled. Is this your tomb? Huh. Will it respond to your call? Without hesitation, Yang Bo set off in pursuit of the blood corpse, knowing that the fire damage from the vial had a significant restraining effect on it. Yang Bo dashed forward with a few swift strides, brandishing his iron spear and relentlessly thrusting it into the back of the blood corpse, not seeking to inflict damage but rather to ignite a burning effect. Soon, the flames enveloping the blood corpse surged with increased ferocity. Do not flee. Allow this humble monk to caress your head and impart the secrets to eternal life, he uttered, as he swiftly closed the distance to the blood corpse. Leaping up and placing his hand upon its newly regrown head, he whispered softly, "Thunder technique, heart lightning." A resounding hum echoed as electric sparks radiated outward. The power of heart lightning escalated with each utilization, akin to the accrual of proficiency. This phenomenon was not exclusive to Yang Bo. Other Taoists adept in heart lightning experienced the same growth. However, their practice paled in comparison to Yang Bo's, as the replenishment of their magical energy posed a significant constraint. As his magical energy rapidly dwindled, the blood corpse trembled violently, its health bar depleting akin to a dam bursting forth. With a resounding crash, the blood corpse succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any intention to move. Its flesh rapidly withered at an unnaturally accelerated pace. Not so. He brandished a bone dagger, swiftly stabbing it into the corpse. 3 bones, 2 decayed flesh, 1 fat. Thanks to Yang Bo's desperate measures with the bone dagger, the blood corpse left behind a dozen bones and some decayed flesh before disintegrating into dust. There were no heights. Yang Bo gazed at his exquisitely pale hands, where faint arcs of electricity danced. With the current potency of his palm thunder, he could easily vanquish a blood corpse. However, should his master uncle arrive, with the formidable force of his lightning thunder fist, he might very well upheave this world's grand tomb. Presently, Yang Bo's palm thunder possesses limited lethality. Most critically, it necessitates direct contact with the target. In contrast, Master Uncle's lightning thunder fist has transcended into the realm of mastery, allowing him to strike with a range extending over several meters. It was akin to a top-tier champion with an attack range of 550. After dispatching the blood corpse, Yang Bo hefted his iron spear and set forth once more. Throughout his journey, he encountered not even a single corpse insect, nor any minuscule creatures, prompting him to lament. This sealed bottle is akin to a humanoid insect repellent. Is the Zhang family's blood truly this potent? Perhaps I should collect some to bring back for my master's research. The tomb passage, shrouded in darkness, seemed interminable, its eerie silence leading one to ponder whether they had become lost within the crypt. Fortunately, the winding nature of the passage provided some respite from monotony. After approximately 10 minutes, a faint whispering emanated from the depths of the tomb. Yet, as he drew closer, the murmurs faded into silence. Moments later, a voice pierced the darkness. "Young master? Fatty?" Yang Bo responded with a sound, and then a corpulent figure emerged from the darkness. Of course, this stout individual was not as exaggerated as one might imagine. At most, he weighed around 200 pounds. However, such a nimble figure of substantial girth is indeed a rarity. "Young master, your efficiency is unparalleled. That large fellow behind you." Yang Bo found the corpulent man quite amusing and had already devised plans to utilize him in this world. He chuckled, declaring, "The blood corpse has been liberated by me." Upon hearing his words, the hefty man immediately extended his hand and gave a thumbs up, expressing admiration. "You are truly exceptional, a worthy successor of the mountain-moving sect." At that moment, several figures emerged from the darkness. They were Wu Xie, Pan Zi, and Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling fixated his gaze upon him, his tone tinged with a hint of coldness as he inquired, "You have dealt with the blood corpse?" Wu Xie paused, glancing at the sullen oil bottle beside him. To be honest, it was the first time he had heard the usually stoic oil bottle speak with such emotional inflection since their acquaintance. Yang Bo gazed at Zhang Qiling with a cheerful smile, inquiring, "What? Is that blood corpse somehow related to you?" Zhang Qiling's calm eyes finally revealed a flicker of emotion, narrowing slightly as he focused intently on Yang Bo. At that moment, Yang Bo extended his fair hand, and pure white arcs of electricity danced within his palm. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Qiling immediately dismissed all thoughts swirling in his mind, and promptly clasped his hands together, declaring, "I have the honor of meeting you, Taoist. You are indeed a person of discernment." Yang Bo's gaze swept across Zhang Qiling's face, before he grasped the iron spear and traversed past several individuals, delving deeper into the tomb passage. "I am here to accumulate merit. My friends, do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts." With that, Yang Bo vanished around the corner of the tomb passage. The others were momentarily taken aback, until the stout man snapped back to reality and hastily pursued him, calling out, "Taoist, Taoist, wait for me." Wu Xie, intrigued, inquired, "Muffled oil bottle, did you intend to strike that child earlier? And was that an arc of electricity emanating from his hand?" Upon hearing Wu Xie's question, Zhang Qiling replied with an unflinching demeanor, "He is neither a mountain-moving Taoist nor a tomb raider." "Not a mountain-moving Taoist? Then what purpose does a child have in this place?" Zhang Qiling cast him a glance and uttered 4 words: exorcising demons and vanquishing evil. Exorcising demons and vanquishing evil. Wu Xie was rendered speechless. And as he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed Zhang Qiling striding into the darkness. What in the world is going on? The enigmatic muffled oil bottle. The peculiar little Taoist, and where have Uncle 3 and Big Kuei vanished to? Beside him, Pansy sighed and remarked, "This tomb is bustling enough to host a couple of mahjong tables. We should follow suit, for perhaps third uncle is just ahead." The two then proceeded deeper into the tomb passage. Yang Bo glanced at the approaching hefty figure and inquired, "How did you catch up with me?" The rotund man chuckled innocently and replied, "As long as I follow you, Master Dao, I can make it out alive. You are indeed trustworthy. Very well. I shall escort you for a while, but once we depart from the 7 Stars Lu Wang tomb, I require your assistance with a certain matter." The stout fellow patted his chest with a resounding thump, presenting an image of unwavering reliability, and assured, "No problem at all, Master Dao. Rest assured." Yang Bo remained silent as he continued forward. Soon, he reached the end of the tomb passage, where a chasm appeared, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Yet, a refreshing breeze wafted upward from below. "Let us descend," he declared, and with that, he leaped gracefully down the sloped edge of the fracture. "Hey, wait for me, Taoist." The portly man, having survived thus far, demonstrated his own cleverness as he adeptly navigated down the slope, illuminated by the light of the mining lamp, and landed in the burial chamber below. This chamber bore a striking resemblance to the one previously encountered, filled with corpses of the corpse beetles, though here, the ground was devoid of such remains. After Yang Bo leaped down, he promptly opened the small map and soon discovered a passage hidden behind the stone wall. Hearing a commotion behind him, he inquired, "Are you familiar with the 9-headed snake cypress?" The hefty fellow, finally steadying himself, replied, "Taoist. I've encountered the name of the 9-headed snake cypress in ancient texts, but I have never seen one in person. There is one ahead, do be cautious. For I still depend on your assistance, and you must not perish here." "What?" The plump man was somewhat incredulous that this eerie place harbored such legendary flora. He had indeed been rather careless, despite having prepared thoroughly before their venture. Just as he was taken aback, he noticed the young Taoist brandishing a peculiar spear, which he thrust into the ground. A small green hand emerged from a crevice in the wall, an appendage of the 9-headed snake cypress. The vines possessed immense strength. In Yang Bo's current state, being ensnared by such a creature would leave him with little option but to await his demise. The vine with the little hand was severed by Yang Bo, causing the remaining portion to retract into the stone fissure. The unloading mountain sect primarily relies on their keen sense of smell. To maintain their olfactory acuity, they abstain from tobacco, alcohol, and spicy foods. They drive iron probes into the ground, then, upon extraction, sniff the various scents carried up from the earth, discerning whether the subterranean area is hollow or contains wood, brick, or stone based on the tactile sensations encountered during the probing. The mountain movers are known for their solitary conduct, rarely cooperating with others. They often employ preset formations and various handcrafted weapons to deal with zombies. Disguised as Taoists, their attire adds an air of mystery, as their methods resemble trumpet-style tomb raiding, primarily utilizing brute force for excavation. In Chapter 70, titled The Green-Eyed Fox Corpse, as the plump man gazed in astonishment, Yang Bo produced a diamond pickaxe. With a resounding thud, the narrow crevice was widened, and Yang Bo strode boldly inside, prepared to unleash his unrivaled prowess. Regardless of whether it be the corpse toads, zongzi, blood corpses, or the 9-headed snake cypress, he was determined to claim them all. Traversing through the cavern, he soon arrived at the true tomb of King Lu, located within a vast natural cave. As described in the original text, this cavern was approximately the size of a football field, with a large fissure in the ceiling allowing the cold moonlight to filter in, preventing the natural cave from becoming too dim. The surrounding walls were riddled with numerous holes, enough to send shivers down one's spine, as countless corpse toads scuttled in and out of these openings. At the center of this cavern stood the legendary 9-headed snake cypress. This magnificent tree towered at least 30 meters high, its trunk entwined by numerous vines as thick as a human thigh. These vines intertwined, nearly enveloping the trunk entirely. In fact, they were integral parts of the 9-headed snake cypress itself, with countless tendrils cascading down from the crown, swaying like willow branches in the breeze. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yang Bo momentarily lost himself in wonder. So breathtaking. Indeed, it was a testament to nature's extraordinary craftsmanship. At that moment, some of the vines began to creep towards the entrance where he stood, evidently perturbed by Yang Bo's earlier act of severing its tendrils. Yang Bo calculated the distance and, taking 2 cautious steps back, harnessed the momentum of his run to hurl the Molotov cocktail directly at the canopy of the Hydra cypress. However, to his dismay, there was no health bar visible. Instead, a durability value appeared. This indicated that, in his eyes, the Hydra cypress was merely a tree. And even if it possessed the ability to move and kill, it remained a tree nonetheless, a tree with a staggering durability of 5,000 points. How was one to engage with such a formidable entity? Should he simply blow it up? The explosive charges had a remarkably high block damage, capable of inflicting considerable harm upon this tree, yet resorting to such measures would yield no timber in return. Gazing at the flames consuming the trunk, he resolved that one must take risks to attain their desires. Thus, he made the audacious decision to descend and chop it down. Assessing the height from which he would leap, young Bo concluded that the fall would likely not result in significant injury. With the incredulous gaze of his companion, he leaped through the opening and landed on the ground below. Immediately, the creeping vines of the hydra cypress lunged toward him. After all, this hydra cypress was merely a plant, devoid of consciousness, driven solely by instinct to ensnare. Wielding his iron spear, he deftly severed the encroaching vines. Yet their overwhelming numbers rendered his defense futile. Before long, a vine ensnared his leg, and a powerful force yanked him toward the hydra cypress. In a cruel twist of fate, he found himself joining the ranks of the lifeless bodies, both new and old, suspended from the branches of the tree. Little Taoist. The voice of his companion, the portly man, echoed from the cave. Though he yearned to assist, he dared not descend, witnessing the formidable prowess of the little Taoist, who succumbed to the hydra cypress in less than 2 minutes. He feared that even a brief descent would lead him to share the same fate. I'm fine. No need to worry. Wait until the tree falls before you come down. Young Bo discovered that the hydra cypress does not actually consume humans, rather, it captures them to provide sustenance for various sizes of carrion beetles, while it, in turn, requires the excrement of these beetles. This presents a rather intriguing symbiotic relationship. Young Bo did not hastily sever the vines encircling his feet. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the stone platform situated directly beneath the hydra cypress. Upon the platform lay 2 corpses, one of a young woman and the other of a man. The female corpse was draped in a white veil, her eyes gently closed, her countenance remarkably serene. Significantly, there were no signs of decay upon her form, as if she were merely in slumber. The male corpse, on the other hand, donned a bronze mask shaped like a fox's face, his entire body encased in tight-fitting armor. His hands rested upon his chest, clasping a box made of purple gold. Through the eye holes of the bronze mask, young Bo could discern that the eyes of the corpse were, in fact, wide open, with 2 azure orbs fixated intently upon him. Within the 7-star Liu King's palace, the blue-eyed fox corpse possessed the ability to conjure illusions, activated through its gaze, evoking a certain resemblance to the abilities of the Uchiha clan. After a moment of hesitation between studying the corpse of the azure-eyed fox and simply dispatching it, young Bo drew his iron tube machine gun and aimed directly at the lifeless body below, pulling the trigger. The bullet struck the bronze mask with precision, shattering what must have taken an eternity to forge. Subsequently, a series of shots exploded the creature's head. Illusion? I must possess mental fortitude for that. I cannot even learn the visualization technique, and you expect me to succumb to illusions? The body of the azure-eyed fox was indeed lifeless, yet its lingering soul remained coiled within the shell. A volley of bullets obliterated the fox's cranium. For solar panel 5 Molotov cocktail 1 iron axe experience, orbs erupted from the fox's remains, soaring into Young Bo's body. Indeed, those who dabble in the mental arts are quite fragile. However, had the azure-eyed fox been alive, it would have posed a far greater threat to an ordinary person than that of the blood corpse. Opening his backpack, Young Bo beheld the sharp iron axe within. The iron axe in 7 Days to Die bore a striking resemblance to a fire axe in reality, though not identical. This azure-eyed fox is quite considerate. Does it know I intend to chop wood? Quickly severing the resilient vines binding him, Young Bo descended in a free fall, landing with an impressive score of 9. He then propelled himself towards the trunk of the hydra cypress, spotting Zhang Qi Ling standing behind it. You are rather swift. With that, Young Bo enveloped himself in obsidian, effectively shielding himself from the encroaching vines of the hydra cypress. Thud, thud. The sound of chopping wood echoed. Zhang Qi Ling. Thud. Wooden plank 8 plant fiber 1 thud. Thud. In an instant, the quantity of wooden planks in Young Bo's backpack surged, while Zhang Qi Ling stood frozen in astonishment. The hydra cypress flailed its vines frantically, attempting to extract Young Bo from his obsidian cocoon, but its strength was insufficient to breach the obsidian's defenses. It could only sense its vitality waning. Thud. 41, 755, 000. Such durability is truly remarkable. As time passed, Zhang Qi Ling retreated to the cavern wall beside the hydra cypress. At this moment, neither the celestial star rock powder that could counter the hydra cypress nor the bloodline of the Qilin mattered to the creature, which felt itself nearing death. Instinctively, it sought to locate the one inflicting harm upon it. Yet, all it received in response was the rhythmic thud. Minutes later, the hydra cypress's vine-like appendages, resembling a catastrophic serpent, stilled. Then, a cacophony of splintering wood resounded as the 30-meter-tall hydra cypress toppled to the ground. However, its now dead colossal form vanished without a trace. From the crown of the hydra cypress emerged a massive stone sarcophagus, bound in chains, crashing heavily to the earth. Chapter 71. Carrying and moving 32 with 2 hydra cypress seedling. Young Bo observed the prompt that appeared after the final strike. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. A 9-headed hydra cypress seedling. What purpose does this serve? A guardian for tombs? He resolved to study it further upon his return. Young Bo paid no heed to the stone sarcophagus, instead making his way toward the lifeless female form. His interest was not born of desire, but rather from the fact that the corpse was clutching a key within her lips. More intriguingly, this key was adorned with a gem that possessed remarkable preservative qualities, allowing the remains from the Western Zhou dynasty to endure until this day, appearing almost lifelike. Although one could only speculate whether the interior of the body retained the same vitality, the young woman's visage was surprisingly alluring, leaving Yang Bo in a state of astonishment. Could it be that the aesthetic of the Western Zhou bears resemblance to that of the present? Yet, upon recalling that he was within the realm of a novel, this notion became entirely plausible. Approaching her, he extended his hand to gently grasp her delicate face, prying open her lips to reveal a gem-encrusted key nestled within. Yang Bo hesitated slightly. As long as this female corpse sensed the vitality of blood, it could rise and transform into a formidable entity. At that moment, another boss could be summoned. The rotund Taoist priest, with an ingratiating smile, leaped down from the cave, followed closely by Wu Xie and Pan Zi. Upon hearing his voice, Yang Bo felt a stir within and replied with a smile. If I could borrow some blood to awaken this female corpse, I would surely accumulate some merit. Wang Fatzi, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of bemusement and remarked, Dear Taoist, isn't your method of accumulating merit rather unscrupulous? Yang Bo replied with a smile, It's nothing. After eliminating her, the lost virtue will return. Wang Pengzi remarked, The methods of this little Taoist are truly remarkable. I, Wang Pengzi, have witnessed grand spectacles. Yet this visit to the ridiculous Qixing Luoang Palace continues to astonish me, particularly with the little Taoist before me. Taoist, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. He suggested, No, for me, this is indeed a matter of importance. Let us proceed quickly and eliminate her so we can finish early. Good heavens. So you consider entering the tomb akin to a job? Wang Pengzi observed Yang Bo's unwavering determination and refrained from further banter. Moving directly beside him to gaze at the female corpse, he had clearly noticed the key in her mouth. Taoist, if we extract that key, this corpse will be incapacitated. First, let us induce her transformation, eliminate her, and then address the matter of the key. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi drew a dagger and made a slight incision on his fingertip, allowing crimson blood to drip into the corpse's mouth. In an instant, the corpse reacted. Her previously serene expression twisted into a grotesque visage, her once fair skin darkening. A blood bar appeared, its limit steadily rising, 100, 300, 400, until it reached over 500 and then halted. Suddenly, the corpse's eyes snapped open, revealing pupil-less white orbs, as she broke free from Yang Bo's grasp. She extended her hands, seemingly eager for an intimate encounter with Yang Bo. However, in the next moment, a weathered iron pipe machine gun was pressed against her head. Yet, being from the Western show, she was unfamiliar with such lethal artifacts. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of 762 bullets penetrated her skull. Wang Pengzi, who had been ready to flee, turned back upon hearing the gunfire, nearly popping his eyes out in astonishment. Little Taoist, you wield firearms as well? This freshly risen Zongzi cannot withstand a volley of 762, Wang Pengzi exclaimed. In response, Yang Bo chuckled, Marksmanship is also a form of Tao. The trajectory of the bullets is part of the path. It is only natural to possess various skills when venturing outside. Wang Pengzi remained silent, unsure how to respond to such a statement. Yang Bo directly retrieved the key entwined in the deceased woman's mouth. As the abdominal mechanism had long been destroyed due to her resurrection, he extracted a hunting knife graciously bestowed by the corpse, stabbing it into her repeatedly. The hunting knife, a secondary weapon akin to a dagger, boasted a gathering speed far superior to that of a bone knife. After several strikes, the woman vanished, leaving behind only a few scattered remnants and her clothing. Ignoring these trifles, he approached the remains of the azure-eyed fox, primarily drawn by the purple-golden box cradled in its embrace. Yang Bo, even without opening it, was aware of its contents. Thus, he inserted the key into the box and stowed it in his backpack, occupying merely one compartment, a flawless execution of his plan. Taoist, is that box containing the ghost seal? You overestimate it. It merely holds a copper fish with snake-like eyebrows. This trinket is of no use to me. I shall sell it to you once we exit. The rotund fellow felt a surge of delight, watching as Yang Bo once again brandished the blue pickaxe he had previously encountered, stepping towards the stone platform that housed the corpse. Thud, 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 thud. The stone platform was composed of jade, a material of great value to Yang Bo. Fortuitously, this jade platform, akin to the jade door before it, was perceived by his extraordinary ability as a unified entity, with the cracks upon it multiplying. With a resounding bang, the jade platform disintegrated into fallen debris, tumbling into Yang Bo's backpack. Beneath the platform lay a pitch-black opening, where Wu Sanqing and De Kue stood, bewildered, exchanging glances with Yang Bo. Ah, you two exhibit such grace, peering at the female corpse below. TSK, the taste of the 9 gates are quite extraordinary. Upon hearing his teasing remark, Wu Sanqing's expression darkened as he retorted, I merely traversed through the hole. Yang Bo chuckled softly, refraining from uttering a word, and turned directly towards the coffin of King Lushang, where lay objects of considerable interest to him, specifically the jade figurine adorning the corpse. The bronze coffin of King Lushang was cumbersome, and Yang Bo felt little inclination to study it. He swung his pickaxe and struck it with a resounding thud. The crisp echoes reverberated through the cavernous space. Soon, he had forcefully dislodged the outer coffin and stowed it away in his backpack, revealing a splendid jade-inlaid casket within. Ah, a Russian nesting doll, yet one I find delightful, he mused. He struck the jade-inlaid casket again, this time with even greater efficiency, and in mere moments. It too was obediently ensconced in his backpack. Only the innermost painted lacquered wooden coffin remained. Its surface bore the image of a massive tree, with a gaping hole at its center, evidently the gnarled root of the nine-headed serpent cypress. The bronze coffin was supported by numerous skeletons, set within the tree's hollow, while many figures knelt reverently nearby. Just as Yang Bo prepared to exchange his axe to collect the coffin of King Lushang, an excited voice erupted from behind him. Little Taoist. Wait, I can open this. Although he was uncertain where Yang Bo had transported the previously external coffin, he realized they were nearing the end. And if he remained silent any longer, this descent into the tomb would merely become a sightseeing venture. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, the stout man nodded gently. Very well. It is your turn. He rubbed his hands together and placed them upon the intricately painted wooden coffin, beginning to explore its surface. Soon, a look of delight spread across his face, and with a sudden exertion of strength, a piercing scream erupted from within the coffin. The painted wooden coffin unfurled like a blooming lotus, revealing the corpse inside. At that moment, the corpse abruptly sat up, startling the stout man, who stumbled backward. Yang Bo reached out to steady him, preventing him from falling to the ground. It cannot move. It is a mechanism, he remarked. Chapter 72. The final chapter of the seven-star Liu King's tomb. Upon hearing Yang Bo's explanation, the stout man regained his composure and gazed at the wooden support behind the corpse, exclaiming, "Good heavens! You nearly terrified me to death. I thought the Lushang king had transformed into a giant rice dumpling." Yang Bo smiled silently, gazing at the intricately crafted lacquered coffin resembling a blooming lotus, his heart brimming with emotion. Truly, the world of tomb raiding is unparalleled. Even a mere lacquered coffin is a masterpiece. The rotund companion, observing the corpse ensconced within the coffin, suddenly paled, pointing in terror and exclaiming, "Little Taoist, that thing seems alive." Indeed, it was not merely a semblance, it was alive. This jade figurine possessed the remarkable ability to preserve the corpse from decay and rejuvenate it, rendering it, if not immortal, at least a divine artifact. The question of eternal life remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, Yang Bo was far more intrigued by the underlying principles at play. He reached out, yanking the living corpse aside and tossing it away, before stowing the now lotus-shaped lacquered coffin into his backpack. At that moment, a figure charged towards the corpse, prompting Yang Bo to hurl his iron spear without looking back. With a resounding clash, the spear met Zhang Qiling's ancient black blade. Blessings be upon us. Yang Bo wielded a spear with both hands, unleashing a torrential assault upon Zhang Qiling, leaving him no opportunity to respond. Taoist, my sole intention is to eliminate him. I have no desire to engage with the jade figurine. Zhang Qiling, feeling somewhat troubled, observed that this young Taoist appeared no older than 12 or 13, yet possessed strength surpassing that of an adult. Despite unleashing a barrage of strikes with unwavering intensity, his opponent showed no signs of fatigue. Your skills are indeed impressive. Entrusting this fellow to you poses no issue, but there shall be a price to pay. What price? I wish to study your blood. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiling's expression remained unchanged as he gently nodded and replied, "Very well." With Zhang Qiling's acquiescence, Yang Bo ceased his onslaught. The reason Zhang Qiling yearned to slay this individual was that the jade figurine originally belonged to his family, only to be unearthed by the iron-faced man who had deceived King Lushang. However, in the end, King Lushang fell victim to the iron-faced man's cunning ploy, resulting in an exchange that left the iron-faced man ensconced within the jade figurine. As Yang Bo stepped aside, Zhang Qiling proceeded without hesitation, extending his hand to grasp the iron-faced man's throat. The corpse emitted a sharp cry, quivering uncontrollably. "You have lived long enough. It is time for you to die." Zhang Qiling uttered coldly, then tightened his grip, the sound of bones snapping resonating in the air. In the next moment, the iron-faced man's body convulsed violently, darkening rapidly. Yang Bo stepped forward and gently patted Zhang Qiling, saying, "Please make way, do not squander." With that, he took out his hunting knife and wiped it on the corpse of Time Yanqing. Zhang Qiling remained silent, observing Yang Bo's act of whipping the corpse. However, as the body ultimately vanished, a change of expression crossed his face. Yang Bo, however, paid him no heed. Tossing the jade figurine into his backpack and turning to Zhang Qiling, inquiring about Lushang Wang. Once donned, the jade figurine, if forcibly removed, would transform its wearer into a blood corpse. Thus, within this ancient tomb lay two such entities. One he had vanquished, the ancestor of Zhang Qiling, the original possessor of the jade figurine. The other was Lushang Wang, whose head housed a corpse toad king, if it were to be controlled. The corpse toads within the tomb would recklessly rush forth to eliminate him. Zhang Qiling shook his head and declared, "No, it's a monster." Before he could elaborate, A cacophony erupted in the distance, followed by a series of gunshots. Wu Xie, Pan Zi, and the duo of Wu Sanqing and De Kue, having united, were desperately sprinting towards the three of them. Trailing behind was a blood corpse, its body drenched in crimson. Wu Sanqing clutched a mini submachine gun, pulling the trigger at the blood corpse, yet the bullet seemed utterly ineffective against its form. Help! Yang Bo, unable to bear the sight of others in distress, immediately rushed forward with a gun in one hand and an iron spear in the other. However, Zhang Qiling was not slow either. In an instant, the black gold ancient knife in his hand glided across his palm, bestowing it with an enchantment. Yang Bo merely smiled upon witnessing this. The blood of the Qilin seemed to be not so easily utilized. Despite its abundance, such application could lead to anemia. He produced 2 yellow talismans, reciting incantations before deftly tossing 2 fireballs that soared forth, striking the blood corpse. This interruption momentarily halted the creature's movements, leaving it standing in place, seemingly perplexed and uncertain whether to flee. At that moment, a barrage of bullets struck its head with precision. This act provoked the blood corpse into a furious charge towards Yang Bo, disregarding Wu Xie and the others. Zhang Qiling brandished his black gold ancient sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Yang Bo. This blood corpse, transformed from the king of Lushang, was an adversary of his ancestors. As the black gold sword sliced through the blood corpse's form, a wisp of green smoke emerged from its body, and a remarkable reaction occurred at the wound where Zhang Qiling's blood met the blood corpse's essence. For the blood corpse, Zhang Qiling's blood was akin to sulfuric acid. Yang Bo glanced up at the fissure in the cave ceiling through which the sky was visible. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to stow away the lightning talisman that his master had drawn. What he truly needed was the Corpse King. If a bolt of heavenly lightning were to strike, it was uncertain whether the blood corpse would survive. However, the Corpse King would undoubtedly face annihilation. With Zhang Qiling's cooperation, the blood corpse had no capacity for retaliation, suffering throughout the encounter under the relentless assault from the two of them. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Ultimately, under the force of a fire talisman cast by Yang Bo, the blood corpse collapsed onto the ground. Stand back. Yang Bo retrieved a glass vial from the realm of Minecraft and hurried to the side of the blood corpse, observing the pulsating, crimson dome atop its head. He swiftly pressed the glass bottle against it. In the next moment, a blood-red corpse beetle emerged from the head of the blood corpse, crawling into the vial. Could this be the corpse beetle king? A grave expression appeared on Wu Sanqing's face, for he understood that should this king perish, the corpse beetles within the ancient tomb would descend into utter madness. Yang Bo securely sealed the bottle and held the vibrant crimson corpse toad king before him, shaking it lightly with a smile. Though this little creature may not be large, its venom is immensely potent, and indeed, it has earned the title of corpse toad king. Truly, one cannot judge a corpse by its appearance. In the original narrative, the Kue merely made contact with this corpse toad king and was swiftly overwhelmed by the corpse poison, which spread throughout his body in mere seconds. Truly a harrowing experience. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from the walls of the natural cavern, as countless corpse toads emerged from the crevices. Their target was me. But do take care of yourselves as well. With that, Yang Bo dashed towards the wall, clutching the glass bottle containing the corpse toad king. Simultaneously, incendiary bottles flew from his hands. Bang, bang, bang. Fiery flames erupted. Chapter 73, The 3 Sacred Tomes. In a hotel room in Quan City, Wang Fatty was diligently pouring tea for Yang Bo, his demeanor one of utmost attentiveness. Master, please enjoy your tea. Yang Bo sat on the sofa, lifted his teacup, and took a sip, casually stating, I do not take apprentices, thank you. Wang Ponzi was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and said, Little Taoist, I do not seek to become your disciple. I will sell you the items, just be patient for a moment. First, assist me in handling some goods to earn a bit of money. Upon hearing about the goods, Wang Ponzi's eyes instantly sparkled, and rubbing his hands together, he inquired eagerly, Little Taoist, what kind of items? Gold, came the unhurried reply from Yang Bo. Wang Ponzi was utterly astonished that Yang Bo intended to deal with gold, as he believed such transactions were beyond his capacity. After all, the prices were quite evident. Observing his expression, Yang Bo leisurely added 2 words, several tons. Wang Ponzi promptly sank back onto the sofa. It was not that he doubted Yang Bo's words, for he recognized Yang Bo as a person of genuine skill. Without mentioning anything else, the mere ability to manipulate objects within his sleeves was sufficient for this young Taoist to amass great wealth. Wang Ponzi wiped the smile off his face, his expression turning serious as he asked, Little Taoist, what do you intend to do with so much gold? He then placed the teacup on the coffee table. Yang Bo solemnly stated, Let me put it this way. I need to purchase everything. Although, given my current capabilities, I could resort to theft or robbery to acquire the items I require. I have been contemplating that selling some gold to make these purchases would be more prudent. I need to acquire books. After all, how much could a few books possibly cost? I, Wang Ponzi, will procure them for you. But what if it amounts to hundreds of thousands of volumes? Additionally, I require various industrial equipment, including steel production machinery, mechanical processing tools, cement equipment, and even assorted crop seeds. In essence, I need everything you can think of. Wang Pengzi, upon hearing this request, instantly wilted, his voice tinged with a whimper, Xiao Daoi. If it were merely a matter of a few million, I could manage that for you, but your demands amount to billions. I fear that after I make these purchases, I may only be able to visit you in prison. There's no need to rush, Yang Bo reassured him. One must eat a meal one bite at a time. And a journey is taken step by step. For now, procure 3 books for me. The Manual for Barefoot Doctors, the Militia Training Manual, and the Dual-Use Talent Guide. Please start with 20 copies of each. As for the industrial equipment, there is no hurry. I have yet to establish the framework on my end. Yang Bo has already made up his mind. Upon his return, he will promptly establish the city, acquire land for the construction of factories, and employ skilled workers discreetly to transport them to Australia. Since they will be working in enclosed facilities, there is no need to worry about exposure. Although it may seem peculiar to climb ladders for commuting, he is confident that as long as the wages are reasonable, the workers will convince themselves. Additionally, please provide me with a list of high-yield crops suitable for cultivation in Australia, along with a detailed ecological map of Australia and a distribution map of its mineral resources. The more comprehensive, the better. Yang Bo retrieved the exquisite purple gold box containing the snake-eyed copper fish from his backpack and placed it upon the tea table. He first twisted the key atop it to unlock the box, subsequently detaching the precious corpse ornament from the key and tossing it into his backpack. Nonchalantly, he tossed it to Wang Pengzi, remarking, "The password is 02200059. This box is truly remarkable, a password box from the Western Zhou dynasty. Consider it a gift. It is not befitting to have someone toil without offering a reward. Even the strongest of bonds may fray with time." And the relationship between him and Wang Pengzi was hardly robust. Wang Pengzi sprang up from the sofa, his face alight with joy as he cradled the purple gold box, exclaiming, "Little Taoist, this item is too precious. You wish to part with it? How could I refuse a gift from you?" Possessing considerable experience, Wang Pengzi's large hands eagerly explored the purple gold box. With a firm twist, he activated several intricate mechanisms, following the password provided by Yang Bo. The wooden box sprang open, revealing the snake-eyed copper fish within. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Wang Pengzi quickly tucked the snake-eyed copper fish into his pocket. "Little Taoist, shall I answer the door?" "Yes, it is Wu Sanqing and his companions," replied Yang Bo. Wang Pengzi nodded and opened the guest room door, revealing Wu Sanqing, Wu Xie, and Pansy standing outside. It appeared that De Kuei had been ousted from their inner circle, which was to be expected after descending into the tomb. De Kuei had proven to be of little use beyond his greed. "What brings you 3 here?" Yang Bo inquired. Wu Sanqing smiled and said, "We have come to pay our respects to the little Taoist." "Pengzi, let them in," Yang Bo instructed. "Certainly," Wang Pengzi responded, stepping aside to allow Wu Sanqing and the others to enter. With a click, he closed the guest room door and returned to the room. "Little Taoist," Wu Sanqing began, his gaze sweeping over the now open purple gold box on the tea table. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Bo raised his hand to interrupt. "The jade figurine is destined for me. I cannot relinquish it to you. Moreover, there is little of value within the Qixing Lu Wang tomb. Aside from the jade figurine, the only other significant treasure is the bronze ding. If you feel unsatisfied with your findings, you may return to retrieve the bronze ding." Wu Sanqing replied. "That bronze ding may be valuable, but they must be able to carry it. We merely wish to witness it," he added. Yang Bo extended his finger towards the stout man and said, "If you have any thoughts, just ask him." Wang Pengzi, displaying a sense of straightforwardness, showed no hesitation as he produced the serpent brow bronze fish from his pocket and declared, "This box contains but this one item." Upon seeing the serpent brow bronze fish, Wu Sanqing's pupils contracted sharply, as if he had encountered something astounding. However, being a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Is there only a single bronze fish?" Yang Bo gazed at Wu Sanqing with a smile, saying, "The snake-eyed bronze fish and the sea tomb. Do I need to elaborate further?" "Wu Sanqing, you come here to broaden your horizons, but keep your secrets hidden?" Wu Sanqing's expression shifted numerous times before he finally sighed and replied, "The young Taoist truly is a master." He then reached into his backpack and retrieved an item. The moment the others, aside from Yang Bo, laid eyes on it, their faces changed dramatically. Wu Xie, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Uncle San, how do you possess such a thing?" What Wu Sanqing produced was a bronze fish identical to the one in Fatty's hands, albeit his was covered in verdigris. Wu Sanqing proceeded to recount the origins of this snake-eyed bronze fish, and the others listened intently. Although Yang Bo was already acquainted with the subsequent events, hearing them from the individual involved was an entirely different experience. "Fatty, you should first attend to the matters I assigned to you. I've calculated that soon you'll need to journey to the South China Sea. To be frank, you, Wu Xie, and Zhang Qiling, that is to say, the mute oil bottle, share an exceptionally deep bond among the 3 of you." "How could that be possible?" Wu Xie exclaimed, looking at Fatty, who had deceived him multiple times within the 7-star Lu Wang tomb. "How could there possibly be a bond between them?" Yang Bo smiled without saying much, merely directing his gaze towards Wu Sanqing and remarked, "Reflect on your first journey to Hainan. Was there not a silent oil bottle among the group?" Wu Sanqing's complexion paled before dawning with a look of realization as he exclaimed, I understand. I comprehend. Little Taoist, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Where are you headed, Uncle San? You and Pansy should return to the inn. I must make another trip to the Shisha Islands immediately. With that, Wu Sanqing exited the room without a backward glance, leaving Wu Xie and Pansy in a state of bewilderment. Fatty, you should also prepare. In a few days, someone will come to summon you to explore the Shisha tomb. What? How does this fat man always seem to know everything? One would think he was involved in something else entirely. Chapter 74. Urban Development Ideas. The following day, in the suburban vicinity of Tianjin, within a quaint two-story courtyard residence, Yang Bo found great satisfaction with the property. To be fair, real estate in 2003 was indeed quite affordable, particularly in such remote areas. However, he was temporarily classified as a non-resident in this world, necessitating that the two-story building be registered under the name of Wang Pengzi. Fatty, I shall remember this favor. Little Taoist, you are too kind. Yang Bo did not elaborate further. Instead, he retrieved several talismans from his backpack and handed them to Wang Pengzi. Take these exorcism talismans. When you encounter malevolent entities, use a drop of your fingertip blood on them. You can either affix them to yourself or to the entities. That sounds splendid. Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he accepted the talismans. Master, I shall not impose any longer. I must return to Beijing to attend to some matters. Very well. Go ahead. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will arrange for someone to be on guard here. Simply instruct them to summon me. Understood. With that, Wang Pengzi turned and departed. Yang Bo surveyed the courtyard with a faint smile before making his way into the two-story building. The room was stark and devoid of any furniture, truly embodying the old adage that even a rat would depart in tears. He ascended directly to the second floor, retrieved a ladder from his backpack, and leaned it against the wall, extending it to the rooftop. Then, Yang Bo began his ascent up the ladder. As his head neared the ceiling, his figure suddenly vanished without a trace. This was within the underground mine of West Lake in Hangzhou. Alas, in this cavernous realm, there was no alternative. Yang Bo had no choice but to continue climbing the ladder along the wall towards the world of the undead. He had just returned to the cultivation base. Yang Bo spotted his master, Uncle Gio, who was preparing to return to the ancestral hall. And he couldn't help but call out excitedly, Master. Upon hearing the voice, Uncle Gio turned around, concern mingling with reproach in his gaze as he asked, Where have you been these past few days? I searched everywhere for you. Despite Yang Bo's remarkable abilities, in Uncle Gio's eyes, he remained merely a 12-year-old child. Yang Bo reached out and scratched his head, saying, Well, I recently ventured into a tomb. In an instant, the expression on Uncle Gio's face darkened slightly. He had thought his apprentice was relatively easygoing, but unbeknownst to him, Yang Bo had embarked on a significant undertaking. You rascal, with your abilities. You must have found the burial items within the tomb beneath your notice, right? It is imperative to understand that tomb raiding is a transgression against the principles of virtue. Observing Uncle Gio's demeanor, Yang Bo recognized that his master was genuinely concerned for him. He promptly smiled and produced a preserved gemstone he had pilfered from the Qixing Lu Wang tomb. This remarkable gem absorbs the spiritual essence from the air to nourish the physical form, which explains its capacity to prevent corpses from decaying. However, since the body no longer possesses a soul, the spiritual essence can merely sustain the corpse. The moment the gem is removed, the body will rapidly wither and age. Master, take a look at this. It is a treasure capable of preserving a corpse for over 2 millennia. In the ordinary world, there exist jade ornaments. But these are merely symbolic, often placed in the mouth of the deceased. After the Han Dynasty, they were carved into the shape of cicadas, utterly incapable of ensuring a corpse's immortality for a millennium. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio's gaze fell upon the gemstone in Yang Bo's hand, and he inquired, Did you retrieve this from the mouth of the corpse? Yang Bo leaned closer to Master Gio, revealing an expression akin to that of a treasure bearer, and said, That corpse has been deceased for 2 millennia, yet it appears as if it is merely slumbering. Master, do take a moment to feel it. This object possesses the remarkable ability to absorb spiritual energy autonomously, albeit rather slowly. Autonomously absorbing spiritual energy. Slowly. My dear disciple, are you aware of the implications of your words? Master Gio, undeterred by the fact that this item was extracted from a corpse, reflected on his daily encounters with the deceased. What had he not witnessed? He extended his hand to receive the bead, and his expression transformed into one of profound astonishment. How can this be? A mere piece of jade possesses such capabilities? Indeed, this object was indeed absorbing spiritual energy at a gradual pace, and it had the curious capacity to reciprocate through physical contact with its bearer. This is rather uncanny. You truly retrieved this from a tomb? Yang Bo nodded gently, then took out the jade figurine. In truth, the efficacy of this jade figurine pales in comparison to that of the bead. However, the sheer quantity of jade figurines makes up for it, as one bead's effect is roughly equivalent to that of 3 jade pieces. Nevertheless, the entire jade figurine comprises hundreds of pieces. Upon seeing the obsidian jade figurine, Uncle Gio furrowed his brow and remarked, "This object is steeped in malevolent energy." Previously, within the cavern, he had encountered blood corpses, corpse toads, and the ominous aura emanating from the tomb itself. Yet he had failed to detect the aura surrounding the jade figurine. However, upon its emergence, the malevolent energy radiating from the jade figurine caused the temperature in the vicinity to drop several degrees. Upon hearing this, Yangbo promptly retrieved a talisman from his backpack, chanting a spell as he affixed it to the jade figurine. In an instant, the yellow talisman turned to ash. Observing this, Jioshu also produced several talismans from his robes, placing them upon the jade figure. The magical force continuously purged the malevolent energy from the jade, and gradually, the once pitch-black surface began to lighten. After the two of them had cast dozens of talismans, the figurine transformed into a pure white hue, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. At that moment, it was evident to anyone merely glancing at it that this was indeed a treasure. In the underground plantation of the ancestral hall, the atmosphere became somewhat stagnant as the master and disciple gazed silently at the jade figurine. After a brief pause, Jioshu broke the silence. "Next time you venture into a tomb, bring me along. I possess some understanding of feng shui and formations. The principle of discerning the right spot may be delayed, but it shall never be absent." Upon hearing the words of his master, Yangbo momentarily set aside the matter of the jade figurine and promptly produced the Australian map that he had asked the chubby fellow to procure. "Master, behold this map of Australia," he exclaimed. As Jioshu gazed upon the remarkably detailed map in Yangbo's hands, he felt a sense of disbelief. After all, the first satellite in the world would not be launched until 1957. Prior to that, the accuracy of maps had significant discrepancies, not to mention during the Republican era. Yangbo produced a pen and marked a rough location on the map, saying, "Master, our current base in Australia is right here." It was evident that this place was a wind corridor, flanked by plateaus on both sides. He pointed to the plateau where he had previously dug a trench and then looked at Jioshu with eager anticipation, saying, "Master, I am now prepared to construct a city. Please lend your wisdom and design an appropriate geomantic formation. I will then build the city according to your design." Jioshu, upon hearing this, nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He shot a glare at Yangbo and replied, "You make it sound so simple, boy. Are you trying to wear me out? The geomantic formation is not something that can be haphazardly imposed. It requires meticulous on-site investigation and the possession of treasures capable of suppressing the formation's focal points." Suddenly, two grand jade doors and a jade platform appeared in the clearing of the planting base. "Master, do you think these jade pieces are suitable for carving into magical instruments to serve as focal points for the formation?" Jioshu immediately recognized the origin of these items and remarked, "The main entrance of the tomb. The jade platform that houses the corpse. Are you telling me you've brought back the coffin of the tomb's owner, you little rascal?" Yangbo deliberately feigned a look of surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, master, you can deduce this?" Uncle Gio replied, Chapter 75, "We must steal from two teachers." As dusk approached, the peculiar rustling sound emerged while digging through soil, sand, and gravel with a shovel. Initially, this noise might be bothersome, but once one becomes accustomed to it, one will discover that it is remarkably soothing. Yangbo continued to implement the plans devised by Uncle Gio, excavating ventilation passages on the plateau. This endeavor not only had the potential to transform the ecological environment, but also promised an abundance of essential materials. Casting a glance at the unyielding experience bar, Yangbo sighed and reflected, "Indeed, it is far easier to slip from frugality into extravagance than to descend from luxury into simplicity. How did I find myself pondering those wretched creatures again?" He raised his gaze to the sky and rummaged through his backpack to retrieve an off-road vehicle. Having traversed back to 2003, acquiring an off-road vehicle should pose no issue. With a determined hand, he opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, straining to depress the clutch and shift gears. Damn, my height is a predicament. Compared to the vehicles in my world of 7 Days to Die, the machines of reality seem rather inferior. Whether it be mining carts, boats, or motorcycles, all were effortlessly controlled by thought, devoid of the strenuous need to press the accelerator. Moreover, there was no concern for bumps and scrapes. As long as durability did not reach zero, they remained intact. As for mining carts and boats, alas, they possessed no durability whatsoever. Driving along a paved road, he sped towards the city. By the time he returned, night had fully enveloped the sky, but the city itself shone brightly with lights, as some citizens wandered the streets of the new metropolis. For those whom Yangbo had purchased during this period, life had become a true indulgence, even if it meant toiling for 10 hours each day. Upon seeing his vehicle, the crowd parted, whispering amongst themselves. "Young master, he back again. Do you think he'll crash into a wall this time? Shoo, are you seeking death? Be careful lest the young master sell you back. But he crashed yesterday and the day before. Surely today will be no different. Enough of that. Let us go buy something to eat and grab a bottle of wine. It's my treat today. What's the matter? Aren't you saving to redeem yourself?" The questioned individual regarded him with a look of incredulity, retorting, "Redeem myself? The very mention of those words irks me to no end." Speak again, and I shan't hesitate to turn against you. What a joke. A servant who is fed, housed, and paid for labor, redeem myself? You must be out of your mind. In the central position of the city, the Grand Council chamber was aglow with light, its soft illumination filtering through the windows. Yang Bo executed a graceful drift, bringing his vehicle to a smooth halt at the entrance of the assembly hall, precisely in his designated parking space. Indeed, the enlarged dimensions of this parking spot ensured he would not collide with the walls. He alighted from the car and strode towards the hall, where several individuals were busily engaged in their tasks. Upon his arrival, they paused their work, bowing respectfully as they greeted him, "Young master." "Yes, continue with your duties. Additionally, please ensure the population statistics are prepared. I will procure it tomorrow, and you will create identification cards for them then." A machine for printing store membership cards was deemed sufficient for the current low population, as he jested. Is there truly anyone in Deming capable of imitation? Having surveyed the area and confirmed its order, he departed from the assembly hall, heading towards a modest three-story building on the outskirts of the city. This dwelling was home to Wang Bai and the children he had been seeking. Upon entering the courtyard before the building, he observed a group of adolescents gathered around a large table, chattering animatedly. At that moment, Wang Bai emerged from the building, cradling an enormous watermelon, almost a cubic meter in size, as he approached the table. "Time for watermelon. After you finish, you must diligently practice." The children's eyes sparkled at the sight of the watermelon. For them, it represented a rare and delightful treat. "Understood, Uncle Wang." "No problem, Uncle Wang." One of the older children stood up, producing a long knife as he approached Wang Bai, saying, "Uncle Wang, allow me to assist." "Very well, Xiao Wu. Please slice the watermelon and share it among these little rascals." A radiant smile adorned Wang Bai's face, his gaze towards the children imbued with affection. At this moment, Yang Bo entered the courtyard and called out to Wang Bai. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Bai promptly approached and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Young master." The children, displaying their obedience, also rose and echoed, "Young master." "Well done," Yang Bo replied. "Enjoy your watermelon. To bring me a piece later. Now, come on, Lao Wang. Let us retreat indoors for a conversation." Yang Bo walked towards the interior of the three-story building with his hands clasped behind his back. The stone room exuded a sense of antiquity, even though it was newly constructed, carrying with it a weight of history. He settled onto the fabric sofa. This furniture belonged to the world of 7 Days to Die, crafted solely from wooden planks, nails, and scraps of cloth. Essentially, the sofas utilized by nearly everyone were products of his creation. However, they required monetary expenditure for acquisition. Yang Bo provides basic housing and bedding, ensuring that food is sufficient to stave off hunger. However, any desire for improvement comes at a cost. As long as one earns a decent income, extraordinary pleasures can be enjoyed here, women excluded. Nevertheless, Yang Bo has already begun planning to purchase a brothel, as occasional indulgence can significantly alleviate the immense pressures faced by men. Engaging in skilled labor yields similar effects, though frequent encounters can be detrimental to one's health. Wang Bai lifted the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Yang Bo before settling onto the sofa. "Old Wang, how are the children faring?" Their innate qualities are all above average, with two possessing exceptional talent. After sipping his tea, Yang Bo reclined casually, remarking, "With your presence among these children, can you truly be assertive when absorbing their inner energy?" Wang Bai's expression subtly shifted, yet he remained silent. Yang Bo smiled and said, "Old Wang, let us not forget our original purpose. In comparison to a life fraught with uncertainty and lacking basic necessities, the existence we now offer them is beyond their wildest imagination. It is akin to labor. However, they expend their inner strength while ordinary people exert physical effort." He leaned closer to Wang Bai, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "All right, no need to overthink it." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Wang Bai finally lifted his head and replied, "No, young master. Those children, upon learning they could exchange inner strength for money, have been fervently training as if driven mad. Coupled with the precious purple gold ginseng you provided, I fear." Upon hearing this, Yang Bo felt a sense of embarrassment. He had intended to persuade Wang Bai, urging him to relinquish his mental burdens. However, given the current circumstances, it became evident that he had no understanding of the profound suffering endured by the common people at the lowest echelons of the Ming dynasty. "Fear? What is it that you fear? Speak to me. My subordinates possess meager talents, and I dread that in just one more year, the speed at which these children cultivate their internal energy will surpass my own capacity to absorb it." Yang Bo gently patted Wang Bai's shoulder and inquired, "Is this even comprehensible? You must exert greater effort. Even when absorbing similar internal energies, it requires a gradual process. The stellar absorption technique lacks the overwhelming might of the North Sea divine skill that devours the world. To transform it into your own internal power also necessitates time for sedimentation. Aside from this, what other challenges do you face? Seize this opportunity, and I shall assist you in resolving them. From then on, you will be responsible for cultivating and recruiting more displaced citizens." Wang Bai pondered for a moment and replied, "Literacy, These children do not recognize characters, and I am scarcely familiar with a few myself. I cannot comprehend the techniques you provide, and thus, I must engage someone to narrate them to us. Indeed, this poses a significant issue. I shall devise a way to recruit some teachers to establish evening classes. Chapter 76. Master Shi Jian in the seaside villa, within the study. Yang Bo sat on the chair, engrossed in perusing the barefoot doctor manual in his hands. This book is a veritable compendium of medical knowledge, richly illustrated and comprehensive. It covers a wide range of topics, from common ailments such as coughs and vomiting to complex cardiovascular diseases and cancers. It encompasses disease prevention techniques for mosquitoes and flies, as well as protective measures against nuclear and biochemical weapons. From acupuncture and herbal remedies to commonly used Western medications, it leaves no stone unturned. Its clarity, simplicity, and practical effectiveness make it accessible, even to someone like Yang Bo, who had never previously encountered such information, relying solely on the content documented within its pages. Yang Bo harbored a desire to find someone to practice his skills on, as a ray of sunlight ascended from the ocean. How lamentable it is to meet too late. He returned the book to the shelf. Its contents were entirely in simplified characters. Although some simplified characters existed at that time, they constituted only a minuscule fraction, while the majority remained in traditional form. It seemed necessary to enlist someone specializing in historical literature to transcribe a traditional version. However, in the world of tomb raiding notes, as long as one possesses wealth, transforming it into traditional script or even hiring someone to meticulously handwrite a copy would pose no problem. Though the population was sparse at present, it was imperative to prepare for medical personnel. Otherwise, accommodating the influx of refugees would become an issue. These refugees, uprooted from their homes, often suffered from various ailments due to harsh conditions. Even if he could procure modern medicines, it would merely address superficial symptoms, necessitating the establishment of his own medical team. He retrieved a map from his backpack, unfurling it upon the table to examine the marked locations of various mineral deposits. His gaze lingered on the nearest iron mine to the city, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Once the refugees arrive, we can directly exploit the iron mine. But I must find a way to acquire mining equipment. Truly, I am in dire need of both funds and manpower. Despite the vast potential of his advantageous position, he felt overwhelmed, wishing he could simply recruit all the recent graduates from Tsinghua and Peking University. Rising from his seat, he departed the room, heading towards the guest quarters. He knocked gently on the door, and immediately, the voice of Uncle Gio resonated from within. Come in. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo opened the door and entered. He found Uncle Gio standing before the wall, his gaze fixed on a map, one hand clutching a notebook while the other was engaged in calculations. The once black hair now bore streaks of white, prompting Yang Bo to approach quickly and say, Master, please take a break. There is no rush. If necessary, I can offer a handsome sum to invite everyone from Maoshan here. Upon hearing his words, Uncle Gio's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he replied, It is impossible to summon everyone from Maoshan. However, Master Qianhe and Master Simu can indeed be invited, and my Uncle Zhang could also come. Uncle Zhang has devoted his life to the study of formations and feng shui. Having him oversee the construction of this extraordinary formation would pose no issue. Uncle Zhang, the master's uncle? Maoshan possesses such a treasure? Yet, before Yang Bo could fully express his excitement, his expression shifted to one of concern as he inquired, Master, can such a distinguished figure be summoned with money? Uncle Gio displayed a rare smile, exuding confidence as he replied, Money alone is insufficient, but he pointed to the map on the wall, which depicted a rudimentary outline of the Seven Stars formation. As long as you convey the function and proportions of this formation to your Uncle Zhang, he will surely come running with provisions in hand. Yang Bo gazed at his master's demeanor, which exuded an air of nonchalance, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is master truly this ruthless? Could this be a beauty trap? Yet, it was not the beauty that was being plotted, but rather the scheme itself. Master, this matter is inappropriate. As your disciple, I should at least be provided with meals. At the foot of Mount Mao, Yang Bo and Uncle Gio surveyed the stone steps leading up the mountain. Master, we have finally arrived. Mount Mao is located in the southwestern region of Jiangsu Province, while Rinjia Town is situated in Fujian Province, necessitating a crossing through Zhejiang Province. Therefore, Yang Bo and Uncle Gio opted to take a boat from the port to Mount Mao. Although this route was somewhat longer, it proved to be significantly swifter. Uncle Gio gazed at Mount Mao, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features as he remarked, It has been at least 3 years since I last returned. I practiced my cultivation under Master's guidance since childhood. As they conversed and walked, they eventually reached the gates of Mount Mao. Compared to the later 5 scenic areas, the current Mount Mao appeared rather dilapidated. Most structures had been ravaged by warfare during the late Qing dynasty, and after the chaos, the once grand Mount Mao was left with merely a few main halls and side chambers, along with scattered makeshift buildings. According to Uncle Gio, the situation at the ancestral home of Mount Mao, particularly in the northern area, was even more dire. At that moment, a young Taoist in a robe approached them and inquired, Who are you? What brings you to our Mount Mao? Uncle Gio appeared momentarily dazed. reminiscent of a child returning home after a long absence. He promptly bowed and introduced himself. I am Lin Jiao, the 39th disciple of Mao Mao. May I ask your name? Upon hearing Uncle Jiao's name, the young Taoist immediately bowed and replied, I greet you, Master Uncle Lin. I am Su Yun, the 40th generation disciple of Mao Mao. Uncle Jiao nodded gently, assessing the young man before him, who had striking features and a charming appearance, and smiled. Master nephew. Your master is Master Shijian. Ah, so you are the disciple of my senior brother. Upon hearing Shijian's name, Uncle Jiao asked, Is your master on the mountain? Yes, Master Uncle, Su Yun replied. Master is currently giving a lecture. I will take you there. Very well, Uncle Jiao responded. Following Su Yun as they made their way toward the side hall of the Mao Mao sect. There were not many individuals on the mountain. At most, there were around 100 people. Many, like Uncle Jiao, had descended the mountain to engage with the world, providing protection or traveling to enhance their cultivation. Su Yun halted at the entrance of the side hall and said to Uncle Jiao, Master Uncle, I will inform Master. All right, go ahead, Uncle Jiao replied. As Su Yun entered the side hall, Uncle Jiao turned to Yang Bo, who was gazing around, and cautioned, when you meet your master uncle, remember to maintain proper etiquette. He values decorum and is rather strict. Oh, little Jiao, do you truly perceive your senior brother in such a manner? Just then, Master Shijian strode out of the side hall with an imposing presence, exuding a significant aura even in silence. If Uncle Jiao appeared expressionless, then Shijian emanated an air of authority that suggested he might bestow the method of longevity upon anyone daring enough to approach. Upon seeing Shijian, Uncle Jiao immediately became obedient and respectfully bowed, saying, Master Brother Lin Jiao pays his respects to you. In my heart, aside from Master, you are the one I hold in the highest esteem. Hearing this, Yang Bo was profoundly astounded. Master, how can you, with your thick brows and large eyes, flatter so? Subsequently, Yang Bo also performed the bow of a junior, respectfully stating, I am Yang Bo, Master Nephew, and I greet you, Master Uncle. He refrained from speaking out of turn, for who knew what taboos Shijian might harbor. Lin Jiao, is this the little disciple you took in recently? Shijian inquired as he approached Uncle Jiao, his gaze roaming over Yang Bo. You must not indulge this child as you did your other two disciples. He is a fine seedling. Allowing him to indulge in frivolities will ultimately bring you trouble. Uncle Jiao found himself unable to refute this. After all, he had watched Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai grow up, and how could he not pamper his own disciple? Alas, it was too late to be strict now. What could he do but raise him as he was? After all, he was his own disciple. You speak wisely, Master Brother, Shijian nodded, then waved his robe dramatically, commanding, follow me. Uncle Jiao and Yang Bo trailed behind Shijian to another side hall, where Shijian confidently took a seat at the main position and said, Sit down, little Jiao, and tell me why you have returned this time. Uncle Jiao took a seat while Yang Bo stood behind him. Master Brother, I have returned to invite Master Zhang Qingyun to come out of seclusion. Upon hearing this, Shijian's expression darkened, and he fixed a piercing gaze on Uncle Jiao, asking sternly, Master, he is of advanced age and is currently in seclusion, studying formations. Unless it is a matter of great importance, do not disturb him. In essence, this meant that Master Zhang was too old to endure the hardships of travel. Inviting him down the mountain would be easy, but returning him could prove challenging. Uncle Jiao immediately countered, Master Brother, allow me to meet with Master. Let him decide. If he declines, I shall leave at once. Upon hearing Uncle Jiao's words, a hint of a smile broke through Shijian's stern visage. It seems you, Lin Jiao, are well prepared this time. Since childhood, you have been close to Simo and Qianhe, yet they have always led you into trouble while following you around. At that moment, a figure entered the side hall, carrying a tray laden with pastries and tea. Master Uncle, you must be weary from your journey. Please enjoy some tea and refreshments. The young man's cheerful demeanor was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Master Brother, it has been 2 years since we last met. Master Nephew Xiao Jian has also grown into a remarkable young man. Upon hearing the name of Xiao Jian, Yang Bo instinctively turned his gaze towards Xiao Jian, and his eyes brightened at the sight. Xiao Jian presented a rather appealing appearance, albeit with a somewhat unconventional hairstyle. Long bangs obscured one eye, leaving one to wonder if the infamous evil king's true eye lay hidden behind. The mischievous little rascal, Xiao Jian. I never imagined I would truly encounter him. In comparison to the malevolent Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng from the Zombie Supreme, Xiao Jian proved to be far more troublesome. While Jiu Shu had lost his position in the underworld, Xiao Jian had directly caused the demise of his own father. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that Mao Shan belongs to the Orthodox Taoist sect, the Qingxing school, which theoretically allows for marriage and progeny. However, as the senior disciple of Mao Shan, Jian, upon the abdicating of the sect leader, was expected to assume control of the entire Mao Shan lineage. Thus he was required to maintain a vow of celibacy and could not take a wife or father children. Yet, he had secretly broken this vow and fathered a child. Such matters must remain concealed. Consequently, he could only raise Xiao Jian under the guise of a master-disciple relationship, unable to reveal their true paternal bond. Although Xiao Jian himself had never considered disclosing his identity, his actions often bore a hint of audacity. After all, the notion of my father is XX may sound exaggerated in others' narratives, yet for him, it was a stark reality. Upon hearing Jiu praise Shi Xiaojian, the smile on Shi Jian's face deepened, and he remarked, "Ah, this child is too playful, otherwise, his realm could ascend even higher." Yang Bo wished to laugh, yet he resisted the urge despite lacking professional training. Typically, it is those with expertise who find it difficult to contain their amusement. At that moment, Jiu inquired, "Master, have you yet to emerge from seclusion?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu's expression dimmed slightly, and he turned to Yang Bo, saying, "Ah Yang, why don't you take a stroll outside? I need to discuss some matters with your master uncle." Shi Jian then addressed Shi Xiaojian, "Xiaojian, please show your junior brother around Mao Shan. It is his first visit, and as a disciple of Mao Shan, it would be unacceptable for him to be unfamiliar with our sect." "Of course, master," Shi Xiaojian replied with a warm smile, then turned to Yang Bo, "Junior brother, come, I shall take you on a tour." "Thank you, senior brother." Departing from the side hall, Shi Xiaojian dutifully led Yang Bo on a tour of the Mao Shan sect, continually introducing the various locations within the sect. However, Yang Bo could not help but sense a certain air of superiority in Shi Xiaojian's demeanor. Nonetheless, he found nothing particularly amiss. If his own father were the sect leader, he would be equally impressive. Before long, Yang Bo observed a group of children practicing external martial arts in the training ground. Unfortunately, the techniques they were practicing were those that inflicted minimal harm to the body, requiring only a small amount of money for training. To genuinely cultivate them would likely necessitate selling off the entire Mao Shan to afford it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yang Bo's mind. Wait, sell it? If possible, could I buy Mao Shan with my own funds? What is money, after all? Just a mere tool. Once spent, it can always be earned again. I wonder, though, whether the deed to Mao Shan is held by the sect leader or the national government. As he became lost in thought, Shi Xiaojian noticed Yang Bo's rapt attention on the disciples practicing martial arts, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Uninformed, my father mentioned Lin Jiu's exceptional talent. Yet his disciple appears to be lacking. Junior brother, what do you think of their training? As Yang Bo pondered how to inquire about the deed to Mao Shan from Jiu, he instinctively replied to Shi Xiaojian's question, flowery gestures, cough cough. I mean, they look quite impressive and seem formidable. Saying this, he blinked his large, watery eyes at Shi Xiaojian, conveying a look that urged him to believe him. However, Shi Xiaojian's expression darkened noticeably. He had never been so openly dismissed in Mao Shan before. Is that so? Flowery gestures, junior brother? It seems master uncle has taught you some true skills. I must see this for myself. Yang Bo, realizing he had misspoken, widened his eyes in disbelief at Shi Xiaojian's response, and without waiting for a reaction, he dashed toward the side hall where his master was. Master, master, Shi Xiaojian, taken aback, thought, did he really just say that? Upon hearing the commotion, Jiu promptly emerged from the side hall, glancing at the flustered Yang Bo and instinctively asked, have you caused trouble? Surely, he mused, the child hasn't he gone to disturb the ancestral graves in the back mountain? Has he? I haven't he caused trouble. It's just that senior brother is preparing for a duel with his disciple. Shi Xiaojian, who had followed closely behind, stood in shock. Did I say that? You cannot slander me like this. Master uncle, my nephew merely wished to observe how junior brother practices his external skills. Yang Bo cast a glance at Shi Xiaojian and remarked, senior brother, your tone was not quite like that just now. Shi Xiaojian retorted, you rascal. At that moment, Shi Jian emerged from the side hall with a stern expression, stating, Xiaojian, you must not act recklessly. Your junior brother is merely 12 years old. What if he gets hurt? Uncle Jiu was not naive either. However, he could only acquiesce to the senior brother's words, adding, senior brother, do not be too harsh on Xiaojian. My little disciple is quite whimsical and playfully torments his two senior brothers every day. Yang Bo, master, how have you also taken to slandering others? Chapter 78, a change of tactics? Such deception? Junior brother, I apologize. My tone was somewhat harsh just now. I did not expect that Shi Xiaojian would be so adaptable, feeling a bit embarrassed in front of his own father. And thus he stepped forward to sincerely apologize to Yang Bo. Yang Bo was a reasonable individual. He immediately grasped the corner of Jiu robe and said, Shi Xiaojian, it is merely my sensitivity. Master forbids me from fighting outside, stating that my skills are too formidable and could easily injure others. He placed the blame squarely on Jiu, who quickly realized that his young disciple was provoking Shi Xiaojian. Yang, enough of that. Shi Xiao, I have just returned. I must first pay my respects to our grandmaster. With that, he took Yang Bo by the hand and headed towards the Mao Shan Grand Hall. Shi Jian shot a glare at his son and remarked, Xiaojian, you are no longer a child. Think more carefully when you speak and act. Master, that Shi disciple claimed that our teachings are merely flashy and ineffective. I could not contain my indignation and expressed a desire to witness his skills. And the child simply ran away, Shi Xiaojian lamented, feeling quite wronged and akin to a mute suffering in silence. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian narrowed his eyes and replied, Shitty should indeed impart better lessons. Such behavior at such a young age is unacceptable. I shall soon have a word with your Shu. As for Yang Bo, to be honest, both Shi Jian and Shi Shaojian had not taken him seriously. Meanwhile, Jiu Shu led Yang Bo toward the Maoshan main hall, lowering his voice to inquire. What is going on? Yang Bo helplessly shrugged and remarked, this is purely an undeserved calamity. At that moment, I was solely focused on whether the Maoshan land deed was in the hands of the sect leader or the government, and I completely overlooked Brother Shi Shaojian's inquiry regarding the martial prowess of the Maoshan disciples. I candidly responded that it was merely flowery fists and embroidered legs. Brother Shi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stated that he was eager to witness the disciples' skills. The rest, as you already know, unfolded thereafter. Upon hearing Yang Bo's explanation, Uncle Joe's forehead was adorned with several dark lines of exasperation. You rascal, at least you didn't end up beating him. But what on earth are you pondering over the Maoshan land deed? Oh, it's nothing significant. I was merely contemplating whether it would be possible to purchase Maoshan. With a resounding smack, Uncle Gio struck Yang Bo on the back of his head, reprimanding him. You truly are defying the heavens. Maoshan has always been the stronghold of our Maoshan sect. Is it something you can simply buy? Yang Bo, while rubbing the back of his head, remarked, so. This Maoshan has no land deed at all. There is one, but it belongs to a previous dynasty. As they spoke, the master and disciple entered the grand hall of Maoshan, respectfully offering incense to their revered ancestor. Upon leaving the hall, a curious expression appeared on Yang Bo's face as he leaned closer to Uncle Gio and whispered, Master, I have some intriguing gossip to share. Would you like to hear it? What gossip? Yang Bo, glancing around to ensure they were alone, leaned closer to Jiu Shu and whispered, Shi Shaojian is the biological son of Shi Jian Shibua. Jiu Shu immediately halted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Yang Bo and said, Keep this matter to yourself. Hurry and summon your Shi Shu to leave Maoshan. I have a nagging feeling that you are up to something. The illegitimate child of the eldest senior brother, this is a grave issue. If this were to leak out, not only would your eldest senior brother lose his position as the sect leader, but enmity would also be forged. Depart? Master, it may not be that simple. Yang Bo subtly gestured for Jiu Shu to observe the formidable approach of Shi Jian and Shi Shaojian. Jiu Shu felt a twinge of discomfort. He had merely requested his senior uncle to assist him in designing a formation, yet here he was, at odds with his elder brother. However, having recently achieved a breakthrough, he felt a newfound confidence in facing his elder brother. Junior brother, have you finished offering incense? Yes, elder brother. I have completed the offering to our ancestor. Shi Jian nodded gently, and then remarked softly, Junior brother, it has been quite a while since we last met. This is a perfect opportunity for me to assess whether your skills have waned. Elder brother, there is no need for excessive words. It is merely a test. Shi Jian did not afford Jiu Shu any chance for rebuttal. As the elder brother, he wielded the authority to challenge under the pretense of evaluation. Jiu Shu cast a glance at Yang Bo, who appeared to relish the unfolding drama, and resignedly clasped his hands in submission. Since elder brother has spoken, I humbly ask for your mercy. Perhaps out of lingering brotherly affection, they chose the secluded rear mountain of Maoshan for their sparring, with only Shi Shaojian and Yang Bo present as witnesses. In the clearing, Shi Jian's demeanor turned solemn as he lightly stomped his foot, summoning his magical energy, which enveloped him in an aura of unexplainable pressure. With a disdainful gaze directed at Jiu Shu, he declared, Junior brother, you may proceed first. Jiu Shu sighed, Elder brother, I beg your pardon. With that, Jiu Shu formed hand seals, and over a dozen yellow talismans erupted from his backpack, swirling around him, emanating a similar aura. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing Jiu Shu's display, Shi Jian showed no sign of trepidation. Instead, a look of gratification graced his features as he exclaimed, Little Jiu, I did not expect you to take this significant step. It seems you have not squandered the teachings imparted by our master during your time among mortals. Thus, as your elder brother, I must thoroughly evaluate your capabilities. With that, he clapped his hands together, and a flash of lightning appeared between them, the arcs of electricity dancing across Shi Jian's form. Yang Bo was momentarily stunned as he witnessed the Thunder King Shi Jian execute the formidable Lightning Thunder Fist. Even with his external enhancements, he realized that mastering the Palm Thunder to such an extraordinary level as Shi Jian's would likely require no less than 3 to 5 years of dedicated effort. Brother, please enlighten me, he requested. Despite his relatively weaker strength, Ninth Uncle held little concern and deemed it wise to take the initiative, commencing with a yellow talisman as a mark of respect. Upon witnessing the altercation between his master and his grandmaster, Yang Bo stealthily approached his rather unremarkable senior brother and whispered, Senior brother, senior brother. Meanwhile, Shi Shaojian, who was observing the spectacle, felt a sense of exhilaration as he watched his own father overpower Jiu Shu. Suddenly, he heard a voice and turned to see Yang Bo standing beside him. Smiling as he inquired, Junior brother, what is the matter? Yang Bo gazed at the amiable expression on Shi Shaojian's face and, with an innocent smile, remarked, Senior brother, since Master Uncle is instructing our master, would you be so kind as to offer some guidance to your junior? Of course, that poses no issue. I am merely curious as to what you wish to learn, Shi Shaojian replied. Anything will suffice, be it Taoist techniques or martial arts. If I cannot best your father, I certainly cannot best you. Should your father contend with my master, I shall retaliate against you. Shi Shaojian dismissed Yang Bo's words, perceiving them as mere whims of a child. He affectionately ruffled Yang Bo's hair and said, very well, then, come at me, and I shall provide you with some pointers. Understood, senior brother. I shall make my move now. With that, Yang Bo deliberately stepped back 2 paces and bowed to Shi Shaojian. Come forth. Upon finishing his sentence, Shi Shaojian was taken aback as Yang Bo suddenly appeared before him, his tiny fist already aimed at his abdomen. In an instant, Shi Shaojian's expression shifted. Too fast, he thought, just as he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Senior brother, are you all right? Did I strike too hard? Yang Bo, with an innocence that belied his demeanor, assisted Shi Shaojian to his feet. Despite the agony that twisted within him, Shi Shaojian donned a mask of suffering. Yet, upon gazing at Yang Bo's youthful visage, he could only grit his teeth and say, it's nothing, junior brother. I merely lost my train of thought for a moment. Please allow me a moment to rest. Taking a couple of deep breaths, the pain in his abdomen began to subside slightly. His gaze fell upon his father, who had already breached the defenses of Uncle Gio and was now exerting unilateral dominance, filling him with renewed confidence. Junior brother, come forth. Suddenly, Shi Shaojian felt a sharp pain in his kidneys and curled up on the ground, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Why didn't I use the Vajra talismans? Why didn't I use the Vajra talismans? Senior brother, are you planning to rest a bit longer? Even Shi Shaojian, despite his usual navet, now realized this little rascal was merely pretending to be a fool while hiding his true prowess. With this understanding, he took a moment to gather himself, rose from the ground, and directly invoked the Vajra spell and the mighty spell to empower himself. Junior brother, I beseech you to listen. Upon looking up, he saw that Yang Bo had already affixed 4 or 5 yellow talismans to himself, including the mighty talisman, Vajra talisman, lightness talisman, and vitality talisman. Most egregiously, there was even a talisman for dispelling evil that was utterly useless against humans. Senior brother, I seek your guidance. Wait, hold on. Yang Bo naturally would not grant Shi Shaojian any opportunity, propelling himself directly towards him with force. The 3rd-level boxing skills began to manifest, various close combat techniques surfacing in his mind. In Shi Shaojian's incredulous gaze, Yang Bo produced a silence talisman and affixed it to him. Senior brother, do guide your junior in the art of hand-to-hand combat. The pain was excruciating, yes sir. Despite the protective barrier of the diamond talisman, Shi Shaojian felt overwhelming agony coursing through his body. He opened his mouth to cry for help, yet no sound emerged. Meanwhile, the senior brother was educating Jiu and, catching a glimpse of his son instructing his own disciple, felt a sense of satisfaction. My son truly embodies the essence of a senior brother. However, upon a closer look, he realized something was amiss. His son appeared to be on the receiving end of a beating. With a swift motion, he sent Jiu staggering back. All right, Xiaojio, that will suffice for today. With that, he strode purposefully towards Shi Shaojian, where Yang Bo was employing childlike tactics, stepping on Shi Shaojian's toes. Due to the diamond talisman, a gentle pressure would not suffice to break them, yet the pain was undeniable. Stop it. Shi Jian approached with a concerned expression. Yang Bo, being a compliant individual, promptly retreated 2 steps and bowed to Shi Jian, saying, Master uncle, I did not intend to disturb you while senior brother was instructing his disciple. No harm done. As Shi Jian reached Shi Shaojian's side, he noticed his son bore no visible injuries, and his demeanor slightly softened. But why are you crying, Xiaojian? Upon seeing the silence talisman on his son, several black lines of exasperation appeared on his forehead. After removing the talisman, he admonished, Master, be quiet. You simply lack skill. Return and train diligently. While Shi Jian could still reason with Shi Shaojian when he was alive, now that he had passed, it was clear. Right and wrong I no longer wish to explain. May heaven and earth share the same fate. Holding the silence talisman, he regarded the approaching Lin Jiu with a calm tone, saying, Junior brother, you have indeed taken on a commendable disciple. Jiu immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of humility, feeling somewhat ashamed. Master brother, the child is still young and naive, yet his heart brimmed with joy, thinking, in the future, as you guide me, I shall have my disciple guide your son. Enough now, Xiaojio, you should go see Master Zhang. With that, Shi Jian led the visibly distressed Shi Shaojian towards the sect's residence. Once they departed, Jiu face immediately lit up with a smile as he addressed Yang Bo. Well done. Master, are you all right? I'm fine. A few shocks won't kill me. Yang Bo gazed at the resolute Jiu with admiration, acknowledging his firm demeanor. Following closely behind Jiu along the familiar mountain path, they spent some time before finally encountering the revered Shi Zhu mentioned by his master. The elder sported a short, stiff mustache shaped like a character from a bygone era, with deep-set hazel eyes and a wild mane of gray hair. Beneath his aged visage, a warm smile graced his face. Feng Jiao, what brings you to visit this old man all of a sudden? Yang Bo swiftly glanced at the bookshelf in the room, which was adorned with an array of Taoist texts and works on feng shui, betraying an air of ignorance. Uncle Jiu respectfully inclined his body and said, Master uncle, my disciple wishes to invite you out of seclusion. Out of seclusion? Master Uncle Zhang shook his head with a resigned smile and remarked, Feng Jiao, I am of advanced age, and it is unlikely I have more than a couple of years left. If I were to descend the mountain with you, I fear I may not return. Uncle Gio decisively retrieved a wooden box from his satchel and placed it upon the table, then unfolded a map beside it. He pressed the map down with a nearby book before opening the wooden box to reveal a prized purple gold ginseng. Master Uncle, this is a century-old purple gold ginseng, he declared. The elder, stroking his beard, felt a tremor in his withered hand upon hearing this, causing him to pluck several strands of his beard. Purple gold ginseng? And a century old, at that? Master Uncle Zhang began to ponder what his disciple truly intended, considering the extraordinary gift. Could it be that he had offended someone and sought his assistance in avenging a grievance? If that were the case, it would indeed be reasonable. A single century-old purple gold ginseng could sustain him for at least another decade. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey, he finally conceded. Uncle Gio smiled serenely and replied, Master Uncle, please wait a moment. Do take a look at this map first. Upon hearing this, Master Uncle Zhang turned his gaze to the map, squinting for quite some time before finally asking, Disciple, my eyesight has dimmed. What sort of map is depicted here? Yang Bo nearly stumbled, exclaiming, Master Ancestor, you should have mentioned your presbyopia earlier. Seeing you so engrossed, I thought you had already begun devising the formation in your mind. Jioshu chuckled, your disciple plans to establish a city. A city? The Master Ancestor felt as though his ears had deceived him, only to hear Jioshu continue. However, this impudent lad is rather fanciful, intending to construct the city directly upon a formation as its foundation. He aims for an expanse of 2,000 hectares, approximately 133 square kilometers. Such a grand formation is beyond your disciple's grasp, which is why he has come to request your assistance. The old man widened his eyes, then, exhibiting agility unbefitting his age, swiftly dashed into the inner room. Moments later, he emerged, burdened by a package. Neglecting even the precious purple gold ginseng on the table, and grasped Jioshu's arm, urging, while I still have 2 years to live, let us hasten there. This was precisely what Jioshu had anticipated. A master who had dedicated his life to the study of formations. Upon hearing of the opportunity to engage with such a high-level formation, could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 80. Discussing finances is utterly crass in the room. Jioshu spoke with utmost seriousness, Master Ancestor, after you embark on this journey, you may not return. Misinterpreting Jioshu's words, the Master Ancestor assumed he was implying his advanced age and the lengthy duration of the project, fearing he might not make it back. If what you say is true, then even if I were to perish there, it would be worth it. Upon hearing the Master Ancestor's response, Jioshu cast a knowing glance at Yang Bo and said, Master Ancestor, please hold on for a moment. Yang Bo gently nodded, turned, and left the room. He surveyed the surroundings until he found a suitable spot to extract his diamond shovel and began to dig into the earth. Within a few minutes, a transit station emerged amidst the Maoshan landscape. Climbing out from underground, he called towards the house, Master, please bring the granduncle over. The granduncle, with a small bundle on his back and several books tucked under his arm, arrived at the underground entrance with the assistance of Jioshu. Gazing at the opening that led below, he murmured, I do not recall there being a cavern here. Granduncle, come down and you shall see for yourself, Yang Bo replied. With Jioshu's careful aid, the granduncle finally set foot on the soil of Australia. Observing the vast plains before him and the citizens clearing away the surrounding weeds and trees, he was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Who would have thought, at this ripe age, I could partake in such endeavors? Alas, if only it had been a few years earlier. At least I might have witnessed the activation of the formation. Yang Bo chuckled softly. Wanna die? Just wait until I dismantle the jade figurine and fashion it into a cloak for you. Even in death, I must retrieve your spirit and keep you around for a few more years. Uncle Gio, oblivious to Yang Bo's subversive thoughts, supported his elder uncle and said, Yang, I will take my uncle to the office to discuss the array. Could you possibly procure a pair of glasses for him? No problem, I will take care of it, Yang Bo replied. He also needed to attend to some matters in the tomb raiding world, and through the underground transit station, he reappeared in the 2-story building of Tianjin Wei. First, I shall purchase several pairs of reading glasses, along with a hydroelectric generator. If he were an ordinary traveler, he would need to develop agriculture and animal husbandry vigorously before delving into mining and the primitive steel-making era. However, he could bypass these tedious steps and directly generate electricity to enter a modernized production phase. Yet, a dilemma arose. Glancing at his youthful palms, Yang Bo sighed. Indeed, my age complicates everything. At the tender age of 12, even if he wandered into a police station, the officers would not demand identification. They would merely inquire if he had lost his way. Yet, this very age now hindered his ambitions, leaving him with few options but to resort to kidnapping or robbing various resources. As dusk settled in the tomb raiding world, the streetlights outside illuminated through the somewhat dilapidated glass windows. Perhaps I can charm a few naive and idealistic university students, he mused. In this era, university students were still considered the elite, each nurturing dreams. Unfortunately, it was now 2003, and the number of undergraduates in ordinary institutions had surpassed 10 million. Once these students entered society after the new year, they would face the harsh realities of life. Refuse to work? There are plenty of others who will. Thus began the relentless cycle of competition. Surveying the vacant room, young Bo contemplated, even if I do not reside here, I must tidy up and renovate. The previous owner had been ruthless, seemingly intent on stripping the walls bare. Leaving the small courtyard, he walked along the narrow path. Upon reaching the main road, he noticed a significant increase in pedestrians. As he strolled, he scrutinized the surrounding shops. There's a hardware store. I shall buy the glasses there and return later. To someone like young Bo, who traversed ancient times, a hardware store was akin to a small cheat code. Dear, look at that child in ancient attire. How adorable. Young Bo, I am not donning ancient attire from your family, so my cuteness has nothing to do with you. Just as I was about to make my escape, an unexpected chill enveloped me. Turning towards the source of the voice, I beheld a young girl in her early 20s, her face still possessing a trace of baby fat, her smile utterly charming. Moreover, the unblemished skin between her brows indicated that she was clearly still a maiden. Wait. When did I become an expert in reading faces? Young Bo was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled having perused the collection of books belonging to Master Geo out of sheer boredom, where he seemingly encountered descriptions pertaining to this subject. He had curiously lingered over a few pages. Little did he anticipate the strength of his memory. Indeed, curiosity is the finest teacher. However, the girl was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the man standing beside her. The gentleman, also in his early 20s, possessed a delicate oval face and attractive features, making him quite the handsome figure. Yet at this moment, his complexion was pallid, and his eyes were filled with a weariness that spoke volumes. Young Bo immediately discerned the source of the issue. A spectral apparition was perched upon him, relentlessly siphoning the vital yang energy emanating from his being. If this continued, the man risked succumbing to a severe illness, and without intervention, his fate would be sealed. Are there truly ghosts in this world? This was never mentioned in the television dramas. However, recalling the bloodied corpse, the Zongzi, and the azure-eyed fox demon, it seemed plausible that one or two minor spirits might indeed be lurking about. The two individuals approached young Bo and came to a halt before him. The girl crouched down with a beaming smile and inquired, "Little one, how old are you this year?" Young Bo averted his gaze from the man and focused on the girl's moderately attractive face, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. "Miss, I am 12, not 2. There is no need to crouch down to speak with me. Furthermore, while it is true that I possess a certain charm, it is merely for admiration, not for touch." He then turned to the girl's companion and stated bluntly, "Why have you allowed yourself to become entangled with something vile?" The man, taken aback by the remark, paused momentarily. However, as he reflected on his sensations over the past few days, his expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly crouched down to inquire, "Something vile? Are you referring to a spirit? A wandering soul? I am perplexed as to why it is fixated on you. It is presently lurking behind you, siphoning your vital energy." Young Bo kindly pointed it out to the man, but unfortunately, his goodwill only caused the man to tremble uncontrollably. "I haven't gone anywhere, and I haven't done anything. I merely went to an internet CAF with my roommate the night before last, and since returning, I have felt utterly drained and lacking in spirit. Moreover, I feel cold, and my shoulders, as if pressed down by an unseen force, are perpetually sore. I even occasionally hear the sound of breathing." Not only the individual in question, but even his girlfriend turned pale upon hearing young Bo's account, gripping her boyfriend's arm tightly, too frightened to let go. "You are right in everything you say. Can you possibly save me?" Young Bo looked at the man who had come to him for help, a smile playing on his lips. "Classmate, why should I save you?" I can pay," the man replied, clinging to his last hope as if it were a lifeline, showing no signs of skepticism unlike the characters in a drama. Over the past few days, he had acutely felt the oppressive weight that seemed to shadow him and the unmistakable weakness that had overtaken him. No, let's not discuss money. That would be too mundane. Let us speak of yuan instead. I can offer you 100,000 yuan. After all, a life is worth at least that much." Chapter 81. Exorcising Spirits and Recruiting Workers 100,000. The young man's body stiffened as if struck by lightning. Observing his reaction, young Bo immediately discerned that this man's financial situation was rather average. "Short on cash?" young Bo inquired. The young man nodded. While it remained uncertain whether 100,000 yuan could indeed save his life, it was certainly enough to purchase it. Young Bo gently raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You may defer your debt for now, or perhaps work for me to repay it. By the way, judging by your appearance, you must still be a student, right? From the Department of Computer Science at Nankai University?" Young Bo curled his lips, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. In the year 2003, this profession was exceedingly sought after. However, for him, it felt rather superfluous. He had yet to master the art of walking, and plunging directly into the realm of computing seemed rather daunting. He yearned instead for a specialization in hydraulic engineering, a field that nurtured talents in civil construction. Nevertheless, being a fully fledged adult at 18 was preferable to aimlessly wandering about. He retrieved a bundle of crimson banknotes from his backpack and declared a monthly salary of 3,000, with 1,500 deducted for repayment. Exceptional performance will yield additional bonuses. I shall grant you 3 minutes to contemplate this offer. Perhaps it was the allure of the red notes that quelled the young man's doubts, as he could only respond incredulously. Is that truly the case? But I have yet to graduate. Yang Bo cast a disdainful glance at him and said, issue the internship certificate. All right, I'm in. In 2003, the average starting salary for college graduates was 1,557 yuan per month, so offering him 3,000 yuan a month was considered a lucrative wage. However, his girlfriend, standing beside him, tugged at his arm, although she was unsure of the reasons. It seemed her boyfriend had lost his senses, essentially selling himself to the youth before them. If there are indeed malevolent spirits, should we perhaps visit a temple first? Xiaoyan hesitated. Yet she felt uneasy about the situation. It was only natural for anyone to find it dubious. A mere teenager claiming you had encountered a ghost and insisting you work off your debts? Were it not for that stack of cash, she would have certainly pulled her boyfriend away. After all, even fiction wouldn't dare to concoct such a tale. I am Yang Bo. You may refer to me as your employer. From this moment forth, you shall be my subordinate. Yang Bo surveyed the bustling street and said, follow me. With that, he turned on his heel, offering no opportunity for the two to respond. Should they choose to accompany him, it would signify a fateful connection. If they opted not to follow, he would simply wander the talent market the next day. It was indeed challenging to find a three-legged man, yet two-legged university students were abundant on the streets. Nonetheless, he would not hesitate to eliminate the wandering souls that needed to be dealt with, for he was not at odds with experience. After a brief discussion, the young couple decided to follow him. Noticing their decision, a subtle smile graced Yang Bo's lips. Indeed, seizing the moment of vulnerability is the wisest choice. They arrived at a relatively secluded spot, where, apart from the occasional passing vehicle, only a few scattered pedestrians could be seen on the road. Yang Bo gestured towards the girl with a hand sign, prompting her to approach, albeit with confusion. I will help you see, he said, placing a finger over his lips, cautioning her to remain silent regardless of what she might witness. The act of exorcising demons becomes more credible when observed by those close to the afflicted. Any skepticism dissipates when confronted with unwavering truths. See, the girl murmured in bewilderment, just as Yang Bo's fingers glimmered with a green light and gently touched her forehead. Cover your mouth. Instinctively, she pressed her hand against her lips and followed the direction of Yang Bo's pointing finger. Her pupils dilated suddenly, her face paling to the hue of a corpse that had lain lifeless for 2 days. She clutched her mouth tightly, stifling any sounds. Yet her trembling body betrayed the depth of her fear. Yang Bo was witnessing the rapid transformation of a person's expression for the first time, and he chuckled. Did you see that? The girl was on the verge of tears, nodding her head like a chick pecking at grains. Don't worry. This is merely a wandering spirit that has inexplicably attached itself to your boyfriend. My intention in revealing this to you is to help you understand how this 100,000 is being spent. Xiaoyun, are you all right? The man whom the girl referred to as Jun Ge stepped forward with concern, but the girl instinctively retreated several steps. Yang Bo chuckled upon witnessing the scene, saying, enough of your worries about her. The closer you get, the more frightened she becomes. And don't forget, there is someone perched upon your shoulder. Shall we commence directly? Or would you prefer that I assist you in taking a glimpse? However, I must preface this by saying, should you choose to look, do not be alarmed. For I have no spare trousers to offer you. The young man contemplated for a brief moment before resolutely declaring, I wish to see what it is that has compelled me to sell myself. Very well, replied Yang Bo. Yang Bo did not hesitate. He directly cast a spell upon the forehead of his counterpart. Upon awakening the third eye through his mystical powers, the young man felt the sound of breathing in his ears become extraordinarily clear. Turning his head in the direction of the sound, he was instantly confronted by a ghostly figure gasping for breath on his shoulder. Despite its semi-transparent form, the dark, hollow eyes and decaying visage of the spirit rendered him utterly paralyzed, collapsing to the ground in shock. At that moment, he was incapable of even screaming, as his mind had completely frozen. Yang Bo smiled at this and immediately reached out to grasp the spirit's neck, pulling it off the young man. Initially, he intended to squeeze its head but found it impossible. Thunder technique, thunder in the palm. A burst of white lightning erupted from Yang Bo's hand, and the spirit had no chance to utter a sound before it dissipated into a wisp of blue smoke before the eyes of the three. Task completed. The experience orb dropped by the spirit flew into Yang Bo's body, after which he dusted off his hands as if brushing away some dirt. What is your name? Zhang Jun. Let's go. First, take me to the eyewear store. He extended his hand to lift Zhang Jun from the ground. At that moment, both he and his girlfriend experienced a profound shift in their perspectives. Over an hour later, Yang Bo stood at the entrance of a 2-story building and said to Zhang Jun and his girlfriend, you two can head back now. Just come to find me at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Be cautious on your way. Zhang Jun's face turned even paler, and he gripped his girlfriend's hand tighter, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears as he replied, Boss, I truly do not dare to leave now. It's just a spirit, after all. Yangbo muttered a few words before retrieving 2 talismans from his backpack, handing them to the 2 individuals with a stern reminder, just keep them in your pockets. If you encounter anything unclean, these talismans will protect you. He recalled the time he had faced a female ghost, pinned to the ground, yet remained unfazed. Certainly, the striking beauty of the ghost in red played a significant role, but it was predominantly his audacity that prevailed. Zhang Jun, with a hint of skepticism, accepted one of the talismans and passed the other to his girlfriend beside him. I suppose I shall return home for now. I will come back early tomorrow, he stated, realizing that Yangbo had no intention of offering them shelter. With no other option, he reluctantly prepared to leave, hoping fervently that these so-called talismans would prove effective. Let us be on our way. Yangbo waved his hand to dismiss the 2 individuals, firmly shutting the courtyard door with a resounding thud. Chapter 82. The Fate of Master Shi Shaojin in the Villa by the Bay. Yangbo handed a pair of reading glasses to his esteemed elder, who was nearly glued to the map. The elder took the glasses with a hint of nostalgia and remarked, in the past, a disciple presented me with a pair of spectacles, but after wearing them for a while, I misplaced them and felt too embarrassed to mention it to my disciple. During the Republic era, spectacles were exceedingly expensive. One would have to venture to the county or even the provincial city to procure a pair. It was quite understandable that the elder felt reluctant to admit he had lost the glasses, for most Taoist priests from Maoshan were indeed impoverished. Rest assured, master. Whether you misplace them or they become damaged, simply inform me. I have purchased dozens of pairs that will surely suffice. Upon hearing this, the elder was once again struck by the apparent wealth of his disciple, unaware that in the modern industrial age, 100 pairs of these reading glasses would hold far less value than a single pair from the Republic era. With the reading glasses perched on his nose, the elder felt as though he had regained his sight and leaned back over the map, intent on studying it once more. Master, he called softly. Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu turned his gaze toward him. Yangbo exchanged a knowing look with his master before exiting the workspace, with Jiu Shu soon following suit. Ayong, what is it? Jiu Shu inquired. Master, let us go to the study. Yangbo's enigmatic demeanor piqued Jiu Shu's curiosity. Once the master and disciple entered the study and Yangbo closed the door, he spoke. Master, I have a question for you. What is it? What is your relationship with Master Uncle like? Your Master Uncle is significantly older and taught me during my formative years. Many of my skills were learned from him. Ayong, feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for reticence between us. Shi Shaojin harbors ulterior motives. Due to Master Uncle's influence, he is becoming increasingly reckless, even engaging in the arcane practice of spirit travel to forge connections with women of his fancy. This so-called connection implies a violation of their very souls. In the narrative of Zombie Supreme, Jiu Shu discovered that Shi Shaojin secretly acquired Miss Mary's hair, prompting him to caution his senior brother about his disciple's dubious intentions. However, after Jiu Shu's departure, Shi Jian warned Shi Shaojin against such brazen acts, clearly aware of his son's intentions, yet showing no inclination to intervene. Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu's expression turned grave, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Clenching his fists while seated, he remarked after a moment, if this is indeed true, then I shall have no choice but to confront your Master Uncle directly. If Shi Shaojin were merely arrogant and overbearing, I, Lin Jiao, would remain silent out of respect for our brotherhood. However, should he truly employ Maoshan techniques for such nefarious purposes, I would be compelled to uphold justice, even at the cost of familial ties. He was acutely aware of his senior brother's disposition, particularly the dynamics between Shi Jian and Shi Shaojin. Regardless of Shi Shaojin's actions, Shi Jian would not relent easily. Thus, a conflict between them was inevitable, leading to a tragic rift between brothers. Yangbo, having discerned the attitude of his master, found the ensuing matters to be rather manageable. With a smile, he remarked, Master, the young Shi Shaojin may not yet have reached that stage. We still have a chance for redemption. Of course, should Shi Shaojin have already begun to harm the young ladies, let our revered ancestor pass judgment upon them. We, as master and disciple, shall merely escort them to face the ancestor. He had yet to utilize the fourfold scope on his 98K rifle and was eager to test whether he could, from 200 meters away, deliver a fatal shot to Shi Shaojin's head. Master Jiu glared at him, saying, if this matter holds truth, I shall consult with your Shirmu and Shiqian. As a junior, such actions are not your place to undertake. The disciple replied, then I shall offer my support to you and the uncles. Meanwhile, Shi Shaojin, who was imploring Shi Jian to impart his ethereal travel technique, felt a peculiar breeze at his brow and the back of his head, akin to an enlightening sensation. Ethereal travel technique? Oomph. You cannot even best that child, yet you wish to learn such a technique? Only when you have triumphed over young Jiu can we discuss the matter of ethereal travel. Dad, I can't defeat him. Those words lingered in Shi Shaojin's mind. Yet he found them difficult to articulate. That young man was simply too formidable. Not only was he swift, but he also possessed immense strength. And he disregarded the principles of martial ethics, engaging him with a full array of talismans. Observing his son's predicament, Shi Jian felt a pang of compassion and sighed, Son, I shall teach you the art of summoning spirits. With diligent practice, you will be able to overcome that young man. The art of summoning greatly enhances one's close combat capabilities. When the spirits are invoked, no matter how skilled one may be, they cannot breach the defenses of the summoning. However, this applied to ordinary martial artists. Even the experienced Shi Jian could not fathom the existence of an anomaly like Yang Bo. After deliberation, the master and disciple resolved to test the reality of Shi Jian the following day at Maoshan. If the situation was irretrievable, Master Zhou would rally their peers to cleanse their ranks. Conversely, if there was hope for redemption, they would admonish Shi Jian on behalf of the eldest senior brother. As for whether the eldest senior brother would acquiesce, Master Zhou declared, "Eldest brother, this secret shall be mine for a lifetime." As dawn broke, Yang Bo sat cross-legged in the courtyard, intermittent arcs of electricity crackling around him, reminiscent of the electric effects when Master Zhou and Shi Jian employed their thunder fist technique. However, the arcs surrounding Yang Bo were quite slender, suitable for zapping mosquitoes. His magical energy fluctuated, and when it reached depletion, the arcs vanished as if a switch had been flipped. If I cannot sustain my full power for even 2 minutes, this is clearly premature ejaculation. Now, Yang Bo found himself ensnared in a peculiar cycle. Increasing magical energy heightened consumption of the palm thunder, insufficient magical energy, boosting magical energy, increased magical energy. The sole advantage was the escalating potency of the palm thunder, though its duration seemed to diminish with each attempt. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resounded at the door, and Yang Bo opened his eyes, a look of surprise crossing his face. Is this Zhang Jun so diligent in his duties? A natural-born workhorse? Here they come. Yang Bo rose and moved to the door, unlocking it. As he opened the door, he was met with the sycophantic visage of a plump face. "Young master, what brings you back so soon?" he inquired. Perplexed by Wang Fatzi's sudden return after merely 2 days, he stepped aside to allow Wang Fatzi to enter. "What happened? Why are you back so quickly?" Wang Fatzi closed the courtyard gate and followed Yang Bo into the room, which remained starkly empty save for a solitary sofa. "Please, have a seat." The rotund figure plopped down onto the sofa and, with a thumbs up directed at Yang Bo, exclaimed, "Young master, you are truly remarkable. As soon as I returned, a woman sought me out, offering 200,000 for a trip to the Shisha Islands." Yang Bo chuckled and remarked, "The individual who hired you goes by the name Chio Dko. His original name is Cox Hendry. This fellow has been engaged in the illicit trade of cultural relics since before the establishment of the nation, smuggling artifacts from our homeland to foreign lands. The woman seeking you is likely named Ning, a subordinate of Chio Dko, a femme fatale who would unhesitatingly sacrifice anyone but her boss to achieve her aims." The plump man stood there, utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, I merely mentioned a woman, and you've already lifted her skirt?" Yang Bo fixed his serious gaze upon the plump man and said, "Do not use such nonsensical descriptions in front of a child. You cannot afford to corrupt my teaching." Chapter 83, The Hydroelectric Power of a Stillborn. "The master, you." Wang Fatzi stared at Yang Bo, momentarily rendered speechless. He felt that Yang Bo was an adult cloaked in the guise of a child, perhaps even older than himself. Yang Bo paid no heed to Wang Pengzi's inner turmoil and spoke rather directly. "I am in dire need of funds at the moment. Please lend me the 200,000 that Ning gave you for now. When you return, you can assist me in handling some gold, and I will repay you then. However, if you do not come back, I shall not return the money." Wang Pengzi, being a solitary figure, realized that if he perished in the tomb, there would be no one to inherit his possessions. Upon hearing about the money, Wang Pengzi promptly extracted a wallet from his pocket and handed Yang Bo a card, stating, "Master, this card contains a total of 510,000, which is my entire fortune." Receiving the bank card from Wang Pengzi, Yang Bo expressed his disdain. "After so many years in this line of work, you have only amassed 310,000? This modest 2-story building was acquired by Yang Bo in exchange for selling the purple gold box to Wang Pengzi. While one can earn a lot in this profession, expenditures are equally high. After all, one never knows when disaster may strike." Wang Pengzi, nonchalantly, responded with an air of indifference. "The password is 222121. Please use it for now. By the way, master, aren't you going to take a look at this tomb?" "I shall not," Yang Bo replied. "There are merely a couple of small cats inside. It is not worth my effort. Now, Wang Pengzi, please wait a moment while I prepare some items for you." With that, Yang Bo rose and headed directly to the 2nd floor, ascending the ladder to the underground base at Westlake. Upon reaching the alchemy station, he opened the box adjacent to it. With a creaking sound accompanying the box's hinges, a display of neatly arranged potions came into view. By utilizing a diamond shovel to excavate, one could obtain hellish warts, though the absence of soul sand rendered cultivation impossible. "I will provide this hefty fellow with 2 bottles of underwater breathing potions and 2 bottles each of strength and agility potions, along with a single bottle of healing and night vision potions. That should suffice. Anything more would be excessive. If 2 bottles cannot save him, then even with 4, he remains doomed." Returning to the world of tomb raiding, Yang Bo remarked, "In gratitude for your loan, I shall gift you some potions." Wang Pengzi gazed at the glass bottles Yang Bo conjured from thin air, filled with colorful liquids, reminiscent of various beverages sold in stores. He scratched his head in confusion and asked, Master, don't you Taoists refine elixirs? Liquids are easier to absorb. Surely you understand this basic scientific principle? Yang Bo retorted, Master, do you wish to ponder your own words? What of your abilities aligns with science? Master, what are the specific uses of these potions? After a moment of thought, Yang Bo retrieved a piece of paper from his backpack and wrote, The red potion is a healing elixir, capable of curing various injuries. The light blue one is a swiftness potion, enhancing speed. He detailed the effects and durations of each potion on the paper and handed it to Wang Pengzi. Remember this well, do not consume the wrong one. Additionally, it is not necessary to drink them. Merely holding the bottle and mentally reciting the intention will yield the same effect. Once again, the day shattered Wang Pengzi's worldview, leaving him feeling bewildered by the strangeness of it all. Master, thank you very much. When I venture to Shisha, I shall surely bring back a gift for you. Haha, I shall await your return. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I have an appointment this morning. Wang Pengzi, understanding the cue, rose and bowed, declaring, Master, I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave. With that, he exited, and Yang Bo accompanied him to the door, only to find Zhang Jun pacing at the entrance. Did you lose something? Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Jun quickly turned to Yang Bo, a nervous smile breaking across his face. Well, boss. Wang Pengzi curiously scrutinized Zhang Jun and asked, Master, is this the person you arranged to meet? Indeed. Yang Bo responded with a nod, while Wang Pengzi, being quite astute, realized that despite Zhang Jun's appearance as a mere naive college student, he must possess remarkable qualities since he was affiliated with a figure like Xiao Daoyi. Little did he know that Wang Pengzi was overthinking the situation. He could never have guessed that Zhang Jun was someone Yang Bo had coerced into joining them on the road. With a smile, he approached and extended his plump hand towards Zhang Jun, saying, I am Wang Yueban. You may call me Wang Pengzi. Zhang Jun, still somewhat reserved and yet to formally step into society, instinctively reached out to shake Wang Pengzi's hand. Brother Zhang Jun, I shall not disturb you further with Xiao Daoyi. Once I conclude my current matters, let us gather for a meal together. Zhang Jun found himself at a loss, unsure whether to decline or accept the invitation. However, noticing his expression, Wang Pengzi chuckled and said, Brother, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. He then waved goodbye to Yang Bo, saying, Xiao Daoyi, I am departing now. With that, he left without glancing back. Yang Bo watched as Wang Pengzi's car swiftly disappeared at the end of the alley. Zhang Jun, can you drive? No. Then never mind. Come, accompany me to purchase some items. The university students of this era are entirely different from those of 20 years hence. Owning a car is not a luxury that everyone can afford. Hence, possessing a driver's license is not a universal privilege. 2 million for a 200 kW hydroelectric generator, and that's without installation. An additional 700,000 for installation. Damn it, I'm leaving. The salesperson at the hydroelectric generator factory observed the young Yang Bo turn to leave, then glanced at the visibly embarrassed Zhang Jun boss. We also have a 10 kW unit available for just 300,000, with a mere 30,000 for installation. Zhang Jun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I'll think about it. After saying this, he clumsily exited the factory's direct sales office. He had never encountered such a situation before. For him, both 300,000 and 2 million were astronomical figures. Meanwhile, as Yang Bo strode away from the factory, he muttered to himself, industrial equipment is outrageously expensive. In 25 years, this 200 kW hydroelectric generator will surely cost no more than half of this price, and the quality will be superior. The plan to purchase a hydroelectric generator was immediately abandoned. Yet another thought began to take stronger root. I could hire someone to conduct research. Even if it's a generation behind, it would still suffice. After all, he was in the Ming Dynasty. It couldn't possibly be worse than the era of World War I. Glancing back at the enormous factory, his gaze grew resolute. He was determined to recruit talent. Zhang Jun, accompany me to scout for available factory spaces nearby. We shall also register a company. If we are to undertake this venture, let us do so on a grand scale. Chapter 84. Spinning like water. The small factories in the suburbs are truly affordable. This was Yang Bo's immediate impression following the price shock from industrial equipment. He spent 400,000 to acquire a property in the suburbs that included a 2-story abandoned office building and a small workshop. This price was considered reasonable in 2003. A 1-bedroom apartment in Hushi district cost only 50,000, with suburban bungalows priced even lower. Observing the relatively tidy office space, Yang Bo nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the somewhat anxious Zhang Jun. He approached and began preparing a rich and fragrant broth, saying, No need to be nervous. This is merely the beginning. Your future is destined to see you as a successful individual at the pinnacle of success. By day, you will bask in the sunny beaches of Hawaii. By night, you will indulge in private massages. This moment represents your first step toward success, so do not fret. Zhang Jun, both amused and exasperated, held the documents in his hand and remarked, Boss, you can keep this factory under my name. I can't bear the burden. No worries. If one day I fail to pay you, then this factory shall be yours." Upon hearing Yang Bo's jest, Zhang Jun relaxed and secretly resolved to embrace his role. For a monthly payment of 1,500, even if Yang Bo simply uses this factory for play acting, I must fulfill my duties. "Boss, how about I go buy some tools and tidy up the office building here?" Yang Bo gazed at Zhang Jun with a smile that was both enigmatic and disconcerting, leaving Zhang Jun feeling uneasy and uncertain about any potential missteps he may have made. "Boss, what's the matter?" he inquired. "I have decided to establish Mingmao Group, and you are now the general manager, temporarily overseeing personnel and procurement, with a monthly salary of 5,000. What? Is this decision made in haste? Am I truly the general manager now? No, it seems I am the only one in the entire company. Is that correct? Yang Bo is too young to even hold the position of a legal representative. What are you talking about, Zhang? You must learn to adapt to your own identity. But I know nothing aside from computers. If you don't know, you can learn. Before you went to school, you were entirely oblivious to computers, weren't you?" As he spoke, Yang Bo took out 20,000 yuan from his backpack and placed it on the dusty table. The dust that rose was clearly visible in the sunlight. Yang Bo coughed lightly twice before speaking. "President Zhang, please inquire with a professional housekeeping service company and have them arrange for personnel to come over and clean this place thoroughly within 3 days. A housekeeping service company? What is that? Yang Bo, in this day and age, is there truly no housekeeping service company in Tianjin? In reality, such companies do exist, but they now cater primarily to middle and high-end clientele. It is quite understandable that an ordinary university student might be unaware of this. Nevertheless, take this money and inquire at your school to see if anyone is willing to undertake part-time work. You may offer a daily wage that is 20% above the market rate and acquire some cleaning tools. Let me give it a try." Zhang Jun accepted the money, feeling somewhat apprehensive, yet his gaze grew considerably more resolute. Step by step, he thought, there is no need for any psychological burden. As the boss, if I am not worried, then you certainly need not be. Since Zhang Jun is willing to work alongside him, he would nurture this collaboration slowly. Before the venture flourished in Australia, it was imperative to absorb the final nourishment from the world of tomb raiding. By the way, boss, what industry does our company primarily engage in? International trade, procuring various materials for export. You will oversee procurement while I manage sales and transportation. It is indeed international trade, albeit with the world as an intermediary. Furthermore, please inquire about the process of establishing a company and prepare to register it. Zhang Jun could never have anticipated that on his first day of work, he would become the general manager. Despite the fact that the company was merely a concept, he was the sole employee, or rather, there was no company at all. Off you go. And when you have time, consider obtaining a driver's license. I will help you find a place to practice driving. In these times, with a little extra expenditure, one can secure a driving license within 3 to 5 days. Moreover, in comparison to later expenses, it is quite economical. Attend to these matters first, and then come find me at my residence." Returning to Australia, Yang Bo immediately leaned over the mineral map and began to observe it intently. Soon, he spotted the notation for the nitrate mine at the edge of the desert, and a smile unconsciously spread across his face. Truly, Australia is a land abundant in minerals. As the continent underwent a tumultuous geological evolution spanning millions of years, mineral layers repeatedly decomposed, overlapped, and settled. Ultimately, through the erosive forces of the wind, they gradually ascended and even emerged upon the surface, giving rise to the vast, easily accessible mineral deposits we see today in Australia. It is indeed a fortuitous beginning. Unfortunately, the indigenous people residing here never developed a civilization and were subsequently displaced by foreign invaders. The situation remains analogous today, albeit with the British replaced by the Han Chinese. With a gentle tap on the nitrate mine, he mused, as long as there is a stable source of nitrate and coal, a reliable supply of gunpowder can be secured, thereby facilitating the comprehensive development of firearms. The pursuit of military might is a necessity. Who knows when the British might arrive on their great ships to the shores? He must evolve into a great demolisher before that happens. Casting a glance at the map, Yang Bo departed the villa, climbing into his vehicle and heading towards the location of the nitrate mine. As he sped through the Australian wilderness in his off-road vehicle, the star-studded sky, awash with shimmering galaxies, was clearly visible. Occasionally, distant wolf howls echoed in the depths of the wild. The thylacine, a species driven to extinction by human actions, was something Yang Bo had encountered once or twice while seeking out kangaroos. This creature appeared to be a curious blend of kangaroo and wolf, complete with its remarkable pouch for nurturing its young. Yang Bo traversed the wilderness for over 3 hours as the sun began to peak over the horizon. He halted his vehicle in a desolate area, alighted, and stowed the car within his backpack. Opening the map, he sighed, "This is perplexing, it should be a desert here." Glancing up at the rising sun, he thought, "Never mind, the day has dawned." He decided to mark his location by gathering round stones and constructing a tall beacon right where he stood, subsequently annotating the point on his map. He had been traveling directly south, guided by his innate map-reading ability, which ensured he would not lose his way. Otherwise, Navigating through the wilderness for 3 hours and inadvertently altering the steering could easily result in a deviation of over 100 miles. He began to dig into the ground with a pickaxe. After roughly 10 meters, he discovered 12 coal mines. How to put it? It was rather unexpected. He had anticipated finding coal instead of nitrate. Yet, this substance could be effortlessly unearthed in the mountainous regions of Shanxi Datong. Though he feigned disdain, his body faithfully swung the iron pickaxe, the clanging sound resonating continuously. Chapter 85. Misunderstandings resolved at Maoshan. Master Jiao and Yang Bo made their way toward the Grand Hall. As the future successor of Maoshan, senior brother Shijian resided within the first ring of the mountain. Wait, the master said. I will check on Shijian's health to ascertain whether his soul shows signs of detachment. Do not act recklessly. Hearing his master's admonition, Yang Bo, who had always revered his teacher, immediately assured him, rest assured, disciple understands the gravity of the matter. By the way, master, do you require me to plant explosives around senior uncle's quarters? Just signal with a cup toss, and I assure you, I can send senior uncle soaring. He contemplated burying a dozen TNTs, affixing additional iron pipe explosives and cylindrical charges outside. Even if his senior uncle were to practice immortality, this would certainly impart a lesson. I see your mind is solely fixated on sending your senior uncle away, and you think a cup toss will suffice. You are not trying to send me away as well, are you? Yang Bo displayed a contemplative expression on his face. After a moment, he looked up and said, applying 8 or 10 talismans should ensure survival. When the time comes, my disciples will employ special methods to surely restore your health. With a sharp clap, Jiao Shu struck Yang Bo on the back of his head and admonished, you, young man, should behave yourself. Yang Bo nonchalantly rubbed the back of his head and remarked with a smile, isn't this just a way to let you relax, master? Ever since you arrived, you've seemed quite intent on confronting the elder master. I fear that before you even assess Shixiang Shaojin's situation, you might end up in a tussle with the elder master. Is it that obvious? Indeed, it's almost written on your face. Jiao Shu took a deep breath to alleviate the turmoil within, primarily because that was his elder brother. Should Shi Shaojin truly tread down a nefarious path, he would have to face his elder brother directly. How could he not feel the weight of such pressure? At this moment, Shijian, the elder brother of Maoshan, had already risen and was currently engaged in morning prayers within the Maoshan Great Hall, where Shi Shaojin was also present. After a brief wait, Shijian led Shi Shaojin out of the hall, and, casting a stern gaze upon Jiao Shu, inquired, Xiaojiao, I didn't see you return last night. What did Zhang Shishu say? Brother, Zhang Shishu has agreed to descend the mountain with me today, and I came specifically to inform you. Shijian's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, it seems, Xiaojiao, that you possess something remarkable, otherwise. Zhang Shishu wouldn't have agreed to accompany you down the mountain. Nevertheless, this is for the best. He is of advanced age, so do take good care of him. Jiao Shu nodded in acknowledgement. The century-old purple ginseng had already been entrusted to Shishu for refinement, ensuring an extension of life for a decade. Moreover, he had been reminded by his disciple to thoroughly study the jade figurine that could restore youth. After exchanging a few casual remarks upon returning to the side hall, Jiao Shu's gaze turned towards Shi Shaojian. Upon meeting Jiao Shu's scrutinizing gaze, Shi Shaojian was momentarily taken aback. Wait, Shi Shu, what are you planning? Are you going to have your disciple fight me? Do you wish to strike me? Elder brother, is Shaojian's complexion pale? Is he unwell? I can take a look. With that, Jiao Shu stepped forward, extending his hand to examine Shi Shaojian's condition. Shijian furrowed his brow slightly and intervened, saying, thank you for your concern. But Shaojian merely overexerted himself during last night's practice. He wished to prevent Jiao Shu from investigating Shi Shaojian's health, knowing well that, as fellow Taoists, there were numerous methods to discern that Shi Shaojian was his own son. Upon witnessing his elder brother's obstruction, Jiao Shu felt a pang of unease, and his expression darkened. Could it be that Yang was indeed correct? Brother, we cannot afford to be careless regarding Shaojian's health. Allow me to take a look. I happen to bring a century-old mountain ginseng. In Yang Bo's hands, this century-old mountain ginseng was now only fit to accompany a hen, yet it remained invaluable outside. Shijian's heart tightened upon hearing Jiao Shu's words, fearing that his younger brother might already be aware of something. Thus, he felt even more compelled to prevent him from coming into contact with Shaojian. Brother, you should keep the century-old mountain ginseng for your young disciple. It is the perfect age for body tempering. Brother, I have already prepared for my disciple's needs. I am well aware of Shaojian's condition and believe this level of medicinal material is unnecessary. Yang Bo observed the scene of his fellow disciples pushing and shoving one another, and directly approached the bewildered Shi Shaojian, saying, look, my master sent your father a century-old ginseng for your use, and he refuses it. Is he truly your biological father? Naturally, in an instant, the disputing disciples halted their actions, for they were keenly aware of the dialogue unfolding between him and Shi Shaojian. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Shijian's mind was filled with thoughts of silencing him permanently, while Jiao Shu took a few steps back to prevent the elder brother from erupting. Shi Shaojian's complexion paled further as he fearfully stammered, I did not, do not speak nonsense. However, As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a thick, rounded object pressed against his lower back. Yangbo's voice then resonated from behind. Master Uncle, rest assured. My master and I merely wish to ascertain whether the elder brother has cultivated the soul separation technique. As for other matters, my master has long been aware but has chosen to remain silent. Surely, you comprehend the implications of this. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian's gloomy expression revealed a hint of astonishment, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Xiaojian possesses mediocre talent and has not learned the soul separation technique. Junior brother, since you wish to observe, feel free. The elder brother and junior brother exchanged apologies. Jiu Shu, naturally, did not hold back, extending his hand to place on Shi Xiaojian, utilizing his mystical powers and mental acuity to sense the young man's soul. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand and respectfully addressed the elder brother. Elder brother, it was reckless of me. However, although Xiaojian's primordial essence remains intact, he does exhibit signs of kidney deficiency. Shi Xiaojian exclaimed, Quack! You are slandering me. I am as robust as an ox. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of social death, he now felt an overwhelming urge to leap from Mount Mao. Ayang, bring out the ginseng we have for your senior brother Xiaojian. Its medicinal properties will surely restore his health and even enhance his physical constitution. Shi Xiaojian exclaimed, Master Uncle, you are a divine physician. He gazed anxiously at his father, acutely aware of his own condition. Upon hearing this, Yangbo was somewhat taken aback. He had considered the possibility that Shi Xiaojian might not have committed any wrongdoing, yet he never anticipated that Shi Xiaojian had not even mastered the art of soul departure. He reached behind him and retrieved a wooden box that he had prepared in advance, an offering of apology for the misunderstanding. He presented it to Uncle Jiao, who promptly opened the box to reveal a century-old ginseng within. Upon seeing the precious ginseng, Shi Jian's expression softened as he remarked, Junior brother, you are truly too considerate. It is merely a health check, and this is just your concern for me. Later, I shall also examine my nephew, and we shall consider it even. Chapter 86, The Clear Micro-Origin Descending Technique, The Misunderstanding Resolved. Yangbo discerned that Master Shi Jian had genuinely relaxed. Ever since he brought Xiao Jian back from the foot of the mountain after the latter's mother passed away, a tense knot had remained tightly bound in his mind. He feared that Xiao Jian's identity would be revealed, and the fact that they were father and son yet could not acknowledge each other filled him with profound guilt. Now that his junior brother had brought the matter to light, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Xiao Jiao, the elder said, gesturing for a moment. This matter should not be mentioned again. However, Shi Jian's expression shifted as he inquired, but what? Xiao Jiao fixed a penetrating gaze upon Shi Jian and declared, Master brother, with your remarkable abilities, you should become the new leader of our Maoshan sect. I have no objections. However, the future leadership must be determined by the capabilities of the third-generation disciples. Yangbo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiao Jiao would voice such sentiments, clearly suggesting that he should vie for the future leadership position. Shi Jian understood Xiao Jiao's implication immediately and turned his attention toward Yangbo. A knowing smile gracing his features as he remarked, Xiao Jiao, it appears that this young disciple of yours has captured your heart. Although Xiao Jian possesses commendable talent, I do not intend to cultivate him as the next leader. Xiao Jian is meant to carry on the lineage of the Shi family. After all these years serving as acting leader, does he not realize how burdensome this role can be? However, your disciple Su Yun exhibits exceptional talent, even surpassing my own by a considerable margin. Xiao Jiao, undeterred by the praise, responded with a hint of pride, Yang, let your master uncle witness your skills. Glancing at his master uncle and then at his own master, Yangbo harbored no intentions of holding back. He extended his hand and summoned his full magical energy. In an instant, lightning enveloped his palm, sustaining itself for a good 7 or 8 seconds before gradually dissipating. Xiao Jiao, his face aglow with excitement, looked upon his once revered elder brother with a touch of elation in his voice. Master brother, while this disciple may possess average aptitude, I, as his master, must assist him in contending for the position of leader of Maoshan. At that moment, Shi Jian was profoundly astonished. His large eyes widened in disbelief. Momentarily disregarding Xiao Jiao's boastfulness, he quickly approached Yangbo, placing his hands upon him, feeling the extraordinary potential within. What remarkable bones! To master the heart lightning at such a young age indicates an extraordinary comprehension, and the purity of his internal energy is untainted. After releasing his grip, Shi Jian gazed at Xiao Jiao with skepticism. Xiao Jiao, is this truly your disciple? Of course, Xiao Jiao replied. Preposterous. I have seen your previous 2 disciples. Had it not been for that literate disciple's lack of talent and Xiusheng's unbroken ties to the mundane world, I would have suspected you of leading your students astray. Shi Jian's furrowed brow and stern demeanor retained a sense of authority, akin to reprimanding both Xiao Jiao and a disciple. This raw gem should remain at Maoshan, where I will personally mentor him. When the time comes for me to step down, the position of leader must rightfully belong to him. Xiao Jiao, who had been feeling chastised, raised his head defiantly in response. No, my precious disciple cannot stay at Maoshan. He has his own destiny to fulfill. Most importantly, I fear that if he remains here, he might one day, in a fit of whimsy, unearth the ancestral grave of our founder. After all, if he possesses such capabilities, I too might be tempted to dig a little, just in case there is treasure to be found. Yang, we must take our leave. If we linger any longer, your master uncle might grow even more envious. Yang Bo, likewise, harbored no desire to remain in the desolate Maoshan, a place so dreary that even a rabbit would be male. Should he linger too long, he feared he might become as psychologically deranged as Shi Shaojian. Thus, he respectfully clasped his hands towards his master uncle and expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your kind intentions, master uncle. I believe that accompanying my master on worldly journeys would be more suitable for me." With that, he swiftly darted to Jiushu's side. Shi Jian shot a glare at Jiushu before saying, "Wait a moment, I shall fetch 2 books on thunder techniques for you to take back and study diligently." Although this unrefined gem was not his disciple, he was nonetheless a legitimate heir of the Maoshan lineage. As the acting leader, it was his duty to guide the younger generation. Shortly thereafter, Shi Jian emerged from the study with 2 ancient volumes in hand, presenting them to Yang Bo, Volume 13 of the Qingwei Yuanjiang Great Method and Volume 24 of the Qingwei Yuanjiang Great Method. Yang Bo felt indifferent upon seeing the title of the book, yet Jiushu, with his hands already casting shadows, swiftly seized the 2 volumes and declared, "I extend my gratitude to the senior brother on behalf of my apprentice." It was manifestly evident that these tomes held immense value. "Thank you, master uncle." In truth, Yang Bo yearned for the renowned skill of his master uncle, the lightning thunder fist, which was undeniably splendid. Jiushu seemed apprehensive that master uncle might reconsider, and thus he promptly whisked Yang Bo away from the side hall, heading straight towards the thatched cottage where Zhang Shizu resided. "Master, what are these 2 books?" "They are the untold secrets of the Qingxing sect. Your master uncle is using these volumes to silence us both. Upon your return, commit their contents to memory diligently, and take your time to study any aspects you find perplexing." "Unfortunately, I am unable to assist you," said Jiushu. He did not practice the orthodox 5 thunder technique. Commanding celestial thunder and mastering the authentic 5 thunder method were entirely different matters. Yang Bo nodded gently. Since his master had spoken thus, it indicated that these 2 books were of great significance. He then inquired, "Master, I wish to learn the lightning thunder fist." "No, you shall not." Nine Uncle replied without a moment's hesitation. Although the lightning thunder fist is indeed a formidable technique of thunder, it is entirely distinct from the 5 thunder method. If you were to pursue the lightning thunder fist at this juncture, it would be akin to seeking superficial gains while neglecting the essence. In the same realm, the lightning thunder fist, when confronted with the 5 thunder method, cannot even unleash its full potential. Yang Bo was somewhat astonished. Is there really such a notion? Could it be that the higher level thunder techniques counter the lower level ones? Little did he know, it was solely due to the fact that the lightning thunder fist belonged to the realm of handcrafted heavenly thunder, while the 5 thunder techniques encompassed the handcrafted heavenly thunder: earth thunder, water thunder, divine thunder, and societal thunder. Individuals of average talent could only harness one of these forms. Only those of true mastery could cultivate the 5 thunder techniques. After returning to Australia via the Maoshan transit point, Uncle Joe handed 2 books to Yang Bo. After casually glancing through them, Yang Bo inquired, "Master, do you think the great master uncle is impoverished?" "Indeed, exceedingly so. Maoshan has fallen into such disrepair that there are no funds for restoration. Both I and your several Shirshu descended the mountain to seek our livelihoods due to our dire financial state," Uncle Joe replied, a look of helplessness crossing his face. "Sometimes, it is not that I am stingy, but that poverty has instilled fear." Upon receiving Uncle Joe's response, Yang Bo nodded gently, sensing that Maoshan still held some value. At the appropriate time, he might hire some Shirshu, Shirbua, or even Shizuzu to descend the mountain for a visit. Chapter 87. The Wandering Woku Young Master. "Young Master." The voice of Wang Bai resonated from the courtyard. Hearing the call while engrossed in the study of the Qingwei Yuanjiang Great Method, Yang Bo set down his book and stepped outside. "What is it?" "A ship. A sailing vessel has arrived at the shore." "A sailing vessel?" Yang Bo's expression shifted slightly. "The British have arrived this early? That cannot be right. Could it be a misrecording of history?" At present, his surroundings resembled a desolate wasteland, devoid of any development. Faced with the might of the British forces, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Even if he were fearless, the British with their flintlock rifles could certainly teach him a lesson. Unless he resorted to guerrilla tactics, there was no alternative. The establishment of a weapon factory was imperative. Even the most rudimentary bolt-action rifles from the Second World War would far surpass the matchlocks and flintlocks of this era. Following Wang Bai, he arrived at the seaside, where he indeed spotted a sailboat gently swaying with the tide, anchored along the shore. Yang Bo retrieved the 98K rifle equipped with a 4-fold scope from his backpack, directing his gaze towards the sailboat. "Oh, has the United Kingdom changed its flag?" he mused, observing a pale yellow banner hoisted on the vessel, adorned with an illustration of a leaf, accompanied by a few black dots and several horizontal lines. Such a design. In Yang Bo's mind, 2 words immediately surfaced: Woku. As this thought emerged, he observed through his 4-fold scope a group of ragged individuals disembarking from a sailboat, armed with katana at their waists. "Old Wang, it's the Woku." Wang Bai was momentarily taken aback before swiftly drawing his long knife, exclaiming, "Young master, I shall go forth and eliminate these bandits at once." In the latter period of the Ming dynasty, any resident of the coastal regions had, to some extent, suffered the incursions of the Wokou. The sentiment was akin to the fervent hatred felt by the populace in 1949 upon encountering Japanese invaders, wishing nothing more than to devour their flesh. Do not rush. Leave these Wokou to me. Each of them is a living repository of experience and resources, Yang Bo mused, recalling the rich silver mines of Awami and the gold mines of Sado. No, why should they inhabit my mines? Old Wang, we shall charge directly at them. I will handle their eradication, while you board their vessel and sever their mooring ropes. Do not allow them to escape. Remember, I shall be the one to vanquish them. Understood, young master. With their roles clearly delineated, Yang Bo and Wang Bai hastened towards the shore. The Wokou, upon noticing their approach, were momentarily stunned, then erupted into a cacophony of loud, incomprehensible shouts. Yang Bo could comprehend their words. The group of wandering samurai were deliberating whether to take action. Suddenly, the crisp and melodious sound of gunfire erupted, and before the pirates could reach a conclusion, blood blossomed from their bodies. The annihilation of the pirates was executed by the iron tube machine gun. Soon, it would be aptly renamed the Iron Anvil. Without inner strength or armor to shield them, the wandering samurai were as helpless as fish on a chopping block before the iron tube machine gun. At that moment, a commotion erupted on the deck. Several pirates shouted and turned, fleeing towards the cabin. Witnessing this, Wang Bai harnessed his inner power to his legs, leaping gracefully onto the 2-meter-high sailboat. The pirates, upon seeing this, drew their curved swords and charged at Wang Bai. However, having attained the prowess of a second-tier master, Wang Bai was not someone these ordinary minions could confront. He extended his hand, and an inexplicable force emerged, causing the pirates to lose their balance and be drawn towards him. Young master, be careful. Old Wang then proceeded to hurl the pirates off the ship, one by one. Bang, 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 bang. Yang Bo stood on the shore, calling out the names of the marauding pirates one by one. Why does it feel like we are missing a mischievous hunting dog? The footing pirates made him feel as though he were engaged in a game of shooting ducks. With over 30 pirates aboard, Yang Bo reaped a substantial bounty of resources and experience. Enhanced wisdom. Although the wisdom skill could not render him more intelligent, it would certainly clarify his thought processes. Both his memory and logical reasoning abilities were significantly improved. Young master, there are some supplies in the cabin, along with 7 or 8 Han women, seemingly abducted. The pirates often masqueraded as smugglers, only revealing their true nature as marauding pirates when the opportunity arose. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, Yang Bo ceased his task of dismembering corpses and leaped onto the deck. How are the women? Old Wang's expression was grim as he replied. The abducted maidens are unclothed. The rest of my words went unspoken as I merely shook my head. Yang Bo squinted slightly. For such occurrences unfolded daily along the coastal regions. Even out of pity, he wished to avert his gaze from such tragedies. As he stepped into the dimly lit cabin, a foul stench assaulted his senses, prompting him to frown as he ventured deeper into the hold. The narrow space was cluttered with various provisions, tea leaves, silk, porcelain, alongside the unfortunate women confined in the depths of the cabin. It was evident that this was a group of marauding pirates who had successfully plundered, though the reason for their presence in Australia remained a mystery. Upon reaching the innermost part of the cabin, he beheld the women spoken of by Old Wang. There were 5 in total, appearing to be merely between the ages of 15 and 20, each in the bloom of youth. Yet their eyes were filled with palpable terror. Even when confronted by someone as youthful as Yang Bo, dried bloodstains marred their skin, and their bodies bore the marks of countless wounds. Yang Bo sighed and opened his backpack to begin crafting garments from plant fibers, specifically, a tunic and trousers. It required merely 10 units of plant fiber to create each piece, which was practically a gift for him. He retrieved the finished plant fiber outfit and tossed it to the group of women. Put it on, do not worry. Those invaders have already been dealt with by Old Wang and me. Despite his reassurances, the women remained huddled together, still apprehensive. Yang Bo let out a sigh and said, "Come with me, forget the past. I shall grant you a fresh beginning." With that, he turned and departed from the cabin. Upon reaching the deck, he inhaled the briny sea breeze, gazing towards the direction of the Ming dynasty, or rather, the pirate island. Old Wang stood silently beside him. Neither spoke a word as they awaited, until the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the cabin behind them. Yang Bo gazed at the woman clad in a garment of plant fibers as she emerged from the cabin, a gentle smile gracing his face. He pointed towards the unprocessed corpses on the shore and remarked, "Rest assured, I shall ensure they find no rest in death." The women, upon witnessing the lifeless bodies with eyes forever open, could no longer contain their tears. Suddenly, Yang Bo turned to Wang Bai and inquired, "Old Wang, there exists a place in the homeland of the pirates known as the Shijian Silver Mountain, capable of yielding the entirety of the Ming dynasty's silver. Tell me, why do these pirates choose to dwell in my silver mine?" Wang Bai, taken aback for a moment, clasped his hands in salute and replied, "Young master, allow me to take a trip and cleanse those wretched pirates." He continued, "Go, First, arrange for the supplies on the ship to be transported back. Additionally, select some servants to begin training and devise a means to prepare weapons. Oh, and on your way, summon Chunxiang and Xiaoxiang to organize these young ladies. He coveted both the Shijian Silver Mountain and Sato Gold Mountain, although they held little value for him. He could not allow them to fall into the hands of those pirates. Chapter 88. The Black Smoke of the Emperor's Banner. Master, may I pose a question? Upon returning from the coast to the villa, Yangbo immediately sought out his uncle Jiu, who was engrossed in studying the Jade Gate. What is it? What has occurred? Jiu asked. Nothing of consequence, merely a query regarding the Emperor's banner that emits black smoke. Do you possess such a thing? Upon hearing the name of the Emperor's banner, Uncle Jiu appeared utterly bewildered, asking in confusion, what is this Emperor's banner that emits black smoke? It is a banner forged from the essence of countless pangolins, refined over 49 days. This banner exudes a potent yin energy, allowing the wielder to see spirits and confine souls within the myriad souls banner. Wait a moment. Did you just let slip the term Emperor's banner? In all my years, I have never encountered a malevolent practitioner daring enough to forge such a treasure. You would do well to abandon that thought. Otherwise, when the lightning strikes, stand far from me. Uncle Jiu felt an urge to crack open Yangbo's head to discern the thoughts that occupied his young disciple's mind. Recently, some pirates sailed to our vicinity, and I deemed it too perilous. Thus I planned to venture to the eastern capital, Yangbo explained. At this moment, the eastern capital served as the stronghold of the pirates, with numerous pirate factions concealing themselves there, surviving through fishing and plunder. Uncle Jiu frowned and inquired, pirates? How could they have wandered here? It is possible they lost their way at sea and accidentally arrived here. However, master, that is not of paramount importance. What matters is that I intend to investigate why these pirates dare to roam on my territory. Uncle Jiu quickly discerned Yangbo's intentions and remarked, you wish to claim the mantle of righteousness, do you not? After a moment's contemplation, he continued, while I do not possess the Emperor's banner, I can certainly draw you several spirit banishment talismans. Additionally, there are spirit binding pouches. The spirit binding pouch is a special bag used by Uncle Jiu to capture ordinary souls, lacking the formidable capabilities of the Emperor's banner, and is suitable only for containing low-harm wandering spirits. Yangbo gently shook his head and said, Master, if you do not possess the Emperor's banner, then so be it. Furthermore, I, as your disciple, never leave behind any souls of the defeated. Master, you should first collaborate with our revered elder on the formation. I will devise a plan to recruit some displaced individuals. After speaking, Yangbo turned and departed from the formation workshop. Recruiting some citizens from the coastal regions to combat the pirates will undoubtedly yield significant results. However, before that, we must find ways to enhance our weaponry. The populace of the Ming dynasty is not lacking in valor. Rather, they suffer from a deficiency of suitable arms. Faced with formidable ships and cannons, the unarmed citizens can only helplessly endure slaughter. The rhythmic sounds of clanging echoed through the mining cavern. After spending an entire day, Yangbo finally located the nitrate mine. With this, he no longer had to worry about gunpowder, as he could directly manufacture thousands of cylindrical explosives to bury the enemy. Yet, a new concern arose in his mind. He required some ranged weapons, such as rocket launchers and mortars. These armaments would provide a decisive advantage over other nations in this era. Observing his backpack filled with nitrate powder, he concluded that it would suffice for the time being. If only he were to use it himself, this quantity would last him for over a decade. However, he aimed to produce additional grenades and explosives to distribute among others, necessitating further visits to the mine. Upon returning to the underground workshop of the charitable establishment, he organized his backpack, stowing away all items not immediately needed. It was time to check on the situation at the factory. Currently, refugees were flocking to Hangzhou, and the calamity recruitment in Guangxi had been confirmed. Old Wang's efforts to gather displaced individuals were becoming increasingly fruitful. He could provide food and basic clothing, but procuring more industrial products directly from the tomb raiding world remained the most economical option. Through the teleportation portal, Yangbo returned to the factory, which had transformed from its previously desolate state into a vibrant facility. The weeds in the courtyard had been meticulously cleared away. Quite efficient indeed. Satisfied, Yangbo nodded in approval. Just as he was reflecting on this, a voice emerged from the adjacent room. Suddenly, Zhang Jun, clad in pajamas and wielding a wooden stick, stormed in with an imposing demeanor. However, upon seeing Yangbo, he appeared somewhat dazed. Boss, when did you arrive? Yangbo glanced out at the pitch-black sky before turning his gaze to Zhang Jun, who was clad in Mickey Mouse pajamas and holding a wooden stick. I just returned. What is going on here? Why haven't you gone home? Zhang Jun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, Boss, we don't even have anyone to watch the entrance. Although there is nothing of significant value, I still feel uneasy, so I've been staying here these past few days. Yangbo, indeed, he is a genuine university student. Once dawn breaks, let us recruit a few individuals. At the very least, we should hire some security personnel. Zhang Jun nodded and then remarked, Boss, the process of registering a company is somewhat cumbersome. This matter is not urgent. Even without a registered company, purchasing items is not illegal. Later, We shall attend the job fair and see what we can find. By the way, what is your girlfriend's major? Computer science? Forget I asked. Both partners are programmers. This will be interesting in the future. Yang Bo chuckled and remarked, if your little girlfriend is willing, let her join our company. We are in dire need of personnel. Zhang Jun pondered for a moment and replied, all right, I will discuss it with Xiao Yun this evening. He then added somewhat sheepishly, boss, please wait a moment. I need to change my clothes. The primary reason being that his Mickey Mouse pajamas were simply too conspicuous. With that, Zhang Jun picked up his stick and exited Yang Bo's office. Yang Bo smiled and shook his head, leaving the room as he addressed Zhang Jun. I shall go to the workshop and, once daylight breaks, we shall venture out. Upon entering the workshop, the ordinary red brick floor appeared relatively clean, yet the passage of time had rendered its surface somewhat uneven and irregular. Yang Bo furrowed his brow slightly as he retrieved a pickaxe and shovel from his backpack, promptly directing his efforts towards the red bricks on the ground. The rhythmic sound of thud, thud, thud echoed as he struck, accumulating red bricks with each blow. In the presence of the diamond pickaxe, the red bricks proved to be remarkably fragile. Within mere minutes, the entire workshop was transformed, the previously uneven floor now replaced with smooth half-bricks. He then produced a gold nugget, placing it on the ground, and with a hammer and chisel in hand, he struck the edges of the nugget directly. A powerful blow caused one corner of the gold nugget to break off, the falling gold producing a crisp sound as it hit the ground. Yang Bo picked it up. Observing the label, gold nugget, fragment, a light chuckle escaped him as he remarked, indeed, there is no loophole to exploit. It was evident that the gold acquired from the market could not be transformed into gold grains for synthesizing ingots or blocks. Nevertheless, the gold nugget before him was more than sufficient for a considerable duration. He thought to himself, I still have 17 more of these nuggets. Chapter 89. The collaboration with Jude Cao. As Zhang Jun finished changing his clothes and freshening up, he descended the stairs, only to be greeted by the peculiar sound of hammering. Following the noise, he soon encountered Yang Bo in the workshop, wielding a hammer with remarkable ease. His jaw dropped in astonishment as he observed Yang Bo skillfully swinging an $80 hammer, striking the anvil and producing a continuous clanging sound. With each strike, a small, round golden disc would appear, landing neatly in the adjacent wooden box. Just a moment, I'll be done shortly, Yang Bo called out amidst the rhythmic clangs. Each blow seemed to resonate deeply within Zhang Jun's heart. Although he was already aware of Yang Bo's exceptional abilities, he was utterly unprepared for the sheer magnitude of his prowess. Moments later, Yang Bo smashed the last piece of gold into a gold ingot, then tossed the hammer, anvil, and an entire box of gold ingots into his backpack. He turned to Zhang Jun, who stood at the workshop door, frozen in astonishment, and said, hey, snap out of it, we must be on our way. At that moment, Zhang Jun shivered slightly, regaining his senses as he gazed towards the workshop behind Yang Bo. Boss, just now. Yang Bo jestingly remarked, let us tackle some minor tasks. If we don't, I fear there won't be any funds left to pay your salary. He added, now, no need for excessive contemplation, focus on your work. And when the new year arrives, I shall provide you with a car. His tone was reminiscent of a promise to arrange a bride for him in the coming year. Zhang Jun, somewhat bewildered, nodded in response, unable to shake the vivid image of Yang Bo wielding a hammer from his mind. Come, accompany me to purchase a few items. Just as they reached the factory entrance, a sleek black vehicle came to a halt before them. A man clad in a suit emerged from the passenger seat and approached him courteously, stating, greetings, Taoist Yang Bo. Our boss wishes to meet with you. Yang Bo cast a fleeting glance at the other individual, who appeared to be in his 30s, clad in the quintessential attire of a bodyguard. His well-defined musculature strained against the fabric of his suit, imparting a distinctly menacing aura reminiscent of a suited thug. Boss. In Yang Bo's mind, a name emerged after a moment of contemplation, Chio Dko. This man could be said to be a pivotal figure within the realm of tomb raiding. Yang Bo glanced towards the nearby Huchuo Ben, which was devoid of occupants. A youthful smile graced his face as he turned to the bodyguard and inquired, Chio Dko? The bodyguard remained silent, his demeanor unperturbed, exuding a faint smile as if patiently awaiting their departure together. Observing this, Yang Bo slipped his hand into his pocket, retrieving a bundle of renminbi, which he handed to Zhang Jun, instructing, please procure a set of gas-cutting equipment, inquire about the prices of steel, and also acquire 2 mobile phones. Zhang Jun, sensing the bodyguard's presence and the atmosphere surrounding Huchuo Ben, felt an unsettling apprehension. After hearing Yang Bo's commands, he anxiously asked, boss, are you sure? Do not concern yourself with that. Focus on the tasks I have assigned to you. Yang Bo replied with a reassuring smile directed at the bodyguard. Shall we proceed? Certainly, please follow me. The bodyguard responded, promptly opening the rear door of the Huchuo Ben in a gesture of hospitality. Noticing the bodyguard's hand resting on the door, Yang Bo shot him an admonishing glance before settling into the back seat of the car. The bodyguard, taken aback by the glare, soon occupied the passenger seat, and the vehicle swiftly disappeared from Zhang Jun's line of sight. As anticipated by Yang Bo, the individual seeking him was indeed Chio Dko. In the presidential suite of a hotel, Yang Bo encountered Xiao Dko, who appeared to be around 50 years of age, embodying the quintessential features of a Caucasian. Upon seeing Yang Bo, Xiao Dko rose from the sofa. He stood at least 6 feet tall, though his physique was somewhat slender. With great warmth, Xiao Dko approached and spoke in remarkably fluent Mandarin. "Welcome, Taoist Yang." "Mr. Cox Hendry, I am quite straightforward. Please express your concerns candidly," Yang Bo replied. Despite appearing to be merely in his 50s, Xiao Dko was, in fact, over 90 years old. His youthful appearance was attributed to experiments conducted with artifacts obtained from ancient tombs, which had prolonged his life. Over the years, he had encountered countless individuals and had witnessed both the living and the supernatural. Thus, Yang Bo's forthrightness elicited no surprise from him. The Taoist is indeed an extraordinary person. "I shall speak plainly," Xiao Dko stated, pausing slightly before continuing. "I hope that you can accompany Wu Xie to the tomb to retrieve certain items for me." Yang Bo approached the sofa and sat down directly, regarding Jude Cao with a cheerful smile as he inquired, "Very well, but what is the price, Mr. Cox Hendry? Aside from what I desire, anything else acquired from the tomb shall belong to you, and I shall assist you in selling it. I am personally willing to finance you with 2 million. In exchange for obtaining what I seek, I shall provide you with 10 million as a reward for your efforts." To be candid, this sum seems rather modest. If there truly exists a method for immortality, I could sell it to Bill Gates or Warren Buffett. How much do you suppose that would be worth? In 2003, Bill Gates of Microsoft and the investment guru Buffett ranked as the top 2 billionaires globally. Noticing Jude Cao's silence, Yang Bo smiled broadly and continued, "Now, let me outline my requirements. I need you to procure several hydroelectric generator units for me, each exceeding 100 kilowatts. Additionally, I require some firearms, such as AK-47s, 40mm rocket launchers, and 107mm rocket artillery, along with the corresponding production blueprints. Mr. Cox Hendry, do not fret. These weapons are obsolete models and should pose no challenge for you. Moreover, I will purchase them at international market prices. As long as you assist me in acquiring these items and transporting them to international waters, I will accompany you with Wu Xie and his group." Jude Cao scrutinized Yang Bo earnestly, genuinely astonished by the peculiar nature of his requests. Frankly, aside from the hydroelectric generators, which would incur some expense, the other items were hardly significant abroad. He could even locate the blueprints online. Jude Cao refrained from questioning Yang Bo about his intentions for these items, recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets. "Very well, I agree to your terms." Seeing Jude Cao agree so readily, Yang Bo revealed a satisfied smile and said, "By the way, Mr. Jude Cao, we must agree that this is a condition for our descent into the tomb. Should there be a need to venture into the tomb again, you will need to assist me in procuring some items. Is that acceptable?" Jude Cao responded with a smile. "Of course. In that case, let us toast to a pleasant collaboration," Yang Bo said as he rose to shake hands with Jude Cao. Jude Cao had not anticipated that their partnership would unfold with such ease, to the point of unexpected delight. After a brief conversation with Jude Cao, Yang Bo borrowed 1 million yuan before being escorted back to the factory. When Wu Xie and the others were ready to act again, Jude Cao would arrange for assistance.